The dim light shone on her face, coating it with a thin layer of light. It was as clear as jade. Lindsay did not expect her to be a girl about his age. In Lindsay's impression, little girls were usually delicate and weak. A girl actually had such quick reactions. It was somewhat impressive. After a while, Lindsay finally reacted and pulled his hand back. At this moment, a young woman ran over from not far away. She was wearing a beige down jacket. Zao, what's wrong? Yi Zao looked back slightly and looked at Lin Sha. Nothing. After saying that, Yi Zao looked at Lindsay. How are you? I'm fine too. Lindsay shook his head slightly. That's good.
Yi Zao similet.
After hearing Lindsay say that he was fine, Yi Zao followed Lin Sha and left. Lindsay looked at the backs of the two of them and was stunned for a moment. Moreover, this was a stranger that he had never seen before. However, Lindsay felt an inexplicable sense of affinity from her. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. It was a very strange feeling. Could it be an illusion? Lindsay just looked ahead until the two figures completely disappeared into the crowd. He did not come back to his senses. Brother Zay, what are you looking at? Li Wen walked over and patted Lindsay's shoulder. Only then did Lindsay come back to his senses. Nothing. Li Wen curiously looked in the direction that Lindsay had just looked. He did not see anything special, so he did not think too much about it. Let's go, Brother Zay. Let's go drink.
Lindsay followed Li Wen's footsteps.
Lindsay had a lot of alcohol in his heart, so he was a little tipsy. They were all 18-year-old teenagers, and their upbringing was very strict. They were so drunk that they naturally couldn't go home. It just so happened that Buttface's parents were on a business trip, so the three of them discussed going to Buttface's house. Tomorrow was Saturday, so they didn't have to worry about going to school. They went to Buttface's house, took a shower, and squeezed all of them into one bed. Soon they fell asleep. When Lindsay woke up, the snow outside had stopped. The sunlight shone in through the window, and it was a bit dazzling. The snoring sounds in the house were one after another. The snoring sounds of the 18-year-old boy were getting louder and louder. Lindsay picked up his phone and took a look. It was already 10:30 a.m. Dog 2 had already woken up. Only he, Fat Tiger, and Zhaowen were still asleep. Lindsay pinched his temples, lifted the blanket, and went to the bathroom to wash up. He had been to Dog 2's house many times and was very familiar with it. After washing up, Dog 2 came in from outside. As it took off its hat, it said, "Brother Z is awake. I bought breakfast. Are Fat Tiger and Matzi still asleep?"
Lindsay nodded.
"I'll go wake them up." Buttface placed the food on the table and ridiculed, "You really can sleep. You've been sleeping since 11 o'clock last night. Are you pigs reincarnated?" Buttface lifted the duvet and opened the window. A cold wind blew in from the window, freezing the two people on the bed. They quickly woke up. "Damn, it's so cold. Mom, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Dog 2 smiled and said, "Matzi, take a good look at who I am. Also, it's almost 11 o'clock in the morning." Only then did Li Wen wake up. Dog 2 threw the laundry to them. "Get up quickly. Brother Ze is waiting for you to eat outside." Li Wen reluctantly put on his clothes. Fat Tiger said as he put on his clothes, "Did you buy my favorite meat buns?" "Yes." Buttface nodded. "Hurry up, it's almost time for lunch." Among the 4 boys, Buttface was a good wife and mother. No matter what time it was, he could handle the trivial matters in an orderly manner and take good care of the other 3. Li Wen was a life mentor. Although his academic results were not good, he was especially outstanding in the aspect of dealing with people. Fat Tiger was the simple-minded type. He didn't care about anything. Whatever the other 3 did, he would do. Lindsay was the dull type. He rarely spoke, but he was a man of his words. The boy washed up very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the two appeared in the living room refreshed and began to eat breakfast. At this moment, an urgent phone rang in the air. Lindsay put down the half-eaten steamed bun and picked up the phone. He didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Lindsay said, "Okay," and put down the phone. He looked up at dog 2. Where's your computer? Lend it to me. I'll go get it for you. A moment later, dog 2 brought the laptop to Lindsay. Lindsay took the laptop and came to the French window. He sat on the floor and kept typing on the computer keyboard with his hands. Fat Tiger asked curiously, "What do you think Brother Zay is doing? Is he being mysterious?" "Who knows?" Liwen spread his hands helplessly. Lindsay was always so mysterious, and the three of them never went to the end to get to the bottom of it. About 10 minutes later, Lindsay came back with his laptop. He pressed the keyboard with one hand and chewed on a bun with the other. The other three chatted on their own and did not disturb Lindsay. After breakfast, the three of them carried their school bags and went home. Lindsay had just returned home when he ran into Feng Qianhua. Feng Qianhua asked with concern, "Where did Zay go last night? I heard from your grandmother that you didn't come back all night." "Thank you for your concern, Auntie Feng." Lindsay's tone was very indifferent. Feng Qianhua continued, "Zay, you are now at a sensitive age where you are curious about everything. In the future, try not to spend the night outside and don't spend the night outside. Otherwise, your grandmother and I will be very worried about you." Did this Feng Qianhua really think that she was the mistress of the Lin family? Lindsay's eyes showed a hint of impatience. At this moment, old Mrs. Lin's voice came from inside. "Zay, come in for a moment." "Coming," Lindsay replied and walked inside. Old Mrs. Lin sat on the sofa, her expression a little ugly. "Where did you go last night?" "Grandma, I was at a classmate's house last night." "At which classmate's house?" Lindsay didn't answer. "Is it that dog too?" Old Mrs. Lin continued to ask. "Yes."
Linse nodded.
Old Mrs. Lin slammed the teacup in her hand onto the table. The boiling hot tea splashed directly onto the back of her hand. "Grandma!" Lindsay was shocked and quickly handed a tissue to old Mrs. Lin to intervene. Seeing this, old lady Lin sighed. "Zay, how many times has Grandma told you? Grandma doesn't interfere and doesn't object to you making friends. However, birds of a feather flock together. Who is dog to? Who are you? Being with such a person will only lower your status."
Linse's hand paused.
"Grandma, he is my friend." "He's not your friend," old lady Lin said angrily. "He's not from the same world as you. That butt-faced parents were just ordinary white-collar workers. They bought a house in Beijing and took out a loan. What right did such a person have to be Lindsay's friend? Poor people were surrounded by poor people. At that time, Lindsay would be surrounded by a bunch of poor people. Back then, she didn't control Lin Jincheng properly, which resulted in Lin Jincheng not knowing the principle of birds of a feather flock together. In the end, he got together with Yi Shu. The door wasn't right, the family wasn't right. He had a child out of wedlock. If Lindsay continued like this, sooner or later, he would follow in Lin Jincheng's footsteps. "Grandma, but Face is my friend. No matter how rich or poor, everyone in this world is equal. I hope you don't look at him differently. You don't even listen to Grandma?" Old Mrs. Lin looked at Lindsay with heartache. She remembered that Lindsay was very cute and obedient when he was young. Lindsay would do whatever she said. Since when did Lindsay start to disobey his grandma? Lindsay looked at old Mrs. Lin and said seriously, "Grandma, I'm 18 years old now. I can tell right from wrong. I know what kind of friends to make and what kind of friends to avoid. If you listen to Grandma, you can cut ties with that dog too." "I'm sorry, I can't do that." Old Mrs. Lin was as angry as Lindsay was indifferent. This reminded her of Yi Shu. If Lindsay's mother was Feng Qianhua, he definitely wouldn't disobey her like this. "Grandma, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first." After saying that, Lindsay turned around and left. Looking at Lindsay's back, old Mrs. Lin was so angry that her face turned pale. Feng Qianhua walked in from outside and comforted old Mrs. Lin. "Aunt Lindsay is still a child. He will only understand many things when he's older. Please don't be angry." Old Mrs. Lin sighed. "This child is getting more and more unreasonable now. He spends all day with those shady people. Sooner or later, he will be led astray by those people. Xian Xian is still sensible. She has never worried you since she was young. Feng Qianhua smiled and said, Xian Xian, that child just looks sensible. In fact, she doesn't have peace of mind. Besides, girls are more sensible than boys. At the mention of Feng Xianxian, old lady Lin's expression softened a little, then she said, Xianxian's birthday is in a few days, right? Xianxian is the only granddaughter of our Lin family. At that time, I have to prepare a gift for her. Old Madame Lin had long treated Feng Xianxian as her biological granddaughter, so she did not shy away from her words. She's just a child, why would she need a present for her birthday? Aunt Lin, you're not allowed to spend money. Old Madame Lin rebuked. It's not for you. I'm preparing it for my granddaughter. Don't say such things in the future, Feng Qianhua continued. I know that little sister Yishu has always been in Jin City's heart. Aunt Lin, I've never had any delusions of marrying him. I just need to know that brother Jincheng is living a happy life. Hearing this, old Madame Emo looked at Feng Qianhua with an additional layer of heartache. It had been so many years. This child was still so kind. 18 years ago, if she had fought for it, she would not have given Yishu a chance. From this, it could be seen that being too kind-hearted was not a good thing. Old Madame Lin patted Feng Qianhua's hand. What nonsense are you talking about? You are the only daughter-in-law in my heart. Unless I close my eyes and leave, Jincheng will not be able to marry another woman. Feng Qianhua had already wasted 18 years of her youth for Lin Jin City. Old Mrs. Lin would never allow her to wait another 18 years. Thinking of this, old Mrs. Lin sighed again. Qianhua, what do you think you are doing by my side all day? Go and accompany Jin City. Oh right, I asked someone to boil some tonic soup for Jin City. You can send it to him later. If Feng Qianhua had put all her attention on Lin Jin City, she would have married Lin Jin City long ago. Brother Jincheng needs to rest now, so I won't disturb him. Feng Qianhua refused directly. Old Mrs. Lin held Feng Qianhua's hand and continued. Aunt Zhang is right. That child, Azay, doesn't know how to think of danger in times of peace. I was hoping that you would give our Lin family another child. Aunt Lin, Feng Qianhua said with a red face. Don't tease me with Aunt Zhang. I'm not teasing you. Old Mrs. Lin said seriously. You and Jin City are still young, what's there to be afraid of having a child? After saying that, old Mrs. Lin asked the servant to bring the tonic soup over, and handed it to Feng Qianhua. Go quickly. Helpless, Feng Qianhua could only bring the tonic soup to Lin Jin City. The car stopped at the Beijing hospital. Feng Qianhua went straight to the inpatient department on the 7th floor. Lin Jincheng was staying in a VIP suite. There were 2 bodyguards guarding the door. Lin Jincheng's bodyguards did not know Feng Qianhua, so they stopped her. Feng Qianhua smiled and said, Old Lady Lin asked me to deliver the soup to Brother Jincheng. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other. One of them opened the door and went in. After a while he came out. The boss asked you to give the soup to me. Feng Qianhua was stunned for a moment. Then she handed the thermos to the bodyguard. Well, how is your boss recovering? The bodyguard said very officially. The boss is recovering very well. You don't have to worry. A trace of haze flashed in Feng Qianhua's eyes. Lin Jincheng had always been like this. He didn't give her any chance. If he hadn't been so heartless, she wouldn't have married Feng Qianqian's biological father in a fit of anger. But this time she would never let go of Lin Jincheng's hand. She would definitely take the position of Mrs. Lin. Definitely. That position belonged only to her. Feng Qianhua pinched her fingers, her eyes flashing with determination. Asterisk. On the other side, because she had promised Sun Shaoqing that she would treat him to dinner on Saturday night, Yizhuo went out for a walk during the day and spent the evening in the hotel looking for a restaurant. After finding a vegetarian restaurant with a good reputation online, Yizhuo looked up at Lin Sha and said, Sister Sha, let's go out for dinner tonight. You're treating that Mr. Tsin to dinner? Lin Sha asked. Yizhuo nodded slightly. Lin Sha held her phone and said, I won't go, Zhao. Why? Yizhuo asked in confusion. Lin Sha continued. Mr. Tsin's aura is too strong. I can't hold it every time I get into his car. I feel like I can't breathe. Lin Shasha was not lying. She was really a little afraid of Tsin Shaoqing. Although he was very handsome, amazing, and devoted to Buddhism and vegetarianism, that kind of fear came from his bones and could not be controlled. Maybe this was the bloodline suppression. After saying that, Lin Sha asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of Mr. Tsin at all?" Yi Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's there to be afraid of? He doesn't eat people." "I can't describe that feeling either. Anyway, it's scary," Lin Sha continued. "Go ahead. I'll wait for you at the hotel." In fact, Lin Sha had some thoughts. Tsin Shaoqing was obviously not an ordinary person. Yizhua was not an ordinary person either. Although Tsin Shaoqing was a vegetarian and worshipped Buddha, Lin Sha felt that Tsin Shaoqing treated Yizhua differently. What if the two of them really got together in the future? She did not want to stay and be a third wheel. "Sister Sha, we're going to the most famous vegetarian restaurant in the capital tonight. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Yizhua asked. "Yes, I'm sure." Lin Shasha pushed Yizhua out. "Oh my. Don't worry about me, you should go now." Yizhua picked up the hat hanging on the clothes hanger and put it on his head. "Sister Shasha, I'll go now." "Okay." Lin Shasha nodded. The restaurant was not far from the hotel. It would only take 20 minutes to walk there. Thinking of the traffic congestion in the capital, Yizhua did not take a taxi and chose to walk there instead. Although it was a sunny day, the snow on the road had not melted. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was really setting, the sunlight reflected a golden light in the snow. Yi Zhao was wearing black tights, a white sweater, a knee-length beige woolen coat, and a hat. There was a layer of gauze in front of the hat, which made her jade-like face faintly visible. The people passing by all paid attention to her. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the vegetarian restaurant. When they arrived at the appointed seat, Tsin Shaoqing had already arrived. The man was sitting by the window. He was wearing a plain robe and holding a Buddhist pearl in his hand. He was looking out of the window indifferently. The crystal light reflected on his well-defined facial features, making his already cold face even colder. It was as if his entire body was covered with a thin layer of ice. The cold air was breathtaking. The waiter who passed by did not dare to look directly at him. "Mr. Tsin, you're here so early?" Yizhua walked over. Tsin Shaoqing looked back slightly. "I'm only a minute or two earlier than you." Yizhua took off the hat on his head and placed it on the empty seat beside him. Tsin Shaoqing reached out and poured a cup of tea for Yizhua. He reminded him, "It's a little hot." Yizhua leaned over and sat down. He took a sip of the tea. It was refreshing and sweet to the taste. It was a good tea. Yi Zhao took another sip. "Mr. Tsin, have you ordered yet?" "Ladies first." Tsin Shaoqing handed the menu to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao took the menu and was a little surprised. With Tsin Shaoqing's current status in China, it was really not easy for him to uphold the etiquette of ladies first. Because with his status, he did not need to curry favor with anyone. In the capital, or even in the entire China, he was an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Perhaps this was the cultivation of a person. Yizhua ordered a few of his favorite side dishes and handed the menu to Tsin Shaoqing. Tsin Shaoqing added 2 more dishes. The dishes were served very quickly. Yizhua did not stand on ceremony with Tsin Shaoqing. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. After shopping for a whole day, she was indeed a little hungry now. She was the kind of person who did not pay much attention to the way she ate. She would do whatever was comfortable for her. However, if she did not pay attention, she would often appear to be the most beautiful and natural. Tsin Shaoqing tilted his head slightly. The first thing that entered his eyes was that person eating with great concentration. This dish. Was it really that delicious? Tsin Shaoqing picked up a broccoli and chewed it slowly. The taste didn't seem to be anything special. However, seeing that she was eating so well, Tsin Shaoqing unconsciously ate a little more. When they were almost done eating, Yizhua called the waiter over. "Please give us 2 more servings of dessert after dinner." The waiter nodded. Okay. Sun Xiaoqing's thin lips parted slightly. Just the last serving will do. I'm already full. It's all right. Serve me 2 servings, Yi Zhao said. I can finish them all by myself.
Sun Xiaoqing.
He suspected that Yi Zhao had never intended to order for him at all. After the dessert was served, Yi Zhao began to focus on eating the dessert. This was the first time Sun Xiaoqing had met a girl who could eat so much. He had 4 older sisters. In order to maintain their figure, the older sisters only ate a little every time they ate, as if they were feeding a kitten. They did not even dare to touch the dessert. This caused Sun Xiaoqing to think that girls' appetite was very small. He did not expect that not all girls' appetite was so small. If the 4 sisters knew that they did not dare to eat this or that every day on a diet, and that they were not as fit as those who ate and drank recklessly, they would probably be angered to death. While Yizhua was eating dessert, Sun Xiaoqing was sitting on a chair, holding a Buddhist bead in his hand. Although no one said anything, the atmosphere was not awkward at all. About 10 minutes later, Yizhua finished his dessert and went to the bar to settle the bill. However, he was told that the bill had already been settled by Sun Xiaoqing. Yizhua looked at Sun Xiaoqing. Mr. Sun, you said that I would treat you. Why did you go to settle the bill? Sun Xiaoqing smiled faintly and his slender fingers circled around the red Buddha beads. It doesn't matter who pays. If Miss Yi really feels bad, there's a tea house not far away. Miss Yi can treat me to a drink. I'll also ask Miss Yi for her chess skills. Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. You want to play chess with me? Sun Xiaoqing nodded slightly and his sexy Adam's apple moved up and down. N. Yizhua took out his phone and looked at the time. It was not even 7 o'clock yet, so he nodded and said, Okay. The 2 of them came to the door together. Sun Xiaoqing opened the door of the passenger seat and invited Yizhua in. The car was very big and empty. It was just like Sun Xiaoqing's whole person, so serious and meticulous. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of the tea house. The 2 of them walked into the tea house one after the other. Sun Xiaoqing was a regular customer of the tea house. As soon as he entered, he was warmly received by the manager. Mr. Sun is here. This way, please. As the manager spoke, he secretly sized up Yizhua. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Usually, Sun Xiaoqing would either come to drink tea alone, or come with Li Qiandong. He didn't expect Sun Xiaoqing to bring a girl over this time. Moreover, she was so beautiful. He had long heard that Sun Xiaoqing had a fiancé in Yunjing. Could this be Sun Xiaoqing's fiancé? In a short period of time, the manager's stomach was already filled with questions. He came to Sun Xiaoqing's private room. The private room was decorated very simply and elegantly. Everywhere they looked, they could see an antique-looking place. Chess was placed on the table at the side. Please, Miss Yi. Yizhua nodded slightly and sat down cross-legged. Sun Xiaoqing was sitting opposite her. The manager brought over the golden melon tribute tea that had been brewed. The tea smoke curled up, blurring the faces of both of them. In terms of chess skills, Sun Xiaoqing was clearly not a match for Yizhua. It had only been half a game, but Sun Xiaoqing was already defeated. If people who did not know saw this, they would think that Sun Xiaoqing was deliberately going easy on him. Sun Xiaoqing frowned slightly. I lost. Yizhua smiled and said, It's normal to lose to Dad. After all, as long as Dad doesn't want to lose, no one can win against Dad. Dad? Yizhua actually wanted to be his dad? Sun Xiaoqing looked at Yi Zhao in disbelief. After saying that, Yi Zhao realized that he was not live streaming. He usually said that Dad was used to it during live streaming, but he did not expect that he actually made a slip of the tongue in front of Sun Xiaoqing. Seeing Sun Xiaoqing's surprised look, Yi Zhao was slightly stunned. Why was this Sun Xiaoqing acting like an old man? He did not even know about Dad's joke. Mr. Sun doesn't usually go online, and he doesn't watch live broadcasts. Seeing the disdain in Yizhua's eyes, Sun Xiaoqing coughed lightly and changed the topic. If Miss Yi were me, what would have happened? Of course it would have happened this way. Yizhua picked up the black piece and placed it to the side. It's said that you lose a pawn to protect the cart, but that's not entirely true. Sometimes a small pawn can easily change the game and break the game. For example, this. Life is like chess, chess is like life, just like we can't look down on anyone. The chessboard that had been settled suddenly became bright at this moment. Sun Shaoqing's eyes lit up. He also picked up a stone and placed it beside Yijua's hand. This is what I should do next. If your cart comes, my cannon will eat your cart. Mr. Sun, do you think you've won just like that? Yizhao raised his eyebrows slightly. What else? Sun Shaoqing stared at the chessboard intently. Could it be that Yizhao still had a backup plan? Yizhao smiled slightly. If you eat my car, my horse will become a general. Mr. Sun, do you know what this is called? Sun Shaoqing did not expect Yizhao to really have a backup plan. This is too incredible. Yizuasubai's fingers picked up a chess piece, and his tone was indifferent. This game is called the mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind. High, really high. Sun Shaoqing was not stingy with his praise. What a good mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. Yizuasubai said modestly, it's just average, you're too stupid. For the first time in his life, the high and mighty Tsun fifth master was pointed at his nose and said he was stupid. Moreover, that person was only a little girl. However, not only was he not angry, he said instead, it's because I'm short-sighted and didn't see that I was out of the game. Actually, your Go skills are pretty good, Yizhua continued. Usually very few people can make me use my real skills. You're the first one. Oh, it shouldn't be the second one. The first person should be that netizen called Layman. Then who's the first one? Sun Shaoqing furrowed his brows. Yizhua said concisely, it's a netizen that I met during the live broadcast. Netizen? Which netizen? Was it a man or a woman? How old was he? Where did he live? Had they met before? Perhaps even Sun Shaoqing himself did not realize that not only had he thought of so many questions, he had even furrowed his brows. Yizhua picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Mr. Sun, it's getting late. I should go back to the hotel. Sun Shaoqing had wanted to play another round, but when he heard what Yizhua said, he immediately stood up and said, I'll send you off. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Sun. Yizhua stood up, put on his coat and hat. Sun Shaoqing also picked up the suit hanging at the side and put it on. It's my pleasure. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Yizhua got out of the car and said goodbye to Sun Shaoqing. He also told him to drive safely on the road. Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. I will. Yizhua turned around and walked towards the hotel. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Lin Shasha gossiped. How was it? Did you get along well with Mr. Tsen? Yizhao nodded slightly. It was all right. Lin Sha looked Yizhao up and down and felt that the two of them were very promising. One was handsome. The other was beautiful. Both of them were especially good. They were simply a perfect match. Yizhao continued. Sister Sha, let's go back tomorrow. Have you prepared your luggage? Lin Sha nodded. Don't worry, it's already prepared. The next morning, the two of them arrived at the airport. On the plane, Lin Shasha said with some worry, it's almost the new year, and I haven't found a job yet. Zhuazhua, what kind of job do you think I should find after the new year? Lin Shasha had been working in the factory. The life in the factory was dull and boring. She did the same thing every day. Lin Shasha wanted to change her job. However, she did not know anything. She could not find a suitable job at all. Yizhua looked up slightly. Sister Shasha, you are only 20 years old this year. If I were you, I would not choose to work. I would pick up my books again and study for the 3rd year of high school. I would take the college entrance exam the year after next. I would take the college entrance exam that I want to take. I would study the major that I like. After graduation, I would do what I want to do. Lin Shasha looked at Yizhua in surprise. But I'm already 20 years old this year. Yizhua smiled slightly. Sister Shasha, you're only 2 years older than me. I'm only in the 3rd year of high school this year, and I'll take the college entrance exam next year. You should go back and review the high school curriculum. Next year you'll transfer to the third year of high school, and the year after that you'll take the college entrance exam. You'll only be 1 year younger than me. 20 years old is just the beginning of your life. Studying was not the only way out. But studying was the best way out for Lin Sha. Moreover, no matter where she went to work now, her education was the most important. Lin Sha was a little hesitant when Yizhua spoke so seriously. Can I really do it, Shuashua? Yizuo no tet. Sister Sha, if you want to learn, I can help you review. After saying that, Yizhua continued. By the way, Sister Sha, what was your dream when you were in school? Lin Sha thought for a long time. In the past, my dream was to be a lawyer. Then work hard towards this goal. Get into the University of Political Science and Law. Become an excellent lawyer. Sister Sha, you are 20 years old this year. The year after next, you will be 22 years old when you take the college entrance exam. After graduating from university, you will be 26 years old. If you go to graduate school, you will do 2 years of graduate school and 3 years of graduate school. No matter which one you graduate from, you will not be 30 years old. 30 years old. Do you want to live as you want to live? Or do you want to be a housewife who has to worry about daily necessities? Don't you think my dream is ridiculous and imaginative? How could someone like her become a lawyer? A self-deprecating look appeared in Lin Sha's eyes. Yizhua grabbed Lin Sha's hand. It's not funny, nor is it free-spirited. Only people who don't have dreams are funny. Hearing this, Lin Sha suddenly remembered the scene of her attending the wonderful music anniversary party. The people sitting next to her were all saying things that she didn't understand. What finance stocks? At that time, she was wondering if she could understand it if she had a higher education. Yi Zhao's words woke her up. Lin Sha held Yi Zhao's hand and said, Zhao, I'll listen to you. It's good that you figured it out, Sister Sha. After figuring out what to do, Lin Sha became relaxed. After a 5-hour flight, the two of them arrived at Cloud Capital. Knowing Yizhua's flight, Yi Sen had been waiting outside the airport for a long time. When he saw Yizhua and Lin Sha, Yi Sen came over excitedly. Big niece. Sha, this way. Yizhua pulled the suitcase and jogged over. Uncle. Lin Sha also called him uncle. Yi Sen took the suitcase from both of them. Let's go home quickly. Yi Sen first sent Lin Sha back before driving home. Yishu did not go to work today. She cooked a big table of delicious dishes at home and waited for Yizhua to come back to eat. She had not seen Yishu for a week. As soon as she reached home, Yizhua gave her a big hug. Mom, I missed you so much. Mom misses you too. Although they had only been separated for a week, it was as long as a year for the mother and daughter. After dinner, Yishu took out the gift she bought for Yishu and Yi-san. Although the two of them blamed Yizhua for spending money recklessly, they were still very happy in their hearts. Yizhua took out the gifts that grandfather Yang had given her. Mom, this is a gift from a patient of mine. There are some jewelry inside. You can wear it. Mom is already old, why would she wear jewelry? Yishu rejected with a smile. It looks better on you young people. Yizhua said. Mom, how are you old? You're not old at all. When we go out, people say that we're like a pair of sisters. Besides, I still have to go to school. Our school doesn't allow me to wear jewelry. Most importantly, these gold bracelets and gold chains don't look good on a student like me. With that said, Yishu agreed to accept the jewelry. In the evening, Yizhua opened the live broadcast room and prepared to broadcast chess. As soon as she logged into her account, she discovered that her fan count had increased from 10 million to 50 million. Furthermore, her participation in the live broadcast of Melody's anniversary party had been edited into a video. Currently, the number of hits on the Melody platform had already exceeded 100 million. The moment she opened the comments page, it was filled with Iva 587. Glory World Beauty. There were also many people who had previously sent Black Leaf a private message to apologize to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was slightly surprised before opening the live stream. Because she was used to not showing her face, she still did not show her face this time. After watching Yi Zhao's live stream of the gala, it was so beautiful. Yi Zhao showed her face. I've loved Yezi for 10,000 years. User. Heaven-toppling purple gold hammer 1225. Giving away 10 sports cars. User. That dog giving away a sports car. Yezi, why aren't you showing your face again? I'm afraid that after you see my face, you won't pay attention to my chess skills anymore. Yezi, you're so narcissistic. But I like it so much. We can obviously rely on our looks to make a living, but our Yezi has to rely on her talent. Yizhua logged off after broadcasting for an hour. Mu Yorong kept her eyes on the screen until Yizhua logged off. Why was it that not only could Yizhua continue broadcasting, but she could only hide behind the screen and secretly watch? She was not convinced. At this moment, Mu Yorong's phone rang. It was her manager, Zhao Tao. Hello, brother Tao. Mu Yorong picked up the phone. Yorong, with such a major event happening, shouldn't you explain it on the live broadcast? Do you know that you've already lost 20 million fans? Zhao Tao continued. It's normal for life to have some twists and turns. Moreover, these words did not come from you in the beginning. You're also one of the victims. I'm sorry, brother Tao. My current state is not suitable for a live broadcast. Without the attention of thousands, without beauty, and without the ability to play chess, what could she use for a live broadcast? What to use to strengthen her fans? Zhao Tao continued. But you cannot solve the problem by hiding like this. Silence means acquiescence. Do you know that Satara has already gained 50 million fans? Mu Yorong only had 30 million fans at her peak. Yi Zhao had 50 million fans now. Mu Yorong bit her lip. 1 month. Brother Tao. At most 1 month. 1 month later I will definitely come back. Give everyone a satisfactory reply. 1 month later, Grandfather Yang would definitely recover. At that time he would definitely thank her in Yunjing. After receiving Old Master Yang's thanks, she would be able to gain trust points and upgrade the system. With the help of the system, she would definitely be more dazzling than she was now. The Mu family would also rise to a higher level with the help of the Yang family. Brother Tao sighed. All right then. It's good that you know what you're doing. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Just as Mu Yorong had thought, in this 1 month's time, Old Master Yang, who was far away in the capital, had recovered very quickly. Thus, the old man wanted to take advantage of the New Year's Eve to come to the cloud capital and properly thank Yizhua. At that time, Yizhua had left a number for Old Master Yang, but the old man had accidentally lost it. He only knew that Yizhua's surname was Yi, and that he lived in the cloud capital. He did not know her specific address. During this period of time, Mu Yorong had also made Great Soldier Mu pay attention to the situation in the capital every day. On the night of the 25th of the 12th lunar month, Soldier Mu brought back a piece of good news. Yorong. Today, an important figure came from the capital. He said that he was looking for the divine doctor to repay the favor of saving his life. But, speaking up to this point, Soldier Mu paused. The divine doctor they are looking for has the surname Yi. Everything else matched, but the surname did not match. Mu Yorong's eyes lit up. After waiting for so many days, she finally received the good news. Father, have you forgotten? My surname used to be Yi. The divine doctor Yi they are looking for is me. Old Master Yang was old, so it was normal for him to get the surname wrong. After all, her background was complicated. Moreover, apart from her medicine, Old Master Yang had no medicine that could cure her. Therefore, Old Master Yang was definitely here to thank her for saving his life. Hearing Mu Yorong say this, Soldier Mu's eyes lit up. Right. After all, Mu Yorong used to be called Yi Yorong. So, a big shot from the capital was definitely here to look for Mu Yorong to return the favor. Thinking that their Mu family would soon be able to establish a relationship with a big shot, Soldier Mu was very excited. He looked at Mu Yorong and said, Yorong, tell father, who is that big shot? Even now, he knew that the person who had come to look for Mu Yorong was a big shot from the capital, but he did not know who that big shot was. Mu Yorong asked, Father, do you know the Yang family of the capital? Yang family. Big Soldier Mu narrowed his eyes. Could it be the Young family of the LP group? Mu Yorong shook her head. Big Soldier Mu frowned. It's not LP. There were only two Young families in the capital. One was the Young family that founded LP group. The other was the head of the 10 great clans. As for the other Young families, they were not worth mentioning. If it was not LP group's head, Mu Yorong would not have saved the head of the 10 great clans, the Young family, right? Thinking of this, Big Soldier Mu's expression became fearful. Mu Yorong saw through Big Soldier Mu's thoughts and smiled. Father, you guessed correctly. It's that Young family. Soldier Mu swallowed his saliva. It's that Young family, the head of the 10 great clans? Yes.
Mu Yorong nodded.
Isafet Yang Senyuan? Old Master Yang.
Hearing this, Soldier Mu felt that his entire person was in a bad mood. Yang Senyuan, a legendary figure that only existed by word of mouth. The old master's position in the capital was only second to Tsun Wuya. With the Mu family's current strength, even the LP Yang family could not compare, let alone the Yang family, the head of the 10 great families. Soldier Mu was so excited that he could not say a word for a long time. That was the Yang family. His daughter was too capable. She actually became Old Master Yang's savior. As expected of the Mu family's bloodline. If it was that trash Yizhua, would she be able to do it? Seeing Soldier Mu like this, Mu Yorong smiled and said, Father, this is too exaggerated. I only saved Old Master Yang, and you are already so excited. If I were to marry 5th Master Tsun in the future, wouldn't you be scared to death? Compared to 5th Master Tsun, the Yang family was still far from it. Only then did Soldier Mu come to his senses and hold Mu Yorong's hand. Yorong, tell me, what exactly is going on? Everything is fine, but how did you save Old Master Yang? Great Soldier Mu's greatest fear was that it would all be for nothing. He still had to clarify things a little. Mu Yorong also knew Great Soldier Mu's worries. A year ago, Old Master Yang suffered from a serious illness. There was no medicine to cure him, and he was diagnosed with death by the hospital. Father, you know my ability. I gave Old Master Yang a medicinal pill left behind by the divine Dr. Huatu. Old Master Yang only recovered after taking my medicine. Since it was a death syndrome, could a normal doctor cure it? Now that Grandfather Yang had come to the capital to look for his savior, who else could it be other than her? After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Soldier Mu felt much more at ease. His eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Mu Yorong and said, Yorong, our family's company is currently at a critical moment. If we can obtain the help of the Yang family, we will definitely be able to win the bid for CY Company in the capital. Psy Company's cooperation proposal was a big piece of meat. There were simply too many companies that wanted to win the bid. The Mu family was just an unremarkable small company among the many companies that had submitted bids. If they wanted to win the cooperation proposal, they did not even have a 0.01% chance.
Mu Yorong patted Soldier Mu's hand.
Father, I understand everything you're saying. Don't worry, I'm now Old Master Yang's savior. Even if I don't say it, they will know what to do. The Yang family relied entirely on Old Master Yang to support them. Therefore, the current heir to the Yang family was not as simple as Old Master Yang's savior. If it wasn't for her, the entire Yang family would have fallen. Therefore, she was now equivalent to the entire Yang family's savior. Not to mention a collaboration, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, the Mu family would have to think of a way to take them down. A bright light flashed through Mu Yorong's eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up. Soldier Mu looked at Mu Yorong. Yorong, your two older brothers are inferior to you. In the future, our Mu family will rely on you. When Mu Yorong married Tsun 5th Master in the future, there would be even greater glory waiting for the Mu family. In the past, Soldier Mu had been somewhat worried that Mu Yorong would be able to marry Tsun 5th Master as she wished. After all, that was the high and mighty Tsun 5th Master. Now it seemed that his daughter was simply a fairy of the 9 heavens that was even more noble than a phoenix. Tsun 5th Master would sooner or later bow down to his daughter's skirt. At that time, he would be Tsun 5th Master's father-in-law. the entire Sian group would have to give half to their family. After Mu Yorong gave birth to the child and stabilized her position, the entire Tsin family would belong to the Mu family. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Shun Rong walked over with a cup of tea in her hand. What are you two talking about? Why are you chatting so happily? Come, have a sip of tea. Mu Yorong took a sip of tea. Soldier Mu told Shun Rong about what had happened. When Shun Rong heard that Mu Yorong was actually the savior that old Master Yang was looking for, her reaction was even more excited than Soldier Mu's. She had only heard about old Master Yang from the circle of ladies today. She did not expect that the main character of this matter was her daughter. If this was found out by those aristocratic ladies, they would die of envy. In the future, she would be a C-list position in the circle of aristocratic ladies. Those aristocratic ladies who looked down on her now would have to come over and beg her in the future. The corners of Shun Rong's mouth were almost at the edge of her ears. She knew that her daughter was not something to be trifled with. Sooner or later, she would soar to 90,000 li. Fortunately, we broke off the engagement with the Tsin family. How could that rundown family of the Tsin family be worthy of my daughter? Shun Rong continued. Oh right, old Mu, is the Tsin family still in the cloud capital? We can't let them see Yorong. What if they know that Yorong is now old Master Yang's savior and refused to leave our family? With a rundown family like the Tsin family, what shameless things could they not do? Shun Rong felt disgusted whenever she thought of the appearance of that old woman from the Tsin family and Zhou Xiang's marriage proposal. How many years ago was the engagement? They actually still had the face to take it seriously. They are penniless now. Even if they want to leave, they can't, Mu Yorong continued. The last time I saw that old woman from the Tsin family, she even began to beg on the streets. Really? Shun Rong asked in surprise. She recalled how glorious the Tsin family had been in the cloud capital back then. She had not expected that they would also have this day. While she was surprised, a gleeful glint flickered in Shun Rong's eyes. Back then, they had looked up to the Tsin family and had to look at the Tsin family's face in every matter. They had even spared no expense in using their unborn daughter to curry favor with the San family. Now the tables had finally turned.
Mu Yorong nodded.
I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? If the Tsin family had not fallen, how could old Lady Tsin have dressed like that? Mu Yorong recalled that night in front of the barbecue stall, old Lady Tsin's shabby clothes. It was simply pitiful. Soldier Mu narrowed his eyes. In short, Yorong, you should stay as far away from them as possible. The Tsin family is no longer on the same side as us. You don't need to say this. I know, Mu Yorong said. Since she had lived a new life, she naturally had to wear the heaviest crown and marry the noblest man. Otherwise, what was the point of her living a new life? Therefore, Mu Yorong would do the same as in her previous life. Once she returned, she would break off the engagement with the Tsin family. In her previous life, her mistake was that she should not have married that person and ruined her life. Not in this life. Wasn't Yi Zhao becoming more and more dazzling? Then let Yi Zhao marry him. She wanted the her in her previous life to become the Yi Zhao in this life. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed in Mu Yorong's eyes. She continued, Right, father and mother, I want to discuss something with you. Speak. Soldier Mu turned his head. Mu Yorong continued, In a while, I'm going to send a New Year present to the Yi family. I hope mother can accompany me. What? Send a New Year present to the Yi family. Shun Rong widened her eyes in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yorong, you mean the Yishu family? Yes. Mu Yorong nodded very calmly. Shun Rong said speechlessly, Yorong, you must have a fever. It was one thing for Yishu, that shameless slut, to have swapped her daughter, but she had even tortured Mu Yorong for so many years. Mu Yorong was still thinking of giving her a New Year present. She was really crazy. I don't have a fever, Mom. I'm very clear-headed now. Why? Shun Rong continued. It's not that you don't know how Yishu has treated you all these years. Even if I killed her with a knife, I wouldn't feel relieved. You actually want to give her a New Year present. Mu Yorong did not directly answer Shunrong's question. She continued, Mom, do you know about the Song family? Which Song family? Shunrong was stunned. Mu Yorong suppressed the fear in her heart. Song group Song Shiyu. After saying this, Mu Yorong continued, Song Shiyu has yet to marry. You want Yizhua to marry Song Shiyu? Big Soldier Mu's words revealed Mu Yorong's thoughts.
Mu Yorong nodded.
The Song clan holds a high position in the capital, and Song Shiyu is the only successor of the Song clan. At such a young age, he has already taken the position of the head of the Song clan group. Although such a person cannot be compared to Fifth Master Tsen, he can still be evenly matched with him. Soldier Mu paused, then he said, Yorong, I know that you are a kind and good child, but Yi Zhao is not worth it. Song Shiyu was a famous handsome man in the Cloud Capital. He was only 26 years old this year. Not only did he have the looks of a boy and a girl, he was incomparably beautiful and also had strength. Given time, he would definitely soar to the heavens. If it were not for Fifth Master Tsen, Song Shiyu would be more than enough to match up with Mu Yorong. What did Yi Zhao count as? Mu Yorong was good in everything, but she was too kind. She actually treated her as a younger sister, and even wanted to set Song Shiyu up with Yi Zhao.
Mu Yorong smiled.
Father, you only know the first part and not the second part. I naturally have my reasons for this arrangement. Although Song Shiyu was famous on the outside, he was extremely corrupt and dark on the inside. Back then, Song Shiyu had married her. But he did not treat her like a wife, and he had never touched her. He tortured her every day, and in the end he destroyed the MU Corporation. His parents also died in a fire. Mu Yorong would never believe that the fire had nothing to do with Song Shiyu. To Mu Yorong, Song Shiyu was a demon that ate people. When she thought about it now, Mu Yorong still had lingering fear in her heart. When she was young and ignorant, she actually thought that Song Shiyu was a good man. Now that she thought about it, it was really laughable. But no matter what you do, you can't let Yi Zhao marry Song Shiyu. Shunrong frowned and continued, Yi Zhao no longer puts you in his eyes. If she marries into the Song family, she will definitely use Song Shiyu to suppress us. If it were up to me, I would take this opportunity to teach that little slut a lesson. Let that little slut not be able to turn the tables. Mom, don't worry. Mu Yorong's eyes flashed with determination. Song Shiyu won't. Song Shiyu was a heartless demon. Would he fight for a woman? Mu Yorong had married him for so long, but she had never seen Song Shiyu treat any woman better. To him, a woman was just a doll. Song Shiyu's hands were stained with blood, and he didn't even spare his biological father. Yi Zhao marrying him was equivalent to falling into hell on earth.
No.
It would be even worse than falling into hell. Shunrong did not understand why her daughter was so confident. She continued, even if Song Shiyu would not stand up for Yi Zhao Yorong, it's not like you don't know what kind of family the Song clan is. What makes you think that Song Shiyu would listen to you and obediently marry Yi Zhao? The Song family was equivalent to the emperor of the Cloud Capital. Not to mention the MU family. Even the high officials of the Cloud Capital had to give them some face. I received an invitation to the Song family's banquet the day after tomorrow. Mu Yorong continued. I plan to bring Yi Zhao along. According to Mu Yorong's understanding of Song Shiyu, she loved torturing beautiful women the most. Otherwise, her in her previous life wouldn't have died so miserably. Yi Zhao was so beautiful, and his end would probably be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times worse than hers. A sinister smile appeared on Mu Yorong's lips. You got the Song family's invitation? Hearing this, Soldier Mu and Shunrong were both shocked. When did Mu Yorong become so familiar with Song Shiyu? Actually, even Mu Yorong herself didn't know. In her previous life, she had just returned to the Mu family when she received the Song family's invitation. At the banquet, she had fallen in love with Song Shiyu at first sight. She would not marry him unless it was him. She did not expect that it would turn into a nightmare for her. This life was different from her previous life. With Yizhua as a stepping stone, Yizhua would fall into hell on earth, while she would walk to the peak of her life. Song Shiyu was so good-looking. At that time, Yizhuo would definitely fall madly in love with him. Just like her in her previous life. She would not marry without him. Thinking of this, the corners of Mu Yorong's lips curled up. Her eyes were filled with pride as she continued. So mother, in a while, you will go with me to the Yi family and let Yizhuo know that our Mu family actually still cares about her very much. Shenrong's brows were deeply furrowed. Yorong mother is really getting more and more confused about you. What kind of family is the Shen family? How can you let Yizhuo climb up to the Song family? She really did not understand why Mu Yorong would treat Yizhuo so well. After saying that, Shenrong continued, instead of letting that little b** to Yizhuo benefit, why don't you let your two cousins follow you to the Song family? After all, they're family. If Song Shiyu takes a fancy to them, our family can at least bask in their glory together. Let Yizhuo go? That trash Yizhuo. How could she be worthy of Song Shiyu? Soldier Mu nodded in agreement. I think what your mother said is very reasonable. Mu Yorong shook her head lightly. Bask in the light? Father and mother, you think this matter is too simple. Do you think that by marrying into the Song family, you will be married into a nest of riches? Let me tell you, that person Song Shiyu is far more terrifying than what you know. I think that you don't want my two cousins to perish at such a young age, right? What do you mean?
Soldier Mu frowned. Literally, Mu Yorong replied.
Yorong, do you know something? Soldier Mu narrowed his eyes. Mu Yorong did not say anything else. She only said, Dad, Mom, you just have to listen to me. Whether it's the Song family or Song Shiyu, they are not good people. As for Yizhuo's fate, you will see it. Mu Yorong spoke seriously, and Soldier Mu had also seen through her. This daughter of his was intelligent and beautiful. She never did useless things. She definitely had her own reasons for doing so. Soldier Mu turned to look at Shenrong. Since Yorong has already said so, you should follow Yorong to the Yi family later. Although Shenrong was a little displeased, she could only nod. At these words, Soldier Mu seemed to have thought of something and said, Yorong, since the person that old Master Yang wants to find is you, then hurry up and go find him and make things clear. It's almost the new year, and Psy Company's cooperation case cannot be delayed. There's no rush.
Mu Yorong smiled.
Since old Master Yang had come all the way from the capital, it meant that he valued her, his life savior, very much. If she went to old Master Yang, wouldn't it be too demeaning? Moreover, when she was in the capital, old Master Yang had chased her out of the Yang family. This time, she had to let old Master Yang personally apologize to her. She had to let old Master Yang know how it felt to slap her own face. She was the descendant of the godly Dr. Huatu. How could she be easily offended? The 25th of December. According to the customs of the Cloud Capital, today was the day to receive the Jade Emperor. The Yi family happened to be on the first floor, so Yishu placed the sacrificial table in the garden that she had brought with her to the first floor. She placed the offerings and kowtowed several times very seriously.
Auntie.
A very familiar voice. Yishu raised her head and saw Mu Yorong, this daughter that she had raised for 18 years.
Y Yorong.
Yishu found it somewhat inconceivable. Mu Yorong had returned to the Mu family for almost half a year. This was the first time she had come back to see her. Subconsciously, Yishu felt that Mu Yorong did not have any good intentions when she came to find her this time. This child had always had very strange thoughts. She was also not close to her. Although the two of them were once mother and daughter, their mother-daughter love was as thin as a piece of paper. Mu Yorong smiled and said, Auntie Yi, let me introduce you. This is my mother. Shenrong's lips curled into a stiff smile as she nodded at Yishu. Yishu continued, quickly come in and take a seat. A room with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was not very big. Mu Yorong sized up the environment in the room. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Logically speaking, with Yi Zhao's current position on the Miaoying platform, the profits should be quite good. How could it be his turn to live in such a shabby house? Could it be that Yi Suan, that gambler who did not want to make any progress, had lost all his money? Yizeo was still live streaming on the Wonderful Sound platform, and his days were still passable. Once Yizeo did not lose his popularity on the Wonderful Sound platform, they might have to return to the basement again. Soon. She was about to regain her beauty and glory, and her chess skills were outstanding. What was Yizeo to her? Yizeo could not even compare to one of her little fingers. Mu Yorong's eyes flashed with a proud light as she continued. Aunt Yi, my mother and I are here to give you a New Year present. Right, is Sister Yizeo not at home? Yishu was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others. Moreover, Yishu felt that Mu Yorong was like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. Yorong, you're too polite. We can't accept this New Year present. Mu Yorong smiled and said, there's no reason to take back a gift that you brought back. Just accept it. Yishu still declined. Shenrong stood by the side. Her eyes were filled with disgust. She would feel disgusted if she stayed in such a dirty place for even a second. If Mu Yorong had not insisted on coming, how could she have appeared here? Shenrong could not imagine how much pain Mu Yorong had suffered after following Yishu for so many years. At this moment, Yizeo came out of the room. The room was not air-conditioned, but she did not feel cold. She was wearing a white dress with a suspenders, and her exquisite collarbone was emitting a cold light in the air. She was too beautiful. Even if she wore such ordinary clothes, it was still impossible for people to shift their gazes away. Mu Yorong looked at her, a look of jealousy appearing in her eyes. However, it was almost over. Yizeo was so beautiful, but in the end, she still had to fall into hell. She suffered all kinds of torture. At this moment, Mu Yorong once again thought of the torture she had suffered in her previous life. It was not fear but joy. It was very carefree. After all, she had already escaped from hell. And Yizhua was walking into hell. Sister Yizhua. Mu Yorong raised a kind smile and greeted Yizhua. Yizhua was not in the mood to act with Mu Yorong today. Why are you here? Shenrong said with a cold face. Is this how you talk to your sister? Yishu frowned slightly. Usually, when she was at home, she would not be willing to say anything harsh to Yizhua. What right did Shenrong have? Her daughter was not born to be bullied by others. Yishu turned around and looked at Shenrong. Zhuozhua is my daughter now. She doesn't have a sister. If Mrs. Mu wants to flaunt her status as a wealthy lady, go back to your Mu family and flaunt it. Shenrong's face turned pale. What kind of person was Yishu? A shameless mistress who had given birth to an illegitimate daughter. She also dared to treat her like this. Mu Yorong held Shenrong's hand and gestured for Shenrong not to be angry. Then she smiled at Yishu. Auntie Yi, my mother has always been like this. Actually, she has a very good heart. Please don't be calculative with her. Yishu increasingly felt that these two mother and daughter did not have good intentions. She frowned and said, I will not accept your things. Our family's temple is small, and it cannot accommodate a great Buddha. The two of you should return to your rich areas. Mu Yorong was not angry either. She continued, Auntie, I know that we had many unpleasant things in the past. At that time I was too young and did not know any better. I made you angry. I came here today to apologize to you. Yishu looked at Mu Yorong just like that. The current Mu Yorong was dressed luxuriously and had an exquisite face. There was no trace of her past. The only difference was that Yishu felt that Mu Yorong was not as beautiful as she had been together. The previous Mu Yorong was like a ball of light. She brought her own brightness wherever she went. She really could not understand what Mu Yorong was trying to do. Yizhua took a step forward and looked down at Mu Yorong. Our family does not welcome you. Do you need me to repeat myself? Mu Yorong did not waste any more words. She took out a red invitation card from her bag. Sister Yizhua, the day after tomorrow is the Song family's old lady's 78th birthday banquet. I hope that you can attend it with me. This is the invitation card. With that, Mu Yorong turned to look at Shenrong. Mother, let's go. Shenrong nodded and followed Mu Yorong's footsteps. Yizhua looked at the backs of the mother and daughter. He raised his brows slightly and picked up the invitation card on the table. Song family. Songshiyu. Yizhua knew a little about Songshiyu, because recently Zhao Yang wanted to work with Songshiyu. But there were too many people who wanted to work with Songshiyu. Zhao Yang had never had the chance to make an appointment with him. Yizhua also wanted to get to know Songshiyu. After all, he was a partner. If this person was not worth working with, then there was no need for Zhao Yang to spend all his time on Songshiyu. Yizhua narrowed his eyes. She had originally not been interested in the birthday banquet that Mu Yurong had mentioned, but now it seemed she still had to make a trip. Yizhua closed the invitation, a plan forming in his heart. Just then, Yishu carried the things that Mu Yurong had brought and ran out the door. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yizhua asked. Yishu said, "They didn't take their things with them. I'll send them over." Yishu really did not want the things that Mu Yurong had brought. "Mom, they drove here. Even if you chase after them now, you won't be able to catch up."
Yishu fronet.
"Then what should we do? Why don't I call a cab and send them over?"
Yezu similet.
"Isn't there a welfare home across from our house? Please send these things to the welfare home." "All right, I also bought some clothes and toys. When the express delivery arrives, I'll go with you." Yi Zhao was an orphan in his previous life. In this life, he also wanted to do his best to do something for those homeless children. He went to the Welfare Institute in advance to understand the situation. Yizhua bought a total of more than 500 down jackets that the children wore. He bought some toys. On the way to the orphanage, Yishu asked curiously, "Burning, what do you mean by Mu Yurong and her mother coming to our house today? Are they really here to give us New Year presents?" "Of course not." "Then what do they want?" Yishu asked. Yizhuazhua said slowly, "Mu Yurong's real goal should be for me to attend the Song family's old lady's birthday banquet together with her."
Yishu fronet.
"She definitely doesn't have good intentions. Zhuazhua, you're not allowed to go." "It's fine, Mom."
Yezu huget yesheasearm.
"It's just Mu Yurong. I'm not afraid of her." Yishu was still a little worried. In the circle of the rich and powerful, it was neither chaotic nor chaotic. Yishu was afraid that Yizhua would be bullied.
Yezu comfortet Yeshu.
"Mom, I grew up in that circle. Don't worry, I know how to do it. This banquet is rather important to me. I definitely have to attend." Hearing Yizhua say this, Yishu could only compromise. "Then you must bring your phone with you when the time comes. When you see that the situation isn't right, quickly call me." "Yes."
Yezaonotet.
"I know." In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the banquet. Yizhao was dressed well when he arrived at the apartment block. He saw that the Mu family's car was already parked there. Mu Yurong was wearing a down jacket over her gown. She stood outside and waited for Yizhao. "Sister Yizhao." It was almost the new year, and it was also the Song family's old lady's birthday banquet today, so Yizhao wore a wine-red gown. It was a very simple style and it was a little out of the ordinary, but it was worn by Yizhao, and it gave off a high and mighty international air. Mu Yurong frowned slightly. Yizhao was really going all out for beauty. It was such a cold day, yet she did not even put on a down jacket outside. Why didn't she freeze to death? Since there was a free car, Yizhao naturally would not refuse. He directly walked forward, sat in the car, and said to Mu Yurong outside, "We can set off now." Mu Yurong. Was she the car owner, or was Yizhao the car owner? But now was not the time to argue with Yizhao. Mu Yurong also sat in the car and instructed the driver to open the door. Then she asked with concern, "Sister Yizhao, don't you feel cold wearing so little?"
Yezao similet faintle.
"Doesn't Miss Mu know about the temperature-adjustable gown?" "Temperature-adjustable gown?"
Mu Yurong frowned.
No wonder Yizhao's expression did not change. It turned out that he was wearing a high-tech product. These past few days she had also known about the temperature-adjustable gown, but because she had to make an appointment she had not been able to buy it. Could it be that Yizhao had connections? "Sister Yizhao, where did you buy this gown?" Yizhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "You want to buy it?" Mu Yurong really did not want to lower her head in front of Yizhao, but at this moment, She had no choice but to nod and take out her phone. This is the one. Yi Zhao glanced at it and said in a flat tone, 5 million. Mu Yorong's money would not go to waste. 5 million. Mu Yorong's eyes widened. Although ZY's official website did not list the price of this gown, their most expensive gown was only 6 figures, so how could it be sold for 5 million?
예수원 어땠?
Why? Do you think it's too expensive? This is a design designed by ZY Group's top designer. If you don't buy it, a bunch of people are waiting in line. The weather was getting colder and colder. Once the system was upgraded, Mu Yorong could rebroadcast and reappear in front of Fifth Master Sin. However, she was so bloated and wrapped like a dumpling, so how could she show her beauty in front of Fifth Master Sin? Mu Yorong really liked this set of clothes. When she thought about how she had made an appointment for over 10 days but still had not been able to get one, Mu Yorong continued, "Are you sure that you can buy it with 5 million? Yes. Yizhua's tone was shallow. Give me the money today and the goods will arrive tomorrow. I'll get my assistant to transfer the money for you. It was just 5 million. When she married Fifth Master Sin, forget about 5 million. Even if it was 50 million, 500 million was nothing. The corners of Yizhua's lips curled up. It was still easier to earn money from a fool. For the sake of 5 million, Yizhua decided to treat Mu Yorong a little better in a while. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the Song family's manor. Today was the Song family's old lady's birthday banquet. The Song family's interior and exterior were decorated with a very festive atmosphere. Yizhua and Mu Yorong handed the invitations to the staff at the entrance to check, and then followed the waiters to the manor. The Song family was worthy of being the emperor of Yunjing, and the interior was decorated with extraordinary splendor. The guests that came and went were all nobles from all over the country. Mu Yorong looked around. Finally, not far away, she saw the man that she hated to the bone. He wore an iron suit and stood in the middle of the crowd with a cigarette between his fingers. He accepted everyone's flattery and fawning. His pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were slightly narrowed. He had a feeling of subverting all living things. In the past, she did not know why Song Shiyu liked to narrow his eyes. Later, she found out that this was the way Song Shiyu looked at the doll. Beneath his eyes was disdain, disgust. Mu Yorong's final scene before her death was Song Shiyu squinting his eyes. There was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tisk, life sure is tough. You're already like this and you're still not dead. After Song Shiyu said this, Mu Yorong closed her eyes forever. Miss Mu. A pleasant male voice rang in Mu Yorong's ear, interrupting her thoughts. Mu Yorong raised her head and saw that it was Song Shiyu. Just like in her previous life, Song Shiyu took the initiative to walk over and greet her. In her previous life, she foolishly thought that Song Shiyu had fallen in love with her at first sight. Not long after, when she saw the Song family's old lady come to the Mu family to propose marriage, she foolishly thought that Song Shiyu had fallen in love with her at first sight. At that time she was filled with fantasies about marriage. She never imagined that from that day onwards, she would walk from heaven to hell. In this world there was no such thing as love at first sight. Mr. Song, Mu Yorong very well concealed the fear in her eyes. This is my sister Yi Zhao. In this life Song Shiyu's prey was Yi Zhao. She had no need to be afraid of Song Shiyu. Layers of cold sweat appeared on Mu Yorong's back. She had originally thought that with Yi Zhao around, she would not be afraid of Song Shiyu anymore. But when she saw Song Shiyu again, she still could not suppress the fear that radiated from her bones. Song Shiyu shifted his gaze to Yi Zhao and extended his hand towards her. Hello, monsieur. Hello. Yi Zhao shook his hand. At this moment, a servant came to look for Song Shiyu and whispered a few words into his ear. Song Shiyu's expression did not change. He turned his head to look at Yizhua and Mu Yorong. I have many guests today and I did not treat them well. I hope that the two young misses can forgive me. Mu Yorong did not reply, and her expression was clearly a little unnatural. Yizhua smiled slightly. Mr. Song, please do as you please. Song Shiyu's peripheral vision swept past Mu Yorong. The corners of his eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to walk in another direction. Not long after, Song Shiyu walked over again. Miss Yi, sorry to bother you. Please follow me. What's the matter, Mr. Song? Yizhua raised his eyes slightly and put down the dessert in his hand. He had only eaten half of the very delicious dessert. It was a pity. Song Shiyu's gaze fell on the dessert. It was an exquisite cherry cream cake. It's old Mr. Yang looking for you. He heard that Miss Yi was also at the banquet, so he specially asked me to invite Miss Yi to thank Miss Yi for saving his life. Yi Zhao was old Master Yang's savior? Mu Yorong's eyes widened. She thought she was hearing things. Old Master Yang's savior was clearly her. What kind of savior was Yi Zhao? It was simply a fantasy. Mr. Song is mistaken. The person old Master Yang is looking for is me. At this moment, Mu Yorong could not care about anything else and spoke directly. What if old Master Yang realized that Yizhua was not her and immediately left? Today was already the 28th of December. She could not wait any longer. Hearing this, Song Shiyu turned back to look at Mu Yorong. The expression in his eyes was faint, containing some probing. Being looked at like this by Song Shiyu, Mu Yorong felt that she had returned to her previous life. In that stinky beast cage, Song Shiyu looked down at her from above. He clearly had an imposing air of nobility, and strangers were like jade. But he was like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Sinister to the point of being terrifying. He could take her life at any time. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Mu Yorong's forehead, but she had no choice but to pretend to be calm. She spoke again. Mr. Song, I am Mr. Yang's savior. The person he is looking for is me. Song Shiyu habitually turned the thumb ring on his thumb. Miss Mu's surname is Yi? Before I was 18 my surname was Yi, Mu Yorong explained. Before I was 18 my surname was Yi? Song Shiyu nodded slightly. Then Miss Mu, come with me. Mu Yorong bore the immense pressure and followed Song Shiyu's footsteps. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, Yizhua picked up the half-eaten cherry cake and continued eating. The Song family manor was very large. As the front hall was receiving guests, it was not convenient to meet people, so Grandfather Yang was waiting for them in the inner hall of the backyard. Grandfather Yang and the Song family were old friends, and he was also very familiar with the Song family's old lady. At this time, Grandfather Yang was chatting with the Song family's old lady in the front hall. The Song family's old lady was a very kind old lady. She was already 78 years old this year. Because she had a serious illness when she was young, she looked a little older than her actual age. Fortunately, she was still in good spirits. I'm really happy to see that you're fine. Yuning will be very happy underground too. After saying that, old lady Song sighed, then she said, when we reach our age, we'll see less of each other in the future. One of them was 78 while the other was 75. Even if they could live for 100 years, it would be less than 30 years. But could they really live for 100 years? How many centenarians were there in this world? Such a topic could not help but be a little sad.
Grandfather Yang Siget.
Old Madame Song continued. I heard that the godly doctor who cured you was especially young, and she was even a girl? Old Master Yang nodded. Yes, even though little miracle Dr. Yi is young, his abilities are not small at all. My life was picked up from little miracle Dr. Ye's hands. Old Master Yang was already prepared to die. He had even prepared a suicide note. He did not think that he would still be able to survive. Hearing this, old Madame Song's eyes were filled with curiosity. What exactly did that little girl look like? It was said that when God opened a door for you, he would close a window for you. That little girl should not be very good-looking. Otherwise, her medical skills would not be so exquisite. Elder Yang, Miss Mu is here. Song Shiyu's voice interrupted the conversation between the two elders. Hearing this, Grandfather Yang's eyes lit up. Then he felt that something was not right. Miss Mu? Shiyu, you're mistaken. The person I'm looking for is Little Miracle Dr. Yi. Little Miracle Dr. Ye's surname is Yi. Song Shiyu explained that Miss Mu said that her surname was Yi before she was 18.
Grandfather Yang nodded slightly.
I see. Then where is Little Miracle Dr. Yi now? He's outside. Quickly invite him in. Grandfather Yang quickly stood up. Song Shiyu nodded slightly and turned around to walk outside. Grandfather Yang also followed. Old Madam Song was curious about what the divine Dr. Old Master Yang mentioned looked like, so she also followed him out. Mu Yurong stood outside. When she saw them come out of the room, she was extremely excited and was prepared to accept Old Master Yang's most sincere thanks. After receiving Old Master Yang's thanks, she could upgrade the system. After the system upgrade, not only could she activate her max-level chess skill, but she could also activate her max-level beauty skill. At that time, what would Yizhua be? She would be able to crush him in a matter of minutes. However, Old Master Yang did not seem to have seen her. He looked at Song Shiyu and asked curiously, "Shiyu, didn't you say that little miracle Dr. Yi is outside?" "Old Master Yang, this is Miss Yi." Mu Yorong straightened her back and a fitting smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Old Master Yang, we meet again." Old Madam Song looked at Mu Yurong. She thought to herself. Her guess was indeed correct. The little girl in front of her looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was slightly yellowish and her facial features were very well defined. However, she was only well defined and had nothing to do with beauty. However, it was not simple for her to possess magical medical skills. Beauty is used to look at. Medical skills are used to save people. Comparing the two, medical skills are more important.
Grandfather Yang frowned.
The little miracle Dr. Yi I'm looking for isn't her. The smile on Mu Yurong's face froze at the corner of her mouth. If little miracle Dr. Yi isn't her, then who else could it be? Besides her, who else could have the ability to resurrect the dead? Was Old Master Yang muddle-headed? He actually didn't even recognize his savior. Old Master Yang, Mu Yurong continued, have you forgotten? I am the divine Dr. Hua Tuo's successor. It was my ancestral spirit medicine that cured your illness. If it wasn't for her, Old Master Yang would have died long ago. This damned old man was so good. It was fine if he did not know how to be grateful, but he had actually forgotten about her, his life-saving benefactor. Mu Yorong's heart was filled with a mouthful of blood. She was almost disgusted to death by Old Master Yang. His life-saving grace was greater than the heavens. This old man had actually forgotten about her. Old Master Yang repeatedly waved his hand. I remember you. Your surname is Mu, but I did not eat the 3-nil pill that you gave me. My illness was cured by little divine Dr. Yi. After saying this, Old Master Yang ignored Mu Yorong's expression and turned to look at Song Shiyu. Shiyu, I'm looking for little divine Dr. Yi. Little divine Dr. Yi is a very good-looking young lady. She's about this tall and a little shorter than you. Her skin is even whiter than yours when it reaches your shoulders. Old Master Yang recalled Yizhua's appearance as he described it to Song Shiyu. Mu Yurong did not know what to say. She was clearly the one who had cured Old Master Yang, but Old Master Yang refused to admit it. He even had to acknowledge someone else as his savior. Who could bear this? Old Master Yang, the person you're looking for is really me. Mu Yorong suppressed the anger in her heart. Although I'm old, I'm not old enough to see things. Old Master Yang said very impolitely, Funyan, return this Miss Ye's pill to her. Sun Funyan hurriedly ran out of the room with a small wooden box in his hand. He opened the lid and said, Miss Mu, this medicine has always been in your care. Now it's returned to its rightful owner. Mu Yorong was stunned. This was her medicine, and she would not mistake it for something that was taken out of the system. Old Master Yang actually did not take her medicine. What was going on? If Old Master Yang had not taken her medicine, then who had cured Old Master Yang? Who had snatched away her credit? Mu Yorong held the medicine box and stood rooted to the spot. Her face was deathly pale, and her back was sweating profusely. She had thought that she was the one who had cured Old Master Yang. She had never thought that it was just a blunder. When she thought about how she had just confidently said that she was Old Master Yang's savior, Mu Yorong was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. What should she do now? Old Master Yang ignored Mu Yorong and looked at Song Shiyu. Shiyu, where is little divine Dr. Yi? Bring me to the front hall personally. There are many people in the front hall, so please wait here for a while, old Master Yang. After saying this, Song Shiyu quickly walked towards the front hall. Yizhuo was eating the fourth piece of cake. She was eating very seriously. It was just a piece of cake, but she felt that it was a delicacy. What people focused on was the most attractive. It was no exception when they ate.
Hello, monsieur.
My name is Bin. Can I make a friend? Yizhuo had just finished eating the cake when a pleasant male voice sounded in her ear. Hello. Yizhuo raised her eyes slightly, the color of the crystal light reflected in her eyes. It was like a mysterious obsidian shining brightly. Bin was stunned for a moment. Miss Yi, I heard that the scenery in the back garden of the Song family is not bad. Why don't we go out for a walk? Under the moonlight in front of a flower, there was a peerless beauty accompanying him. Just thinking about it made him feel romantic. Bin was a true playboy. He had 4 or 5 girlfriends and many other women who had sex with him, but now Bin had a feeling that he would immediately sever all ties with those women, then he would pursue this girl in front of him. The absurd idea of spending the rest of his life with her. Nothing else. It was all because this girl was too tempting. When he put the word pretty together, he felt that the word pretty was too pale. Thank you for your love, but I may not be lucky enough. Yizhuo's gaze passed Bin and landed in front of him. I think Miss Wang, Miss Zhao, and Miss Sun over there are more interested in going to the back garden with you to enjoy the scenery. Yizhuo was very clear about the thoughts of people like Bin. In the words of this era, he was like the Sea King, a scumbag who spread his net wide and flirted with girls. Bin did not expect to be rejected by Yizhuo. The Qi family's family background was not bad, and Bin was the only son in the family. He was doted on very much, and his monthly pocket money was above 7 figures. He had been wandering around the ladies for so long, and he had always been invincible. This was the first time he had suffered a setback. What he had never been able to get was always the best. Not only did Yizeo's rejection not discourage Bin, but it strengthened his desire to win Yizeo over. He would first win Yizeo over. When he was tired of playing with him, he would ruthlessly shake him off. Yizeo was just a fake daughter of the Mu family. He had no status and no backing. It was Yizeo's honor to be able to win his pursuit. Perhaps Yizeo was just jealous. Otherwise, why would she mention Miss Zhao, Miss Wang, and Miss Sun all of a sudden? Wasn't this how women behaved when they were jealous? Yes, they were definitely jealous. Miss Yi, you've misunderstood. I'm not familiar with those people at all. Moreover, I'm single now. Bin continued. Miss Yi, shall we add each other on WeChat? If there's time, let's have a deep exchange. The last sentence was too suggestive. Just you. Yizhuo raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Are you qualified?
Bin frownet.
Don't be shameless. There was too big a difference between the physique of a man and a woman. No matter what, a woman would always be at a disadvantage. It was not as if Bin had never forced himself on her. You mean you want a one-on-one fight? Yizhuo put down the wine glass, his left hand pinching his right hand. He pinched his knuckles so hard that they made cracking sounds as he looked down at Bin. His eyes were filled with coldness. His gaze was like looking at a clown. Bin felt that his male dignity had been provoked by Yizeo. No woman had ever dared to talk to him like that. He reached out his hand and tried to hug Yizeo forcefully. When Yizeo was still in the Mu family, his reputation was already rotten to the core. Bin did not think that anyone would stand up for Yizeo at this banquet. Yizeo gently raised his hand. Just like that, he grabbed Bin's wrist. Actually, Yizeo preferred to move his feet rather than move his hands. However, it was a little inconvenient to wear a skirt today.
Bang!
Bin felt his entire body suddenly lose its gravity and he fell forward fiercely. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and his 4 feet were facing the sky. The commotion over here was too loud and it attracted everyone's attention. A grown man actually fell to such a state. He was really too weak. Yizhua looked at Qi Bin with a teasing look in his eyes. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Why is young Master Qi so weak like a woman?" As soon as he said this, the surroundings burst into laughter. Qi Bin lay on the ground, his facial features scrunched up. As the crown prince of the Qi group, when had he ever lost such a person? He did not expect Yizhua's skills to be so good. Unfortunately, he could only bite off his teeth and swallow his blood. It was already very embarrassing to begin with. If others were to find out that a grown man like him was actually beaten to such a state by a little girl, where would he put his face? Qi Bin endured the pain and crawled up, quickly escaping the banquet venue. Yizhua looked at his back and said in a shallow voice, "Young Master Qi, be careful of your feet. Don't fall into mud again." Song Shiyu stood at the side and witnessed the entire process. His pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed, and the depths of his pitch-black eyes were deep and heavy. In a moment he walked to Yizhua's side. "Monsieur, Mr. Song is looking for me?" Song Shiyu nodded slightly. "Yes. Is something the matter?" Song Shiyu continued, "Old Mr. Yang is looking for you." Yizhua frowned slightly. "You didn't find the wrong person this time? I made a mistake just now." Song Shiyu's tone was gentle. "I hope Miss Yi doesn't mind." Yizhua continued to ask, "The Mr. Yang that Mr. Song mentioned, is that Mr. Yang from the capital?" "Yes." Song Shiyu was concise and made a pleased gesture. "Miss Yi, this way." Yizhua followed closely. Song Shiyu walked beside her and pointed the way. After leaving the front hall, they had to walk through an open-air path before they could reach the back hall. It was currently the middle of winter, and although it did not snow in Yunjing, the temperature was still very low. Song Shiyu instructed the servant to bring a down jacket for Yizhua to put on. "Thank you, Mr. Song," Yizhua continued. "But I'm wearing a suit that can adjust the temperature, so I don't need to wear a down jacket anymore." "ZY technology?" Song Shiyu seemed to recall something. Yizhua nodded slightly. "Mr. Song, you know ZY as well?" "I've heard of it a little." ZY Technology Company was a newly emerging industry. Although it had only recently developed, it was extremely powerful. First, it applied for the world's first patent for temperature-adjustable clothing, and then it forcefully pushed it into the market. Recently, ZY's CEO had extended an olive branch to him and proposed a collaboration. Previously, Song Shiyu did not take it to heart, but now it seemed that the collaboration could not be delayed. The two of them each had their own thoughts as they stepped into the open-air path together. Camellias were planted in the garden, and the fiery red camellias almost covered the entire path. The color of Yi Zhao's gown just happened to echo with these camellias. Under the cover of the night, her face was hidden and faintly discernible. One could not help but wonder if she was not an illusion of these camellias. The cold wind blew gently, bringing with it the fragrance of camellias. There was also a hint of refreshing fragrance that lingered at the tip of the nose. It was especially pleasant to smell. This fragrance did not belong to the camellias. Song Shiyu was extremely sensitive to the smell. He glanced sideways at Yi Zhao. She looked ahead and focused on the road. Song Shiyu had only met two types of women in his life. The first type was those who fell in love with him at first sight. The second type was those who feared him like Mu Yurong. This was the first time he had met someone like Yi Zhao. Song Shiyu was very curious. Was she born like this, or was her method brilliant? Right at this moment, Yi Zhao suddenly felt a burning gaze sizing her up. Yi Zhao slightly raised his eyes. He saw Mu Yurong standing not far away. That gaze, he wanted nothing more than to directly swallow her alive. Little slut. Mu Yurong never would have thought that the little divine Dr. Yi that old Master Yang spoke of was actually Yi Zhao. It was Yi Zhao again. When she was young, Yi Zhao dove occupied the magpie's nest and stole her position. When the truth finally came out with great difficulty, she once again became the eldest daughter of the Mu family. First, Yi Zhao snatched away the glory that belonged to her in the chess world, forcing her to demote her system. Now he had snatched away the favor that originally belonged to her for saving her life. She should not have looked down on Yi Zhao from the start, and she should not have let Yi Zhao go. She should have been the same as in her previous life. She had trapped Yi Zhao in the Mu family and tortured her mercilessly. Finally, she had made her marry Song Shiyu, torturing her to death. Mu Yorong regretted it. She really regretted it. But fortunately, she had already succeeded in letting Yi Zhao see Song Shiyu. With Song Shiyu, this demon of the human world, around, Yi Zhao would die a very miserable death. The corners of Yi Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, and just like that, he met Mu Yorong's gaze. Mu Yorong did not expect Yi Zhao to suddenly look at her. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and walked towards another exit. In a short while she arrived at the back hall. Compared to the brightly lit front hall, the back hall was much more deserted. Two old men, one tall and one short, stood outside the door. It's little miracle Dr. Yi. When Grandfather Yang saw Yi Zhao, he excitedly went up to greet him. Little miracle Dr. Yi.
Grandfather Yang.
Little miracle Dr. Yi, is really you. Grandfather Yang continued. I've already been looking for you for 3 days. Song Shiyu reminded. Old Master Yang, it's getting late. Why don't you invite Miss Yi in to talk? Yes. Old Master Yang invited Yi Zhao in. When they were outside, old Madame Song did not see Yi Zhao's appearance clearly. When she looked at him, the old man was immediately stunned. This little girl was too beautiful. Her medical skills were good. She was beautiful. The old man looked at Song Shiyu, who was standing at the side, then at Yi Zhao. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. A match. They were a perfect match. She had never seen two people who were so compatible. Song Shiyu was 28, and Yi Zhao was 18. Although there was a difference of 10 years between the two, girls nowadays like to find someone older than them. Being older gave them a sense of security. Old Madame Song immediately pulled Yi Zhao's hand. Little miracle doctor, I'm Song Shiyu's grandmother. I'm an old friend of your grandfather Yang. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandma Song. Grandma Song. Aye. Old Madame Song replied with a smile. The Song family had only 3 generations. Her greatest regret in her life was that she did not have a granddaughter. Yizhua very well satisfied her fantasy of a granddaughter. Old Madame Song hurriedly asked the maid to bring the best tea and some snacks that little girls like to eat. She was even more enthusiastic than Grandfather Yang. Of course, the future granddaughter-in-law had to curry favor with her. Old Mrs. Song's health had been getting worse and worse recently. She was really afraid that after she left, Song Shiyu would be left alone. This child had already suffered too much. For the rest of his life, old Mrs. Song wanted him to lead a sweeter life. Grandfather Yang solemnly expressed his gratitude to Yizhua and brought a document with him. Little miracle Dr. Yi, this is 30% of the shares of our Yang group. Please accept it. 30% of the shares looked very small. In fact, it was a huge amount. The total assets of the Yang group was 100 billion. If converted into a number, it was 3 billion. This 3 billion was only the current amount. After all, the annual benefits of the Yang group was not just this number. Grandfather Yang did not give 30% of the shares, but half of the Yang group. Yi Zhao stood up from his chair and refused. Grandfather Yang, when I left your house that day, you already gave me a generous gift. I can't accept this 30% of the shares. Little miracle Dr. Yi, you saved my life. You can accept this share. Yi Zhao smiled. Grandfather Yang, the duty of a doctor is to save people. This is what I should do. You don't have to take it to heart. Grandpa Yang fell into his memories, then he said, although that's what you said, the doctors have already announced that my illness is a death syndrome. You were the one who snatched me back from death. Last winter, those doctors told me that I wouldn't be able to survive this winter. Grandpa Yang, I'm still a student. Even if I really took your shares, I wouldn't be able to manage the company. I know nothing about the brewing industry. Wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift if you gave me your shares? So you should take it back. The biggest liquor brand in China was the Yang family. Since it's something that was given away, there's no reason to take it back, Grandpa Yang continued. I've already found a witness lawyer and the other procedures have been completed. Little miracle Dr. Yi, you must accept this share. Grandpa Yang didn't just say that he was giving away the shares. After he said that, Grandfather Yang continued, Little miracle Dr. Yi, don't refuse to take care of the company. My current health is still pretty good. As long as I'm alive, there's no need for you to worry about the matters in the company. Young Danian was someone who couldn't stand up. Rather than waiting for him to die and the company that he worked hard for his entire life to be divided up by the other branches, it would be better to transfer 30% of the shares to Yi Zhao in his lifetime. Although he gave away 30% of the shares, he still made a profit. At least 70% of the shares were still in Yang Danian's hands. Elder Yang trusted Yi Zhao's character very much. She knew that Yi Zhao would not have any evil thoughts. The other branches were different. They were a bunch of ingrates who would not spit out their bones. More importantly, Elder Yang believed that Yi Zhao could bring the Yang group to a whole new level. However, Yizhua refused to accept it, so Grandfather Yang could only temporarily give up on this idea. He continued, Little miracle Dr. Yi, I feel that we are very compatible. It just so happens that I have a granddaughter that is about the same age as you. Why don't the two of us get married and I'll acknowledge you as my god-granddaughter? What do you think? Get married? It was not a bad thing to gain popularity. After all, one more friend meant one more way out. Yizhua did not reject old Master Yang's suggestion. As long as Grandpa Yang doesn't dislike me, why would I dislike you? Old Master Yang was very happy. Then from now on, little miracle Dr. Yi, you will be my granddaughter. Taking Yizhua as their god-granddaughter was definitely a win for the Yang family. Yi Zhao was only so young, and her medical skills were already so good. She would definitely have greater achievements in the future. At that time, those who wanted to have some relations with her would probably be able to line up from here to the capital. Grandfather Yang, there's no need to be so unfamiliar. You can just call me by my name in the future. Then I'll call you Zhao Zhao, Grandfather Yang said. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. My family and friends all call me that. Then I'll follow your Grandpa Yang and bask in his glory. I'll call you Zhao Zhao in the future, old Mrs. Song said with a smile. It's good that you like it, Grandma Song. I like it. How could I not like it? Which old man would not like such a beautiful girl with such good medical skills? Old Mrs. Song wished that she could let Yi Zhao stay at the Song family directly. After the dinner, Song Shiyu asked the driver to send Yi Zhao home. Watching the black car disappear into the night, Song Shiyu looked at his assistant and said, Go and find out what happened to the Mu family recently and why Miss Mu's surname was Yi before she turned 18. Sir, the assistant stepped forward. There's no need to investigate this matter. Song Shiyu turned to look at his assistant. You know about it? Such a major incident in the Mu family was known to the entire city. However, Song Shiyu was an exception. He had never liked to gossip, so he knew nothing about external matters. The assistant told Song Shiyu in detail about the Mu family carrying the wrong child. In the dark night, Song Shiyu pressed his temples, and the dark night covered the man's face with a mysterious veil. In other words, the Miss Mu from before was not the real Miss Mu? Yes, the assistant continued. The Miss Yi who came tonight is the Miss Mu from before. Miss Mu was not the real Miss Mu. Yizhua was the Miss Mu from before. It was obvious that he had not expected this. Song Shiyu narrowed his eyes and turned around to walk into the room. The assistant followed his footsteps. Song Shiyu took off his silver wristwatch and placed it casually on the table. He turned around to look at the assistant. You can get off work first. I'll call you if there's anything. All right. The assistant left the room. Song Shiyu went to the bathroom and prepared to take a shower. His white shirt was taken off, revealing the man's muscular chest. Under his 8-pack ABS, there was a beautiful mermaid line. This figure was something that even a professional fitness trainer could not compare to. The only flaw was that the man's back was full of scars of all sizes. Although it was old, these scars were still very clear. There was a thin red rope hanging around his neck, and on the red rope was a peach pit to keep him safe. However, this kind of peach pit to keep him safe was mostly worn by children under the age of 10. Perhaps it was because of the age. The peach pit had been polished until it was shiny. The red rope's color was not bright anymore. But it was clean. It had been half an hour since he came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Song Shiyu was wearing a black silk nightgown, and his abdominal muscles were faintly discernible under the thin silk cloth. This was a scene that made one's blood boil. Although his hair was wet, Song Shiyu had no intention of taking out a hairdryer. He sat directly in front of the desk and began to draw. He had been injured when he was young. As a result, his memory was also intermittent. Occasionally, he would suddenly recall a certain fragment, and he would need to record the flash of images through drawing. Soon a piece of paper was filled with drawings. In a dark room, a thin and weak-looking youth was squatting in a corner. His eyes were empty and his skin, which was exposed in the air, was covered with wounds of all sizes. A little girl was standing in front of him. She was bent over as if she was talking to him. Big brother is not afraid. It won't hurt if I help you. In this darkness, she was his only salvation. Song Shiyu stared at the painting, and his eyes were filled with boundless viciousness. It was not until he took out the small peach pit hanging on his neck and rubbed it in his hands that most of the viciousness in his eyes disappeared. ***. The next day, Old Master Yang came to the Yi family with bags of gifts. Although Yizhua had already agreed to the marriage proposal, but this matter still had to be done through Yizhua's parents. This was the most basic form of respect. After coming to the Yi family, Old Master Yang found out that Yizhua was born into a single-parent family. There was only one mother and one uncle in the family. Old Master Yang, please take a seat. The house is simple and crude. Please don't mind it. Yishu invited Old Master Yang to sit down. Yi-sen quickly went to pour tea for Old Master Yang. Old Master Yang smiled and said, Mother Zao, what are you talking about? The house is so warm. How can I mind it? These words were not against his heart. Although the Yi family was small, there were only 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, but it was very warm inside. One look and one could tell that the owner of the house was definitely a good wife and mother. Although Old Master Yang lived in a manor, it was only an ice-cold manor. There was no warmth in it at all. Please have some tea. Yi-san brought the brewed tea to Old Master Yang. Thank you. Old Master Yang picked up the tea and continued. Why don't I see burning? Yishu said. Zao went out for a run. He should be back soon. Old Master Yang nodded and then said the purpose of this trip. Because Yi Zao had already told Yishu and Yi-sen about this when he came back last night, the two of them were not surprised at all. Yishu smiled and said, Old Master Yang, our Zao has never had a grandfather since he was young. You want to be his god-granddaughter. This means that you and your grandson are fated. It's also our family's good fortune. As a mother, I'm more than happy. Mother, I'm relieved to hear that. It's my fortune to have a granddaughter like you. At first, Grandfather Yang was worried that Yishu would disagree. He didn't expect Yishu to be more reasonable than he had imagined. At noon, Old Master Yang stayed at the Yi residence to eat. Yishu cooked a big table of food. Old Master Yang hadn't eaten such a common meal for a long time. He ate 2 bowls of rice in one go. If it wasn't the New Year's Eve tomorrow and they had to rush back to the capital for the new year, he even wanted to stay for dinner at the Yi residence. ***. The next day was the New Year's Eve. This was the first new year after Yizhua returned to Yishu's side. Although there were only 3 people at home, the smell of the new year was still very strong. Early in the morning, Yishu got up to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Yi-sen, on the other hand, went to look for couplets to buy. When Yizhua ran back, he saw Yi-san squatting in the small garden in front of him, installing small colored lights. Beside him were electric firecrackers and small lanterns. Uncle, let me help you. Yi Zao rolled up his sleeves and walked to Yi-sen's side. Yi-san smiled and said, You are just a little girl. How would you do such a job? Go back and wash your hands. It's time for breakfast. Uncle, do you look down on me? Yi Zao raised his eyebrows slightly. Why don't you try it? Yi San handed the colored lights to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao took the colorful lights and installed them on the wires one by one. Looking at the exposed copper wires, Yi Zhao didn't even frown during the whole process. Sure. Yi San was a little surprised. Yi Zhao clapped his hands. Of course. Why don't you see whose niece I am? Yi San was coaxed until he was beaming with joy. Zhao, tell your uncle to come back for dinner. Yi Shu's voice came from inside. Got it, Yi Zhulong replied. Uncle, let's go back for dinner.
Yi San nodded.
They were having a good time here, but the Lin family, which was thousands of miles away, did not have such a good atmosphere. At the dining table, old lady Lin looked at the father and son who were eating. I plan to have Qianhua and Xianxian come to our house for a reunion dinner tonight. Old Mrs. Lin had 5 sons, but the other 4 sons were not around. They would not bring their wives and children to the old house until the first day of the new year. Therefore, there were only 3 people in the old house every year during the new year. Old Mrs. Lin was old, and Lin Jincheng and Lin Zhe were dull. As a result, the entire Lin family did not have any sense of the new year. On the other hand, old lady Lin also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to let the father and son feel the warmth of the new home. With Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian, the family would also have some warmth. This is against the rules. Lin Jincheng put down his chopsticks. What's against the rules? Old lady Lin frowned. Lin Jincheng frowned. After all, the mother and daughter are outsiders. Old Madame Lin also put down her chopsticks. If you marry again, won't your wife be an outsider? So, Lin Jincheng's face was expressionless. I have no intention of marrying again. Old Madame Lin's face darkened. It's the new year. Do you really want me to be angry with you? Lin Jincheng did not say anything. Lin Zhe did not say anything either. The father and son were unusually quiet. At this time, old Mrs. Lin couldn't help but think of Feng Xianxian. If it was Feng Xianxian, she would definitely open her mouth to persuade Lin Jincheng. Feng Xianxian was a very obedient and sensible girl. Feng Qianhua taught her very well. A child with a mother was different from a child without a mother. It was fine if Yi Shu didn't fulfill her responsibilities as a mother for a day, but Lin Ziyi still had her in his heart. At this moment, the sound of a phone call rang in the air. Lin Zhe walked to the living room to answer the call. It was Li Wen. Hello, Brother Zhe. Go ahead. Li Wen continued. We found out about the candy wrappers. They were made in Yunjing. If the candy wrappers were left behind by your mother, she should be in Yunjing right now. Lin Zhe held his phone tightly as Li Wen's words echoed in his mind. It was hard to tell whether his expression was sad or happy. Seeing that there was no reply, Li Wen asked curiously, Hello? Brother Zhe, are you listening? There was still no reply. Brother Zhe. Just as Li Wen was wondering if his phone was broken, Lin Zhe's voice finally came from the other end of the screen. Are you sure it's in Yunjing? Perhaps even Lin Zhe himself did not expect that his voice was trembling when he said this. It had been 18 years. This was the first time he had heard news about his birth mother.
Lin Zhe.
There was no better New Year's gift than this. Yes, Brother Zhe. Li Wen continued. Brother Zhao found the address of the factory and confirmed that it's from Yunjing. Mosquito. Sigh. Lin Zhe looked up at the sky and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Brother Zhe. Li Wen continued. Brother Zhe, do you want to come out early in the morning to set off fireworks? Okay. After hanging up, Lin Zhe went to the restaurant. Old Mrs. Lin looked up at Lin Zhe. Who was that? It was a classmate, Lin Zhe answered. That dog too. Lin Zhe didn't say anything. Old Mrs. Lin thought that Lin Zhe had tacitly agreed. How many times have I told you? You and dog too are not on the same team. Why won't you listen? Mom Zhe has his own circle of friends. You'd better not interfere, Lin Jincheng said indifferently. What? Old Mrs. Lin glanced at Lin Jincheng. Now I don't even have the right to care about my own grandson? I didn't mean that, Lin Jincheng continued. But Zhe has grown up now. He knows what kind of friends he should make and what kind of friends he shouldn't make. If I don't do anything, will I let Aze learn from you? Old Mrs. Lin suppressed her anger. It's New Year's Eve today. I don't want to argue with you. After saying that, old Mrs. Lin looked at Lindsay. Aze, I asked your Aunt Feng to come to our house for the reunion dinner. What do you think? There were 3 people in the house. As long as Lindsay agreed to let Feng Qianhua come, Lin Jincheng had nothing to say. Grandma, I don't like Auntie Feng. Lindsay sat down. I don't want her to be my mother, and I don't want her to come over to our house for the new year. This was the first time Lindsay had voiced his thoughts in front of old Madame Lin in front of Lin Jincheng. Bah! Old Madame Lin slammed the table and stood up. The anger that she was holding back exploded in an instant. You two, father and son, 1 or 2 of you, are you trying to anger me to death? Old Madame Lin didn't want to get angry during the new year. But she could not help it. Feng Qianhua was so good, 1,000 times better than that B*TCH Shu 10,000 times better. How could she not be worthy of Lin Jin City? Cough, cough, cough. After getting angry, old Mrs. Lin clutched her chest and started coughing violently. Old Mrs. Lin, are you all right? Aunt Zhang quickly came over to help old Mrs. Lin calm down. Jin City, young master, old Mrs. Lin's health is not good to begin with. Why do you have to make old Mrs. Lin angry during the new year? Aunt Zhang sighed. She continued. Although I am only a servant of the Lin family, there is one thing I must say. Miss Qianhua has sacrificed too much for this family, and for the old lady. If not for Miss Qianhua giving the old lady health soup day after day, would the old lady be where she is now? Even her biological children could not be so considerate, but Miss Qianhua has done it. Even the coldest stone will be warmed, let alone the hearts of the people. These words were accusing Lin Jincheng and Lin Zhe of having no heart. Anyone with eyes could see what Feng Qianhua had done for the Lin family all these years. But only Lin Jincheng and Lin Zhe could not see it. Aunt Zhang had worked for the Lin family for nearly 20 years, and had always been by Old Lady Lin's side. With Old Lady Lin's support, she was not afraid of offending Lin Jincheng and his son with her words. And Aunt Zhang's words had indeed touched Old Lady Lin's heart. Feng Qianhua was so good and had given so much over the years, but the father and son turned a blind eye to it. They had no conscience at all. Now even Aunt Zhang, an outsider, knew to stand up for Feng Qianhua. Mom, don't be angry. Lin Jincheng raised his head to look at Old Lady Lin. I can promise you anything else, but I can't do this. I told you a long time ago that it's impossible between Qianhua and me. Seeing his father's attitude, Lin Zi heaved a sigh of relief. If his father showed even the slightest sign of weakness, his grandmother would probably be able to arrange for Feng Qianhua to marry in tomorrow. Old Mrs. Lin was so angry that she did not eat breakfast. She let Auntie Zhang carry her back to her room to rest. Lin Jincheng instructed the servants to brew the medicine. They returned to their room. Auntie Zhang comforted Old Lady Lin. Old lady, it's the new year. Don't be too angry. Miss Qianhua is so nice. Sooner or later, she will be touched by Jin Chang and young master. Old Lady Lin sat on the sofa. I'm old and useless. My words are useless. Actually, Jin Chang used to listen to you, Auntie Zhang said. Hearing this, Old Lady Lin fell into deep thought. When did Lin Jincheng start to rebel? Before the age of 18, Lin Jincheng would do whatever she said. Probably after knowing Yishu, Lin Jincheng seemed to have changed, disobeying her everywhere. Yishu. It was all Yishu. That fickle woman, Yishu, was simply the jinx of the Lin family. If not for Yishu, she and Lin Jincheng would not have come to this point. The family is unfortunate. The family is really unfortunate. Old Lady Lin pounded her chest in pain. Aunt Zhang continued. Old lady, please don't think like this. Miss Qianhua is virtuous and virtuous. After she marries into the family, your relationship with Jincheng and the young master will definitely be much better. If it were up to me, this family would be fine without anything except the mistress. Old Madame Lin nodded. You're right. It seemed that she had thought of a way to get Feng Qianhua to marry into the family as soon as possible. ***. On the other side. The Feng family. The Feng family was a large family. Feng Qianhua had 4 older brothers. Currently, all 4 older brothers lived with their parents, including Feng Qianhua's mother, daughter and grandchildren. There were more than 30 people in the large family. Fortunately, the Feng family's 3-story villa had 5 floors. Otherwise, it would not be enough to live in. Feng Qianhua was a married woman with a burden. If it were not for the Lin family, she would have been kicked out long ago. Even with the support of the Lin family, the sisters-in-law would still give her a hard time. Just like now. Third sister-in-law Ding Xuemin smiled and said, "Qianhua, you and Lin Jincheng have been together for so many years. It's almost New Year and you're going to be 1 year older. He didn't tell you about it. When will he give you an explanation? We sisters-in-law will also bask in the light and drink your wedding wine." Second sister-in-law Cheng Fengqin continued, "Third sister-in-law is right. Qianhua, you're not young anymore. You can't drag this on any longer. If you drag this on any longer, you'll turn yellow. If Lin Jincheng is really unwilling to give you an explanation, the Boss Shen that I told you about last time is also not bad." Who was Boss Shen? Boss Shen was a nouveau riche from Beijing. Not only was he illiterate and ugly, but he also had a special hobby. 5 of his wives had divorced him, and one of them jumped down from the 11th floor because he couldn't stand being humiliated. He was still lying in the hospital and hadn't woken up yet. Feng Qianhua held back the anger in her heart and looked up at her 2 sisters-in-law. "Thank you for your concern, third sister-in-law and fourth sister-in-law. I have a good relationship with Jin City. The reason why I haven't registered my marriage is because I have to take into account the feelings of my 2 children. Oh, by the way, please tell Mom and Dad that I won't be eating at home tonight." With that, Feng Qianhua got up and was about to leave. Cheng Fengqin asked in puzzlement, "It's the new year. Where are you going?" Ding Xuemin was also very curious. Feng Qianhua smiled and said, "Tonight, I'm bringing Xianxian to Jin City for the new year." Old Lady Lin had told her long ago that she was going to the Lin family for the new year. Hearing that, everyone in the room was stunned. It had been so many years. This was the first time Feng Qianhua was going to the Lin family for the new year. Could it be that she was really going to succeed? Really? Cheng Fengqin was a little doubtful. Others didn't know, but she knew very well. It had been so many years, but Lin Jincheng had never taken a fancy to Feng Qianhua. All this time, it had been the wishful thinking of Feng Qianhua and Old Lady Lin. Otherwise, Cheng Fengqin wouldn't have introduced Boss Shen to Feng Qianhua. Look at what second sister-in-law said. Would I use such a thing to deceive people? Feng Qianhua's smile hit a knife. Her family members were all smiling tigers. They both hoped that she could marry Lin Jincheng and lead the Feng family to a new peak. They were also afraid that she would marry into the Lin family and become the matriarch of the Lin family. They wanted the horses to run, and they also wanted the horses to not eat grass. How laughable! Cheng Fengqin pursed her lips and put on a fake smile. Plans can't keep up with changes. There are some things you shouldn't say too early. Second sister-in-law is right. I'm just afraid that some people will end up spending 18 years of their youth in vain. Ding Xuemin replied sarcastically. Feng Qianhua's expression changed. But she was sneering in her heart. Just wait. The day she sat on the Lin family's mistress throne, she would make these people regret their actions today. At this moment, old Madame Feng came down from upstairs. When she heard her 2 daughters-in-law's sarcasm towards Feng Qianhua, she did not stop them. She looked up at Feng Qianhua. "Your 2 sisters-in-law are right. A woman cannot waste another 18 years. I think Boss Shen is indeed not bad. He will not mistreat you and Xianxian." After saying that, old Madame Feng continued, "Although Boss Shen doesn't look as good as you think, he is rich and powerful. I heard that the new high-ranking official is a relative of his family." After saying that, old Madame Feng paused and said earnestly, "Don't delay yourself for a man who doesn't have you in his heart. I'm your mother. I won't harm you." Hearing this, Feng Qianhua's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. She had always been a shrewd mother. Even when half of her body was about to be buried, she still didn't forget to pave a bridge and build a road for her 4 sons. Who would benefit the most from her marrying Boss Shen? The Feng family, of course. She really thought she was so gullible. In order to marry Lin Jincheng, she had waited 18 years. How could she give up just like that? Compared to Lin Jincheng, Boss Shen was nothing? He couldn't even compare to one of Lin Jincheng's little fingers. Feng Qianhua said, "Mom, I know you won't harm me, but I don't have a relationship with Boss Shen. In the future, don't say such things anymore. By the way, have you seen Xianxian?" "Mom, are you looking for me?" Feng Xianxian and her nieces and nephews walked in from outside. Feng Qianhua nodded. "Tonight, we're going to your Uncle Lin's house for the new year. You should go and make some preparations." "Really?" Feng Qianxian's eyes lit up. Feng Qianxian was very happy to see Feng Qianhua and Lin Jincheng succeed. Compared to the Feng family's cousin, she wanted to be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lin family. The Lin family and the Tsin family were close friends. At that time, she would be able to get to know 5th Master Tsin and become Madame Tsin. Feng Qianhua nodded. "Quickly go and clean up." "I'll go right away." Feng Xianxian quickly ran into the house. Old Madame Feng looked at Feng Qianhua thoughtfully and said, "I still have a bottle of authentic 100-flower nectar here. Shower brought it back from the mountains last time. You can bring it to old Madame Lin later." Feng Qianhua curled her lips. "Then I'll thank you on behalf of Aunt Lin." Old Madame Feng instructed the servants to get the 100 flowers nectar. Not long after, Feng Xianxian came out after changing her clothes. At this moment, Feng Qianhua's phone rang. When she picked up the phone, Feng Qianhua's expression obviously changed, but it quickly returned to normal. She hung up the phone with a smile and waved at Feng Xianxian. "Xianxian, your Grandma Lin called to urge us. Let's go over quickly." "Okay." Feng Xianxian nodded. Feng Qianhua told old Madame Feng to take care of her. Ignoring the expressions of the others in the room, she directly took Feng Xianxian away. "Tch, what are you so proud of?" Cheng Fengqin snorted coldly. Ding Xuemin also couldn't stand this annoying sister-in-law. That's right. Who doesn't know that Lin Jincheng doesn't like her at all? "Both of you shut up," old Madame Feng said in a deep voice. "When she marries into the Lin family, there will be benefits for both of you. Don't you even know how to put on an act? You have shallow eyelids." The air instantly became quiet. Cheng Fengqin and Ding Xuemin looked at each other, not daring to say anything more. After walking out of the Feng family's villa, the expression on Feng Qianhua's face changed from sunny to cloudy. She sat on the internet to book a car and left the villa area. Feng Qianxian asked curiously, why didn't Grandma Lin send a car to pick us up?" Feng Qianhua kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Feng Qianxian was especially good at reading Feng Qianhua's expression. When she saw this, she immediately sat up straight and looked at her nose and heart. She didn't dare to say anything else. Feng Qianhua was very strict with Feng Qianxian. She had to stand and sit. She had to be proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Feng Xianxian hardly had a childhood because she spent her childhood in various training classes. Even now, Feng Qianhua was still very strict with Feng Xianxian. "You must get first place in every exam. If you don't get first place, you will be subjected to cold violence and corporal punishment by Feng Xianxian." Fortunately, Feng Xianxian herself did well and never let Feng Qianhua down. Soon the car arrived at the destination. This was a hotel in Beijing. Feng Xianxian was stunned again. Didn't they say they were going to the Lin family? Feng Xianxian looked at Feng Qianhua. "Mom, did we come to the wrong place?" Feng Qianhua continued. "Your Grandma Lin has something on today, so we won't be going to her house for the new year." "Oh." Feng Xianxian was very disappointed, but she didn't ask further. Yunjing. This year's Yi family was very lively. The television in the living room was broadcasting a New Year's program. Yi San and Yi Zhuo were busy pasting couplets and window decorations. At this moment, Yi Shu's voice came from the kitchen. Sir, the vinegar at home is gone. Go to the supermarket outside and buy a bottle. Okay. Yijua put down the couplet in his hand and replied, I'll go now. He took his cell phone and casually put on his coat. Then Yijua rushed out of the door. The supermarket was just outside the neighborhood. Yishu was waiting to use vinegar, so Yizeo jogged all the way. Unexpectedly, he bumped into a passerby at the corner in front of him. The vinegar bottle slipped out of his hand. Bah! The glass bottle was broken. In an instant, the fragrance of vinegar filled the air. I'm sorry, are you okay?
Yezao hurriyetle apologizet.
I'm fine. The man patted the dust off his black windbreaker. This voice seemed a little familiar. Yizeo looked up. It was Song Shiyu. Mr. Song. Song Shiyu did not expect that the person who bumped into him was Yizeo. Miss Yi, I'm sorry. I spilled your vinegar. It's fine. It's not your fault. I didn't watch where I was going. I'll go buy another bottle. Yizeo did not immediately go back to buy vinegar. Instead, he squatted down, picked up the pieces on the ground, and threw them into the trash can. He did not want to hurt the passersby. Song Shiyu also squatted down and helped Yizeo pick up the pieces. The two good-looking hands picked up the same piece of debris out of the blue. Their fingertips touched the tip of their fingers. It was like a tiny electric current. Both of them were stunned. Yizeo did not feel awkward. He directly let go of the hand holding the broken glass and picked up another piece of debris. There was no special expression on Song Shiyu's face. It was as if nothing had happened. After picking up all the pieces, Yizeo went back to the supermarket to buy vinegar. However, when he was paying, Song Shiyu beat him to it. Mr. Song, you're too polite. I can do it myself. Song Shiyu smiled faintly. It's just a bottle of vinegar. Miss Yi, you don't have to be polite with me. Then I won't be polite. Yizeo waved the vinegar in his hand and pointed in a direction. My house is just over there. Mr. Song, if you have time, come and play. Today is the New Year's Eve, so I'll invite you in for tea. Okay. Song Shiyu nodded slightly. Then I'll go back first. My mother is still waiting for the vinegar to go back and cook. Take care, Miss Yi. After saying that, Song Shiyu seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at Yizeo's arm and said, Your clothes seem to be drenched in vinegar. I have a handkerchief here. Do you want to roll up your sleeves and wipe it? It's okay. Yizeo said indifferently. Just go home and change into another one. Goodbye, Mr. Song. Goodbye. Song Shiyu nodded slightly. After Yijua turned around, a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. It was fleeting. At this moment, a luxury car stopped by the roadside. The car door was opened and the driver walked out of the car. He bowed respectfully to Song Shiyu. Boss. Song Shiyu leaned into the car. The winter sunlight cast a layer of coldness on his face. Let's go back. The driver also got into the car. The car sped along and soon arrived at the Song family estate. The moment the car stopped, the assistant walked over and opened the car door. Check all the information on Yijua and Mu Yorong. Send them to my study later. Okay. The assistant nodded. And photos. Song Shiyu added. In the summer, preferably full-body photos. The assistant nodded. After Yijua went home, he couldn't wait to take a shower. His arm was drenched in vinegar. It was sour. It smelled a little bad. After taking a shower and coming out of the bathroom, Yijua went to blow-dry his hair. He rolled up his sleeves to his elbow. Her skin was very white, and her wrist was very thin. She could be held with just one hand. Near her elbow there was a very obvious bite mark. The color was pale, but because of her white skin it was obvious. Zeo, what's going on here? Yi Sin's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality on Yizeo's arm. It's been there since I was very young. I think it was bitten by a child I played with. Yizeo was also a little curious about this bite mark. Because in her previous life, she had an identical bite mark on her elbow. She didn't expect the original owner to have the same bite mark. Could it be a coincidence?
Yi San fronet.
Bite? Which child is so disobedient? Does it hurt? Yizeo smiled and said, It hurt a little at that time, but it doesn't hurt anymore now. In the blink of an eye it was night time. The family of 3 sat together for New Year's Eve dinner. The Spring Festival Gala was on the TV. Yishu cooked a lot of dishes tonight. There was hot pot and all kinds of chicken, duck and fish. Yi-san stood up with his cup in his hand. Sister, this is the first new year since we came back. It's also the first new year for us to have a new life. I wish that our days in the future will be more prosperous. Cheers! Cheers! Yishu and Yizeo also stood up with their cups in their hands. At this moment, colorful fireworks were reflected outside the window. The deafening sound of fireworks could be heard in the air. Looking at the fireworks outside the window, Yizeo's lips curled into a faint smile. Mom, Uncle, after dinner, shall we go and set off the fireworks too? Sure.
Ye-san nodded.
Yishu smiled and said, Your nephews can go. I won't go. Tomorrow morning was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Yishu still had a lot of things to do. After saying that, Yishu took out a red packet and gave it to Yizeo. Zeo, this is your New Year's money. Mom wishes you to get on the gold roll in the college entrance examination next year. Thank you, Mom. Yizeo was stunned for a moment and took the red packet with both hands. And Uncle's too. Yisin also gave Yizeo a red packet. Your mom has already wished you the best in the exam. Then I wish my niece is 18 years old and as beautiful as a flower. Thank you, Uncle. Yizeo never knew that being able to receive New Year's money was such a blessing. It was so good to have a family. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Yizeo and Yisin went outside to set off fireworks. There was a lot of noise outside, accompanied by the sound of fireworks. It was especially lively. Yisin picked up a firework. Eldest niece, do you dare to light this Tswetian monkey? What's there to be afraid of? Yizeo's eyes were indifferent. I've even lit a bomb. Stop bragging. Yisan did not take Yizeo's words to heart. Yizeo also did not explain. He took the Kwantianho and lit it up. Bye.
Bang.
The Kwantianho rushed out in an instant and exploded on the horizon. Throughout the entire process, Yizeo did not even close his eyes or cover his ears. He was extremely calm. She did not seem like a little girl at all. Yisin was stunned. His niece seemed to be a little tiger. Light that big firework. Yisun pointed at the big firework beside him.
Okowo.
Yizeo made an okay gesture and squatted down to light the firework. Yisun had specially bought this firework. It was said that some heavenly lady was scattering the firework, and it was very beautiful. The ignition powder was lit, and a firework bullet rushed out. But after a long time there were no fireworks.
Ye-san frowned slightly.
Could it be that the seller lied to him? Just as Yizeo turned around, countless fireworks bloomed from behind her.
Bang!
The sky was filled with dazzling fireworks, outlining Yizeo's clear outline. Yisan quickly picked up his phone and recorded this beautiful moment. His eldest niece was simply too beautiful. Yisan's editor posted on his WeChat moments, "Show off, this is my eldest niece." At the same time, Yizeo's phone rang. Yizeo took out his phone from his pocket. It was a WeChat message. The first to send WeChat messages were in Lizi and Zhao Pingting. Then it was Lin Shasha. Yizeo sent a video of himself setting off fireworks to the three of them, and then he sent the three of them a lucky money red packet. Because it felt good to receive lucky money. Therefore, Yizeo wanted to pass on this happiness. After replying to the messages from the three of them, Yizeo received another message of blessing. Happy New Year. It was from Tsin Shaoqing. This was probably the first time the two of them sent messages since they added WeChat. Yizeo also sent a message of Happy New Year. He also sent a red packet with the remarks, "Lucky money." Tsin Shaoqing on the other end of the screen was stunned. He had grown up. This was the first time someone gave him New Year's money apart from his parents and family. Moreover, this thing called New Year's money. He had not received it since he was 18 years old. He opened the red envelope. The money was not much. It was only 88 yuan. Sun Shaoqing also sent a red envelope with the caption, "Return the favor." Yi Zhao opened the red packet. 188. It was 100 yuan more than her bag.
Ye Zhao Julet her lipsilightly.
It was said that capitalists were stingy and stingy. It seemed that Sun Shaoqing was a different kind of person. Thank you, boss. Doghead. You're welcome. What is Miss Yi doing? Setting off fireworks. Doghead Izao replied and took a video and sent it over. It was quite lively on her side. Sun Shaoqing looked at the cold desk in front of him and went to the French window. It was forbidden to set off fireworks in the capital. It was very quiet at night on the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, which was no different from normal times. Sun Shaoqing took a photo on his phone. Are you in the capital? Yes. I'll be back the day after tomorrow morning. Sun Shaoqing was stunned as soon as this message was sent out. Why did he have to report his schedule to Yizhua? Have a safe trip. Thank you. After Yizhua finished setting off the fireworks, he went home and started the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast started, he received an invitation to PvP from the laid-back layman. Yizhua slightly raised his eyebrows. This laid-back layman was really not simple. He had lost countless times, yet he was still so indomitable. On the other side, Lin Zhe and his friends came to the agreed place to set off the fireworks. For young men, they brought a lot of fireworks. Brother Zhe, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! The four of them lit the fireworks and sat to the side to chat. Brother Zhe, now that we've confirmed that your mother is in Yunjing, what do you plan to do? Li Wen asked. Hearing this, the other two turned to look at Lin Zhe. Go look for her. Are you going alone? Buttface asked.
Linse nodded.
But Yunjing is thousands of kilometers away from us. Besides, Yunjing is a big city and doesn't know anything. Where are you going to look for her? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Linse continued. Ive checked.
Yunjing is a municipality under the central government. There are 20 districts, including 10 in the central district with a population of 31.26 million. Among them, there are 12 million outsiders. I'll look for her bit by bit. Even if I can't find her this year or next year, I can wait until the year after next year or the year after next year until I find her. Perhaps no one could understand the psychology of a child who had never even met his mother. In short, before he found his mother, he would never give up on his search. Hearing this, the other three looked at Lin Zhe in surprise. Li Wen continued, But what if your mother had already married someone else and forgotten about you? It had been 18 years. The world had changed. Who knew what had happened after such a long time? Then I'll take a look from afar and not disturb her. Just a look. Even if she didn't say anything. What if your mother had already moved out of Yunjing?
Linse var stund.
It was obvious that he hadn't thought about this question. After a long while, Lin Zhe said, That might be my fate. But before I go to Yunjing, I will never accept my fate. Brother Zhe, Li Wen patted Lin Zhe's shoulder. I believe that you will definitely find your mother. I believe it too. Dogtu said. And me. Fat Tiger continued. Oh right, Brother Zhe, I have a relative in Yunjing. I can ask her to help me find out more information about Auntie. Oh right, do you know anything else about Auntie? For example, her appearance. Is there anything special about her? Lin Zhe shook his head. It's okay. Fat Tiger patted Lin Zhe's shoulder and comforted him. Brother Zhe, my relative is quite powerful in Yunjing. Even if you don't know anything, I can ask her to keep an eye out for you. Thank you, Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger's face turned red. What's there to thank? We're all brothers. Li Wen continued. When do you plan to go to Cloud Capital? Our school starts on the 15th of the first lunar month. I plan to fly there on the 8th day of the first lunar month.
Li Wen nudda.
Asterisk asterisk. At the same time. At the MU residence. At the reunion table, Big Soldier Mu looked at Mu Yurong. He said doubtfully, Yurong, the last time I asked you to look for Elder Yang, you didn't look for him either. There hasn't been any movement since. Tell me, did he forget about you, his life savior? Soldier Mu had even prepared a banquet to celebrate. Now he was just waiting for Old Master Yang to come and thank him. At that time, his daughter would be Old Master Yang's life-saving benefactor, and he would also be able to bask in his glory. At the mention of this matter, Mu Yurong would die of anger. If it weren't for Yi Zhao interfering and stealing the credit that should have belonged to her, would she have ended up like this? The live broadcast couldn't be started and she didn't know how to play chess. She even became the laughingstock of the entire internet. Old Mr. Yang shouldn't be coming again, Mu Yurong said. Why? Soldier Mu's expression changed. Mu Yurong continued, This matter can't be explained in a short amount of time. Father, please don't ask anymore. Seeing Mu Yurong like this, Soldier Mu couldn't ask anymore. This daughter of his had always had many thoughts. Perhaps she had other plans? After eating, she returned to her room. Mu Yurong received many New Year greetings. Among them were Lin Xian and Lin Shui. These two sisters of the Lin family all climbed up and trampled on others. In the past, when she was still with Yi Shu, the two of them had never looked her in the eye. Occasionally, they would speak to her in a mocking tone. Ever since they found out that she was the eldest daughter of the Mu family, the two of them had become extremely attentive. They called her sister one after another, calling her affectionately. Mu Yurong narrowed her eyes and suddenly thought of Yi Dafu and Yao Tsuifan. If these two knew that Yi Shu had not only opened a restaurant, but that their granddaughter Yi Zhua was also a live broadcast celebrity, how would the two of them react? Didn't Yi Zhua like to cause trouble for her? Steal her things? Then she would let Yi Zhua not only meet that scum Song Shiyu, but also send Yi Zhua and a few shameless top-notch relatives. She would make Yi Zhua sick to death. Once she was pestered by those top-notch relatives. Even if Yi Zhua had 3 heads and 6 arms, there was nothing she could do. With this thought in mind, Mu Yurong curled the corners of her lips and replied to Lin Xian. Happy New Year, big cousin. Lin Xian did not expect Mu Yurong to reply to her, and even call her big cousin. She was stunned for a moment before replying. Mu Yurong then sent a message. Long time no see, big cousin, do you have time to come out? Lin Xian. Okay. Mu Yurong. It's better to choose a different day. Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Lin Xian. Yes. The first day of the new year. Early in the morning, Yi Sen got up and prepared to pay his friends a New Year call after dinner. Yi Sen took out 2 pairs of pants and walked to Yi Zhao's door. He asked, Eldest niece, do you think I look young in those pants? Is it this dark blue one, or this light black one? Yi Zhao looked at Yi Sen and seriously considered it for 2 seconds. Uncle, are you sure you want me to tell the truth? Yes, and nodded. Yi continued, I think you look younger in diapers. Diapers? Yi Sen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although his eldest niece was usually straight-laced, beautiful, and looked a little cold, there was actually a funny soul hidden deep within her skin. Could often make people laugh. Then black it is, Yi Sen said with a grin. You girls often say that black makes you look thin and tall. Why don't you wear black? After saying that, Yi Sen took his pants and walked into the room. He was afraid that Yi Zhao would say something brilliant again. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to wear black pants. Yi Zhao closed the door and went in to change. Today was the first day of the new year, so of course he had to wear something festive. Therefore, Yi Zhao chose a wine-red waist-pinching coat, black leggings, and a pair of black marten boots. The burgundy contrasted with the plain white, and now it was as white as jade. It was neatly dressed. It was valiant, but it did not lack the youthful beauty that a girl of this age should have. Before leaving the house, Yi Zhao picked up a pearl clip from the dressing table and put it beside his ear. The burgundy pearl clip matched the burgundy coat perfectly. When they arrived at the dining room, Yi Shu had already brought breakfast to the table. Yunjing's custom was to eat noodles on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Besides noodles, there were 3 tea eggs in the bowl. The tea eggs on the first day of the Lunar New Year were called golden ingots. The more one ate, the better the omen. Although Yi Zhao was very thin, his appetite was not small. 3 tea eggs were nothing to her. As soon as she put down her chopsticks, Zhou Yuelian and Lin Jinshui's family of 4 came over to pay New Year's greetings. Happy New Year, Shu. Little Lien brother-in-law, why are you guys so early? We just put down our chopsticks. Come in and have a seat. As soon as she finished speaking, Yishu looked into the house again. Zhonghua, your Aunt Lien and Sister Shasha are here. Yi Zhonghua hurriedly ran out of the house and greeted them one by one before making tea for everyone. Sister Shasha, do you want some fruit tea? Yi Zhonghua asked while holding the tea leaf in his hand. What flavor? Lin Shasha walked over. Yizhua looked at the packaging. I think it's pineapple and hawthorn. I'd like some. Lin Shasha nodded. Brother Weiwei, would you like some? Lin Weiwei smiled and said, I'd like some ordinary green tea. Sure. After staying at home for a while, Lin Shasha suggested to go out and play. Zhuazhua, let's go out to the temple fair. We saw a lot of people going to the Dragon King temple on the way here just now. Is it far? Yi Zhonghua asked. Lin Sha said, it's not very far. Let's take a 30-minute car ride first, but the Dragon King temple is on the top of the mountain. There's no ropeway, so we have to walk up. Are you going to the Dragon King temple? Yi Sen walked over and said, I'm going to pay a New Year visit to President Yu, so I'll take you there on the way. Okay. Yi Zhonghua nodded and turned to look at Lin Weiwei. Brother Weiwei, do you want to go with us? Lin Weiwei was a very shy big boy. When he talked to Yi Zhao, he couldn't help but blush. I made an appointment with my high school classmates, so I won't go with you guys. Lin Sha hugged Yi Zhao's arm. It's fine if he doesn't go. Zhao, let's go. Yi Sun was a very sentimental person. Although the efficiency of the express delivery company was getting better and better, he still drove the used van. Although the van was second-hand, it had been modified by Yi Zhuo, so its performance was very good. It was full of high-quality facilities. In fact, this was the main reason why Yi Sun had been reluctant to change cars. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Dragon King temple was located. The car could not go up. So many people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Yi Sun got out of the car and opened the door for the two of them. Eldest niece Shasha, when do you plan to go home? I'll come and pick you up. Yesen looked up at the Dragon King temple on the top of the mountain. I think it'll take 2 or 3 hours. I'll call you then. Okay. Yesen nodded and reminded the two of them to pay attention to their safety. If anything happened, they would call him and leave. Yesen and Lin Sha began to walk up the mountain. The top of the mountain was very shaky, and it was a little difficult to walk. The two of them walked for an hour before reaching the top of the mountain. Yi Zhuo and Lin Shasha bought some incense paper and donated some incense money. They entered the temple and kowtowed several times before walking out of the temple. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and there were many stalls outside the Dragon King temple. Eating, drinking, and having fun. Everything was available. Zhuozhuo, look, there's a ring over there. Let's go take a look, Lin Shasha said, pointing at the crowd not far away. Ye Zhao nodded. 50 yuan for 20 laps. He would take whatever he could get. Because of the distance, many people spent hundreds of yuan but couldn't get anything. Lin Sha went to buy 20 laps and gave 10 to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. So many laps. I'll get all of them later. With so many things, how can I take them down the mountain? When the stall owner heard this, he smiled and said, Young lady, you talk big. If you can get all of them, I will personally send you down the mountain. Boss, a gentleman's word. The stall owner immediately replied, A promise is a promise. He had made his fortune by doing the laps business. After 20 years of business, he had only managed to get half of the 20 laps from the most powerful person he had ever met. The boss would never believe that a young girl who looked no more than 18 years old could get a ring. Ye Zhao similet. I'm relieved to hear that. Then I'll have to trouble you to bring me 40 more rings. Since the boss had sent her down the mountain, he did not have to worry about not being able to carry them anymore. Okay. The boss immediately brought 40 rings. Lin Sha was stunned. Searing, are you really that good? Of course. Yi Searing wasn't modest. Lin Sha continued. I'll try to trap one first. As she spoke, Lin Sha threw out a ring. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to trap anything. The stall owner smiled and went to pick up the ring. Lin Sha threw out another one. It still didn't work. All the way until the third and fourth ring didn't work. Lin Sha sighed. It didn't look too far away, so why was it so difficult to set it up? The stall owner looked up at Yizeo. This little girl, aren't you going to try? Yizeo looked up slightly. Watch carefully, don't blink. After saying that, Yizeo casually threw a ring out. Bah! There was a Pikachu in the middle of the red circle. Holy shit! Lin Sha jumped up excitedly. Awesome! The stall owner was also stunned. Hit it once? It must be a coincidence. The stall owner walked over to pick up the Pikachu. Yizeo said, Boss, wait a moment. It's too troublesome to pick up one Pikachu after another. When I'm done with all the traps, you can pick them up together. The stall owner was delighted. Sure. He wanted to see if this little girl was really that amazing. Yizeo tilted his head and looked at Lin Sha. Sister Sha, which ones do you like? Lin Sha said in surprise. You can get all the ones I like? Yizeo nodded. Lin Sha pointed at the panda doll on the ground and said, I like that one. What else? Ah. Lin Sha was stunned. Yizhua continued. It's too troublesome to trap them one by one. I want to trap 10 of them at once. Lin Sha swallowed her saliva. The stall owner could not help but laugh out loud. This little girl was very interesting. He had been in business for so many years, but he had never seen such a confident person. He had also never seen someone who wanted to trap 10 of them at once. The young girls nowadays were really good at bragging. Lin Sha pointed at a few toys. Yizeo decided not to count the rings in his hands. He grabbed a handful and threw it out. It was like a fairy scattering flowers. When the rings fell to the ground, Lin Sha was scared silly. F***ck. F***ck. She really hit all of them. She looked up at Yizeo. Yizeo was extremely calm, as if the person who threw the circle was not her. The stall owner and the passers-by were also stunned. No one had expected that Yizeo would be so powerful. Yizeo then grabbed a bunch of circles and threw them out again. Without a doubt, she hit all of them again. Clap, clap, clap. Deafening applause sounded around them. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that a teenage girl would be so powerful. Other people were here to set traps. She was also here to do wholesale. This time the boss had suffered a huge loss. Yizhua turned to look at the stall owner. Boss, please help us send it to the foot of the mountain. We will wait for you at the foot of the mountain. The boss felt that his entire person was in a bad mood. However, the most important thing in doing business was to be honest. Since he had already promised Yizeo before, even if it was a loss now, he would still do it. He would learn from his mistakes. Next time he could not belittle anyone, especially the young and pretty little girl. Okay. The boss nodded. I'll have my son send her down in a while. Little girl, you know there's a pine tree at the foot of the mountain, right? I'll have my son wait for you there. By the way, this is my business card. If you have any questions, you can call this number. Yizeo took the business card. Then I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. In the crowd, a man in a black windbreaker stood out from the rest. He looked at Yizeo just like that. His gaze seemed to be penetrating. A moment later he reached out and pressed down on the hat on his head. The wide brim of the hat covered his facial features. Looking at the scene in front of him, his ears could not help but recall the words of his assistant from yesterday. All of Miss Ye's information has been encrypted. This side has no access to it. Encrypted. Under normal circumstances, the information of an ordinary person would be encrypted. Since he could not find out about Yizhua's information, he could only understand her verbally. What kind of person was she? Ignorant, stupid, useless, unable to read a few big words. But now it seemed that these labels did not match her at all. When Yizhua raised his head to look, there was no sign of him. Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be an illusion? After a moment, Yizhua withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Sha, who was beside him. Sister Sha, let's go. Okay. Lin Sha nodded slightly. The two of them walked down the mountain together. It was said that it was easier to climb up the mountain than to go down, but this saying was not wrong at all. When they went up the mountain, they climbed up in an hour. It had been half an hour since they went down the mountain, and they had only covered 1/3 of the distance. The two of them chatted as they walked. Burning, you're really good at trapping. Can you teach me? Yizhua smiled slightly. Sure, but Sister Sha, don't you have to revise? Don't forget, you still have to take the college entrance exam next year. Oh right. Lin Sha continued. Then I'll study after I finish college. Yizhao continued. I have a set of revision materials at home. It should be helpful to you. I'll bring it to you when I get home. Okay. Thank you, Zhao. Be careful. Just then, Yizhao suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's wrist. She was very strong. The man barely managed to stand, but his body was still a little unsteady. He took the opportunity to sit on the steps and turned to look at Yizhao. Thank you. This time he turned his head. Both of them were stunned. Mr. Song. Monsieur. Both of them said almost at the same time. Mr. Song has low blood sugar? Yizhao also half squatted down. Song Shiyu nodded. His face was a little too pale, but his lips were red and flirtatious. It was as if he had put on lipstick. Yizhua took out a few pieces of candy from his pocket and handed them to him. I have a few pieces of candy here. Mr. Song, you'll be fine after you eat them. Thank you. Song Shiyu took the candy. Boss, are you all right? At this moment, two men in suits rushed over. Song Shiyu slowly peeled a piece of candy and put it into his mouth. I'm fine. The sweet and sickly taste spread on the tip of his tongue. Song Shiyu suddenly looked up at Yizhua. His dark eyes filled with ink. Miss Yi, where did you buy this candy? Big White Rabbit milk candy. I bought it at the supermarket, Yizhua said curiously. Mr. Song, you haven't eaten this candy before? Big White Rabbit milk candy. Song Shiyu frowned and felt a headache. Yizhua continued. Mr. Song, since your assistant is here, I'll go down the mountain with my friend first. Song Shiyu supported his assistant's hand and stood up. His voice was still a little weak. Thank you for today, Miss Yi. You're welcome. After Yizhua left, Song Shiyu extended his hand to his assistant. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. Give me a pen and paper. Knowing his boss's personality, his assistant always brought pen and paper with him. He immediately passed the pen and paper to Song Shiyu. Song Shiyu ignored the fact that his hand was still trembling. He sat down on the ground and began to draw. Beijing. Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian spent the night in the hotel. This morning, they took the 100 flowers nectar given by old Madame Feng to the Lin family to wish old Madame Lin a happy new year. When she saw Feng Qianhua and her daughter, old Madame Lin was instantly at a loss for words. Feng Qianhua handed the 100 flowers nectar to the maid. Aunt Lin, this is the 100 flowers nectar that my mother asked me to bring for you. I heard that it's especially good for old people. When you drink water, remember to put some on it. Old Madame Lin chuckled and said, Your mother is too polite. She didn't even eat such a good thing and still brought it for me. Feng Xianxian smiled and continued, Grandma Lin, you're being too polite. My grandmother said that we're all family. What do you mean by yours and mine? There's no need to be so clear about it. These words had finally reached Old Lady Lin's heart. To her, Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian had long been family with them. Old Lady Lin happily grabbed Feng Xianxian's hand. Right. Xianxian is right. We're family. We don't speak in different ways. Since we're family, you're not allowed to call me Grandma Lin anymore. This is too distant. Ah. Feng Xianxian pretended to be puzzled and said, Then what should I call you? Old Lady Lin lovingly scratched Feng Xianxian's nose. You child, you were so smart when you were smart, and you always came first in the exams. How can you be so stupid when you are stupid? If you don't call me Grandma Lin, of course you call me Grandma. Grandma. Feng Xianxian immediately called out sweetly. Old Lady Lin was overjoyed. She took out a thick red packet from her pocket. This is the New Year money that Grandma gave you. Thank you, Grandma. Feng Xianxian took it with both hands and said awkwardly, But will Brother Aze be unhappy if I call you that? I feel like Brother Aze doesn't like me very much. Old Mrs. Lin's face turned stiff. She immediately thought of what happened last night. How dare he be unhappy? Grandma, don't be angry. Feng Xianxian hugged old Mrs. Lin's arm. I was just saying. Actually, Brother Aze is very obedient. My mother often praises Brother Aze for being sensible, and even wants me to learn more from Brother Aze. Who was Feng Xianxian? She was Feng Qianhua's daughter. She knew how to be good to old Lady Lin, and she also knew how to drive a wedge between them. What was Linze? A wild child who didn't even know who his biological mother was. What right did he have to compete with her? Sooner or later, she would ask old Lady Lin to chase Lindsay away. Then she would ask Feng Qianhua to give birth to a younger brother for her. At that time, she would be the Tsin family head's daughter-in-law, and her younger brother would be the successor of the Lin family. At that time in the entire capital, who could compare to her? Thinking of this, Feng Xianxian's eyes were filled with pride. Hearing this, the expression on old Madame Lin's face became even uglier. If Aze is half as sensible as you, I would be burning incense. If Linze was really sensible, he would not have refused to let Feng Qianhua and her daughter come to the Lin family for the New Year last night. To think that Feng Qianhua still liked him so much. If Linze didn't look like Lin Jincheng, she would even suspect that Linze was the blood of the Lin family. Grandma, don't tease me. How can I compare to Brother Aze? Feng Qianxian then took out a pair of insoles. Oh right, Grandma. Today is the first day of the new year, and I don't have anything to give you. This is the insoles that I personally stitched for you. Please don't mind it. This pair of insoles was not bought by Feng Xianxian. Instead, it was 3 pairs at 10 yuan and was casually bought by the roadside. The reason why she dared to say that she personally stitched it was because she was relying on the fact that old Lady Lin would not suspect her. This old lady was blind. She was very gullible. The facts proved that Feng Xianxian was right. Old Lady Lin happily took the insoles. 1,000 miles to give goose feathers. A gift is light and a sentiment is heavy. Xianxian has grown up and knows how to be filial to Grandma. What was important was not a pair of insoles, but the fact that Feng Xianxian had personally made the insoles. This kind of kindness could not be repaid with 1,000 gold coins. It was already the age of machines now. Which young man would be willing to personally sew a pair of insoles for the elderly at home? This granddaughter. She did not like it for nothing. The more old Madame Lin thought about it, the happier she became. Feng Xianxian smiled and said, Grandma, I'm your granddaughter. Isn't filial to you something that should be done? When I earn money in the future, I'll take you around the world to travel, to experience different customs and customs. Sure enough, girls were considerate. Linze, for example, had never said such intimate words to her. Did the Lin family lack money to travel around the world? What they lacked was a good child who was filial. Okay. Old Mrs. Lin patted Feng Xianxian's hand. Grandma will wait for you to take Grandma around the world. Feng Xianxian continued. Oh right, Grandma Lin. Where are Brother Aze and Uncle Lin? They went out to pay New Year's greetings early in the morning. They haven't come back yet, said old Mrs. Lin. Feng Qianhua continued. Aunt Lin, why haven't we seen eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and fourth brother come back with sister-in-law and the children? Lin Jincheng was the youngest child in the family. There were 4 older brothers on it. Old Mrs. Lin said. They just called to say that it snowed last night and it's not easy to walk on the road. They will probably arrive in the afternoon. Having not seen her children and grandchildren for a year, Mrs. Lin could not wait to see them. It's a pity that the heavens don't appreciate beauty. It's all right, Grandma. Those uncles didn't have time to come back to accompany you. It's the same for me to accompany you. Feng Xianxian hugged Old Lady Lin's arm and began to act coquettishly. All right. Old Lady Lin patted Feng Xianxian's hand with a face full of smiles. However, a look of disgust flashed across Feng Xianxian's eyes. That was because she was especially sensitive to the old man's smell. But now, Feng Qianhua had not married into the Lin family, and her position was not stable, so she could only endure it. One day, she would be rewarded for tolerating it. At this moment, Old Lady Lin seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Qianhua, a few days ago, Director Wang from the south sent some tonics over. Bring some back to your mother later. Tell her that it's my return gift of 100 flowers nectar. It was good to have a return gift. Old Lady Lin's return gift was equivalent to an imperial edict in the Feng family. In fact, this was not just a return gift. It also represented Old Lady Lin's love and recognition for her. Although she was very happy, Feng Qianhua still said, Aunt Lin, we're all family. You don't have to be so polite. Old Lady Lin smiled and said, I'm giving it to your mother, not to you. You're not allowed to reject it. Since she had already said that, Feng Qianhua naturally would not reject it. There was a smug look in her eyes. In the afternoon, Old Lady Lin's 4 sons came back with their wives and children. The huge Lin family suddenly became lively. Feng Qianhua was like the mistress of the Lin family, busying herself. In fact, Old Lady Lin's 4 daughters-in-law did treat Feng Qianhua as one of their own. After all, in all these years, besides Feng Qianhua, no other woman had appeared beside Lin Jincheng. Cloud Capital. In the afternoon, Mu Yorong punctually went to the restaurant to look for Lin Xian. Only after she went to the restaurant did she realize that Xue Lin was there as well. Yorong. The 2 sisters greeted her warmly. Although Lin Xian was a great lawyer and was usually as proud as a kale in flower, she still had to lower her head when she saw Mu Yorong, the genuine eldest daughter of a prestigious family. Eldest cousin sister, second cousin sister. Mu Yorong walked over with a smile. Sister Yorong, quickly sit down. Mu Yorong leaned over and sat down, seemingly unintentionally saying, Today is the first day of the new year. Why are the 2 sisters free to accompany me and have coffee? Could it be that Auntie you didn't bring Sister Yizeo to your house to pay New Year's greetings? Xue Lin smiled and answered, her tone flat. Our family has already severed relations with their family. Even though Yishu was Xue Lin's aunt, she had never admitted that Yishu was related to her, and had always called her by her first name. Severed ties. Mu Yorong looked at Xue Lin in surprise. How could this be? Xue Lin took a sip of her coffee and a layer of disgust appeared in her eyes. Their family comes knocking on our door every day. No matter how rich our family is, we can't help but be so extravagant. My mother saw how pitiful Yishu was and introduced her to a big boss. She didn't expect that not only did Yishu not know how to be grateful, she even indulged that trashy joie and injured the big boss. A bunch of ungrateful things. Mu Yorong nodded. I see, then they really don't know what's good for them. I saw Auntie Yi open several restaurants and thought that your family invested in her. From the looks of it, that shouldn't be the case. Restaurant. Xue Lin frowned. You mean Yishu? Yes, Mu Yorong continued. The restaurant is on Bacheng Road. Before the holidays, business was especially good, and there was a queue almost every day. Also, Auntie Yi and the others moved out from the basement. I also heard that Auntie Yi has already spent 20 million to buy that restaurant. Zero. Lin Xue isn't the only one with her eyes wide open. Even Lin Xian felt incredible. What's 20 million? The total value of the family's assets is only 30 million. But Yishu took out 20 million without batting an eyelid. You know, before Yishu just live in the dark basement. It was simply unbelievable. Yorong, could you have made a mistake? Lin Xian stirred the coffee. Even she did not have the ability to earn 20 million. How did Yishu earn it? Could it be that she was a rich person on the list? It must be so. Although she hated Yishu, she could not deny that Yishu was indeed quite beautiful. This person was also disgusting. That day Yishuang introduced Li Hongwei to her, also hypocritically said that she did not play third fiddle for others. How many days has it been? Yorongmu continued. Not only has Auntie Yi become rich, Sister Burning Yi isn't simple either. She's a trash, what can she do? Shuelin said speechlessly. Yorongmu continued. Sister Burning Yi is now a live broadcast big shot. She can earn quite a lot of money every day. Shuelin snorted. Is she the kind of streamer who flirts in front of a group of smelly men? It's not important what kind of streamer she is. Muyorong picked up the cup and sniffed it. What's important is that she can earn money. Shameless, Shuelin said in disgust. She really has the same kind of daughter as her mother. Yishu was shameless. She was someone else's mistress and gave birth to an illegitimate daughter. Now Yizeo was also shameless. He was going to sell his meat on the internet. Disgusting. Muyorong sized up the expressions of the two sisters and said, Sister Yizeo's live broadcast can earn 3 million. At the highest she earned 10 million in one night. Bah! The silver spoon in Shuelin's hand fell to the ground. 10 million in one night? Xianlin was also shocked. She helped others win a lawsuit and could only get 100,000 yuan in legal fees. 100,000 yuan in legal fees was a sky-high price for her. 10 million yuan? She was a lawyer. Shuyi was just an illegitimate daughter who didn't know anything. How could she get 10 million yuan without doing anything? With her face. God was really unfair. Lin Xian was full of jealousy. After returning home, the two sisters told Yi Shuang about this matter. Yi Shuang immediately told Yi Dafu and Yao Tsuifan about this matter. Hearing this, Yao Tsuifan was so angry that she stomped her feet. When you have money you forget your mother and father. Her father and I are still alive. Yet, she didn't even bring 1 or 2 pieces of meat with her during the new year. She made us old couple eat chaff at home while she enjoyed herself outside. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled this unfilial daughter to death. Yidafu was furious as well. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, Xiao Shuang, is what you said true? Yi Shuang nodded and took out her phone. Look, these 3 stores are all Xiao Shu's now. Dad, let me tell you, this isn't rented, but Xiao Shu bought it. It's worth 20 million. 20 million yuan. Yi Dafu stared at Yi Shuang tightly, his pupils gradually dilating. The most money he had ever seen in his life was 200,000 yuan. 20 million yuan? Oh my God. I'm rich. Their old Yi family is going to be rich. You, is what you said true? Yi Dafu looked at Yi Shuang. Yi Shuang smiled and said, Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? I say Xiao Shu is too much. No matter what, we are still her family. But she has forgotten about us poor relatives after she became rich. Forget about me, but she can't forget who she forgot. She can't forget about you and Dad. After all, you are Xiao Shu's biological parents. There were no parents in the world who weren't parents. No matter what had happened before, it couldn't change the fact that Yi Dafu and Yao Tsuifan were Yi Shu's biological parents. As long as they were related by blood, Yi Shu had to fulfill her duty of providing for them. Yao Tsuifan was so angry that she started cursing. She kept calling her a little slut. She kept calling her a little slut. She did not even repeat herself. Yi Shuang comforted her. Mom, why are you so angry with your own daughter? No matter what, you and Dad are her parents. Xiao Shu is not married now. She was born into the Yi family, and she is a ghost of the Yi family if she dies. All of her things are still yours. Shu is a woman after all, and her education level isn't high. She still has a burden by her side. How would she have the time to manage the restaurant? Such a good business, what if it fails at her hands? Speaking up to this point, Yi Shuang paused and continued. In my opinion, we should let Xiao Shuai take over the restaurant. Xiao Shuai and his sister-in-law are scholars after all. This scholar is definitely better at doing business than a blind person. Yi Shuai was the most promising person in the entire Yi family. He was also the successor of the Yi family. It was most suitable for Yi Shuang and her wife to take over the Yi family's private restaurant. Yi Shu didn't know anything. She hadn't even graduated from primary school and was illiterate. What kind of business would she do? She probably had good luck to be able to do so well in business. But would luck continue to be good? After all, this was their old Yi family's property. Hearing this, Yao Tsuifen's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. Right. Shuang, you're right. We should let Shuangzi take over the restaurant. When Shuangzi manages the restaurant, your sister-in-law is an accountant, so she can manage the accounts. As for Yishu, she should just go back to where she came from. Yishuang continued. Oh right, Mom, there's still money. Little Shu has at least 50 million in her hands right now. She's a woman, what does she need so much money for? When the time comes, it won't be worth it if she's cheated. You just have to leave her 1,800 yuan. The rest must be handed over to you for safekeeping. Yishu was simply too easy to deceive. Otherwise, when she was young, she would not have been deceived so miserably. These tens of millions were all in Yishu's hands. Yishuang was really worried. Yao Tsuifen nodded repeatedly. Xiao Shuang, you're absolutely right. Yishu was her daughter. If she had not given birth to Yishu, how would Yishu have gotten to where she was today? Therefore Yishu's things were hers. Everything was hers. 50 million was hers. The restaurant was hers too. She had to keep all of it for Yishuai. He felt that this matter wasn't that simple. After all, Yishu had already severed ties with them that day. What if Xiao Shu doesn't give it to us? Doesn't give it to us? How dare she not give it to us? I'm her mother. Yao Tsuifen said angrily. If she doesn't give it to us, I'll beat her to death. Yishuang smiled and said, Father and mother, don't worry. Xiao Shu will definitely give it to me. No matter what, you're both her biological parents. Xiao Shuai is her brother. She's a woman. If she doesn't give these things to her parents and brother, who should she give them to? Should she give them to outsiders? As long as Yishu had a brain, she should know that she shouldn't give them to outsiders. Yi Shuai was the most promising man in the Yi family. Yishu did not have a son, so she should give everything to Yi Shuai. Yao Tsuifen nodded. Xiao Shuang is right. Let's go, old man. Let's go to that unfilial daughter's house now and get our things back. That was tens of millions. If they were late, Yao Tsuifen was worried that Yishu would waste the money. Yi Dafu stood up as well. Yishuang smiled and said, Dad, Mom, don't be anxious. Wait for Xiao Shuai and his sister-in-law to come back from work. We'll go together tomorrow. Otherwise, you won't know that Xiao Shu fooled you. Only then did Yao Tsuifen give up on the idea of going to look for Yishu now. At night, when Yi Shuai and his wife heard about this, they were also extremely excited. 50 million plus 3 storefronts. Oh my God! They had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Honey, from tomorrow onwards we won't have to go to work. From now on we'll be the boss and the lady boss.
Yeshuai hugget Lin Shaoje'yi ekcitetli.
Lin Xiaowei was also very excited. Look at your little sister. She's usually quiet, but I didn't expect her to be so amazing. In just a few months she even opened a restaurant. She doesn't have the ability. Yi Shuai's expression was a little disdainful. Didn't you hear what Big Sister said? Yishu is being kept by a rich benefactor. These things are all given by the benefactor. Lin Xiaowei did not continue this topic and continued. I've already thought about it. After we get the 50 million tomorrow, we'll go to Big Sister's neighborhood and buy a villa too. For the remaining money, we'll hire 4 nannies. Lin Xiaowei used to be very envious of Yi Shuang. She was envious that she was a rich lady. Not only did she not have to do anything, but she also had several nannies at home. Now it was finally her turn to be proud. She finally did not have to be envious of Yi Shuang anymore. Yi Shuai nodded in agreement. Wife, don't forget. There's still a restaurant. My mother said that you'll be in charge of the finances, and I'll be the boss. We'll pair up and work without tiring. He would be in charge of the finances. Lin Xiaowei was naturally willing to do so. That night, the Yi couple Yi Shuai and Lin Xiaowei did not sleep well. They got up at 5:30 in the morning in excitement. It was winter morning, and the sun had yet to rise at 5:30 in the morning. The family sat in the living room thinking about the future business of the restaurant And then it was about how to spend the 50 million. Lin Xiaowei said that she would hire a few nannies to serve Yao Zuifan well. Yao Zuifan was grinning from ear to ear. Her daughter-in-law was still filial. Unlike Yishu, once you have money you forget your mother. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the family treaded on the frost and arrived at Yishu's residential area. Yao Zuifan looked at the environment of the residential area. Compared to the basement where Yishu used to live in, it was 1,000 times better. After all, she had money. She even had such a good house to live in. Unfortunately, she didn't have the heart to live in such a good house. She didn't know how to take care of her parents, brother, and sister-in-law. Little b****. Yishu had just finished making breakfast when she heard a knock on the door. Yishu walked over to open the door. When she saw the person outside, she frowned slightly. Lin Xiaowei smiled and said, "Xiaoshu, your parents, your brother, and I are here to see you. Happy New Year."
Yishu ignored her.
"What are you guys doing here?" "What? I can't even come to my daughter's house." Yao Zuifan grabbed Yishu's hand. "Xiaoshu, no matter what, your mom's biological daughter. Can't your dad and I come over to see you?" As she said that, Yao Zuifan pushed Yishu away and entered the house by herself. "Yo, your interior decoration is not bad. Good boy. Is that a bird's nest? Why is such a good bird's nest on the ground?" Yao Zuifan quickly walked over and picked up the bird's nest. "Little b****, you're spoiling bird's nest so badly. Don't you know to send it to a mother like me?" Yishu frowned slightly. These bird's nest and tonics were brought over by old Master Yang the last time he came over. She didn't know that her parents would suddenly come over, so she didn't put them away. Yi Dafu sat at the dining table and said with a sullen face, "Your brother and we haven't eaten yet. Hurry up and get some food over here. Standing there like a nail, you don't have any vision at all." At this moment the door was pushed open from the outside. "If I remember correctly, my mother cut off relations with you guys the last time, right?" It was a very soft voice, but it was loud and powerful. Everyone looked towards the door. They saw a slender voice walking in from the door. On a cold winter day, she was wearing a thin white hoodie, black pants, and a pair of white sports shoes, which made her legs look extremely slender. Her face was obviously not made up, but it was breathtakingly beautiful. When she saw Yizeo, Yishu's heart instantly calmed down. She said to Yidafu with a cold face, Zeo is right. I have long broken off relations with you. My family does not welcome you. Please leave immediately." B****. What did you say? Yidafu slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yishu fiercely. Lin Xiaowei was a smart person. They came here today to ask for money from Yishu. Their relationship couldn't be too bad, so they tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Dad, don't be angry. Xiaoshu didn't mean that. She's your biological daughter. Her bones are broken and her tendons are still attached. How could she sever her relationship with you guys?" After saying that, Lin Xiaowei looked at Yishu again. "Shu, what happened at Big Sis house last time was all a misunderstanding. At that time everyone was angry, so they spoke out in anger. They didn't really want to sever their relationship with you. You mustn't take it seriously. Didn't Mom and Dad bring your brother and I here today to apologize to you? As children, we should respect filial piety. How could we really be angry with our parents? This is a lightning strike. Shu, sister-in-law, knows that you are definitely not that kind of person. Moreover, our parents, your brother and I have always been thinking about you and Searing. Look, we know that you like to eat peanut butter. We specially bought this for you." Lin Xiaowei was indeed a cultured person. After such a long speech, she did not even gasp for breath. Not only did she ingratiate herself with Yishu, but she also did not forget to remind her to be filial to her parents. A good daughter, no matter what her parents did, she could not be angry with them. This was filial piety.
Yishu frowned tightly.
She had always been a person who was not good with words. A word of filial piety could crush a person to death. Lin Xiaowei's words had indeed grasped her weak spot. For a moment she did not know what to do. Yizeo smiled and continued, "If you really miss my mother, Why didn't you come to visit my mother once when we were still living in the basement? For a full 18 years, even Grandma Lu, who lived next door to us, thought that my mother was an orphan whose parents had both died. Now that our days are better, who are you going to discuss by carrying a bag of expired peanut butter? Now, not only had Yishu opened 3 restaurants, but he had also moved out from the basement. His days were getting more and more prosperous, and these people could not sit still. They did not even think about how Yishu had humiliated Yishuang's family that day. Yizhao had lived for 2 lifetimes. What kind of person had he not seen? This was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. Upon hearing this, an awkward expression flashed across Lin Xiaowei's face. The peanut butter they had brought over had indeed expired. Initially, they had only wanted to fool Yishu, but they had not expected Yizhua's eyes to be so good. Even from so far away, she had already seen that the peanut butter had expired. No, Zhuozhua, you've misunderstood. Lin Xiaowei continued. This peanut butter is something that your uncle and I have always been reluctant to eat. We wanted to save it and bring it over for your mother to eat. Who would have thought that it would expire right after it was released? It's said that a gift from 1,000 miles away is light, but it means a lot. This peanut butter is the same. This peanut butter represents our friendship to your mother. A peanut butter that had expired was said by Lin Xiaowei to be a friendship that was worth thousands of gold coins. Ordinary people really didn't have such eloquence. Yi Siren curled his lips slightly. A tree without skin will die without a doubt. A person without face is invincible in the world. We can't accept such a precious friendship. The door is over there. Please leave immediately. You are not welcome in our home. Yishu, is this how you teach your daughter? Yishuai slammed the table and stood up in anger. Yizhua raised his head to look at Yishuai. This is my house. How my mother teaches her daughter has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are? Little b asterisk tch. Is this how you talk to your uncle? I can't beat you to death today, you little b asterisk t. Yao Chuifan jumped up. She casually picked up the feather duster on the side and was about to hit Yizhao. Little b asterisk t. Your mother didn't teach you how to behave. Today, I will teach you how to behave on behalf of your mother. If you don't apologize to your uncle today, I will beat you to death. She was Yizhao's grandmother. Even if Yizhao was crippled, no one could do anything to her. An honest official could not resolve family affairs. Yizhao grabbed the feather duster. It looked like he was grabbing it lightly, but Yao Tsuifan could not pull it no matter how hard she tried. Old woman, I'm warning you, this is my home. I only have one uncle, his name is Yi San. If you say something like this, don't blame me for being rude. Yizhua had always respected the elderly, because in her previous life, her life was saved by a strange old woman. But in the face of Yao Tsuifan's shameless face, she couldn't respect it no matter what. In the face of Yizhua's face, Yao Tsuifan was angry and afraid. That kind of fear was born spontaneously. She couldn't control it at all. It was really heaven-defying. No matter what, she was Yizhua's grandmother. Yizhua was a junior, yet she dared to yell at her. Does she have a grandmother in her heart? At once she took out her special skill and threw herself on the ground, crying and shouting. Somebody help! Come and have a look. My granddaughter hit my grandma. I'm getting beat up by a kid at my age. I'm not gonna live. Dead. You goddamned little bitch. The old tramp has no shame and gives birth to a tramp that no one wants. You killed someone. Per_0. Yi Dafu banged the table and sang along with Yao Tsuifan on the ground. Bad luck at home. Bad luck at home. How dare I raise such an unfilial daughter? Even his own parents. Jesus Christ. Why don't you just let us die? What else do you want us to do in this world? Unfilial daughter. You'll be damned. Yishu looked at her parents in front of her. She thought of all the past events and could not help but tear up her eyes. When she was young, her father did not love her, and her mother did not love her. She was brought up by her grandmother before she was 11 years old. At her grandmother's house, she had a happy childhood. Later, her grandmother passed away. Her parents only then picked her up and brought her home, and her tragic death began at this time. The year that she was picked up by her parents, she was only in 5th grade. But after her parents picked her up, her parents did not let her continue to go to school, because her first 2 sisters and 1 brother. The family cannot afford to send too many children to school. 11-year-old kid under 5 feet tall. Not only to go to the small workshop every day to do casual workers, but also responsible for washing and cooking. They eat worse than pigs. Get up earlier than the dog, go to bed later than the cat. Yidafu and Yaotsuefan are her parents. They had not done their duty as parents for a single day.
Yeshu klenchet herfists.
What on earth are you trying to do? These words.
Yeshu roaret angrili.
Her voice drowned out the voices of everyone in the room. The air suddenly became quiet. Even Yaotsuefan stopped howling. She raised her head to look at Yishu. Yishu said in a stifled voice, "What on earth do you want to do before you're willing to let me go?" If she had a choice, she would rather not come to this world. Lin Xiaowei smiled and said, "Xiaoshu, since you've already said it like this, then let's speak frankly." Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to continue pretending. Yaotsuefan quickly got up from the ground. "Right, let's speak frankly." Lin Xiaowei continued. "Xiaoshu, I heard that you're rich now. You've even opened a restaurant and become the lady boss, right?"
No, Yeshu denied flatly.
She knew her parents' character. If they knew that she had opened a restaurant and that the business was doing well, there would probably be trouble. Lin Xiaowei continued, "Don't lie to us. Big Sis has already told us everything. Xiaoshu, you are the daughter of the Yi family. No matter what, you will always be a member of the Yi family. Your things are the things of the Yi family. Your money is also the money of the Yi family." At this point, Lin Xiaowei paused and continued, "You are a woman with a child. How can you have the energy to manage a restaurant? So, I discussed with your brother. We will take your restaurant. Although it is tiring, we are family. We'll go to the station later and complete the transfer procedures." "Oh right, I heard that Searing Flames is doing well now. He's become a big streamer and has saved a lot of money. It's really not safe for you and your daughter to have so much money in your hands. So you better hand over all the money to us for safekeeping. I heard from Big Sister that you have 50 million now, right?" Yizeo originally thought that this family was here to pick up the slack. Who would have thought that he was here for Big Head? He opened his mouth and asked for 50 million. And he asked for it so matter-of-factly. Using the word shameless to describe them was simply an insult to the word shameless. "What's 50 million? We have 100 million in our hands," Yizeo replied calmly. 100 million? Lin Xiaowei looked at Yizeo in shock. Are you serious?" Not only was Lin Xiaowei stunned, even Yidafu, Yaotsuefan and Yishui were shocked. 100 million? What kind of concept was that? In other words, their family was about to become a billionaire. Yizeo nodded slightly. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, where would we get the money to buy a shop? Not only will we buy a shop, we will be ready to buy a big villa soon." It was not boasting to say that he had 100 million yuan. Moreover, this 100 million yuan did not include the restaurant's income. It was all earned from Yizhua's missions on the technology website, as well as the live broadcast and clothes that could adjust the temperature. The restaurant's income was all saved by Yishu. After all, the restaurant was also managed. When she heard that Yishu had 100 million yuan in her hands, Lin Xiaowei was so jealous that her heart was filled with jealousy. But when she thought about how the money would soon be hers, Lin Xiaowei felt a lot better. Then she said, "Isn't it nice for the 2 of you to live here? Live in a villa. Hurry up and go to the bank and transfer the 100 million yuan to our account. This much money should be placed in our account for safekeeping. You're both orphans and widowed. What if you're cheated by someone? They should be the ones buying the big villa." Yizhua and Yishu were not qualified to live in a big villa. Lin Xiaowei only wanted to ask Yishu for 50 million yuan. She did not expect Yishu to have 100 million yuan in her hands. What a surprise! 100 million yuan. Not only could she buy a few big villas, she could also buy a big villa for her family. Let her family live a good life too. Go, go, go. Leave now. Quickly go to the bank and transfer the money to my and your uncle's accounts. Lin Xiaowei continued. Oh right, Zhuozhua. I heard that you are a live streamer and your income is very high now. Why do you need so much money as a child? Hurry up and change your salary card into my card. From now on, I will give you 1,000 yuan every month to spend. 1,000 yuan was not a small amount. How could a little girl like Yizhua spend so much money? As for the other money, Lin Xiaowei had to keep it for her son and daughter. With this money, she could send her children to study abroad. Yizhua tilted his head and looked out of the window. He smiled and said, It's not even dark yet and you're already dreaming. Let me tell you. Don't even think about getting a single cent of my money. What do you mean by your money? Yao Tsuifan jumped out and said, This money is all mine. Even you have the blood of our old Yi family. You shameless bastard. Lin Xiaowei took advantage of the situation and sat down on the sofa. Mom is right. Not only is the money ours, even you are our old Yi families. If you don't give it to us, we won't leave. Buy a few locks and lock up those few shops tomorrow. I want to see who can outlast the other. Yi Shu was not married. Yizhua's surname was Yi. They wanted to leave the Yi family? Difficult. They were born in the Yi family and died in the Yi family's ghost. Even if they brought this to the police station, it could only be considered a family dispute. Yi Shu took a deep breath. She knew that if she did not give them the money, this matter would not be over. No matter what, they were connected by blood. No one could solve the problem brought about by this kind of original family. I don't have 50 million. How much do you want? Yizhua frowned slightly. She understood Yi Shu's psychology. But for people like the Yi family's parents, they couldn't compromise at all. Not a single cent could be given. Because once they started, there would be endless trouble in the future. It seemed that they had to think of a way to make Yi Shu stand up. Yizhua's gaze fell on Yao Tsuifan, and he had a plan in his heart. You can't give them money. Mom, you can't give them a single cent.
Yizhuo shouted.
Little b asterisk tch. Shut up. Yao Tsuifan immediately jumped up and scolded Yizhua. Old pious woman. Shut up. For so many years, it had always been Yao Tsuifan who scolded others. She could scold whoever she wanted, but no one had ever dared to scold her. Yao Tsuifan immediately jumped up. Little b asterisk tch. Bastard. You uneducated bastard. Why don't you go die? After saying that, she pushed Yi Zhao fiercely. This time Yi Zhao did not dodge or fight back. He was prepared to be pushed by Yao Tsuifan and hit against the wall. Yi Zhao controlled her strength. It was neither light nor heavy. It just so happened to cause blood to flow out of her forehead. Her face was originally pale, so even the slightest injury would be obvious. At this moment it looked even more shocking. Zhao Zhao. Yi Shu rushed over and hugged Yi Zhao. Mom! I'm in so much pain. Yi Zhao hugged Yi Shu, displaying the essence of acting, and began to moan. No one expected this sudden scene. Isn't it just a little blood? It won't kill anyone. Yao Tsuifan glared at Yizhua. Little bastard. I think you did it on purpose. When Yizhua was holding the feather duster just now, he was still so strong. Why did he lose his strength now? My daughter isn't a bastard. She's not a bastard. Yi Shu couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. Get out of here. Get out of here right now. We won't leave without 100 million. Yao Tsuifan rolled her eyes at Yi Shu. Her daughter was a coward. She seemed to be very angry, but perhaps she was already planning how to transfer the money to them. Yi Shu helped Yi Zhao to the sofa and sat down, then rushed into the kitchen. When she came out, she had a kitchen knife in her hand. Yao Tsuifan and Yi Dafu were both shocked. Yi Shuai and Lin Xiaowei were also shocked. Xiaoshu, I'm telling you, don't mess around. Killing is against the law. I'm your brother, she's your sister-in-law, and they're your parents. Yi Shu looked at these four relatives in name. You're not my brother. I don't have a brother. And them, they're even more unworthy to be my parents. They say that if you're born without a father, you can return the broken finger. Today I'll return this favor to you. From now on we'll cut it off. With that said, Yishu raised her knife and slashed down. A part of her index finger was cut off just like that. The air was frighteningly quiet. At this moment, even Yizhuo was frightened. She didn't expect that Yishu would lay a hand on her. Mom! Yizhuo rushed over. Mom is fine. Yishu's face was deathly pale as she looked at Yao Cuifan, Yi Dafu, Yi Shuai and Lin Xiaowei. From now on, other than my surname being Yi, I have nothing to do with you people. In the future, if you come to disturb our mother and daughter's lives again, I'll kill you. I'll kill two of you. I'll kill until your family is exterminated. At worst, we'll die together. I don't want to live anymore anyway. After saying that, Yishu fiercely chopped the kitchen knife on the wooden dining table. The edge of the knife was stained with blood. The severed finger was on the side. It made one's hair stand on end. Yao Cuifan, Yi Dafu, and the others were so scared that they were trembling. They just wanted to ask for some money. They didn't expect things to develop like this. Even more unexpectedly, when Yishu became ruthless, she even stamped her own finger. She was so ruthless to herself. What else was there that she didn't dare to do? No one doubted that her words were fake. Compared to her life? What was money? At that moment, the few of them looked at each other and ran away in fear, afraid that Yishu would chop them to death with a kitchen knife in the next second. Seeing that the few of them had run away, Yishu let out a sigh of relief. After dialing 120, Yizhuo found the first aid kit and gave Yishu emergency treatment. Her vision was blurry. Yizhuo took a cotton swab and wiped his tears with his arm. Mom, are you okay? Does it hurt? It was the first time in her life she truly experienced the love of a mother. It was also the first time she knew what it meant to be a weak woman and a strong mother. It had been a long time since Yizhuo came back, but this was the first time Yishu saw her cry. She smiled and comforted her. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. Zao, don't cry, Mom really doesn't hurt. Alright Zao, is your head okay? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt at all.
Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I could have avoided it just now, it's all my fault. Yishuo began to regret why she did that just now. If she hadn't played along, Yishu wouldn't have broken her finger. It was she who underestimated the power of maternal love. Silly child. How can you be blamed for this? For people like your grandparents, you have to do this to get it over with once and for all. Otherwise, we will never have a good life. Silly child, don't cry. Mom really doesn't hurt at all. Isn't it just a finger? For her daughter, she had to throw caution to the wind. Originally, Yishu wanted to spend some money to settle things. However, when she saw the moment Yizhuo was injured, she knew, if not to throw caution to the wind, the mother and daughter will never have peace. Mom!
Yezao who get Yeshu.
Being hugged by her daughter, Yishu could not help but cry. Not long after, an ambulance arrived. When they arrived at the hospital, Yishu was pushed to the emergency room. Because the severed finger was handled very well, the doctor said that it could be reattached. Hearing this, Yizhuo breathed a sigh of relief. He told the doctor that as long as he could keep the finger, it did not matter how much it cost. When Yi-san arrived, Yishu was still in the emergency room. Zao, what's going on? Why is your mother's finger broken? Yizhuo's eyes were still slightly red as he recounted what had happened. Hearing this, Yi-san's entire body was trembling. The veins on his face bulged. It was as if he had become a completely different person. It was extremely unfamiliar. He turned around and walked out of the door. Damn it! I'm going to kill them now. It was said that elder sisters were like mothers. This sentence was very suitable for Yi-san and Yishu. Although Yishu was not the elder sister, she was more responsible than Yishuang, the elder sister. If it was not for Yishu, Yi-san would have died when he was very young. Therefore Yi-san had always respected Yishu. Uncle, don't be rash. Calm down. Yizhuo pulled Yi-san back. My mother has already lost a finger. She definitely doesn't want anything to happen to you. Killing someone to pay with your life, for the sake of such a family, it's not worth it to sacrifice yourself. Let go of me. Uncle. Yizeo continued. Don't worry, I won't let my mother lose a finger for nothing. She would make them pay back 100 times over. Zeo?
Ye sen luket at ye zao. Ye zao nottet.
At this moment, the lights in the emergency room were turned off. The door was pushed open from the inside. Yizeo and Yi-san quickly went up to welcome the doctor. Doctor, how is my mother, my sister? The doctor took off his mask and smiled. Don't worry, the surgery went smoothly. The severed finger has been reattached, but you must pay attention to recuperation during this period of time. Stay in the hospital for observation for 3 days. Okay, thank you, doctor. Then Yishu was pushed out from inside. Mom! Cease! Yishu's condition was not bad, but her face was very pale. 10 fingers connected to the heart. She said that it did not hurt, but that was a lie. She did not want Yizhua to worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yishu's lips curled up into a pale smile. Yi-sun, you're not allowed to do anything stupid. After what happened today, they won't dare to come and make trouble again. I want you all to be fine. Live a peaceful life. They were brother and sister. Yishu knew Yesun too well. She knew that Yesun would definitely not let it go. Sister. If you still treat me as your sister, then listen to me. Otherwise, don't call me your sister anymore. Yishu said very seriously. There was no hint of a joke in her eyes. She broke a finger so that her family could live a peaceful life. If Yi-sun did something else, then wouldn't she have lost a finger for nothing? After a long while, Yi-sun nodded. I understand, sister. And you? Yishu turned to look at Yizeo. Zeo, I know you're not an ordinary child, but this matter has passed. Let's let it pass. Don't be stupid. Yizeo's eyes were serious. Don't worry, Mom. I won't do anything risky for that group of disgusting people. They're not worth it. Yishu smiled and nodded. This is my good daughter. At 2 in the afternoon, Yi-san asked Yizeo to accompany Yishu at the hospital. He would go back and make some tonic soup to bring over. Yishu had lost so much blood, so she needed to be well nourished. Yizeo stood up and said, Uncle, you stay in the hospital to accompany my mother. I'll go back and get my computer. You can all go home. Yishu sat up from the hospital bed. I just can't move a finger. It's not like I'm paralyzed. I don't need you to take care of me. Yi-sun acted as if he didn't hear Yishu's words and patted Yizeo's shoulder. Zeo, then you can go back. Be careful on the way home. I know. Yizeo left the ward. Seeing the big and small pair ignoring her directly, Yishu sighed. I'm serious. I really don't need anyone to accompany me. Yi-sun, you should go back too. Didn't you say that the company has been quite busy recently? Hurry up and go back to work. Don't delay the company's matters because of me. The express delivery company was open all year round. Even on the 30th of the year, they had to deliver the goods. Today was already the 3rd day of the 1st month. I'm not busy. Yi-sun sat down and peeled an apple for Yishu. I've already explained everything when I came. Sister, you don't have to worry. You. Yishu shook her head helplessly. I don't even know what to say about you. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, Yizhua came back with food and a computer. As soon as he entered the ward, he heard Yishu and Yi-san talking and laughing. Yizhua took out the lunchbox and handed it to Yi Senior. Uncle, you're hungry too, right? I've fried your favorite beef noodle and a bowl of soup for you. Yi-san smiled and took the lunchbox. My niece is still the best. That's a must. Yizhua opened another lunchbox. It was some soup that could replenish blood. Mom, let me feed you. Yishu smiled and said, You child. Mom's left hand was injured, not crippled. How can it be so exaggerated? Do I need you to feed me after eating? No. Yizhua scooped a spoonful of soup and handed it to Yishu's mouth. I have to feed you. Seeing Yizhua like this, Yishu could only open her mouth to receive it, her eyes filled with happiness. The patient who had just moved in from the next hospital bed. She said enviously. Big sister, you really raised a good daughter. Not only is she beautiful, but she also cares for others. Unlike my 3 sons, who only know how to anger me all day long. Now I've broken my leg, and I haven't even seen a trace of her. Yishu smiled and said, My daughter. There's really nothing to say. After feeding Yishu the soup, Yizeo looked at Yi senior uncle. I'll stay at the hospital to accompany my mother tonight. You should go back quickly. Yi-sun said, I'll stay. You go back. Don't you know that there's a difference between a man and a woman? Yizeo raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi-sun was stunned. He could only listen to Yizeo and prepare to go back. He would come back tomorrow morning to replace Yizeo. Uncle, I'll send you down. Yi-sun was about to say that he did not need to send him down. He knew the way. But he swallowed his words. Yizeo naturally would not send him down for no reason. He definitely had something to say to him. Just as Yi-sun thought, Yizeo indeed had something to say to him. Uncle, I've already checked. Lin Fuhai raised a relative called Wendai outside. Their son is already 6 years old. Recently, Lin Fuhai is preparing to buy a schoolhouse for their son. Really?
Sen ye luket at burning ye in surprise.
His brother-in-law had always been proud of himself. He didn't expect that he would do something like raising a woman outside. He didn't know how Burning Yi found out. Although Sin Yi was a bit curious, he didn't ask. He always knew that his nephew wasn't an ordinary person. Burning Yi nodded and continued. Xianlin paid a witness to be a witness when she represented the client in the lawsuit. I've sent the evidence to your email. You should know what to do, right? Yi Zhao did not want to let go of any of these people from the Yi family. As for Shui Lin, once the Lin family fell, her rich second-generation boyfriend would probably leave him immediately. Yi-sun nodded. Don't worry, Zhao. I know what to do. The Lin family has settled this. What about the Yi family? Don't worry, I won't let them off easy. Yi Zhao narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi-sun instructed Yi Zhao. Then I'll go back first. Call me if there's anything. Okay, I know. Watching Yi-sun's back disappear on the road, Yi Zhao turned around and walked towards the hospital. After Yi-sun returned to the company, he immediately contacted the detective agency and asked them to investigate Lin Haifu and Wendai. Then, he opened his email and sorted out the evidence that Yi Zhao had sent over. He then anonymously sent it to the victim's family. The detective agency was very efficient. The next day, they took a bunch of photos of Lin Fuhai and the mistress. Yi-sun packaged all these photos and sent them to Yi Shuang. When Yi Shuang received these photos, she was so angry that she wanted to stab the couple to death with a knife. Lin Fuhai, you heartless man. When I was with you, you had nothing. Now you dare to betray me. It was one thing to raise a third son, but now he even had a child. Yi Shuang couldn't care about anything else. She rushed to Wendai's address and slammed the door. If it was possible, she even wanted to tear down this house. Who is it? Wendai came to open the door. B*TCH. B*T. Yi Shuang gave Wendai a slap. Wendai was stunned by the slap. She covered her face and shouted, Who are you? What right do you have to hit me? Because I'm Lin Fuhai's wife. You bitch. Shameless. I'll beat you to death today. Yi Shuang punched and kicked Wendai. Wendai was thin and small. How could she be a match for the tall and slender Yi Shuang? Within a few seconds, Wendai was pressed to the ground by Yi Shuang. Her face was slapped so hard that it was not long before her face was slapped into a pig's head. The child, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up at this time and went outside barefooted. He saw Wendai being pressed to the ground and beaten. The 6-year-old child was so scared that he cried loudly at the side. Mommy! Mommy! Yi Shuang casually grabbed a cup and threw it at the child. What are you crying for? Your mother is a shameless B*T. You're not a good person either. The child cried even more fiercely. Quickly go and find your grandmother.
Windy shouted.
What did a 6-year-old child know? He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He stood there not daring to move.
Bang!
At this moment, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly sounded. Yi Shuang looked up and saw an old lady standing at the door. The bang just now was the watermelon that the old lady bought fell to the ground. Mom! Yi Shuang looked at his mother-in-law, Zhu Zuohua, in disbelief. Grandma! When the child saw his grandmother, it was as if he saw his savior and immediately ran over. Qingye, are you okay? Zhu Zuohua picked up her baby grandson and looked at Yi Shuang. Why are you here? Get lost. Mom! You actually spoke up for this B*TCH and this illegitimate child. Did you know about this long ago? Yi Shuang stood up and questioned his mother-in-law loudly. You're the B*TCH. You're the B*TCH who can't give birth to a son. Zhu Zuohua hugged Lin Qingye. If you know what's good for you, then quickly leave this place. Let's just forget about today's matter. Otherwise, when I go back, I'll let Haifu teach you a good lesson. Mom, how can you do this? I'm your daughter-in-law.
Ai mai fuese legitimate wife.
Yi Shuang did not expect that her mother-in-law, whom she had respected for more than 20 years, would treat her this way. Just because she did not give birth to a son for the Lin family? What? You can't give birth to a son yourself, and you can't let others give birth to our Haifu? Since you already know about this, then let's speak frankly. My eldest grandson is called Lin Qingye, the inheritance to inherit the family business. In the future, everything in our old Lin family will belong to him. If you have the ability, divorce my son. Zhu Zuohua could not wait for Yi Shuang to divorce Lin Haifu immediately. Once the divorce was over, Lin Qingye could openly become a descendant of the Lin family. Wen Dai did not have to hide anymore. Yi Shuang looked at Zhu Zuohua like this, her eyes filled with sadness. Mom, what about Xiao Xian and Xiao Shui? Aren't they your granddaughters? If I divorce Haifu, what will happen to them? Those two losers can follow whoever they want. Zhu Zuohua only had her eldest grandson. To her, Lin Xian and Lin Shui were just two losers. Ah! Yi Shuang couldn't take it anymore. She sat on the ground and burst into tears. The 20 years of waiting had finally become a joke. A joke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wen Dai quickly gave Yi Shuang a beating. When Yi Shuang came out of the apartment building again, she was in an extremely sorry state. She thought, she might as well die. But on second thought, why should she die? Should she die so that she could give up her position to that B*TCH? She couldn't die. She wanted Lin Haifu to get his retribution. She wanted him to lose his reputation. He couldn't turn over a new leaf. As a doctor, not only should he have medical ethics, he must also have ethics and character. Having been Lin Haifu's husband and wife for so many years, Yi Shuang knew many of Lin Haifu's secrets. The secrets were not big, but it was enough to make him never be able to turn over a new leaf. After Yi Shuang returned, she tidied up the things in her hands and prepared to send them to Lin Haifu's competitors. At this moment, Lin Haifu returned. Looking at the man who had slept with her for more than 20 years, Yi Shuang's expression was a little moved at this moment. She was thinking, if this man knelt in front of her with tears in his eyes and begged her to forgive him, she might forgive him once. But she did not. Not only did Lin Haifu not repent, he even gave Yi Shuang a hard slap. B***T, who told you to look for Wen Dai? Do you know that you scared Qingye to death? B***Tch, if anything happens to Changya, I'm not done with you. After saying that, Lin Haifu turned around and left. He did not even look back. He had been annoyed with Yi Shuang for a long time. Yi Shuang was already 56 years old this year. No matter how much she took care of herself, she could not compare to the 23-year-old Wen Dai. Moreover, Wen Dai had given birth to a son for him. Yi Shuang looked at Lin Haifu's back and said with a smile, "Good hit. Lin Haifu. That slap of yours was good. Ha ha ha. It was really good." Lin Haifu's slap directly interrupted all the affection in the past 20 years. Yi Shuang did not hesitate and directly sent the things that she had sorted out to Lin Haifu's competitors. Nothing came as fast as retribution. The next day, the matter of Lin Haifu cheating and raising a mistress was known to everyone. In the hospital, he was like a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouted for him to be beaten. Not only that, he was also exposed to scandals such as indiscriminately adding medical fees to patients and molesting female patients. As soon as the news came out, he was fired. Of course, facing Lin Haifu were the lawsuits of many of the patients' family members. Just as Yi Shuang was pleased that Lin Haifu was finally punished, another piece of news destroyed her. Lin Xian was detained. It was very likely that she would be sentenced. These sudden disasters had completely destroyed the Lin family. Yi Shuang's hair had turned white overnight. She took out all her savings and was prepared to risk her life to bail Lin Xian out. In just 2 days, Yi Shuang seemed to have aged more than 20 years. She dismissed the family's nanny, cancelled out the villa and other properties under her name, and moved from the luxurious villa to the dark basement. At the Yi residence, a knock on the door broke the silence of the early morning. Lin Xiaowei walked over to open the door. Who is it? It's so early in the morning. The moment she opened the door, she saw a few police officers standing outside. Lin Xiaowei's drowsiness disappeared in an instant. Dear police officers, may I know who you are looking for? Is it Yi Shuai's family? Yi Shuai is currently suspected of being involved in a fraud case. Please come with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei was immediately stunned. The little bit of sleepiness that she had left also disappeared completely at this moment. Officer, Lin Xiaowei stuttered. Our child's father is a decent person and has never done anything illegal. There are so many people with the same name and surname in the world. You must have made a mistake. Please rest assured, comrade. The leading officer took a step forward. We will not accuse a good man. And we will not let a bad man go. Where's Yi Shuai? Let him out for a moment. He is not at home. Lin Xiaowei blocked the door and did not let the officer in. You should leave quickly. The officer took out a plate from his pocket. This is an arrest warrant. Please cooperate with the police and do not interfere with official business. Lin Xiaowei swallowed her saliva. Although she did not want to make way, she still took a few steps back honestly. A few police officers entered one after another. There was no one in the living room. Only a 16 or 17-year-old teenager was sitting on the sofa eating a bun. Where's handsome Yi? The police officer turned to look at Lin Xiaowei. Yi Fei stood up from the sofa and asked with a pale face, What happened to my father? In his son's heart, a father had always been a great existence like a mountain. The police did not want Yi Fei to see Yi Shuai's sorry state after he was taken away. With a harmonious expression they said, Young man, this matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly go back to your room. Lin Xiaowei also reacted at this time and pushed Yi Fei out. Go to your grandparents' house. Your father is fine. Don't worry. Mom.
I'm fine.
I'm really fine. Lin Xiaowei tried her best to calm herself down. She said in a relaxed tone, The police uncle is here to talk to your dad about something. Go to your grandparents' house and ask them to come to our house for lunch. Mom will buy your grandma's favorite clams later. Hearing that, Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Yi Fei's back. With a bang, Lin Xiaowei closed the door and leaned her back against the door. Tears flowed down her cheeks. It was not that she did not know about what Yi Shuai had done. What she did not expect was that retribution would come so quickly. Where's Yi Shuai? The policeman in the house continued the topic from earlier. Lin Xiaowei took a deep breath. She knew that she could not hide this time. He's in the bedroom. The police officer leading the group said to the police officer with the buzz cut. Xiaoen, bring Xiao Li and Xiao Sun in to take a look. Okay. Xiaoyi nodded. The 3 police officers came to the bedroom. As expected, Yi Shuai was lying on the bed fast asleep. He only opened his sleepy eyes when the cold handcuffs were cuffed to him. Wife, what are you doing? Yi Shuai was shocked when he saw that the person standing in front of him was not Lin Xiaowei but a police officer. His body was covered in cold sweat. Police officer. This is our police officer's certificate and arrest warrant. Yi Shui, come with us. Officer comrade, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. What right do you have to arrest me? Yi Shui struggled with all his might. Don't move. A few police officers held Yi Shui down tightly. Wife, help me get a lawyer. Get the best lawyer. Lin Xiaowei nodded with tears in her eyes and sent Yi Shui to the door. After the policeman took Yi Shui away, Lin Xiaowei immediately went to Yi Dafu's place. She was a woman. Although her education level was a little high in such a big event, it was impossible to not have a man by her side. When Yao Tsuifan heard that her favorite eldest son was taken away by the policeman, she was so anxious that she fainted. Mom! Grandma! It was a chaotic scene again. Yao Tsuifan finally woke up and started crying when she woke up. Handsome son, my son. My son. How can mom live like this? Shut up. Yi Dafu looked at Yao Tsuifan and scolded her angrily. The old couple had lived together for nearly 40 years. This was the first time Yi Dafu was angry at Yao Tsuifan. Yao Tsuifan immediately stopped crying. She was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word. Yi Dafu pointed at Yao Tsuifan and scolded angrily. You old woman, you only know how to cry. Even if our Shuizi is fine, he will definitely cry for you. Yao Tsuifan sniffed. Yi Dafu turned to look at Lin Xiaowei. When Shuizi left, did he say anything to you? Lin Xiaowei's eyes were red as she said, Shuizi asked me to hire a lawyer for him. Lawyer? Yi Dafu frowned and continued. Isn't that Xiao Xian a lawyer? Quickly call Xiao Xian. It was easy to deal with someone at home. With Lin Xian around, Yi Shuizi would definitely be fine. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowei's eyes turned even redder. Xiao Xian went in too. Where did she go? Yi Dafu looked puzzled. Lin Xiaowei told them what happened. Big sis was afraid that you guys would be worried, so she didn't let us tell you. Big brother-in-law was fired by the hospital. Big brother-in-law was fired by the hospital. Their family's villa has been sold, and their car has been mortgaged. This was really a case of the house falling into the rain at the same time. Yi Dafu's face instantly turned pale. He was sad not because of the sudden change in Yi Shuang's family, but because he was worried that without Lin Xian's help, Yi Shui would not be able to come out. Then get Shuizi a lawyer. Get the best lawyer. Oh right. We still have to arrange things from top to bottom. Don't worry about the money. If it's really not enough, our family can sell the house. Although the Yi family was not very rich, they still had some money. After all, when they were demolishing the house back then, they had split 5 houses in one go. Now they had 2 houses to live in. 3 more were rented out. 3 houses could be sold for at least 6 or 7 million. Lin Xiaowei wiped away her tears. All right. I'll go now. As long as Yi Shuizi could come out safely, not to mention selling 1 house, she was willing to sell all of them. Asterisk. Today was the day Yi Shu was discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, Yi San came over with fresh flowers in his hands to pick up Yi Shu. Sis, congratulations on being discharged. You're the only one with a lot of tricks. Yi Shu received the flowers with one hand. Yi Zhuo followed behind her to carry her luggage. Fortunately, it was summer and her clothes were thin, so the mother and daughter did not have much luggage. Uncle, are you going on a blind date wearing such a handsome outfit today? Yi Sun, who had never liked to dress up, actually wore a new outfit today. He was wearing a handmade suit and black patent leather shoes. Yi Sun's foundation was not bad, so was such a dressing up. He looked like he was going on a blind date. What do you mean by handsome? Yi Sun took the bow from Yi Zhao. Your uncle is originally handsome, okay? Yi Shu. She finally understood why Yi Zhao always liked to look at himself in the mirror and say, how come I'm so handsome? As the saying goes, a nephew looks like an uncle. It turned out that these things were inherited. Narcissism was not without reason. They got into the van and arrived home in a short while. Yi Zhao found a vase and kept the fiery red roses in it. The originally clean living room suddenly had a bunch of roses, which looked quite eye-catching. The air was filled with the scent of perfume roses. It smelled very good. At noon, Yi Zhao ordered takeout from a restaurant that focused on health food. During lunch, Yi Zhao tried to tell Yi Shu about the recent happenings in the Yi family. Mom Lin Haifu raised a mistress outside and was reported by Yi Shuang. Now, he has been dismissed by the hospital. Lin Xian is still in the detention center because she perjured herself. It's very likely that she will be sentenced. Yi Shu was stunned. Obviously, she did not expect that in just a few days, Yi Shuang's family would have such a huge change. She had clearly seen Yi Shuang a week ago. At that time, she was still a high and mighty lady. Mom, if Aunt comes to beg you, will you help her? Yi Shu said. I'm not a big shot, how can I help her? What if she asks you to give her money? Yi Shu continued to ask. Money was easy to handle. Yi Shuang had already moved from the big villa to the basement, in case she came to beg Yi Shu. Yi Shu was afraid that Yi Shu would be soft-hearted again. No, Yi Shu's expression was calm. I have nothing to do with them now. After experiencing the pain of losing a finger, Yi Shu was already extremely disappointed with those so-called relatives. The main road was facing the sky. They could just walk to one side. Seeing Yi Shu like this, Yi Shu continued. Also, something happened at home. Commander Yi is suspected of fraud and has been arrested. They are now looking for ways to sell the house and make some connections to save Commander Yi. Yi Shu was stunned again. What a coincidence. Why did something happen at the same time? And it happened after she lost her finger? Could it be Yi Zhao? Thinking of this, Yi Shu felt that she was overthinking. No matter how powerful Yi Zhao was, he was only 18 years old. How could an 18-year-old child have such great abilities? Yi Shu looked at Yi Zhao and said seriously, Zhao, don't worry. Mom has really let go. In the future, whether life or death at home has nothing to do with me. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Mom, I'm much more relieved that you can think like this. Silly child. After saying that, Yi Shu continued. Zhao, Mom wants to ask you something? Go ahead. Yi Shu continued. Do you think it's too late to learn English at your mother's age? You want to learn English? Yi Shu was a little surprised. She had thought that Yi Shu would ask about what had happened to the Yi family. It seemed that her mother had really let it go.
Yi Shu nodded.
She wanted to learn English. In the past, she had never thought that English was important. It was only last week that she received a few foreign clients. Facing foreign clients, she was like an illiterate. She didn't understand anything. She couldn't even understand a simple word. Fortunately, there were 2 students from a foreign language school sitting at the table next to her. Therefore, Yi Shu wanted to use her free time to learn English. Yi Shu raised his head to look at Yi Shu. Mom, as long as you want to learn, it's not too late, no matter what age you are. Really? Yi Shu was a little surprised. She was already 39. She had thought that it was a hopeless matter. But she didn't expect that she could actually learn it.
Yi Zhao nodded.
I'll go to the bookstore to buy some learning materials for you later. Then, I'll look for a foreign teacher online to conduct one-on-one tutoring. Okay. After eating, Yi Shu went to the nearby Xinhua bookstore. She bought some basic teaching materials. Then, she used the software to find a very reliable online teaching method. Yi Shu was a person who was eager to learn. Not only did she learn, but she also learned very seriously. At present, the restaurant was not open for business, and she had nothing to do at home. Therefore, she paid more money to change the one-day class to 3 classes a day. 3 days later, Yi Shu learned simple spoken English. In order to learn it faster, Yi Shu suggested that Yi Zhao also use English to talk to her in daily communication. Occasionally, he would not talk to her or say something wrong. Yi Zhao could still correct her in time. When Yi San came back, he heard Yi Shu talking to Yi Zhao in English. He said in surprise, Sister, when did you learn English? I just learned it. I only know a little. Zhao is really amazing. Although Yi Shu had just started to learn English, she was shocked by Yi Zhao's pronunciation. Yi Zhao's pronunciation was even more standard than that of a foreign teacher. Yi Sin asked curiously, Sister, why did you learn English? Because foreigners always come to the restaurant to eat. English is an international common language. There's no harm in learning it. Yizhua took the opportunity to continue. Why don't you learn one too, uncle? Now that the express delivery company is getting better and better, one day it will be international. When that time comes, you as the boss of the company can't even speak English. Yi-sun was very talented in business. In just a few months, not only did he bring the company back on track, but he also made it flourish. It was only a matter of time before it became international. I can hire a translator, Yi-sun said. Yi-zeo raised his eyebrows slightly. Nowadays, some translators are very bad, and there are many who refer to a deer as a horse. Zeo, you're exaggerating. Yi-sun did not think much of it. How could I encounter such a bad translator? Yi-sun had always believed in it. In this world, there were more good people than bad people. Uncle, I don't know if you've heard of this saying, but the business world is like a battlefield. What if the translator is bribed by your competitor and the list is snatched away by another company, or important secrets are leaked to another company? What would you do then? The business world was like a battlefield. The slightest carelessness could result in eternal hatred. What Yi-zeo said was not an exaggeration at all. After saying that, Yi-zeo continued, Uncle, once you have learned the knowledge, it will be yours. No one can snatch it away from you. Besides, this won't waste much of your time. You just need to take out 1 or 2 hours a day to learn it. As he said that, Yi-sun wavered. He suddenly felt that what Yi-zeo said made sense. If the translator he hired was a commercial spy, it would be too late to regret it. There were some things that needed to be prevented. His eldest niece was still the best. She knew so much at such a young age. Many times, Yi-sun even felt that he was not Yi-zeo's uncle. Yi-zeo seemed to be his elder instead. Zeo, why don't you make an appointment with a foreign teacher for me too?
Yi-san sait.
Yi-zeo smiled slightly. Uncle, have you thought it through?
Yi-san nodded.
I have. Yi-zeo returned to his room and took out a few books for Yi Sr. These are the books I bought for my mother the last time. I specially bought an extra copy for you to read. I'll send you the contact details of the foreign teacher in a while. You can talk to him yourself. Okay. Yi-sun took the book with both hands. After flipping through a few pages, Yi-sun continued. Niece, guess what I saw downstairs just now? What? Yizhua asked. Yi-sun said. I saw a top-class luxury car. The Silby. And it's a limited edition. What's so strange about that? Yi-zeo said faintly. Do you know how much the Silby is for sale? How much? Yi-zeo asked cooperatively. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. After saying that, Yi-sun made a 10 with both hands. 1 billion. Oh. Yi-zeo said faintly. Oh.
Yi-san looked at Yi-zeo in surprise.
1 billion in exchange for Yi-zeo's feint. Oh? Wasn't she surprised? This was 1 billion. It was not 10 yuan. Yi-zeo raised his eyelids and glanced at Yi Sr. His tone was so calm. I know, don't worry. I'll buy 10 for you in the future.
Yi-san.
He suspected that his niece was bragging, but he had no evidence. Yi-san continued. There's only one reason why such a luxurious car like the Silby can appear in our shabby neighborhood. Huh. Yi-zeo raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi-sun looked as if he knew everything. The guy in the car must be a domineering CEO or a big shot in the business world. His little wife lives in our neighborhood. Today, he had a conflict with her little wife. Yi-sun was completely immersed in his own plot. Wake up, uncle. There aren't so many stories about domineering CEOs and little wives in this world. Yi-zeo heartlessly interrupted Yi-sun's imagination. Night gradually fell, and the hazy night sky covered a luxurious sports car. Under the lights of the street lamps, it could be seen that this was a limited edition Silbit sports car. There were no more than 10 cars in the world. The window was open. From the outside, one could see the man's well-defined side face. The dim light coated his face with a layer of gauze, and his already somewhat indistinct face was now even more faintly discernible. He was wearing a plain-colored long robe with a string of dark red Buddhist beads between his fingers. His fingers were casually placed on the window as he gently stroked the Buddhist beads. The dark red Buddhist beads were particularly eye-catching when he used his fair fingers. Music flowed in the carriage. Through the window, one could faintly hear that this was a passage of the Great Sorrow mantra. After a long while, the man finally withdrew his hand and used the hand that was holding the Buddhist beads to pick up the lighter. Bah! Faint blue flames shot out from the man's fingertips, illuminating the man's exquisite side profile. If this person wasn't Sun Wuya, who else could it be? He didn't know what had happened to him either. He had just returned to Cloud Capital today. Almost as soon as he got off the plane, he drove the car here as if by some strange coincidence. After parking the car, his restless heart suddenly stopped at this moment. The scene of him playing chess with Yij suddenly appeared in his mind. Her voice was still ringing in his ears. She said, "You're too stupid. It's normal to lose to me. Don't mind it. Life is like chess, chess is like life. Never be deceived by false appearances. One wrong step, one wrong step. Mr. Tsin, thank you for letting me win." Thinking of this, Tsin Shaoqing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the depths of his deep eyes were pitch black. It was like a bottomless well. This was Yi Zhao's home. The spot where he parked his car was right below the apartment building where Yi Zhao's home was located. Could it be that he had fallen in love with Yi Zhao? No. This was impossible. How could he fall in love with a little girl? He only admired Yi Zhao. He admired her chess skills. He admired her technological talent. He admired her knowledge. He had never interacted with a woman in his life. He was not used to being so close to a little girl all of a sudden. He would have a strange feeling in his heart. After a long time he would get used to it. It had nothing to do with romance. It was also not about love. Thinking of this, Tsin Shaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. He extinguished the half-lit cigarette and threw away the cigarette butt. Bah! It seemed like he threw it away casually, but the cigarette butt was thrown into the trash can 10 meters away. The car window was raised, and the man's handsome and cold face was completely cut off inside the car window. The man held the Buddhist beads in one hand and pressed the other hand on the steering wheel. He looked ahead and started the engine. The black car left, leaving only dust on the ground. When the dust fell, everything returned to normal. Who would have noticed that not long ago, a luxury car had been parked here for nearly an hour? The Yi family. In the following days, as long as Yi Shu and Yi San were free, they would study English. The daily communication of the family of three was all replaced by English. What happened in the Yi family's hometown did not have any substantial impact on the two of them. On the 11th day of the first lunar month, Lindsay secretly bought a plane ticket to Yunjing. Originally, he was preparing to come to Yunjing on the 8th day of the first lunar month. But he was delayed by some things. He didn't bring anything but a cell phone, a laptop and a few change of clothes. The temperature difference between Yunjing and Capital City was very big. The coldest time in Capital City, the temperature was around 18 degrees Celsius. The coldest time in Yunjing was 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. Although the temperature in Yunjing was not as low as that in Capital City, but this kind of cold in Yunjing was different from that in Capital City. It was dry and cold in Yunjing. As soon as he got off the plane, Lindsay shivered. Yunjing was a very unfamiliar city to Lindsay. He took out his cell phone and found the location of the hotel. Then Lindsay got into a taxi. The driver was a talkative middle-aged man. He saw Lindsay's outfit in the rear mirror and asked, "Young man, are you a foreigner?" "Yes."
Lindsay nodded.
"Then where are you from?" the middle-aged driver asked.
"Beijing," Lindsay answered.
The middle-aged driver said in surprise, "Beijing is thousands of kilometers away from here. It takes more than 4 hours by plane. Young man, are you here to visit Yunjing?" Yunjing was a tourist city, but there was nothing to visit in winter. Usually there were more people in the 3 seasons of spring, summer, and autumn. No, Lindsay couldn't tell what he felt when he set foot on the land of Yunjing. "I'm here to find my mother." At this moment, was he and his mother breathing the same breath of the sky? Would he be able to see his mother as he wished on this trip? Lindsay leaned against the back of his chair. Ignoring the cold, he opened the car window and took a deep breath of the cold air. "Young man, are you carsick?" the driver asked. Lindsay did not deny it. "Yes." The driver continued. "Young man, is your mother from Yunjing?" "Probably." Lindsay's voice was very faint. The driver smiled and said, "You don't even know where your mother is from?" Lindsay shook his head gently. "I've never seen my mother since I was young." The driver was stunned. The smile on his face froze at the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Lindsay and said apologetically, "I'm sorry about that, young man." "It's okay." The driver continued, "Young man, don't be discouraged. Uncle believes that one day, you'll be able to find your mother." "Right, what's your mother's name?" "I've been driving a taxi in Yunjing for 20 years. Tell me about it. Maybe I know her." "I don't know." "Ah." The driver was stunned. He continued, "Then do you have a photo of your mother?" Lindsay shook his head. "You haven't seen your mother since you were young?" The driver asked softly.
Lindsay nodded.
"How pitiful. Such a young child." The driver sighed in his heart. "Then why did you come alone? Where's your father?" "He's very seriously ill." The expression on the driver's face became even more solemn. There were no clues at all. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Before getting off the car, the driver uncle told Lindsay, "Young man, although Yunjing is a good place, there are a lot of swindlers. When you are alone outside, you must be careful not to be deceived. Uncle wishes you to find your mother as soon as possible. A family reunion." "Thank you." Lindsay handed the money to the middle-aged driver and took the opportunity to bow. This child really knows how to be polite. The middle-aged driver sighed in his heart. Beijing. Feng Qianhua made some handmade snacks and had Feng Qianqian send them over to Lindsay. Although she was no longer prepared to curry favor with Lindsay, she still had to put on a show. Feng Qianqian said, "Lindsay isn't at home." "Not at home." Feng Qianhua continued. "Where did he go?" "I think he went to Sea City for a vacation." Feng Qianqian didn't take this matter to heart. Go to Sea City for a vacation? School was about to start soon. Why would Lindsay go to Sea City for a vacation? Lindsay had a dull personality since he was young. He didn't speak much and was very much like Lin Jincheng. How could he go out for a vacation? Feng Qianhua subconsciously felt that there must be something going on here. She immediately put down the snacks in her hands and walked upstairs. Upstairs, she made a call. "Hello. Check Lindsay's recent whereabouts for me." "Okay." The waiting time was torturous. The more she didn't get a reply, the more uneasy Feng Qianhua felt. "Mom." Just then there was a knock on the door. "What's wrong?" Feng Qianhua frowned slightly. Feng Xianxian continued. "Mom, the health soup downstairs is ready. You can send it to Grandma Lin now." Only then did Feng Qianhua remember about the health soup. Although Lindsay's matter was very important, the health soup was more important. "I'm here." Feng Qianhua rushed downstairs and carried the health-preserving soup to the Lin family home. She arrived at the Lin family home. Old Lady Lin was still waiting for Feng Qianhua at the door. "Aunt Lin, Qianhua is here." As long as she saw Feng Qianhua, the gloom on Old Lady Lin's face would disappear completely. "It's cold." Feng Qianhua carried the health-preserving soup in one hand and helped Old Lady Lin tuck in her down jacket with the other. "Please don't wait for me outside. Your body is weak to begin with. If anything happens to you because of me, I'll be a sinner for eternity." "Nothing will happen if I just stand there for a while," said Old Lady Lin with a smile. "My heart will only be at ease when I see you here." Aunt Zhang said from the side. "If people who don't know see you, they'll think that you and Miss Qianhua are mother and daughter. In other people's homes, I'm afraid even mother and daughter don't have such close feelings." Aunt Zhang had always been a person who took advantage of the situation. She knew when to say what she should say. What she should say was most pleasing to old Mrs. Lin. Old Mrs. Lin said, Who says so? In my eyes, Qianhua is my biological daughter. After helping old Mrs. Lin to sit down in the house and drinking the soup, Feng Qianhua said unintentionally, "Why didn't I see Azay today?" "He went to Sea City for a vacation," old Mrs. Lin answered. Feng Qianhua looked at old Mrs. Lin and continued, "I remember that child Azay doesn't seem to like traveling very much. Ignore him. Ignore him." Old Mrs. Lin waved her hand. That child was now old. She couldn't control him anymore. Feng Qianhua didn't say anything else. A faint light flashed in her eyes. Yunjing. After staying in a hotel for one night, Lin Zai set out on his journey to find his mother the next day. He didn't know anything. There were no clues. Standing on the busy street, he suddenly felt a moment of despair. His gaze fell on a mother and son. The boy looked about 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as him. "Mom, what are we going to eat tonight?" "Stir-fry 2 vegetables and cook a fish," his mother replied. "Fish again? I don't want it." "If you don't want it, then cook it yourself. Eating fish will not only make you grow taller, but it will also make your brain smarter. Look at how stupid you are now." The mother and son walked further and further away. Lin Zai's eyes gradually became moist. "Mom!" He suddenly shouted at the crowd. "Mom!" No one responded to him. "Mom, where are you?" Lin Zai held his head and squatted on the ground, crying loudly. He didn't dare to cry when he was in Beijing. He was afraid that the people around him and old Mrs. Lin would think too much. Only in this unfamiliar place did he dare to indulge himself like this. The passers-by looked at him with a puzzled look. "Little brother, are you all right?" A male voice rang in his ear. At the same time, a hand patted his shoulder. Lin Zai looked up and saw a delicate and pretty face. The man was about 35 or 36. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He looked like a successful person. Lin Zai wiped his eyes. "I'm fine." Yi San handed him a piece of paper. "A man should stand tall. Don't cry so easily. Here, wipe your face." "Thank you, uncle." Lin Zai took the piece of paper from Yi San. Yi San looked at the youth in front of him who lowered his head to wipe his tears. He suddenly thought of himself who had been kicked out of the house many years ago. "Little brother, do you want to go for a drink?"
Yi San continued.
Lin Zai raised his head and looked at Yi San in surprise. "There's a restaurant over there. Don't worry, uncle isn't a bad person." Yi San pointed to the restaurant beside him. Lin Zai didn't have the habit of eating with strangers, but facing this man in front of him, he couldn't refuse. It was a very strange feeling. Yi San also saw Lin Zai's face clearly. He frowned slightly. Why did he feel that this child looked a little familiar? If it wasn't for his young self-discipline, he would have suspected that this child was his illegitimate child. Looking at Lin Zai, Yesin couldn't help but think of a female novel that he had read before. The Cold Wife Runs with the Ball. Unfortunately, he was not some overbearing CEO and had never had a one-night stand with anyone. Lin Zai followed Yi San and arrived at the small restaurant. Yi San ordered a bottle of white wine for himself and a glass of fruit juice for Lin Zai. "You're just a child. It's the time for you to grow up. You can't drink wine recklessly." "Oh."
Lin Zai nodded.
No one had ever said that to him since he was young. Grandma was old, and she had nothing else to say other than asking him to accept Feng Qianhua. His father was always in the hospital or in the office. After the dishes were served, Yi San poured himself a glass of wine. "Can you tell uncle why you're crying?" Lin Zai took a sip of the juice and tried his best to suppress the bitterness in his heart. I tried for a long time, but in the end I still couldn't say it. It's okay if you don't want to say it. Let's eat." Yi San picked up a drumstick for Lin Zai with his chopsticks. Looking at the drumstick in the bowl, Lin Zai said in a hoarse voice, "I can't find my mother." He was only a 19-year-old boy after all. No matter how strong and invincible he was still a teenager. But he also had a weak side. "Don't cry, don't cry." Yi Sen was shocked and quickly stood up to wipe Lindsay's tears. Did you get separated from your mother? Lindsay shook his head. Did your father divorce your mother? Lindsay still shook his head. Then what happened? Lindsay took a deep breath and took a sip of juice. I was brought up by my grandmother. I haven't seen my mother since I was young. My grandmother said my mother is dead, but I didn't believe it. She can't be dead. She must still be alive. He hadn't even had the chance to see her. How could she be dead? Yi Sen roughly understood what had happened and patted Lindsay's shoulder. Don't cry. As long as you're sure that she's still alive, you'll find her one day. Right, do your grandmother and the others know that you came out to look for your mother? Lindsay shook his head. I told them that I went to see City for a vacation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me come. The term mother was like a forbidden word in the Lin family. No one could mention it.
Yi Sen sikhet.
Little brother. What's your name? How about this, leave me your phone number. I'm a native of Yunjing. If I hear from your mother, I'll give you a call. Lindsay gave his cell phone number. My name is Lindsay.
I'm Shuang Mulin. I'm Chuanze. Linse.
Yi Sen looked up at Lindsay and continued. My name is Yi Senator Yi of Yilin Lin. You can call me Uncle Yi. At the same time in Beijing, Feng Qianhua stood on the balcony to answer the phone. Suddenly her expression changed. What did you say? Yunjing. He went to Yunjing. If Lindsay went to Yunjing, then those secrets would not be able to be hidden anymore. Feng Qianhua's heart was in an unprecedented panic. Could it be that her 18 years of hard work had gone down the drain just like that?
No.
She was unwilling. Don't be anxious. Lindsay doesn't have any clues now. He won't be able to find Yishu, the person continued. Our top priority is to get the Lin family to quickly call Lindsay back. If he continues like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. I got it. Feng Qianhua hung up the phone and went to the Lin family. Aunt Lin. Something bad happened. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Old Mrs. Lin put down the ginseng soup in her hand. Feng Qianhua continued. Xianxian's classmate told Xianxian just now that Zay didn't go to Sea City at all. Aunt Lin, are you sure Z went to Sea City? Old Mrs. Lin nodded. That's what he told me. Did something happen on the way? Old Mrs. Lin frowned. Where's the butler? Butler, quickly check young master's whereabouts. The butler immediately sent people to investigate. After a while they found Lindsay's whereabouts. The butler's expression was a little strange. Old lady young master he. What happened to him? Old lady Lin asked impatiently. The butler continued. He went to Yunjing. Yunjing. Old lady Lin was stunned on the spot. What was Lin Zi going to Yunjing for? Was he going to look for Yishu? This heartless child. She had pulled him up so much, yet he went to look for that fickle woman Yishu without even saying a word. Did he still have a grandmother in his heart? Evil creature. Evil creature. Old Mrs. Lin slammed the table and stood up in anger. Aunt Lin, don't be angry. Feng Qianhua quickly stood up and supported old Mrs. Lin. Zay is just a child. What can he know? Or he's just going to Yunjing to play. Old Mrs. Lin did not answer Feng Qianhua directly. Instead, she said to the butler, immediately arrange for someone to bring that evil creature back from Yunjing. Yes, old Mrs. Lin. The housekeeper immediately made the arrangements. Looking at the housekeeper's back, old Mrs. Lin sat back on the chair and could not help but cough loudly. Feng Qianhua calmed old Mrs. Lin down. Aunt Lin, perhaps Azu just misses his mother. You must not be angry. That fickle woman, is she worthy of being Azay's mother? Old Mrs. Lin could not contain her anger. Back then, he was only this little like a cat. I worked hard to raise him up. If it wasn't for me, would he still be alive today? Thinking about those past events, old Mrs. Lin was extremely angry. She was angry at Lin Zay for not being sensible. She was angry at Yishu for being promiscuous. Feng Qianhua continued. Zay is still young now. When he grows up and becomes sensible, He will know how difficult it is for you. Grow up? How much more do you want him to grow up? Madame Lin looked at Feng Qianhua. He is already 19 years old now. He will be going to university soon. Qianhua, tell me, how much more do you want him to grow up to understand? A 19-year-old child. In an ordinary family, he would have long been the pillar of support. But Lin Zhe was still so insensible. Old Mrs. Lin's eyes were filled with anger. Feng Qianhua continued to comfort old Mrs. Lin. Aunt Lin, some children mature early and some mature late. Don't be too anxious. Zhe will be sensible one day. It would have been better if Feng Qianhua had not said this, but when she said this, old Madame Lin felt even worse. One day Lin Zhe will grow up. But when will this one day be? When will Lin Zhe grow up? Before he can grow up? Thinking of this, old Madame Lin's eyes were filled with sorrow as she grabbed Feng Qianhua's hand. She sighed and said, I don't expect anything now. I only hope that you can give birth to a grandson for me. Zhe is the only child in Jin City now. Zhe doesn't know how to be vigilant in times of danger. Feng Qianhua's eyes revealed a hint of shyness. Aunt Lin, what's there to be shy about? I'm not an outsider. Feng Qianhua continued. Aunt Lin, you should know that this kind of thing is a matter of mutual consent. Jin City only has Yishu in its heart. Actually, as long as I can see Jin City living a happy life, I'm very satisfied. That Tish doesn't deserve it. Old Lady Lin said fiercely. Feng Qianhua sighed and tried to speak up for Yishu. But Old Lady Lin seemed to have read her mind. Qianhua, you don't have to speak up for her. I know very well what kind of person Yishu is. Having said that, Feng Qianhua had no choice but to change the topic. Aunt Lin, the plum blossoms in the garden have been blooming well these few days. Shall we go to the garden to admire the flowers? Okay. Old Mrs. Lin nodded. The red plum blossoms in the garden were like a fire, embellishing the white snow. Such a beautiful scene made people involuntarily gasp in amazement. Yunjing. In the small restaurant with Yi Sen's guidance, Lin Zhe's mood was much better. Yi Sen was afraid that this kid wouldn't be able to get over it. So he sent him back to the hotel where he stayed, and the two of them added each other on WeChat. Zhe, my home is just over here. I've already sent the address to your WeChat. If you're in a bad mood, you can ask me out for a drink, or you can go to my home for a home-cooked meal. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Zhe bowed deeply to him. You're welcome.
Ye sempatet Lin Zhe's shoulder.
Everyone has their ups and downs. Hurry up and go in. Lin Zhe turned around and walked into the hotel. Yi Sen watched him enter the hotel before leaving. Lin Zhe. Yi Sen whispered Lin Zhe's name, feeling a little strange. He didn't know why, but he felt that Lin Zhe was very friendly. It was as if he was really his long-lost relative. Could it be an illusion? Yi Sen frowned and did not think too much about it. The Lin family moved very quickly. For hours later they arrived in Yunjing. It was 9 o'clock at night. The housekeeper brought a few bodyguards and went straight to Lin Zhe's hotel. Knock, knock, knock. The housekeeper began to knock on the door.
Lin Zhe frowned slightly.
Who was it at this time of night? Under normal circumstances, the hotel would not bother the guests at this time of night. Therefore, this was definitely not a hotel staff member. Lin Zhe quickly picked up the laptop, pressed the mouse with one hand, and operated the keyboard with one hand. Not long after, he hacked into the hotel's internal system and turned on the surveillance cameras in the hotel corridor. It was indeed not the hotel staff standing outside the door. It was the butler. Why was the butler here? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Grandma must have known about his itinerary. He had just arrived in Yunjing when the butler followed him. What did this mean? It meant that his mother must be in Yunjing. When he heard the news, Lin Zhe was ecstatic. It was not in vain. Although he could not find his mother, his trip to Yunjing was not in vain. Lin Zhe restored his computer to its original state and walked over to open the door. Young master. The butler bowed respectfully. Grandpa Butler, why are you here? Lin Zhe asked in surprise. The butler said, Young master, the old lady is very angry. Please come back with us. Why is Grandma angry? Lindsay was a little confused. The housekeeper looked at Lindsay with a complicated expression. Young master, please. Lindsay continued. Wait a moment. I still have things to pack. The housekeeper looked at the bodyguards behind him. Just let them pack. Then I'll get a phone and a computer. Lindsay walked into the house. When he came back again, he had a phone and a computer in his hand. His computer was very light. It was light in his hands and didn't seem to carry much weight. Grandpa Butler, can you tell me why Grandma suddenly asked me to go back? The butler turned to look at Lindsay. Young master, do you really not know? I don't know. Lindsay shook his head in confusion. It was as if he didn't know anything. The Lin family had their own plane. After arriving at the airport, the plane flew directly to Beijing. On the way, Lindsay's face didn't have any special expression. He had been playing with his computer. When he returned to Beijing, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. The Lin family manor was brightly lit. Lindsay had just walked into the hall. A cup flew over. Bang! The cup fell to the ground and shattered in front of him. Lindsay narrowed his eyes and continued walking inside. He saw old Mrs. Lin sitting on the sofa angrily, her face dark. What happened to Grandma? Lindsay walked over with a smile and sat beside old Mrs. Lin. Who made our matriarch angry? Speak. Old Madame Lin's face was cold. Where did you go? Lindsay did not hide it. I went to Yunjing. What are you going to Yunjing for? Old Madame Lin could not contain her anger. Do you still have a grandmother in your eyes? She had grown wings. Now, she even dared to carry her to Yunjing. Shouldn't the next step be to bring that Beatrice Yishu back?
Linse was stunned.
He frowned and said, Grandma, what are you talking about? I just went to Yunjing with my classmates to play. Why do I not see you as my grandma? Can't I go to Yunjing? Didn't you say that you were going to see City? Old Mrs. Lin looked at Lindsay. Lindsay explained, Originally we were going to see City, but my classmate said that the fairy peak in Yunjing is the best mountain in the world. Moreover, he has relatives there, so he changed his mind and went to Yunjing at the last minute. Grandma, we went to Fairy Peak yesterday afternoon. It's so beautiful. We even took a photo. See if it looks good. With that, Lindsay took out a photo. In the background of the photo was Fairy Peak, a famous scenic spot in Yunjing. Looking at the photo, old Mrs. Lin's frown eased a little. Was this child really going to Yunjing just for a trip? Was she mistaken? But it was normal. No one in this family had ever told Lindsay anything about Yishu. For no reason. How could this child know that Yishu was in Yunjing? Maybe she was too sensitive. Who is this? Old Mrs. Lin pointed at the stranger in the photo and asked. Lindsay introduced. This is the relative of my classmate. This is the cousin of my classmate. This is my classmate. And this is the classmate of my classmate's relative. Old Mrs. Lin nodded. She also had some impression of this classmate of Lindsay's. His family background was not bad. Although it could not be compared to the Lin family, his family background in Beijing could be counted on one's fingers. Old Mrs. Lin did not object. Lindsay interacted with this classmate. After saying that, Lindsay continued, Grandma, why did you suddenly ask the butler to call me back? Is there something urgent? An awkward smile appeared on Old Lady Lin's face. There's nothing urgent. I was just afraid that something would happen to you. Didn't you say that you were going to see City? You suddenly went to Yunjing. Grandma was afraid that you would be deceived. Lindsay said guiltily, This is also my fault. I'm a big gambler. I forgot everything when I saw Fairy Peak. I should have told you in advance. Oh, Grandma, I also bought you a bunch of crystal beads that have been exposed to light. The layman of the Fairy Peak said that these crystal beads that have been exposed to light are especially good for the elderly and keep them safe. See if you like them. With that, Lindsay took out a small wooden box from his school bag. This bunch of crystal beads indeed came from the Fairy Peak. But it wasn't bought by Lindsay at the Fairy Peak. Because Lindsay had never been to Fairy Peak. He photoshopped the photos. Whether it was the crystal bracelet or the photos, Lindsay had prepared them in advance. Just in case. He didn't expect it to come in handy. Ever since he saw the way Feng Qianhua and Feng Xianxian treated old Mrs. Lin, Lindsay knew that he had to put on a good show with his grandmother. After all, Feng Xianxian could make her smile with 3 pairs of insoles that cost 10 yuan. Turned out that he had done the right thing. This was a very practical move for old Mrs. Lin. Lindsay narrowed his eyes. Yunjing, he will definitely go there again. Taking out the crystal bracelet from the wooden box, a strong sense of guilt appeared in old lady Lin's eyes. Originally, she was still wondering if this child had gone to Yunjing to look for Yishu. Unexpectedly, this child was only going to Yunjing for a vacation. Moreover, when he was playing, he did not forget this grandmother of his. Sigh. It was her fault. She shouldn't have doubted her own grandson so much. Lindsay put the crystal bead on old lady Lin's wrist. Dark purple crystal bead. It was old lady Lin's favorite color. The smile on old lady Lin's face deepened. Thank you, Aze. Grandma really likes the crystal bracelet you gave her. Aze has grown up now and knows how to show filial respect to grandma. Lindsay smiled. It's good that you like it, Grandma. You raised me so hard since I was young. It's only right for me to show respect to you. Oh. Hearing that, old Mrs. Lin's eyes were filled with relief. She knew it. This grandson of hers was a filial and good child. Seeing that old Mrs. Lin's anger had completely dissipated, Lindsay continued, Grandma, I'm sorry that I made you worry for so long. It's getting late now. I'll send you back to your room to rest. Okay. Old Mrs. Lin nodded. The grandfather and grandson looked very harmonious, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Aunt Zhang looked at the backs of the grandfather and grandson and frowned deeply. She had thought that the grandfather and grandson would have a big fight. It would end with the grandfather and grandson falling out. What was unexpected was that not only did the grandfather and grandson not fall out, but old Mrs. Lin's love for Lindsay deepened. Aunt Zhang returned to her room and gave Feng Qianhua a call. She did not say much on the phone and only reminded Feng Qianhua that Lindsay had already returned. Old Mrs. Lin did not fly into a rage. She hung up the phone. Feng Qianhua's expression was frighteningly dark. Are you playing a roundabout tactic with me? She had spent a lot of effort to sow discord between the grandfather and grandson. She did not expect that Lindsay would use a photo and a bracelet to make old Mrs. Lin forget everything. She would never believe it if she said that Lindsay did not go to Yunjing to look for Yishu. It seemed that she had underestimated Lindsay. However, so what if Lindsay was smart? He was just a teenager after all. Feng Qianhua narrowed her eyes. She must become Lin Jincheng's wife and give birth to a child that belonged to her in Lin Jincheng. She must drive Lindsay out of the Lin family forever. The Lin family. Lindsay had just arrived at his bedroom when the smile on his face disappeared. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yi Sr. Uncle Yi, I have arrived in Beijing safely. Home. Although it was already late at night, Yi Sin replied very quickly. Yes, Uncle Yi, if you have time to visit Beijing, you must tell me. I am the most familiar with the 4 or 9 cities. Okay, my niece has been talking about applying to Beijing University recently. If she gets into Beijing University, I will tell you. Lindsay looked at the words on the screen and smiled faintly. Being Yi Sen's niece must be very happy. He wondered if his mother had any siblings. If she did, he should have an uncle too. Then what does his uncle look like? Will he be like Yi San? Lindsay fell into deep thought. After a while, Lindsay replied, I'll wait for you in Beijing. Well, it's getting late. Go to bed early. Children can't stay up late. Good night, Uncle Yi. After replying to this message, Lindsay went to the bathroom to take a shower. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The arrival of the 15th day of the first lunar month meant that the new year had come to an end, and that Yunjing City had resumed full-scale construction. The students were going to start school. The Yi family's private kitchen was also going to open for business. Yishu could not work because her hand was injured, so she recruited 2 more people. She just had to take turns in the shop. However, although she could not work, she was not idle either. She was learning English every day. Even the music played during the lunch break in the shop was in English. Hard work would be rewarded. Although it was only a short 10 days, Yishu could now have simple meals and communicate with foreigners. Yishua carried her school bag and went to school to report. Before going to school, she went to the company on the way. She rarely came to the company. When the employees saw her directly enter the president's private elevator, they were all very curious. Who's that? She's so pretty. The CEO's daughter. I heard that our CEO is only 27 years old this year. F***CK. Could she be the CEO's girlfriend? I think she looks like him. The president's girlfriend is too beautiful. These voices came after Yizeo entered the elevator, so Yizeo naturally did not hear them. She walked straight to Zhao Yang's office and knocked on the door.
Come in.
Zhao Yang's voice came from inside. Yizhua pushed the door open and went in. Zhao Yang was sitting on the boss chair, processing documents. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he thought that it was his secretary who came in to deliver the documents. He said directly, "Xiaosong, you can just put the documents on the table. I'll look at them later." "Brother Zhao Yang, it's me," Yizhua said faintly. Hearing this, Zhao Yang raised his head and saw that it was Yizhua. Zhao Yang hurriedly stood up from the boss chair and said, "Zhua." Although Yizeo called him brother, he was younger than him. However, Zhao Yang never dared to really treat Yizeo as a younger sister. This was because even though Yizeo was young, he had a sense of authority. Every time he saw Yizeo, it was like an elementary school student who hadn't finished his homework seeing a teacher. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Yizeo took out a design draft from his bag and handed it to Zhao Yang. "This is the latest spring dress design. Take a look." Zhao Yang took the design draft and his eyes were filled with surprise. There were 2 English letters at the bottom right of each design draft. The Y was Yizhua. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhao Yang would never have believed that a teenage girl would have such talent in design. Anyone who saw her design draft and finished product only had one word in their heart: buy. Currently, ZY's name had spread throughout the entire design circle. It wasn't so much spread. It was more of a shock. There was a popular saying in the circle now: ZY's debut was the peak. If people knew that ZY was only 18 years old, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Most importantly, ZY wasn't just a designer. She was also the inventor of clothes that could adjust the temperature. Zhao Yang did not dare to imagine what kind of storm it would cause in the business world once these 2 pieces of information were spread. She was only 18 years old, a child who had not even participated in the college entrance examination. Zhao Yang suppressed the shock in his heart. He continued, "Miss Yi, the style that you have designed will definitely become the new favorite of the nation once it goes on sale. Oh right, there's a popular female celebrity recently who wants to ask you to design a red carpet gown for her. Will you accept this bill?" "How much?" Yizhua asked calmly. Zhao Yang gestured with the number 7. 7 million? Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhao Yang shook his head. Yizhua frowned slightly. "It can't be 700,000, right?" "Yes. I won't accept it." Yizhua continued. "Tell the other party that I'll consider 7 million, and then send another message at the same time. Tell them that I only accept 3 orders a month, and I won't accept more than 3 orders. The rarer the item, the more valuable it was. In the business world, this was called hunger marketing." "Zhao Yang nodded. "All right, I got it." Yizhua's gaze landed on the contract on the office desk. Zhao Yang hurriedly pulled out the contract. "This is the contract we signed with Song Shi Group. Do you want to take a look?" "Song Shiyu." Zhao Yang nodded. Yizhua took the contract and took a look at it. After a moment, the corners of her mouth curled up. "Old fox. What's wrong?" Zhao Yang asked. "Is there a problem with this contract?" He knew Song Shiyu's character, so he had looked at it carefully twice just now and did not find any obvious problems. Yizhua placed the contract on the table. Here and here. But it's normal that you can't see it. He just happened to step on a loophole in the terms. Zhao Yang didn't see anything wrong with it at first. After hearing what Yizhua said, he suddenly understood. He admired Yizhua a little more. Actually, Yizhua was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Song Shiyu, who was only 28 this year, would be so shrewd. Yizhua continued, "Tomorrow, get someone to send a copy of this contract to Song Shiyu. Remember not to say anything." "Don't say anything?" Zhao Yang didn't quite understand Yizhua's thoughts. If he didn't say anything, how would Song Shiyu know that they had already discovered that there was a problem with this contract? Yizhua seemed to have seen through Song Shiyu's thoughts. He continued, "If Song Shiyu is worth our cooperation, then he will definitely come personally to apologize. If he doesn't do anything, then it means that we need to change partners." Song Shiyu was a smart man, even if he didn't say anything. When he saw that Zhao Yang had someone send the contract back, he could understand Zhao Yang's intention. Working with smart people, there was no need to talk too much nonsense. Zhao Yang was also a person who understood immediately. He immediately understood Yizhua's intentions.
Alright, monsieur.
I know what to do.
Yezu noted.
Then I'll go to school first. If there are any problems, give me a call. Okay.
Zhao Yang sent Ye Zhao downstairs.
When the employees downstairs saw that Zhao Yang had personally sent Ye Zhao down, and that his attitude was so respectful, they started to discuss animatedly. "What do you guys think is the relationship between that beautiful young lady and our president? If it's really a boyfriend and girlfriend, shouldn't the respectful person be the girl? I think our president treats that little girl as if she's a superior leader. Could it be that that little girl is the legendary chairman of our company? It's not quite possible to be the chairman, is it? It's quite possible to be the chairman's daughter. This little girl looked to be at most 17 or 18 years old. How could she be the chairman? Then she is the eldest daughter of ZY Group? It's very possible." Seeing Zhao Yang send Ye Zhao out of the door and turn around, everyone shut their mouths and began to do their own things. Oh. After returning to the company, Zhao Yang got someone to arrange for the contract to be sent to Song Shi Group. Song Shiyu received the contract and let out a soft laugh. Just then, a young man pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Song Shiyu's expression, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Song Shiyu was a very eccentric person. He didn't smile easily. If he smiled, something bad would definitely happen. This young man was called Bai Jiayu. He was the same size as Song Shiyu and was usually close to him. "Take a look at this." Song Shiyu threw the contract to Bai Jiayu. Bai Jiayu took the contract with both hands and said in surprise, "Isn't this the contract between you and ZY Technology Company?" "Yes." Song Shiyu nodded. Bai Jiayu flipped through 2 pages of the contract. "Did they send the contract back?" "Yes." Bai Jiayu rubbed his chin. "Looks like this Zhao Yang isn't simple. We underestimated him." Song Shiyu took out a big white rabbit milk candy from the drawer. "Do you think Zhao Yang can tell? Although Zhao Yang is very shrewd, he's still a greenhorn and has too little experience." "Then what do you mean?" Bai Jiayu frowned. Song Shiyu threw the peeled big white rabbit milk candy into his mouth. "If I'm not wrong, this person is the behind-the-scenes boss of ZY Technology Company." ZY Technology Company had been established for so long. No one in the outside world had ever seen the behind-the-scenes boss. This mysterious boss had made a name for himself and shocked everyone with a single feat. It really made people very curious. Song Shiyu stood up and walked out. "Brother Song, where are you going?" Song Shiyu chewed on the milk candy as he said, "I'm here to apologize. I'll go with you." Bai Jiayu immediately followed. The two of them walked out of the door, and Bai Jiayu went to drive. In the car, Song Shiyu took out a large white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. Bai Jiayu said curiously, "Brother Song, when did you fall in love with eating candy? It's so sweet." He remembered that Song Shiyu didn't have such a hobby in the past. Song Shiyu looked ahead. "Drive your car." Knowing Song Shiyu's personality, Bai Jiayu did not waste any time and drove seriously. Soon they arrived at ZY Company. Song Shiyu felt that it was a pity. He did not meet the legendary Zhuai boss this time. After discussing the matter of cooperation, Zhao Yang personally sent Song Shiyu downstairs. Seeing the black car disappear on the highway, Zhao Yang could not help but sigh. Miss Yi is really amazing. He had thought that with Song Shiyu's personality, he would not come to apologize. He did not expect. Not only did Song Shiyu come, but he also came so quickly. On the other side, Yizhua had just arrived at the school gate when he saw Enlisi and Zhao Pingting waiting for her at the school gate. A winter vacation had passed. Zhao Pingting seemed to have changed from 150 kilograms to 108 kilograms. Her facial features were originally pretty. Now that she had slimmed down, standing next to Enlisi, she looked like two flowers fluttering in the wind. If one was not particularly familiar with her, one would not even dare to recognize her. Even Yi Zhao was stunned for a moment before he ran over. Lizzie, Pingting. Zhao. After not seeing each other for such a long time, the two of them hugged Yi Zhao excitedly. I missed you so much, Big Zhao. I missed you too. Yi Siring also hugged the two of them tightly. In her previous life, she had never obtained true friendship. Turned out that it felt so good to have true friends. After a while, the three of them let go of each other. Yi Zhao looked at Zhao Pingting and said, Pingting, you've lost a lot of weight. You're so beautiful that I can't even recognize you. Zhao Pingting felt a little embarrassed after being praised. Is it that exaggerated? You're really beautiful, Yi Zhao continued. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lizzie. And Lizzie teased. Zhao, let me tell you. A handsome guy just came to ask Pingting for her WeChat account. Really? Really? And Lizzie hurriedly nodded. Zhao Pingting became even more embarrassed. Stop talking, quickly go in. Look at Pingting, she's embarrassed. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the school. At this moment Zhao Pingting said, the school's honor roll has been posted. Let's take a look. The results of the final exam would be posted on the honor roll, on the school's bulletin board. Oh. In the past, no one from their ordinary class had ever been on the honor roll. This time the ordinary class had gotten an A grade. The people from the rocket class would definitely be shocked. Who's in first place this time? And Lizzie asked curiously. Is it still Brother Lei? Brother Lei's full name was Han Lei. Because he was always the first in the entire school, everyone called him Brother Lei. Zhao Pingting said with a proud expression, do you even need to ask? Of course it's our searing flames. And Lizzie was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard. In the past, when she and Yi Zhao were desk mates, Yi Zhao was still an underachiever, the type who slept in class every day. Zhao Pingting continued. This time, Zhao's total score is 743 points. He should be able to get first place, right? How? How many points did Zhao get? And Lizzie was stunned. 743. Zhao Pingting repeated.
Des astérisques men.
And Lizzie turned to look at Yi Zhao. Big Zhao, you're too amazing. Yi Zhao said humbly. Just as so. They went to the bulletin board. There were already quite a few students watching. In the past, the first place had always been taken by Han Lei. This time it was suddenly Yi Zhao, and everyone was discussing animatedly. Yi Zhao is also unbelievable. She actually got 749 points. I heard that she was previously the last place in the rocket class. How did she suddenly become so amazing? Do you guys think that she... F***CK. Searing. You're really number one. Although this answer was within expectations, Zhao Pingting was still ecstatic. She looked even happier than if she had won first place. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Siring. F***CK. She's so beautiful. Why do I feel that she's a little familiar? Yi Siring accepted everyone's sizing up of him. There was not the slightest ripple on his handsome face. He was extremely calm and stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens among this group of slightly immature students. Zhao, in order to celebrate your first place in the exam, you invite Lizzie and I to go skewer tonight.
Yi Zhao nodded.
Sure. And Lizzie continued. Let's go to the Yi family's private restaurant that has been very popular recently? Zhao Pingting hurriedly nodded. Sure, sure. I heard that the food at their restaurant is really delicious. They're going to open their 4th branch in the east of the city soon. However, today is the first day after the new year, so there will definitely be a lot of people eating there. Why don't we wait until there are fewer people before we go? It's fine, Yi Zhao smiled and continued. My mother is the one who opened the Yes private restaurant. When the time comes, we can just ask her to use the back door for us. Really?
Yi Zhao nodded.
And Lizzie immediately hugged Yi Zhao's arm and said, Zhao, I want to eat your family's limited edition squid braised pork and rabbit head. Make the arrangements. Zhao Pingting said. Then can I have a limited edition of your family's mama shui mei? Make the arrangements. Oh yeah. Zhao, you're the best. The two of them hugged Yi Zhao's arms, one on each side, as if they were supporting the Empress Dowager. In the office, Qian Debao held Yi Siring's report card, his face full of disbelief. The first place should be their class's god of learning, Han Lei. How did he become Yi Siring, this scumbag of learning? If Yi Siring suddenly became smart, Qian Debao would definitely not believe it. He had been guiding Yi Siring for 2 years, and she was as dumb as a donkey. How could she suddenly become smart? There must be something fishy going on here. Qian Debao narrowed his eyes. Coincidentally, the form teacher of Class 7, Jiang Wenhui, walked in from outside. People are always in high spirits when it comes to happy events. Jiang Wenhui was humming a little tune. Teacher Jiang, congratulations. Congratulations to your class's Yi Zhao for winning first place. Jiang Wenhui smiled and said, Teacher Qian, you're too polite. Actually, your class's student Han is also very good. He's only slightly inferior to our class's student Yi. Qian Debao's expression changed. I hope Teacher Jiang can still be so proud during the college entrance examination. There was a 20% chance of cheating during normal exams. There was no chance of cheating during the college entrance examination. The examination venue was very strict. It was so strict that not even a fly could fly in. When the time came, Yi Zhuo would definitely reveal his true form. Now that he did not have any evidence, he could not say anything as a teacher. Hearing the hidden meaning behind Qian Debao's words, Jiang Wenhui's expression instantly changed. He immediately took out his specialty and began to speak in reverse. Yes. In the entire world, your classmate Han Lei is the best. If the others are better than him, then they are plagiarizing. Yes, our classmate Yitong plagiarized. Not only did our classmate Yitong plagiarize, but he also plagiarized your classmate Han Lei's. Whether he plagiarized or not, we will know on the day of the college entrance exam. Qian Debao continued. Anyway, let me put it this way. The top scorer in Yunjing City will definitely belong to our class Han Lei. There were a total of 256 high schools in Yunjing City. Not only did Han Lei get first place in the whole school every time, but his results also stood out among these 256 high schools. The final exam questions were so difficult this time. The total score was 750 points. None of the other schools could get 720 points, but Han Lei got 726 points. This was enough to prove Han Lei's strength. Jiang Wenhui slapped the table. Then let me put it this way. The top scorer of this city is definitely our classmate Yi. 726 points was nothing. Yi Zhuo got 743 points. Oh! He was a few streets ahead of Han Lei. In your dreams. Qian Debao scoffed. Jiang Wenhui did not back down. You're the one who's in your dreams. Your whole family is in your dreams. Qian Debao could not be bothered to say anything more to Jiang Wenhui. In any case, it was true or false. On the day of the college entrance examination, everything would reveal its true form. After school at night, Yi Zhuo brought Zhao Pingting and Enlisi to the Yi family's private restaurant to eat. It was lunchtime. The restaurant was packed. There was a long queue outside the 3 restaurants. Damn, your restaurant is doing so well. It's even more exaggerated than what the internet says. Enlisi said. Yi Zhuo held their hands. Maybe it's because there's a big discount on the internet recently. Come with me. Zhao Pingting sniffed. It smells so good. No wonder there are so many people here for a meal. At this moment, Lizzie stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked ahead. To be precise, her gaze landed on a middle-aged man and woman who were standing in line. The man's hand was placed on the woman's waist. Their posture was intimate. Although the woman looked old, she was dressed very fashionably. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed the man in front of her. Lizzie, what are you looking at? Yizhua looked back in confusion. Seeing that she did not have any reaction, Zhao Pingting stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Lizzie. Only then did Lizzie come to her senses. It was as if she had lost her soul. And nothing. Lizzie, are you not feeling well? Yizhua asked.
No, no.
Lizzie shook her head and smiled. Let's go eat quickly. Are you really okay? Yizhua was a little worried.
I'm fine.
Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, Yizhua did not ask any more questions. He brought the two of them to the shop and greeted Yishu. Yishu was naturally very happy to see Zhao bringing his two classmates to the restaurant for a meal. Zhao, bring your classmates to the second floor. If you want to eat anything, send it to me on WeChat. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Pingting and Lizzie thanked Yishu. Yishu smiled and said, You're welcome. You can go up quickly. The second floor was a resting area and was not open to the public. The three of them had just reached the second floor when Zhao Pingting said, Zhuozhua. Auntie is so pretty. Yishu was indeed very pretty. Her figure was also very good. She looked to be in her early 30s at most. People would believe that she was 27 or 28 years old. Yizhuozhua said arrogantly, That's right. Otherwise, why would I be so pretty? Seeing that Lizzie was in a daze, Yizhuozhua continued, Lizzie, are you really all right?
I'm fine.
Lizzie shook her head. Halfway through the meal, Lizzie suddenly put down her chopsticks. Zhao Pingting, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I'll go back first, you guys eat. As she spoke, before Zhao and Zhao Pingting could react, she grabbed her school bag and ran far away. Zhao Pingting asked with a puzzled look, What's wrong with Lizzie? Yizhua shook his head. Maybe she really has something on. When they came downstairs, Lizzie looked over again. The man and woman were still there. Lizzie held back the overwhelming emotions in her heart. She took out her phone and took a few photos before turning around to leave. Lizzie's family operated a small supermarket. Usually, Lizzie's mother, Xia Xiaoman, operated the supermarket. The small supermarket had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was the vegetable, grain and oil area. The second floor was the snacks and furniture daily necessities area. And the third floor was their own living quarters. As soon as Lizzie entered, she saw her mother exchanging goods with the tallyman of the supermarket. Mom! Lizzie walked over. You're back. Xia Xiaoman turned around with a smile. Lizzie, didn't you say you were having dinner with your classmates? Why are you back so early? Lizzie didn't answer Xia Xiaoman directly. Instead, she asked, Mom, where's my dad? Oh. He went to stock up, Xia Xiaoman answered. When did he go? Xia Xiaoman said. He went in the morning. Why? Lizzie opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Mom, why didn't you call my dad? Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, What's there to rush? Your dad isn't a kid anymore. He'll come back when the goods are ready. What's wrong with you today, kid? Nothing. Lizzie patted the dust off Xia Xiaoman's body. Mom, why didn't you dress yourself up? Xia Xiaoman was speechless. Why are you acting so weird today? One minute you're asking where your dad went, and the next minute you're asking me to dress up. What's wrong? Mom, I'm going upstairs to do my homework. Go ahead. Xia Xiaoman nodded. When she went upstairs, Lizzie was not in the mood to do her homework at all. All she could think about was the image of her father with that woman. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that her father, the father she loved the most, The father, who was usually honest, would cheat on her. Such a dramatic thing had actually happened to her. She did not know what to do. And Lizzie lay on the bed, her mood very heavy. She could not help but take out the photo she had taken. She hoped that she had only seen wrongly at that time. However, no matter how many times she looked at it, the image in the photo did not change. That person was her father. After an unknown period of time, the voices of her parents came from the living room. "I've already eaten at home. Why do you still want to spend money on this?" It was Xia Xiaoman's voice. "This shop has a good business and the taste is not bad. When old Zhang and I went there was a long line. I thought that you and Lizzie would like to eat it too." It was in Dongliang's voice. And Lizzie instantly woke up and dragged her slippers outside. As expected, her good father had returned. "Lizzie, come over quickly. Look what Daddy brought back for you." And Lizzie walked over to take a look. It was the food that was brought back from the Yi family's private house. If Lizzie had not seen that scene today, she would have been very happy. However, she would not be so happy now. There was a pile of leftovers. And Lizzie felt disgusted. It was one thing for Dongliang to go out to meet his mistress, but now he had brought back the leftovers. Xia Xiaoman, who did not know what was going on, was still eating happily. "Lizzie, the taste of this restaurant is not bad. Try it." And Lizzie tried her best to control her emotions and took the food from Xia Xiaoman's hands. "Mom, stop eating. Eating too much junk food is not good for your health." Xia Xiaoman was stunned. "Lizzie, what's wrong with you today?" And Dongliang also felt that there was something wrong with Lizzie. This daughter of his had always been obedient. "Lizzie, did you encounter something unhappy? Tell me, I'll help you analyze it." And Lizzie looked at Dongliang like this. She felt that it was ironic. The good father in her eyes and the good husband in her mother's eyes were completely different people. At this moment, Lizzie only wanted to ask loudly, why did he betray his mother? "It's nothing." And Lizzie threw all the leftovers on the table into the trash can. "I just feel that eating too much junk food at night is not good for my health." After saying this, Lizzie turned around and returned to her room. "This child, what's wrong?" And Dongliang scratched the back of his head with a puzzled look. Xia Xiaoman frowned and said, "Lizzie isn't usually like this. Did she not do well in the exam?" And Lizzie returned to her room and hugged her pillow as she cried out loud. She wanted to find someone to talk to and help her make decisions. However, she could not reveal her dirty laundry to the public, not to mention that this person was her father. She did not know who to look for either. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the kind of relationship specialist that could be paid for online. Hence, she took out her phone and looked for a professional-looking specialist. She anonymously described her encounter and sent it to the specialist. The specialist quickly replied. It was a woman's voice that sounded very gentle. "Hello, my advice to you is that you'd better pretend that you didn't see anything and don't interfere in the matters between your parents. You have to believe that your father is still the same father who loves you. He will not reduce his care and love for you because of this. If you insist on exposing this layer of window paper, then what you will face is the fragmentation of a family. I believe that your mother, who is also a woman, will certainly not be willing to face this fact." After listening to the expert's reply, Lizzie was stunned. Should she really not tell her mother about this? Should she just let her mother be kept in the dark like this? Lizzie continued to ask another question. "Hello, expert. My mother is a hard-working and kind-hearted woman. She manages everything in and out of the house all by herself. If there is anything good to eat, she will leave it to me and my father. She loves me and my father very much. If I don't say anything and just let her be kept in the dark like this, wouldn't she be too pitiful?" After typing this sentence, Lizzie was already in tears. On one side was her mother, and on the other side was her father. As a daughter, she really did not know what to do. Her mother, Xia Xiaoman, was a typical housewife. Her husband was the god, and her son was the earth. Xia Xiaoman was born in the countryside. She and Dongliang were in free love. After the two of them got married, they came to Yunjing to fight together. Although they said that they would fight together, in reality, Xia Xiaoman was the one who was in the limelight. In the beginning, Xia Xiaoman carried the burden and pedaled all over the streets. She woke up early and went to bed late every day. As a result, Xia Xiaoman now looked more than 10 years older than her peers. With Dongliang standing beside her, she did not look like a husband and wife, she looked more like a brother and sister. No one knew that Xia Xiaoman was only 41 years old this year. Oh! From having nothing to owning a small supermarket and becoming a boss, Xia Xiaoman could be considered to have started from scratch. It could be said that if it was not for Xia Xiaoman, Dongliang would not have what he had today. However, Dongliang had betrayed her now. If she did not see it with her own eyes, Lizzie would never believe that her father was such a heartless person. Very soon the expert replied again. Based on your description, I can tell that your mother is a very strong person. However, the stronger a woman is on the outside, the weaker she is on the inside. If you really tell her about this, she will definitely fall apart. She might even do something drastic that you will regret. If you are really doing this for your mother's good, don't tell her about this. In fact, sometimes being kept in the dark is also a happy thing. As children, we only need to see our parents happy. Your father is very happy now, and your mother is very happy too. Isn't that good? Why do you have to destroy this happiness with your own hands? On the road of life, you will encounter many different kinds of things. You have to learn to forget, and also learn to grow up. Lizzie quietly listened to the voice message sent by the expert. She did not know what she felt. In fact, the expert was quite right. What if she told her mother about this and her mother could not bear the blow and did something extreme? No. She couldn't lose her mother. She couldn't become an orphan without a mother. Lizzie didn't know when she fell asleep either. She had a nightmare. In the dream, after her mother found out about this, she couldn't bear the blow and jumped off a building to commit suicide. Her brain matter and blood spilled all over the floor. She didn't have a mother anymore. Mom! Lizzie sat up from the bed with sweat all over her head. The images from the nightmare kept lingering in front of her, making her feel a lingering fear. Ding ding ding. Just then, a crisp alarm suddenly sounded in the air, pulling Lizzie's thoughts back to reality. Lizzie pressed the alarm clock back on. After changing into her school uniform, she went to the bathroom to wash up. Lizzie, you're up. Xia Xiaoman brought breakfast to the dining room and greeted Lizzie. Lizzie wiped the foam from the corner of her mouth. Where's my dad? He's sleeping, Xia Xiaoman replied. Why isn't he up yet? Lizzie could not control her emotions and once again spoke up for her mother. In this house, her mother was not only in charge of the house, she was also in charge of their food, clothing, accommodation, and travel. She was also in charge of the outside world and was busy with the supermarket's business. What did Dongliang do every day? The thing that he did the most was to go out and buy goods. In the past, Lizzie thought that her father really went out to buy goods. Now it seemed like going out to buy goods was just an excuse, right? He was accompanying that mistress. Xia Xiaoman was like a nanny, she was in charge of this and that. What about Dongliang? Dongliang was like a master. Not only did he not know how to be grateful, he even raised someone outside. The more Lizzie thought about it, the angrier she got. Seeing Lizzie like this, Xia Xiaoman frowned and said, Lizzie, what's wrong with you? From last night onwards, your nose is not your nose and your eyes are not your eyes. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Could it be that all teenagers are like this? What they think is what they do. Xia Xiaoman's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Mom! Lizzie tried her best to calm herself down and smiled at Xia Xiaoman. I'm fine. Xia Xiaoman sighed and continued. Lizzie, I know that the children you have now are different from the ones in Mom's era. If there's anything, you must tell Mom and Dad, okay? Lizzie nodded and her nose turned sour. She reached out and hugged Xia Xiaoman. Mom! What's wrong? Xia Xiaoman was stunned. Lizzie, were you bullied at school? If you were bullied, you must tell Mom. Lizzie sniffled. Mom, I'm fine. I just watched a horror movie on the internet yesterday. I'm a little scared thinking about it now. Xia Xiaomen smiled and said, How old are you already? You're still so scared after watching a horror movie. That's all fake. At this point Xia Xiaomen paused, then she said, Lizzie, you're already a senior year student now. Mom doesn't object to watching a horror movie occasionally to relieve your stress. But while watching a horror movie you can't forget to study, okay? You have to learn to combine work and rest. Okay. And Lizzie nodded. Alright, go wash your face and eat. Xia Xiaomen patted in Lizzie's shoulder. And Lizzie went to wash her face. Oh. And Dongliang only got up after eating half of his breakfast. Xia Xiaomen immediately squeezed the toothpaste and passed it to Dongliang. Then she poured water for him to wash his face. She served him meticulously. After washing his face, Dongliang went to the kitchen. Dongliang glanced at the pot. What do you want to eat this morning? I cooked red bean porridge and bought fried dough sticks. Xia Xiaomen continued. I've already prepared the porridge for you. It's on the table. Dongliang frowned. Why are you eating fried dough sticks again? They had been eating fried dough sticks for a month. Xia Xiaomen took off her apron and smiled. What do you want to eat then? I'll buy it for you. Dongliang thought for a moment. Buy a scallion pancake and bring 2 Heiji meat buns. All right. Xia Xiaomen nodded. Wait at home for a while. If this was any other time this would be a normal thing. This was because in Lizzie's impression, her mother had always been very good to her father. But now Lizzie was extremely angry. She even felt that her mother had fed the dog with deep affection. Ever since she saw Dongliang with that woman, she could not stand to see her father being so mean to her mother. Her mother was so good to him. How could he treat her like this? How could he do this? He can eat whatever he wants. Mom, don't spoil him. Lizzie reached out to stop Xia Xiaomen. What's wrong with you? Xia Xiaomen was speechless. Lizzie took a deep breath. Dongliang walked out of the kitchen and placed his hands on Lizzie's shoulders. He smiled and said, What's wrong with my baby girl? Why are you still angry with Daddy? Did Daddy do something wrong recently? Tell Daddy, Daddy can change it immediately. Dongliang was still the same as before. He was a reasonable and amiable father. However, Lizzie could see the hypocrisy on his face. There was a thick layer of hypocrisy. It's nothing. Lizzie broke free from Dongliang's hand. I'm going to school. This child. Dongliang looked at Lizzie's back view and shook his head helplessly. His daughter had grown up. She had her own thoughts. Although Dongliang felt that this was a little strange, he did not take it to heart. It was normal for children to have their own little secrets and tempers when they grew up. As parents, one must not interfere too much with their children's secrets. Lizzie was absent-minded all the way to the school gate. Yesterday, she and Zhao Pingting were waiting for Yi Zhao. Today, Yi Zhao and Zhao Pingting were waiting for her. Lizzie. Zhao Pingting waved at her. Zhao Pingting. Lizzie jogged over. Zhao Pingting continued. Lizzie, were you alright last night? You ran away before you finished eating. Later, Mama Zhao even gave each of us a big gift bag. Oh right, this is yours. Zhao Pingting handed Lizzie a handbag. Lizzie looked up at Yi Zhao. Zhao, please thank Auntie for me. You're welcome. Yi Zhao looked at Lizzie. By the way, Lizzie, did you not sleep well last night? Lizzie was in a bad mood and looked listless. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Yi Zhao could tell at a glance that something was wrong with her. Yes. Lizzie nodded. I had a nightmare the whole night. Yi Zhao took out a small black bottle from his backpack and handed it to Lizzie. This medicine is to help you sleep. It's all natural and has no side effects. Lizzie, you can try it. Thank you, Zhao. Lizzie took the small bottle with both hands.
Yi Zhao similete faintly.
You're welcome. Lizzie was not in a good mood the entire day. When she was queuing up at the cafeteria in the afternoon, she was even more absent-minded. She frowned at times and sighed at other times. Zhao Pingting and Yi Zhao looked at each other and reached out to poke Yi Zhao. Zhao, look at Lizzie. What's wrong with her? Yizeo shook his head and tilted his head to look at Enlisi. He patted her shoulder. Lizzie, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Zeo, you don't have to worry. Enlisi shook her head and reached out to take the plate that the canteen auntie handed over. However, due to a moment of carelessness, the plate slipped from her hand. It looked like it was about to fall to the ground. Yizeo stretched out his hand and caught it just like that. It was about to fall off the plate. It was very stable. Not even a drop of soup spilled. Oh! Zhao Pingting stood at the side, her eyes almost sparkling. Zhuozhuo, you're so powerful. Although she knew that Yizhuo was very powerful. But every time Yizhuo made a move, it was always stunning. Otherwise, how could it be your father, Zhuo? After saying that, Yizhuo returned the plate to Enlisi. Lizzie, you must tell us if there's anything. Okay. Enlisi nodded. Enlisi didn't know how to explain this matter. After all, that person was her father. Now she could only hide it, and digest it by herself. Enlisi had been using the words of the relationship expert to comfort herself. Being kept in the dark was also a kind of happiness. Since her mother was very happy now, why did she have to destroy this happiness? Zhao Pingting continued. Lizzie, did you break up with someone? Enlisi looked up at Zhao Pingting. It's just a small family matter. It's not big or small. In short, it's quite annoying. Zhao Pingting held Enlisi's hand. Lizzie, you're still young. You're already worried about family matters. Let adults worry about adults. The three of them sat at the dining table and ate. Enlisi looked at Zhao Pingting and hesitated for a moment before saying, Pingting, how are your parents' feelings? Pretty good. Zhao Pingting nodded. My dad is very introverted and doesn't know how to socialize. Usually my mom is in charge of the family. Although we usually quarrel, it's always my mom scolding my dad. My dad just listens. And Lizzie suddenly felt a little envious of Zhao Pingting. Why were other people's dads all good dads? Was her dad going to look for a mistress? After saying this, Zhao Pingting was a little puzzled. Lizzie, why are you asking about this? I'm just curious. And Lizzie smiled. Zhao Pingting smelled something abnormal. Lizzie, did your dad and your mom fight? I don't know how to say it either. And Lizzie scratched her head. It's not really a fight, right? After all, this was just Enlisi's family affair. So Zhao Pingting didn't ask any more questions. After thinking for a while, Enlisi continued. Zhao Pingting, I want to ask you a question. You ask. If, Enlisi carefully chose her words in her mind. I mean if you find out that your neighbor's sister's father is having an affair, what will you do? It was not good to expose the scandal. So Enlisi had no choice but to change her identity to that of the neighbor's sister. Zhao Pingting was stunned. She looked at Enlisi with a blank expression. It was obvious that she had never encountered such a problem before. Yizhuo thought about it seriously. Does your neighbor's sister know about this? Enlisi nodded. Yizhuo frowned slightly and continued. She didn't tell her mother about this? Enlisi shook her head and voiced out her concerns. Her mother is a very, very good person. She loves her father very much. If her mother finds out about this, based on her mother's character, it's very likely that she will jump off a building. That's why my neighbor's sister has never dared to tell her mother. Yizhuo glanced at Enlisi. If she doesn't tell her mother, this is a very unfair thing for her mother. I suggest you tell your neighbor's sister and let her tell her mother the truth. I believe that as an adult, she will solve this problem perfectly. Yizhuo had never been in a relationship or married in his previous life. However, she was disgusted by men who cheated even after having a family. It was simply intolerable. No. Her mother cannot know about this. And Lizzie continued, Zhuozhuo, is there a way to not let her mother know, but also to make her father turn back? And Lizzie didn't want to see her mother suffer any mishaps. On the other hand, she also wanted to make her father back. She also wanted to keep this happy family. Yizhuozhuo thought for a moment. Then let your neighbor's sister go and expose this layer of window paper to her father. Since he's so shameless, then why is your neighbor's sister still caring about his face? If this man has a sense of responsibility, he will definitely turn back and break off the relationship with that third party outside. And Lizzie's eyes lit up. Perhaps this method really could work. Her father loved her so much and he loved this family so much. He would definitely turn back. After school, and Lizzie rushed home in the evening, intending to have a chat with Ndongliang. However, after searching around the supermarket, she still could not find Ndongliang. And Lizzie could only look for Xia Xiaoman. "Mom, where's my dad?" Coincidentally, one of the cashiers took a leave of absence today. Xia Xiaoman was at the front desk. "Your dad went to buy some goods." "Buy some goods?" "Oh, buy some goods again." And Lizzie's eyes flashed with a cold smile. "Why are you looking for your dad?" Xia Xiaoman asked. "Nothing much." And Lizzie carried her school bag and went upstairs. It was not until 10 p.m. that Ndongliang returned home. And Lizzie could clearly smell the scent of perfume on Ndongliang's body. "Dad, I have something to tell you. Let's go downstairs." Ndongliang took off his coat and smiled. "What is it? Why do you have to go downstairs?" Although he said so, he still followed Lizzie downstairs. It was early spring and the cold wind was blowing. Ndongliang said, "Lizzie, what do you have to say that your mother can't hear?" And Lizzie raised her head and looked at Ndongliang. She did not beat around the bush and said directly, "It's about you, Dad. Did you meet someone outside?" Ndongliang's expression changed. "Don't deny it. I have evidence." And Lizzie took out the photo she took last time. "Lizzie, I'm sorry." Ndongliang did not know how to describe his feelings at this moment. No one could understand the feeling of being caught cheating by his own daughter. No wonder Lizzie was acting so strangely these few days. It was because of this matter. And Lizzie almost shouted it out. "Don't apologize to me, you should apologize to Mom. Mom worked so hard every day. She sacrificed so much for this family. She was like a nanny waiting on you. Do you think you can let Mom down by doing this? Don't you want our family anymore?" And Lizzie's eyes turned red again when she thought of her mother. Ndongliang panicked when his daughter questioned him like this. He said with red eyes,
I'm sorry, Lizzie.
"I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry for your mother. And I'm even more sorry for our family. Please don't tell your mother about this, okay? I'll cut off all contact with that woman immediately." "Are you serious?" And Lizzie raised her head and looked at Ndongliang. Ndongliang immediately stretched out 3 fingers. "I'm serious, I swear. If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning." And Lizzie heaved a sigh of relief. Her father still had her and her mother in his heart. "Then I'll give you this chance. I hope you can remember what you said tonight." "Thank you, Lizzie." Ndongliang hugged Lizzie. "I'll make it up to your mother in the future. Your mother is a good woman. I've let her down." After this day, Ndongliang seemed to have changed. He no longer left early or returned late. He even helped Xia Xiaoman with the housework. The smile on Xia Xiaoman's face was obviously much bigger than usual. And Lizzie also returned to her usual smiling face. Soon a week had passed. Today was Saturday. The weather was very good. The temperature had changed from -1 degree before the year to 18 or 19 degrees. The weeping willows by the river had also sprouted new buds. A breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of an unknown flower. Yizhua had made an appointment with Lin Sha yesterday to tutor her today. So she had just finished eating when she set off from home to the Lin family. There was a distance between Lin Sha's house and the Yi family's. However, the weather was good today, so Yi Zhao didn't want to take a taxi. He was going to walk there and exercise at the same time. Bathing in the spring sunshine, he felt especially relaxed. There were many people on Saturday. Plus, Yunjing was a tourist city, so there were even more people. Yi Zhao looked up at the sun and suddenly regretted not taking a taxi. At this moment, a man in black quickly ran past Yi Zhao. He was very fast. He was like a gust of wind. Yi Zhao frowned slightly. Before she could react, a middle-aged woman dressed in a light blue qipao and a pair of high heels came from behind. She was dressed exquisitely. "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Yizeo immediately understood what was going on. He looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, wait here for a moment." As soon as he said that, Yizeo immediately chased after her. She was also very fast. In a short while, she had forced the black shirt man into a dead end. The black shirt man was so tired that his face was pale. His forehead was covered with layers of hot sweat. He sat on the ground and looked up at Yizeo. "Hero. Heroine. I surrender. Take out your things." Yizeo stretched out his hand towards him. His eyes were very indifferent. "All right, wait a moment." The black-clothed man lowered his head and rummaged through his pockets. Let me look. Little did he know that his lowered eyes were suffused with a cold and gloomy light. Oh! He had debuted for so many years, but he had never suffered a setback. Today, he would similarly not fall into the hands of a little girl. Just now he had intentionally run into this dead end. Because this dead end was a blind spot for surveillance, and it was also his territory. This little girl was so beautiful, so she definitely had a better taste. Thinking of this, a wretched expression appeared on the black-clothed man's face. Since she liked to meddle in other people's business, then don't blame him. At this moment, the black-clothed man suddenly took out a dagger that flashed with a cold light from his pocket. He stood up from the ground and walked step by step towards Yizeo. At the same time, 3 to 4 men wearing black clothes also appeared behind Yizeo. They quietly appeared behind Yizeo and blocked her way back. The current Yizeo was like a turtle in a jar. It was difficult to escape from a super wing. Yizeo crossed her arms in front of her chest. She just looked at the man in black who was walking towards her. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The man in black frowned slightly. Why didn't she run? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a girl immediately turn around and run when she saw this situation? Why didn't Yizeo move? Could it be that he was scared silly? It should be. The black-clothed man walked in front of Yizeo just like that. "Little girl, if you know what's good for you, spend some time with your brothers today. Your brothers will make you happy. Otherwise..." The people behind him also started to laugh with malicious intentions. Their eyes were filled with the wretched light. Yizeo curled his lips slightly. "Or else what? Is that so?" After saying that, Yizeo reached out and grabbed the man in black by the neck, lifting him up bit by bit. "It's still the same?" The atmosphere in the air froze at that moment, and the few hooligans behind Yizeo were so scared that their legs went soft. She actually lifted him up. This was too terrifying. The black-clothed man's feet rose into the air, and his face was choked to the color of a pig's liver. At this moment he felt that death was right beside him and could take him away at any time. "Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you able to speak just now?" Yizeo increased the strength of his hands. The black-clothed man looked at Yizeo, his face full of pain and fear. He blurted out a few words. No, I don't dare." He really didn't dare. He originally thought that he would meet a little beauty, but he didn't expect to meet a little Raksha. Yizeo slowly turned behind him. "What about you guys?" The few hooligans were scared out of their wits and knelt on the ground. I don't dare. Heroine, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Only then did Yizeo slowly let go of the man in black. Bang! The man fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Thank you, great aunt. Thank you, great aunt. Take out the things." The man immediately took out an exquisite handbag from his bosom. Yizhuo took the handbag. "If I find that one thing is missing, do you believe that I have 100 ways to kill you? Don't worry, I didn't take any of the things here." Did he want to die? How dare he tamper with the little devil? Yizhuo took the handbag and ran all the way to the place just now. The middle-aged woman in the cheongsam was still waiting there. "Auntie, do you think this is your bag?" The middle-aged woman did not think that Yizhuo would be able to snatch the bag back. She looked at Yizhuo in surprise. Yes. This is my bag." Yizhuo did not return the bag to her immediately. Instead he said, "I'm sorry, Auntie. Before I confirm that you are the owner of this bag, I can't give it to you." Oh right, do you have a cell phone in this bag? Yizhua knew this bag, because she also had one. It was a gift from Elder Yang. The official website sold it for 7 digits. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Little sister, I know what you mean. Don't worry. This bag is mine. My cell phone is inside. The cell phone lock is unlocked with my face. Take out your cell phone and pat it on my face. It will be unlocked."
예사오노tet.
He unzipped the bag and took out his phone. That's offensive. The phone camera was aimed at the middle-aged woman's face. The lock was automatically unlocked. After confirming that the bag and phone belonged to the middle-aged woman, Yizhao returned the things to the middle-aged woman. Oh. The middle-aged woman smiled and looked at Yizhao. Little sister, you are very responsible. By the way, how did you catch that thief? One wouldn't know if one didn't look. When she saw it, she was shocked. This little girl was too beautiful. She had always thought that she was very good-looking. Standing next to her son, she was like a brother and sister. But this little girl was simply too good. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. It was as if she was drawn from a painting. Even for a woman like her, her heart was racing when she saw it, let alone a man. Yizhua said, "I'm the school's long-distance running champion. That thief felt that he couldn't outrun me, so he returned my bag to me. Thank you so much." The middle-aged woman grabbed Yizhua's hand. "Little girl, what's your name? How old are you this year?" "Auntie, my name is Yizhua. I'm 18 this year." "Aya, don't call me auntie. You've already called me old. Just call me big sister." The middle-aged woman continued, "My name is Zhou Xiang. You can call me big sister Xiang. Oh right, there's a dessert shop over there. Let me treat you to dessert." With such a young girl calling her sister, Zhou Xiang felt that she could be younger by more than 10 years. Moreover, not only was this girl young, she was also so beautiful. Even Song Chenyu, who was known as the #1 beauty in 5,000 years, felt embarrassed when she stood beside her. She was really too beautiful. Dessert was Yizhua's life. If this was any other day, she would definitely agree without hesitation. But today was not the day. She still had to go review for Lin Sha. "Thank you for your kindness, but I still have something to do." Zhou Xiang held Yizhao's hand. "I'll call you Zhao. Zhao, you helped me get my bag back. I must thank you properly. All right, how much is your WeChat? Let's add it on WeChat." Zhou Xiang was too enthusiastic. Yizhao could not take it anymore and had to take out his phone. "Let me scan you. I've already said that you can just call me Sister Zhou Xiang. Zhao, you're too polite. Come, let me scan you. Bring out the QR code." Yizhao brought out the QR code. The two of them added each other on WeChat. Yizhao added Sister Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang added BeautyZhao to Yizhao. After adding WeChat, Zhou Xiang continued, Zhao, where are you going? My chauffeur will be here soon. I'll get him to send you." "Thank you, Sister Zhou Xiang. The place I'm going to is nearby. I can walk there. It won't take more than a few minutes." Zhou Xiang continued, "I happen to have nothing to do. I'll send you there." "That would be too much trouble." Zhou Xiang waved her hand. "It's no trouble at all." Zhou Xiang was a complete beauty lover. She could not walk when she saw a pretty girl. Previously, she did not like female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Ever since she got to know Song Chenyu, she had smelled so good. Moreover, Yizhao was even more beautiful than Song Chenyu. Unfortunately, her son was not interested in women. Otherwise, she would have wanted to trick Yizhao into becoming her daughter-in-law. With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, she would wake up from her dream with a smile. Yizhao could not decline her kind offer, so he had to ask Zhou Xiang to send her to the residential area where Lin Shasha lived. "Sister Zhou Xiang, I'm here." "You're here already?" Zhou Xiang looked reluctant.
예사오노tet.
Zhou Xiang continued, "Then go in quickly. Don't make your friend wait so anxiously. I'm going back too. Goodbye, Sister Zhou Xiang. Goodbye." If she had known that Yizhao would come back today, Lin Shasha had specially bought Yizhao's favorite dessert in advance. As soon as the doorbell rang, Lin Shasha rushed over to open the door. Burning. Sister Shasha. Come in. I bought your favorite macarons, soufflés, donuts, and tiramisu. Lin Shasha pulled Yizeo's hand and walked in. Yizeo hugged Lin Shasha excitedly. Sister Shasha, you're so nice. I knew you liked these. But you eat so many desserts, aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Yizeo said fearlessly. If you gain weight, then lose weight. Moreover, this body seemed to be the same as her in her previous life. It was not easy to gain weight. No matter how much she ate, her body was still hot. After finishing the desserts, Yizeo began to review Lin Sha's homework. Lin Sha's liberal arts was okay. Her science results were not too good. She only got 210 points in math, physics, and chemistry. However, Yizeo firmly believed that there were no students who could not teach, only teachers who did not work hard. She had her own teaching method. Although she usually laughed and laughed with her friends, when it came to serious matters, she could be as serious as she wanted to be. For example, now, Lin Sha did not even dare to breathe heavily as she listened to Yizeo's lecture seriously. The strange thing was that the content that she could not understand from other tutoring teachers became extremely smooth in front of Yizeo. It was like a gurgling stream. Before she knew it, it was already afternoon. The first thing Zhou Xiang did when she went shopping and came home was to tell old Mrs. Tsin about her encounter today. Mom, let me tell you, I met an extremely beautiful girl today. She is even more beautiful than a sinking fish. It was rare to hear her praise others from Zhou Xiang's mouth, but it was quite rare today. One had to know that in Zhou Xiang's eyes, Song Chenyu was usually the most beautiful person in the world. Old Mrs. Tsin was stunned. More beautiful than that fish? Is that more beautiful than my granddaughter-in-law's leaf? Zhou Xiang said excitedly. Although I haven't seen the leaf you mentioned, I can guarantee that it's definitely more beautiful than the leaf. Nonsense. Old Mrs. Tsin frowned. No matter how good-looking she is, she can't be better looking than the leaf. My leaf is the most beautiful in the world. The most beautiful in the universe. Everyone loves it. It's devastatingly beautiful. In old Mrs. Tsin's eyes, Yizeo was the most beautiful existence in the universe. If anyone dared to say that Yizeo was not beautiful, she would be angry with them. Even her own daughter-in-law couldn't do it. Mom, you are too unreasonable. Zeo is so beautiful. How can she not be compared to a leaf? Zhou Xiang really could not think of what a person who was more beautiful than Yizeo would look like. The old lady was too good at bragging. How can you talk like that? Who are you calling a leaf? Old Mrs. Tsin put her hands on her hips. Zhou Xiang did not show any weakness. Then you always say that the sunken fish is a fish. Why, only the state officials are allowed to set fire, and not the people are allowed to light the lamps. Old Mrs. Tsin choked. She was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. She pointed at Zhou Xiang and said, You are the leaf. Your whole family is the leaf. Zhou Xiang raised his eyebrows slightly. You say that as if you and I are not a family. Old Mrs. Tsin. Thinking of her illustrious reputation, she had never lost a quarrel before. This time she was actually involved in it. How embarrassing. She was so angry. I don't care. Leaves are the most beautiful. The most beautiful in the universe. That joie of yours can't even compare to one of my leaves' little fingers. As she said that, old Mrs. Tsin climbed onto the coffee table and looked at Zhou Xiang. Although she was a little short, she couldn't lose to her imposing manner. The coffee table couldn't do it, but she still had the ceiling to climb on. Zhou Xiang also placed her hands on her hips and imitated old Mrs. Tsin. A leaf, and you still want to compete with my burning? She can't even compare to a single strand of burning hair. You're creating something out of nothing, making things up in secret, imagining things out of thin air. Making things up out of thin air. Being speechless and incurable. There's something wrong with your brain. And there's no end to it. Old Mrs. Tsin was so angry that her face was red. She said a long string of words without even taking a breath. My Yezi is the most beautiful woman in the world. That bullsh *t of yours, she can't even compare to Yezi's fingernails. Zhou Xiang raised her eyebrows and suddenly had a plan in her heart. Mom, why don't we call her over to our house and have a face-to-face comparison? Who's prettier? Old Mrs. Tsin had talked about Yezi for such a long time, but Zhou Xiang had not seen it once. His heart was really filled with curiosity. Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Sure. Let's let 5 know. Let Xiaoqing be the referee. Sure. Zhou Xiang continued. When do we make the appointment? Old Mrs. Tsin thought for a moment. Yezi doesn't have time this week. I'll ask her out next week. At this moment, Sun Xiaoqing walked in from outside the house. He took off his black coat and handed it to the servant beside him. Mom, Grandma, what are you guys talking about? Why is there such a strong smell of gunpowder? We're talking about your wife again. Old Mrs. Tsin said angrily. Your mom insists that your wife is not as beautiful as that table. We plan to invite her home next week and let you be the judge. Just as Sun Xiaoqing was about to refuse, old Mrs. Tsin turned around and looked at him. If you dare to refuse, do you believe that I'll slap you to death? Grandma, I've already told you that I have no intention of starting a family. You'd better not make fun of the lady's reputation in the future, Sun Xiaoqing said sternly. Old Mrs. Tsin looked at Sun Xiaoqing, and a malicious smile crept up the corner of her mouth. Not getting married, right? Fine. She had to let this sand sculpture grandson of hers experience the feeling of being arrogant for a moment and chasing after his wife at the crematorium. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be his grandmother. Being stared at by old Lady Tsin until his hair stood on end, Sun Xiaoqing stood up from the sofa and said, I'm going back to my room. Not long after, the sound of music playing The Curse of Great Sorrow came from upstairs. Oh! The next day was Sunday. Yizhua, and Lizzie and Zhao Pingting had made an appointment to watch a movie in the afternoon. The three of them met at the agreed place. Yizhao said, I've already bought the movie tickets. Let's just get the tickets directly. And Lizzie said, then I'll go buy popcorn. By the way, what else do you guys want to eat? I want an iced Coke, Zhao Pingting said. Yizhao thought for a moment. I want another set of potato chips, and then I want an iced Coke too. And Lizzie nodded and went to buy some snacks. When she reached the bar counter, she saw a familiar figure. It was her father, Anton Liang. It seemed like Anton Liang was waiting for someone, and Lizzie waited at the same spot. Not long after, she saw the familiar middle-aged woman. It was that three. Didn't they agree to sever ties with her? The scene in front of her pierced Lizzie's heart deeply. Ever since Liang had changed, she did not dare to think about this matter anymore. She tried her best to imagine that Liang was a good father and a good husband. They were still a happy family of 3. However, reality had dealt a heavy blow to her. For so many years, she had never seen Liang bring Xia Xiaoman to a movie, nor did she see Liang give Xia Xiaoman a gift. Xia Xiaoman had been silently giving. She did not ask for anything in return. But in the end, what did she get in return? What she got in return was Liang's betrayal again. Dad. And Lizzie said directly. When he heard a familiar voice in the movie theater, Liang turned around and saw Lizzie's disappointed face. The middle-aged woman beside Liang gave Lizzie a friendly smile. And Lizzie clenched her fists tightly and resisted the urge to hit her. Wait for me here. Liang whispered to the middle-aged woman and ran towards Lizzie. Lizzie, why are you here? The important thing is not that I'm here, but why are you with that B*T? Didn't you say that you wanted to break off your relationship with her? If you do this, where did you put my mother? Liang's expression turned cold. What B*T? You've read all these years of books into a dog's stomach. After saying this, Liang's expression softened. Lizzie, you don't understand the matters between us adults. That's your Aunt Liang. She's a very nice and kind woman. She doesn't mind not having any status and just follows her father like this. Hee hee. And Lizzie sneered. Very nice and kind? So she came to snatch other people's husbands and destroy other people's families. Liang continued. Lizzie, since ancient times, which man hasn't been affectionate? Dad only made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Think about it, in ancient times there was still the system of polygamy. Regardless of whether I have a woman or not, your mother is my only wife. She loves me very much and I love her too. However, this kind of love has long passed its expiration date. It has now turned into family love. My true love is with your Aunt Liang. Lizzie, I hope you can fulfill Dad's wish. If she had not heard it with her own ears, and Lizzie would never have believed that such shameless words came from Ndongliang's mouth. What if I don't agree to it? Do you want me to divorce your mother? Lizzie, you are a good child. I believe that you will not allow me to divorce your mother, right? Ever since Lizzie came to look for him last time. Ndongliang knew that Lizzie had a father in her heart. She did not want her family to fall apart, so she did not dare to tell Xia Xiaoman this secret. The reason why Ndongliang dared to say this was precisely because of this. After saying this, Ndongliang patted Lizzie on the shoulder. Alright, the movie is about to start. Daddy is going to watch the movie with Auntie Liang. After saying this, Ndongliang left. And Lizzie watched the two of them leave. She squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Yizhua and Zhao Pingting came over after getting their tickets. They were shocked to see Lizzie squatting on the ground and crying. Lizzie, what happened to you? And Lizzie only cried. The two of them decided not to watch the movie anymore. They helped Lizzie to a chair in the resting area and sat down. Lizzie, what happened? Crying won't solve the problem. Tell me. Pingting, and I will help you think of a solution. Zhao Pingting nodded. Yes, although I'm not very smart, Zhazha is smart. She will definitely have a solution. And Lizzie then looked up at the two of them. She cried as she said, Zhazha Pingting, my dad doesn't want me anymore. Zhao Pingting was busy wiping away Lizzie's tears. Yizha patted Lizzie on the shoulder. Lizzie, take your time. And Lizzie couldn't care less anymore. She told them everything that happened. Actually, the thing I told you about my neighbor's sister and dad last time was my dad. My father had an affair. He said that he wanted to break off his relationship with that woman, but today he was with that woman again. He lied to me. He lied to my mother. Zhuolua Pingting, what should I do now? Yizhuolua looked at Lizzie and calmly said, You must tell your mother about this. Then get a divorce and let the person who had an affair leave with nothing. Cheating was not worthy of being forgiven. Moreover, Ndongliang had done it again and again. It was already good for him to leave everything behind. After all, Lizzie's mother had sacrificed nearly 20 years of her youth. Hearing this, Lizzie looked up at Yizhua. She was stunned. Divorce? From the moment her father had cheated on her, she had never thought that her parents would want a divorce. She still wanted to get back at her father. Zha. Yizha continued. Lizzie, can you tell us about Auntie? And Lizzie nodded and started to talk about Xia Xiaoman with tears in her eyes. No one knew Xia Xiaoman better than her daughter, and Lizzie. Oh. As she spoke, Lizzie cried even more sadly. Xia Xiaoman had sacrificed the best years of her youth for Ndongliang. And now that she was old and frail, Ndongliang had betrayed her. In this world, there was nothing more pathetic than this. Your father is too much. Zhao Pingting was so angry that she slammed the table and stood up. He's a piece of trash. Such a piece of trash doesn't deserve to be your father. He's even more unworthy of your mother. Zhao Pingting was really angry. What was the difference between Ndongliang and Chan Shimi? Unfortunately, Xia Xiaoman was still foolishly kept in the dark. Zhao Pingting realized that her words might have gone a little overboard. After all, Ndongliang was still Lizzie's father. She continued, Lizzie, I'm not doing this to anyone. Don't worry. Yizhua bought 3 cups of milk tea from the side and passed them to Lizzie and Zhao Pingting respectively. Lizzie, your mother is a very strong and kind woman. She has sacrificed too much for your family. If you keep this a secret, it's not for your mother's good, but to harm her. As a wife and a mother, she has the right to know about this. What if my mother can't bear the blow when she finds out about this? I've consulted an expert before, and that expert told me that as a child, it's best not to interfere in the matters between parents, so I've kept it a secret. Yizhua frowned slightly. Are you sure the person you consulted is an expert? And Lizzie nodded. Zhao Pingting retorted. What bullshit expert? I think she's just misleading people's children. Don't tell me you're keeping this a secret. I hope that her husband will have an affair in the future, and her daughter will meet an expert just like her. Yizhua continued. There's something wrong with this expert's thinking. To put it bluntly, she doesn't have a correct view of the world. A normal person wouldn't protect a mistress and an unfaithful man. You have to understand how much your mother has sacrificed for this family all these years. After saying that, Yizhao asked again. Lizzie, are you afraid that your mother will jump off the building or something else will happen? And Lizzie sighed and nodded. Yizhao said, Lizzie, your mother is an adult now. It's said that women are originally weak, but a mother is strong. Her ability to resist pressure is far beyond your imagination. Do you mean that my mother will not let go? And Lizzie was like a drowning person, grasping at a life-saving straw. No. You have to believe in your mother. She is a very strong person. She will definitely not seek death just because of a man, since Xia Xiaoman was able to start from scratch in Yunjing alone. This meant that she was not a weak woman. She would definitely not do something stupid. Yizhua continued. In the end, you can't hide the truth. If you keep covering up for your father and keeping it from your mother, one day, when your mother finds out the truth, she will really be upset. Lizzie, you have to know that your mother carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you after much hard work. In this family, you are your mother's only family. You have to learn to protect your mother. When she encounters setbacks and betrayals, you should stand on the same side as her, and not think of ways to protect your father. You will make your mother feel that you and your father are one family, and she is an outsider from the beginning to the end. Once you reach that stage, you might really lose her forever. Yizhua was not being alarmist. Xia Xiaoman was the victim now. She had sacrificed so much for this family. If one day she found out that her husband and daughter had betrayed her at the same time, the consequences would be unimaginable. A woman's 20 years of hard work had come to naught in the end. Even a bystander felt sorrowful hearing this, and Lizzie panicked and shook her head desperately. No. It's not like that. I didn't want to treat my mother as an outsider, no. She wanted to protect her mother and didn't want to see her mother get hurt in any way. But you're doing this. Yizhua looked at Lizzie with a serious expression. You're treating your mother as an outsider. Think about it from another perspective. If you were your mother and you knew the truth of the matter, wouldn't you be very disappointed? Lizzie, don't be silly. At a time like this, do you still want to protect your father? Do you want to kill your mother? Zhao Pingting stood up and said, Ask your mother to divorce your father immediately. Such a scum should be kicked out of the house. Zhao Pingting was so angry that she was dumbfounded. Perhaps she wasn't the party involved, so she couldn't empathize with Lizzie. In any case, if she were Lizzie, she would definitely not hide it from Xia Xiaoman. Pingting is right, you don't have to be unfaithful 100 times. Your mother can only obtain true happiness if she divorces your father. Yizhua continued. Don't worry that your mother won't be able to live on without your father. In this world, women don't have to rely on men to obtain happiness. Really? And Lizzie sniffled. Yizhao nodded and continued. Lizzie, what's your impression of my mother? Very good. In Lizzie's impression, Yishu was a beautiful and generous woman. Then you should know that my mother is a single mother, right? Yizhao continued to ask. And Lizzie was stunned for a moment and then nodded. To be honest, if Yizhua had not mentioned it, and Lizzie would have almost forgotten about it. This was because she could not see the sadness of a single mother in Yishu. Oh. Yizhua patted Lizzie on the shoulder. Lizzie, I can tell that your mother is even stronger than my mother. After leaving your father, she will definitely have a better life than my mother. Get a divorce immediately. This kind of scum is disgusting to look at. Zhao Pingting said angrily. Yizhua continued. Instead of letting your mother find out on her own, why don't you tell her now and face it together with her? Let me ask you, do you want to choose a father who cheats? Or do you want to win back a mother who loves you? I choose my mother. And Lizzie answered without hesitation. Yizhua nodded. Very good. According to Chinese law, one has to leave the house with nothing. Now, as long as we have enough evidence to prove that your father cheats, we can make him leave the house with nothing. Lizzie, from now on you have to learn to protect your mother. Don't let her down. Hearing this, and Lizzie was suddenly enlightened. Yizhao was right. Compared to a mother who loved her, what was a father who cheated on her? And Dongliang had already disappointed Xiao Xiaoman. Then, as her daughter, she could not disappoint her mother again. She had to be strong. She had to face this problem with her mother. I have a photo. A photo of them together. And Lizzie immediately took out her phone and showed the photo she took at the Yi family's private restaurant. This woman doesn't look good either. How did your father fall for her? Zhao Pingting was speechless. Her taste is really bad. If your mother was any younger, she would have been a dozen streets ahead of her. She originally thought that the mistress who seduced Lizzie's father would definitely look like a vixen. She did not expect that. This person looked very ordinary. Other than dressing fashionably, his facial features were not as good-looking as Lizzie's mother's. If it was not for the fact that it was right in front of them, no one would believe that this was a mistress. Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not enough just to have a photo. We still need to have proof of their cohabitation. Oh right, has your father ever spent money on her? And Lizzie nodded. Of course he has. My father has over $20,000 in expenses every month. He probably spent it all on this woman. Yizhua narrowed his eyes. Then get his bill out. How do I do that? And Lizzie frowned. I don't have my dad's account password. Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Then do you know your dad's account? Yes. And Lizzie nodded. Yizhua picked up the milk tea. It's not convenient here. Let's go to my house. Why would I go to your house? And Lizzie was stunned. Yi Zhao said. Bring out your father's bill. Zhao, do you have a solution? And Lizzie was a little surprised. Yes.
Yizhao nodded.
Zhao Pingting put her arm around Lizzie's shoulder. Lizzie, thank God you've been sitting at the same table as Zhao for so long. Don't you know that Zhao is very powerful? The three of them came to the Yi family together. Yizhua effortlessly received Dongliang's bill. The bill showed. Dongliang had rented a house in an upscale neighborhood. Needless to say, this house was used to support the mistress. Moreover, Dongliang also transferred money to a woman named Liang Xini every month. The highest transfer was 30,000 yuan. Other times it was 12,000 yuan. And Lizzie was trembling with anger as she held the bill. My father mentioned that the woman's surname is Liang. This woman named Liang Xini is that mistress. It's been 5 years. So he's been with this woman for 5 years. Zhonghua, can you help me look up Liang Xini? And Lizzie asked.
Yizhao nodded.
Not long after, he found out all the information about Liang Xini. Liang Xini, female. Oh, 45 years old. Her husband had been paralyzed in bed for many years and had a son who was studying abroad. Zhao Pingting frowned and said, D***MN. This woman is 6 years older than your father. No wonder she doesn't look young anymore. Your father really has a strong taste. And Lizzie felt disgusted. Yi Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly. He does have a strong taste. And Lizzie took a deep breath. Zhao, thank you for today. I know what to do. What do you plan to do? Zhao Pingting asked. And Lizzie said, let my father leave with nothing. She had already thought it through. This marriage must be divorced. Even if her mother wanted to keep this marriage, she would still persuade them to get a divorce. Lizzie, it's good that you've thought it through. Zhao Pingting reached out and hugged Lizzie. Do your best. The sun always shines after the storm. Burning and I will always be behind you. If you need any help, feel free to call us. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Pingting is right. If you encounter any problems, you can look for us anytime. Okay. And Lizzie smiled. It turned out that it felt so good to have two friends behind her when she was in trouble. For the first time in her life, She truly understood the importance of a close friend. When she returned home, Xia Xiaoman was still busy in the supermarket. And Lizzie looked at Xia Xiaoman's figure and felt a sense of sadness. She worked hard to earn money to support her family, yet Dongliang used the hard-earned money she earned to raise a woman outside. How ridiculous! Mom! And Lizzie composed herself and walked to Xia Xiaoman's side. Lizzie is back, Xia Xiaoman said as she tidied up the shelves. And Lizzie continued, Mom, where's my dad? Xia Xiaoman frowned slightly. She felt that something was wrong with Lizzie. You child, why do you keep asking where your dad went these few days? He went to stock up. He went to stock up again. Mom, why does he always go to stock up? Is our family in such a dire shortage? And Lizzie asked. Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, Business has been busy recently. The imported candy sold very well last time. It's a pity that your father went there a few times but did not get the goods. Hence he went there again today. As they had known each other since they were young, Xia Xiaoman had absolute trust in Dongliang. She had never suspected anything. Mom, do you trust my dad that much? And Lizzie asked. Xia Xiaoman stretched out her hand and patted Lizzie's head. He is my daughter's father and my husband. If I don't trust him, who would I trust? Lizzie, tell me honestly, what happened to you recently? And Lizzie felt extremely sad. Her mother trusted Dongliang so much. However, he had betrayed her. And Lizzie continued, Mother, have you ever thought that my father didn't go to stock up at all? If he didn't go to stock up, where else could he have gone? Xia Xiaoman asked. And Lizzie took a deep breath. Mother, let's go upstairs and talk. I'm still busy, Xia Xiaoman said. She was really busy. There were 2 floors of the supermarket, a total of 1,200 square meters, and she only hired 10 employees. She had to handle many things herself. And Lizzie grabbed Xia Xiaoman's arm and suddenly couldn't control her emotions. Mom, I really have something to tell you. Seeing Lizzie like this, Xia Xiaoman was shocked and hurriedly jumped down from the service ladder. Lizzie, what's wrong with you? Good girl, don't cry. Mom will go upstairs with you. The mother and daughter went upstairs. Xia Xiaoman quickly found a tissue to wipe Lizzie's face. Lizzie, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell Mom. Mom! And Lizzie hugged Xia Xiaoman and cried loudly. What's wrong? Child, what's wrong? Xia Xiaoman was very anxious. After a long while, Lizzie's emotions gradually calmed down. She sobbed. Mom, Dad didn't go to stock up at all. Xia Xiaoman was stunned. Didn't we want to talk about you? Why is your dad involved? And Lizzie held Xia Xiaoman's hand. Mom, listen to me. Go ahead. And Lizzie took a deep breath and tried to choose her words carefully. She thought that she would be able to tell Xia Xiaoman about this matter easily. However, when she really faced Xia Xiaoman, she realized how difficult it was to tell Xia Xiaoman the whole story. My dad, my dad. My dad. Seeing her like this, Xia Xiaoman's face turned pale. What happened to your dad? Did something happen to him on the road? Lizzie, don't scare me. And Dongliang drove a large truck to get some goods. Could it be that he had an accident? At the thought of this, Xia Xiaoman's eyes instantly turned red. It's fine, Mom. He's fine. And Lizzie cried. Not only is he fine, there's someone else out there. After saying these words in one breath, Lizzie felt that the huge rock in her heart had finally disappeared. What? Xia Xiaoman could not digest the meaning of these words. Oh. And Lizzie continued. My father betrayed you. He has a mistress outside. Do you know how he spent his 30,000 yuan a month? He went to raise a mistress. Xia Xiaoman was stunned on the spot. She did not have any expression on her face. After a long while, she finally reacted. Lizzie, stop joking. Your father is not that kind of person. She was from the same village as Dongliang. The two of them grew up together. They were childhood sweethearts. And Dongliang was an honest person. How could he do something that would let her down?
Impossible.
It was impossible. And Lisa knelt in front of Xia Xiaoman. It's true. It's true. Xia Xiaoman turned her head. No, it can't be. Lisa, you must have misunderstood your father. I didn't misunderstand him. And Lizzie took out a few photos from her bag, as well as a printed list at Yi Zhao's house. Mom, this is the evidence. Moreover, he admitted it in front of me. Xia Xiaoman picked up the photos with trembling hands, and tears rolled down uncontrollably from her eyes. How could this be? Her husband, whom she had loved deeply for more than 20 years, actually betrayed her. How could this be? Mom, get a divorce. You still have me in the future. And Lizzie continued. You can't give him a single cent of the family's money. You worked hard to earn all these things, so you can't let that mistress have it easy. Xia Xiaoman took out a tissue and quickly wiped the tears off her face, pretending that nothing had happened, and smiled at Lizzie. Lizzie, this is between us adults. You don't have to worry about it. Your task now is to study hard. Mom. Xia Xiaoman patted Lizzie's shoulder. Don't worry, Mom knows what to do. The college entrance exam is coming soon. At this time, don't let your imagination run wild. It was she who had let the child down. She didn't notice her husband's abnormality earlier, and let the child's imagination run wild for so long. This should not have been something that a child like Lizzie should have been worried about. She should not have allowed the matters between adults to affect the child. If this matter had any impact on Lizzie, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Xia Xiaoman put away the receipt and the photos. Mom is busy downstairs. Lizzie, go back to your room and rest. At 6:30, Mom will go upstairs to cook. Xia Xiaoman's reaction was too calm, which made Lizzie very uneasy. Mom. Lizzie, I'm really fine. With that, Xia Xiaoman went downstairs. She really acted as if nothing had happened and continued to chat and laugh with the employees. And Lizzie returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed. She had mixed feelings and felt very uncomfortable. At 6:30, Xia Xiaoman came upstairs on time to cook dinner. And Dongliang came back as soon as the food was ready. It smells so good. Xiaoman, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Xia Xiaoman was walking out of the kitchen with the dishes in her hands. She looked at her husband in front of her. At that moment, she felt that this man was very unfamiliar to her. You're back. Wash your hands first. I have something to tell you after washing your hands. We'll eat after that. Although Xia Xiaoman's tone was very calm, and Dongliang felt that there was something wrong with Xia Xiaoman today. However, when he looked at her again, Xia Xiaoman seemed to be no different from usual. She went to the bathroom to wash her hands and came out. She smiled and said, What do you have to say before eating? Xia Xiaoman glanced at Dongliang. If I don't explain this clearly, I'm afraid I'll be so disgusted that I won't be able to eat it. Hearing this, Dongliang's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that Xia Xiaoman already knew about it? It shouldn't be possible, right? Everyone said that their daughter was their father's lover, and Lizzie shouldn't have betrayed him. And Dongliang smiled and said, What's the matter? Why are you making it sound so serious? Xia Xiaoman walked over and sat on the sofa. She looked at Dongliang and said calmly, Dongliang, do you still want to live this life? Dongliang's heart skipped a beat. And Lizzie had really betrayed him. Xiaoman, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Dongliang tried to muddle through. Xia Xiaoman took out the few photos from the sofa cushion and threw them on the table. How do you explain this? Dongliang's face turned pale and decided not to explain. Since you've already discovered it, I have nothing to say. Xiaoman, I've let you down. But you also know that love is something that cannot be controlled. Oh, I only have one question for you. Who do you choose, me, Lizzie, this family, and this B***TCH? From her mother's point of view, Xia Xiaoman still wanted to take back this family. Even if Dongliang had already betrayed her. As long as Dongliang was willing to repent, she was still willing to give him a chance. And Lizzie was already so old. She could not let her child not have a father. Moreover, Lizzie was already in her 3rd year of high school this year. The 3rd year of high school was the most important year in her life. She did not want Enlisi to lose her father and a very happy family in such an important year. I choose you. And Dongliang said without hesitation. Okay. Xia Xiaoman said. Then I'll give you a chance. And Dongliang reached out and hugged Xia Xiaoman. Xiaoman, thank you. You're a good woman. I swear that I won't let you down again. Xia Xiaoman sighed. A prodigal son can never be changed. I hope that you really repent. It's true, I swear. When Enlisi came out for dinner, she was stunned to see that her parents were still the same as before. Disbelief was written all over her face. She did not understand why her mother would forgive her father. After dinner, while he was out for a walk, and Dongliang went to Liang Sini's place. Seeing him come over, Liang Sini asked curiously, "Didn't you go back to accompany your wife and child? Why are you back again?" And Dongliang pinched his temples. Don't mention it. She found out about us. I may not be able to visit you in the next few days. Liang Sini rolled her eyes. Was it your daughter who snitched? And Dongliang was stunned. How did you know? Liang Sini continued. When I saw your daughter at the cinema yesterday, I knew that your daughter was not someone to be trifled with. She doesn't have a father like you in her heart either. After saying this, Liang Sini hugged in Dongliang. Dongliang, you're not going to break up with me, are you? I love you, I can't live without you. And Dongliang kissed her. Of course not. Don't worry, I won't break up with you. It's just that we can't see each other for the time being. What about your wife? Liang Sini asked tentatively. Aren't you afraid that your wife will divorce you? And Dongliang said, Don't worry. She won't divorce me. Liang Sini hugged in Dongliang. Dongliang, I've been following you for 5 years without a name or status. Don't you want to give me an explanation? It had been 5 years. Liang Sini felt that she should get an answer as well. The current liquidity of the Yin family was more than 3 million yuan. With the addition of the supermarket, it was at least 20 million yuan. If Dongliang and Xia Xiaoman divorced, they would get 10 million yuan. With this 10 million yuan, she would be a rich lady in the future. If it was not for Dongliang's money, she, a university student, would not have taken a fancy to a married man. And Dongliang looked at Liang Sini. I thought you didn't care about this. Liang Sini had never mentioned this question in all these years. Liang Sini narrowed her eyes. Dongliang, there's no woman who doesn't care about status. However, if you're in a difficult position, then forget it. I'm willing to wait for you. Even if you don't give me status in your life, I don't care. And Dongliang suddenly felt that Liang Sini was 1,000 times more kind-hearted than Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman was a jealous woman. Didn't he just raise a woman outside? Which man was not a romantic? And Dongliang hugged Liang Sini tightly. Sini, thank you for understanding me. Afraid that Xia Xiaoman would suspect him, and Dongliang only stayed at Liang Sini's place for about 10 minutes before he went back. Enlisi followed Dongliang to Liang Sini's place and called Yizhua. She was very worried now. She was worried that if Xia Xiaoman did not divorce Dongliang, Xia Xiaoman would be the one to be stripped of all her assets. Zao, what should we do? My mom forgives my dad. My dad came to look for that mistress again. Enlisi's voice was close to tears. Yizao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lizzie, don't worry, listen to me. Yizao's words were like magic, able to calm people down instantly. After the call with Yizao, Enlisi had a plan in her mind. She went home to tidy up some things. The next day, Enlisi went to Liang Sini's office. Qinghai Company. This was a foreign company. Liang Sini had worked in it for many years and could be considered half a small leader. Oh. When her colleagues saw her, they would call her Sister Liang. Hello, I'm looking for Liang Sini. Enlisi came to the front desk. The front desk lady said, Young lady, why are you looking for Sister Liang? Enlisi smiled and said, I'm a relative of her family. Can I trouble Sister to call her out? The front desk lady saw that Enlisi was so good-looking and knew how to be polite, so she said, Sister Liang is eating in the canteen. I'll bring you there. Okay, thank you. The cafeteria was very big, and there were more than 100 employees eating there. And Lizzie saw Liang Sini at a glance and strode to her side. Before Liang Sini could react, she gave Liang Sini a hard slap. Slap. Liang Sini was stunned by the slap and didn't recognize Lizzie. She frowned and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to hit people? Mistress. Shameless. Destroying other people's families." And Lizzie slapped Liang Sini again and said angrily, "I hit you. B***tch. Who told you to seduce my father?" As soon as she said this, those who were eating looked over with curiosity. In this era, everything was lacking except for the masses. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not a mistress. You're slandering me." Liang Sini immediately stood up and said with a flustered expression, "Where are the security guards? Call the security guards over quickly." The receptionist was stunned. She originally thought that Lizzie was really Liang Sini's relative, but she didn't expect. This melon came a little unexpectedly. One had to know that Liang Sini was usually a very serious person. She would never say anything to those male employees because of personal matters. In everyone's eyes, she was just a kind big sister. And Lizzie took out a thick stack of photos that she had prepared beforehand from her bag. She tossed them all into the air and then took out the loudspeaker. "Everyone look! Liang Sini is shameless. She seduced my father. She seduced a married woman and destroyed a happy family. How could your unit recruit such a shameless employee? Now the evidence is clear. The person in the photo is my father, and Liang Sini is the third party." Because the loudspeaker was turned on, and Lizzie's voice filled every corner of the cafeteria. At this moment, everyone gathered around to snatch the photo that had fallen to the ground. Things happened too quickly. Liang Sini wanted to stop it, but it was too late. She could only shout helplessly, "Don't pick it up! Don't pick it up! Don't do this!" And Lizzie was still shouting over and over again with the megaphone. The crowd held the photo in their hands and pointed at Liang Sini. Liang Sini felt as if she had been stripped naked. She was an extremely shameless person. She didn't expect to be humiliated like this in public today. This was worse than killing her. F***ck. Can't you see how serious she usually is? She's actually this kind of person in private. Bah! How shameless. The mistress will die a horrible death. She deserves to go to hell. These words were like knives, cutting Liang Sini's body one by one. Liang Sini wished she could find a hole to hide in. Not long after, the company leader came with the security guards. Everyone immediately made way for him. What's going on? The company leader was a very young man. And Lizzie was not afraid of him and took a step forward. "Hello, leader. My name is Lizzie. I would like to ask you, what is your company's recruitment criteria? Is this kind of a moral person who seduces other people's husbands and destroys other people's families worthy of entering your company?" The company leader frowned and looked at Liang Sini. "What's going on?" Liang Sini said with reddened eyes. "Manager, this is a misunderstanding. I have evidence here." And Lizzie handed a photo to the leader. "The man in the photo is my father. I don't need to say more about this woman. You should know her, right? My father is divorcing my mother because of her. She has caused our family to turn upside down. I'm in my 3rd year of high school this year, the most important year of my life. But now I've been ruined by her. Ruined by this woman." Hearing this, the crowd sighed. This little girl is too pitiful. A dog and a woman. She's simply inhuman. How can our company have such a shameless woman? After saying that, Lizzie bowed deeply to the leader. "I came to your company today to disturb your employees. I'm here to apologize to you and everyone. My mother is magnanimous and doesn't want to argue with the mistress. But as my daughter, I can't bear to see my mother suffer. I really have no other way. I believe that justice is in the hearts of the people. Your company will definitely handle this matter well." After saying that, Lizzie turned around and left. The surrounding employees said, "Manager Zhou, a person like Liang Sini doesn't deserve to stay in our company at all." "Right. She doesn't deserve to. Fire her." Manager Zhou looked at Liang Sini and said, "Go to the finance department and settle this month's salary." You don't have to come next month. Oh. Hearing that, Liang Xini felt like the sky was falling. She had worked here for almost 20 years and had always been conscientious and had never made any mistakes. She was about to retire and receive her retirement salary and pension, but now the company actually wanted to fire her. No way, manager. You can't fire me. The person who was fired would not have a pension or pension. Moreover, she was already so old. What could she do after being fired? Could she find another job? Even if she did find another job, it would definitely be a dirty and tiring job. It could not be compared to her current job. It's impossible for our company to hire an employee with bad morals. After saying this, Manager Zhou looked at the security guard beside him. Send her out. Rather than saying that she was sent out, it was more appropriate to say that she was dragged out. Liang Xini was dragged out. After being dragged out of the house, Liang Xini was both angry and angry. She picked up her phone and called in Dongliang. And Dongliang rushed over. When he saw Liang Xini like this, his heart ached terribly. Xini, don't worry. I'll definitely teach that girl a lesson when I get back. I've lost my job and my reputation. Dongliang, just let me die. I don't want to live anymore. If you lose your job, so be it. From now on, I'll give you 30,000 a month. I'll support you. Hearing this, Liang Xini's eyes lit up. That's right. So what if she lost her job? In any case, and Dongliang had plenty of money. However, Liang Xini was still crying. The more she cried, the more Dongliang would hate the mother and daughter. Liang Xini had suffered, and Dongliang would definitely seek justice for her. When he returned home, he threw a tantrum. Lizzie is becoming more and more unruly. And Dongliang pointed at Xia Xiaoman and said, How did your mother teach her? Xia Xiaoman frowned slightly. What happened to Lizzie? And Dongliang said angrily, She went to Xini's company and caused a ruckus, causing her to lose her job. I've already said it, I've already broken up with her. Why do you have to go against her? I think that Lizzie didn't do anything wrong. Xia Xiaoman's voice was a little cold. If it wasn't for the sake of Dongliang's face, Xia Xiaoman would have done it long ago. Dongliang pointed at Xia Xiaoman and said, Were you the one who instructed Lizzie to do this? I told you Lizzie is just a child, how could she be so calculative? Xia Xiaoman, you've really disappointed me. Xia Xiaoman looked at Dongliang and said, Do you not want to break up with that mistress? I have nothing to do with her now. It's you two who have disappointed me. Nothing to do with her now, right? All right then. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Call her out now. The three of us stand together and explain this matter clearly. What do you want to do? Dongliang asked cautiously. Nothing. Xia Xiaoman continued. I just want to let her know that there is a price to pay for being a mistress. No. Dongliang frowned. Xia Xiaoman suddenly laughed. Dongliang, you didn't even think about breaking up with her, right? Dongliang quickly said, Xiaoman, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. But this matter has nothing to do with Xini. I'm the one who pursued her. I beg you, please don't make things difficult for her, okay? I beg you. Do you want to break up with her or not? Break. Break it right now. Dongliang immediately nodded. Xia Xiaoman continued. Since it's about to be broken, what's the point of worrying so much? We're going to fall out sooner or later anyway. Dongliang, if you don't ask her out today, this matter won't be over. Xiaoman, I'm kneeling down for you. I really know my mistake. Don't go and make things difficult for Xini, okay? As he said this, Dongliang knelt down and reached out to hug Xia Xiaoman's leg. For the sake of that B*TCH, you actually knelt down for me. Dongliang, you're a man. There's gold under a man's knees. Xia Xiaoman's tears began to flow. Is that B*TCH worth it for you to do this? They had been married for 20 years. Dongliang had not even washed her clothes. He said that a man should be upright and upright. What was the point of washing clothes for a woman? That was because Xia Xiaoman felt that the man she had her eyes on was different. He had the manliness of a man. But now he had actually knelt down for another woman. How ironic. How ironic.
Oh,
Cindy is not a B*TC. She is the kindest and most innocent woman I have ever seen. And Dongliang suddenly stood up from the ground. She only killed with her head on the ground. I have knelt down before, what more do you want from me? And Dongliang used to think that his wife was a kind and understanding woman. Now it seemed that he had misjudged her after so many years. Compared to Liang Xini, who was well-read, Xia Xiaoman was a shrew. A country bumpkin was a country bumpkin. No matter how many years she had lived in the city, she could not become a city bumpkin. If he could return to the past, he would never marry a shrew like Xia Xiaoman. I want you to break up with that B*T. It's going to happen soon. Xia Xiaoman could hardly control her emotions. I told you. Xini is not a B*T. She is not, said Dongliang with bloodshot eyes. And Dongliang could not stand Xia Xiaoman pointing at Liang Xini as a B*T. Liang Xini was the woman he loved deeply. He would never allow anyone to insult Liang Xini. She is. Xia Xiaoman shouted angrily. She is a slut who sleeps with thousands of people. A slut. Seducing someone else's husband. She will not have a good ending. She will go to hell. She will only be a B*T for the rest of her life. In the future, her children will be like her. Men will steal and women will be prostitutes.
Slut.
Shut up. And Dongliang could not take it anymore. He gave Xia Xiaoman a slap and kicked her to the ground. He was still angry. He grabbed Xia Xiaoman by her hair and slammed her against the floor. She was like a mad animal. Soon Xia Xiaoman's head was bleeding. Mom! And Lizzie heard that something was wrong in the room. She ran out to take a look and was scared to tears. Let go of my mom. B****. Lizzie, go back to the house. Xia Xiaoman did not want her daughter to see this scene. She was afraid that it would leave a shadow in Lizzie's heart. Let go of my mom. And Lizzie pushed Dongliang hard. Let go of my mom. You're not a good person either. Just like your mom. Both of you are not good people. And Dongliang pushed Lizzie away. You're not my daughter. I don't have a daughter like you. If it was not for Lizzie coming to find trouble with Liang Xini today, things would not have developed to this stage. Everything was fine last night. They were father and daughter. But Lizzie was trying to change the situation. And Lizzie was stunned. She hit her head on the floor and felt a tearing pain. Lizzie. Xia Xiaoman ignored the injury on her head and got up to hug Lizzie. And Dongliang, you're not human. Lizzie is your biological daughter. And Dongliang pointed at Xia Xiaoman and said, Xia Xiaoman, let me tell you. I've had enough of you, shrew. If you want a divorce, then divorce. The reason why he dared to say that he wanted a divorce was because Xia Xiaoman loved him. He knew that Xia Xiaoman did not dare to divorce him at all. Back then, in order to marry him, Xia Xiaoman not only did not take a single cent of the dowry, she even gave him a few hundred yuan. If Xia Xiaoman dared to divorce him, she would not be in this state. After saying this, Dongliang turned around and left. Liang Xini was still feeling wronged and waiting for him to comfort her. Since he had already fallen out with her, there was no need for him to continue pretending. Xia Xiaoman looked at the man's heartless back view with disappointment in her eyes. It had been 20 years. In the end, she still made the wrong payment. Mom, let's get a divorce. And Lizzie looked at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Okay. Xia Xiaoman was originally prepared to forgive Dongliang for Lizzie's sake. Now it seemed like there was no need for that. A man would even hit his wife and child for the sake of a mistress. What else could he not do? This marriage must be divorced. That's great. You've finally figured it out. And Lizzie hugged Xia Xiaoman. Mom, I believe that we'll have a better life in the future. After saying this, Lizzie continued, we have to let him leave with nothing. Also, we can't keep this supermarket open any longer. Let's convert it into cash. This was what Yi Zhao had specifically instructed Lizzie. Once Xia Xiaoman agreed to the divorce, they had to immediately transfer out the supermarket that their family was currently opening. If the supermarket was still there, and Dongliang would definitely pester Xia Xiaoman all the time. Such people were the type of people one feared the most when doing business. Xia Xiaoman was stunned. She did not understand what Enlisi said. Enlisi explained the reason to Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement when she heard this. Lizzie, what your classmate said makes sense. She was worried that Xia Xiaoman would let her imagination run wild. And Lizzie continued, Mom, don't worry. Even if we get divorced, with your abilities we can still live very well. That classmate of mine doesn't have a father either. I think her mother takes care of herself very young. So Mom, don't be sad and don't be sad. This is a good thing for us. Since her daughter was so strong, she naturally couldn't be too weak. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Okay. As she said this, Enlisi thought of what Yizhua had said. Mom, if we want him to leave the supermarket empty-handed, we have to bear with it for the time being. At least until the supermarket is successfully transferred out. This he was naturally referring to in Dongliang. Xia Xiaoman naturally understood the meaning behind Enlisi's words. Don't worry, Lizzie. There's no need to bear with it. As long as I want, the supermarket can be transferred out tomorrow. Oh. Xia Xiaoman had been in business for so many years and knew many of her bosses. There were many people who wanted to take over the supermarket. Really? Enlisi's eyes lit up. Xia Xiaoman nodded. Enlisi continued. Mom, let's go to the hospital now. The house was equipped with surveillance cameras. With the surveillance footage, the injury assessment, and the evidence of Dongliang's infidelity, it would be much easier to go to the court to sue for divorce. The mother and daughter arrived at the hospital. The wound on Xia Xiaoman's head did not seem to be very serious, but she had received a few stitches. And Lizzie was in so much pain that she regretted not bringing a beer bottle to the back of Dongliang's head. Xia Xiaoman held Lizie's hand. Lizzie, Mom is fine, you don't have to worry. Although Xia Xiaoman had received a few stitches to her head, she did not choose to stay in the hospital. She prescribed some medicine and received the injury assessment report before bringing Enlisi home. Xia Xiaoman was a very strong person. The next day, she contacted the person who wanted to take over the supermarket and discussed the transfer. The other party was called Wang Daqiang, 42 years old this year. He was very strong and had known Xia Xiaoman for many years. Xiaoman, you've been running this supermarket for 12 years. Are you really willing to transfer it to me? Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, Do you think I'm joking with you? It's been 12 years. I'm too tired. I want to have a good rest. Wang Daqiang and Xia Xiaoman had known each other for so many years. Naturally, he knew that Xia Xiaoman was a smart and capable woman. He said enviously, Your husband is really lucky to have married you. Xia Xiaoman smiled and didn't reply. By the way, can the transfer fee really be any lower? Wang Daqiang continued to ask. Xia Xiaoman continued to say, I have more than 2 million worth of goods here. Adding this 3-story house, you won't lose out on 35 million. If it wasn't for the urgent transfer, I really wouldn't be willing to sell it for 35 million. Xia Xiaoman bought this house herself. 12 years ago, the house price in Yunjing wasn't as scary as it was now. She only spent 100,000 yuan to buy this house. After living for so many years, she had developed feelings for him. If it wasn't for this incident, Xia Xiaoman wouldn't have been willing to sell it. All right. Wang Daqiang thought about it in his heart. 35 million then. When are we going to go through the transfer procedures? Wang Daqiang was not a fool. He knew that the value of this supermarket was far more than 35 million. Just this house alone had been sold for 16 million. Moreover, the supermarket's business was so good that he really did not lose out on 35 million. Let's go now, Xia Xiaoman said. Wang Daqiang was a little surprised that Xia Xiaoman was so anxious, but he did not ask further. Okay, let's go then. After completing the transfer procedures, the next day, Xia Xiaoman brought in Lizzie and left the house that they had lived in for more than 10 years. They moved into the small villa that they had just bought. The small villa's environment was elegant, and it was especially close to North Bridge High School. On the third day after they moved in, and Lizzie invited Yizhua and Zhao Pingting over as guests. Yizhua and Zhao Pingting arrived as promised, and Lizzie introduced the two to Xia Xiaoman. Mom, this is Yizhua. You can call her Zhuozhua. This is Zhao Pingting. You can call her Pingting. Xia Xiaoman smiled and said, Hello, Zhuozha Pingting. I'm Lizzie's mother. Hello, Auntie. The two of them greeted politely. Xia Xiaoman knew that their family's matter this time was all thanks to Yizhuasher, so she sized up Yizhuasher a few more times. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. This little girl was not only good-looking, but also very calm. She did not have the impetuous temperament of her peers at all. No wonder she handled things so well. Even an adult like her would feel ashamed to stand in front of her. Xia Xiaoman continued, Blazing Pingting, don't be restrained at Auntie's place. It's just like being at home. I still have something to do. Lizzie, remember to take good care of Blazing and Pingting. Xia Xiaoman knew that young people nowadays were different from their era. If she was at home, the children would definitely not be able to relax. And Lizzie nodded. I understand. After Xia Xiaoman left, Zhao Pingting asked curiously, Lizzie, has your father and your mother already completed the divorce procedures? And Lizzie said, My mother went out today to ask a lawyer to handle this matter. Then where is your father? Oh. And Lizzie said, He should be with that mistress of his. Ever since he fell out with my mother last time, he hasn't returned. My mother plans to send the court summons directly to Liang Xini. Zhao Pingting continued, If he cries and repents, don't be soft-hearted. As far as I know, even scumbags can act. Don't worry, he won't. And Lizzie's eyes were very firm. However, from the moment Dongliang hit her and her mother, and Lizzie no longer had this father in her life. And Dongliang did not go back for a few days. He wanted to give Xia Xiaoman a lesson. He wanted Xia Xiaoman to feel a sense of crisis. Xia Xiaoman loved him so much, she would definitely kneel down and beg him to go back. However, what Dongliang did not expect was that not only did he not get Xia Xiaoman, he even got a summons from the court. Case. Divorce dispute. And Dongliang's mind buzzed as he looked at the summons in his hand in disbelief. Xia Xiaoman loved him so much, why would she divorce him? However, this subpoena was not fake. Most importantly, not only did Xia Xiaoman want to divorce him, she also wanted him to leave the house with nothing. *tch. She was too daring. Everything in the Yin family belonged to him. He was the head of the family. Xia Xiaoman should be the one leaving the house with nothing. And Dongliang immediately picked up his phone and called Xia Xiaoman. He thought Xia Xiaoman would not pick up the call. He did not expect Xia Xiaoman to pick up. Hello. Xia Xiaoman. You want to divorce me? And Dongliang said angrily. Yes. Xia Xiaoman's voice was very calm. *tch. I will not divorce you. I will not go to the court either. It's up to you. Xia Xiaoman continued. However, if you don't go, the court will automatically dissolve our marriage. After saying this, Xia Xiaoman hung up the phone. Liang Xini walked over from the side. Dongliang, your wife wants to divorce you? And Dongliang nodded. Liang Xini's eyes flashed. After waiting for so many years, she had finally waited until today. In the future, she would be a rich lady. Then divorce her. Anyway, you have no feelings for her anymore. Liang Xini hugged Dongliang. I will always be by your side in the future. Forever and ever. With Liang Xini's words, Dongliang felt much better. Stay at home first, I'll go back for a while. What are you going back for? And Dongliang said, I'm going to chase Xia Xiaoman out. The supermarket belongs to our family. That Xia Xiaoman doesn't deserve to stay in the supermarket anymore. Then I'll go with you. Liang Xini thought of something. I'll go alone. It's not appropriate for you to appear at a time like this. You can go to the supermarket after I divorce that *tch. And Dongliang picked up his suit and walked out of the door. He arrived at the family supermarket. And Dongliang realized that an unfamiliar man was sitting in the living room on the 3rd floor. Who are you? Why are you sitting in our living room? Where's Xia Xiaoman? This strange man was Wang Daqiang. Xia Xiaoman has already transferred the supermarket to me. Transferred? And Dong Liang was furious and started to flip the table. I'm the owner of this supermarket. I didn't say transfer. Who dares to transfer? I'm the real owner of this supermarket. Get lost. This is my home. Wang Daqiang did not fight with him and called the police directly. Hello 110? There's someone breaking into a private house here. The police arrived very quickly, and Dong Liang was taken away by the police. 10 days later, Xia Xiaoman and Dong Liang's divorce case officially began. Because Dong Liang was abusive and cheating, the court directly sentenced him to leave the house with nothing. This time Dong Liang really panicked. He knelt in front of Xia Xiaoman and cried bitterly, saying that he would immediately sever all ties with Liang Xini. He would treat Xia Xiaoman and Li Zi well in the future. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaoman was no longer the Xia Xiaoman of the past. And Dong Liang, we can't go back. I wish you and Liang Xini a long and lasting life. The poor and lowly husband and wife were always sad. Now that Dong Liang had nothing left, could he really stay with Liang Xini for a long time? Hearing this, Dong Liang's eyes lit up and he immediately found a place to rest. That's right. He still had Liang Xini. With Liang Xini by his side, even if he had nothing, he could still make a comeback. Oh! And Dong Liang got up from the ground. Xia Xiaoman, remember what you said today. Don't regret it in the future. Xia Xiaoman smiled. Don't worry, I will never regret it. After saying this, Xia Xiaoman turned around and left. And Dong Liang also returned to Liang Xini's residence. In order to celebrate Dong Liang's successful divorce, Liang Xini prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner. Looking at the candlelit dinner that Liang Xini had prepared meticulously, Dong Liang was very happy. He knew that Liang Xini truly loved him. No matter what he became, Liang Xini would never abandon him. However, after learning that Dong Liang had been stripped clean of his assets, Liang Xini's gentle expression instantly changed. Dong Liang, stop joking. The family had such a large amount of assets, and Dong Liang was the head of the family. How could he be stripped of his assets? Dong Liang sighed. It's true. Xia Xiaoman, that B*TC tricked me. I don't even have a chance to appeal. Xini, I don't have anything now, I only have you. Where's the court's verdict? Let me take a look. Liang Xini said. Dong Liang passed the verdict to Liang Xini. Liang Xini initially thought that Dong Liang was testing her. After reading the verdict, Liang Xini's heart turned cold. She did not expect that Dong Liang was actually left with nothing. He did not even get a single cent. So you're a penniless pauper now? Liang Xini looked at Dong Liang. Back then, she only hooked up with Dong Liang because he was rich. Now, Dong Liang was already a pauper. Then there was no need for her to continue pretending. She did not want to waste time on a pauper. Xini. Dong Liang looked at Liang Xini in disbelief. He thought that he was hallucinating. Dong Liang, since things have come to this point, let me be frank with you. I never loved you. I was with you because of your money. Dong Liang looked at Liang Xini in disbelief. In her eyes, Liang Xini had always been a kind and good woman. How did she become like this? Xini, you're joking with me, right? Liang Xini said. I'm not joking with you. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy of me? If you have any self-awareness, pack your things and get lost. Hearing these cold and ruthless words, Dong Liang's face was filled with anger. He raised his hand and slapped Liang Xini. B*TCH. You B*TC. I'm separated from my family because of you.
I'm penniless.
How dare you lie to me? For so many years, Dong Liang had never thought that Liang Xini was with him for money. Liang Xini was stunned. She did not expect Dong Liang to hit her. She screamed, you dare to hit me. You're a poor man. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Shameless. These words made Dong Liang lose control. He pressed Liang Xini to the ground and used whatever he could to hit Liang Xini. B*TCH. B*T, you've made me suffer so much. I'll kill you today. Liang Sini struggled as she said, Help! I've killed someone. Scream! I'll let you scream. And Dongliang's expression became fiercer and fiercer. Very soon Liang Sini stopped moving. And Dongliang sat on the ground with a numb expression. It took a while for Dongliang to react. He looked at Liang Sini, who was completely disfigured on the ground, and said with a smile, Well done. *tsh. You deserve to die. Just as Dongliang packed his clothes and prepared to escape overnight, the door was kicked open by the police. So it was because the neighbors downstairs heard something wrong and called the police. Bang! The luggage in Dongliang's hand fell to the ground, and a pair of cold handcuffs handcuffed him. Xia Xiaoman was not very surprised when she heard that Dongliang was in prison for murder. Because from the beginning, she knew that Dongliang would not end up well. And Lizzie went to see Dongliang. No matter what, Dongliang was still his father. Now Dongliang's life was on the line. Logically speaking, she should come and see him. Through a glass window. And Lizzie saw Dongliang's haggard face. In just a few days Dongliang seemed to have changed. Dad! Lizzie! Dongliang tried his best to smile at Lizzie. Thank you for coming to visit Dad. When the prison guard said that his family members had come to visit him, Dongliang thought that he had made a mistake. Oh! He did not expect Lizzie to really come. Are you all right in there? Lizzie asked. The people who lived with Dongliang were all death row prisoners. These people were capable of doing anything. An ordinary person would not be able to imagine what kind of torture this was. If he could do it all over again, Dongliang would never betray Xia Xiaoman. He would take good care of his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, he could not go back. Dongliang nodded and said in a relaxed tone, I'm fine, don't worry. Lizzie, you and your mother should focus on your studies and get into a good university. Don't let your mother worry. Your mother is a good woman. I'm obsessed with her. I've let her down and I've let you down. I'm not a good husband and I'm not a good father. Oh. Lizzie, if you get married in the future, you have to keep your eyes open. Don't ever meet someone like me. Listen to your mother. She's your mother and she's older than you. She's more experienced in society and she has a better eye for people than you. Lizzie, you must be good to your mother. When a person was dying, his words were kind. Unknowingly, Lizzie's face was already covered in tears. Once upon a time, she also had a happy family and a father who loved her. 10 minutes of visiting time quickly passed. Walking out of the prison gate, Lizzie looked up at the sun above her head and tried her best to hold back her tears. All the dark clouds had passed. In the days to come, she would prepare for the college entrance exam wholeheartedly and try to get into the same university as Yi Zhao. These days Yi Shu had been studying English. Even when he was eating, he did not forget to read an English dictionary. When Yi Sun returned home from a business trip, he was stunned. The person in front of him who was speaking with Yi Zhao in English, was it really Yi Shu? After learning English for a while, Yi Sun was not a layman. He could tell that Yi Shu's pronunciation was very standard. Sister, you must be cheating. It's only been a few days. You speak English so well. Yi Shu smiled and looked up. Do you think everyone is you? How can you learn English well? In fact, in the first few days Yi Sun was still very serious. After a few days he could no longer persist. Yi Sun was only interested in what he was interested in. English was too boring. After being exposed by Yi Shu, Yi Sun scratched his head in embarrassment. Who said that? I'm also very hardworking, okay? Yi Zhao calmly continued. Uncle Teacher Tom, who is in charge of teaching you, sent me a message yesterday. He told me that you haven't gone to his live broadcast room for 3 days.
Yi Sun, holy shit.
Heartless. So cruel. After saying that, Yi Zhao continued. Uncle, you can't do this. Learning English won't do you any harm. Soon my mother will be several streets ahead of you, and you are still standing there. Yi Sun nodded and said with a determined look, From today on I will study English well. This is for you.
Ye zao handet ye sen abuk.
What is this?
Ye sen Luket puzzled.
Yizeo continued. This is the method of learning English that I recorded. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. If you have time, you can memorize it. My mother will check it in a week.
Ye shu noddet incorporation.
Sometimes Yi-sin was like a child. Someone had to supervise him. Otherwise, he would never be able to learn English well. And the person Yi-sun was most afraid of was Yi-shu. Yi-sun held the notebook and smiled. Isn't it just memorizing something? It's a piece of cake. After lunch, Yi-shu and Yi-sun went to work. Yizeo was the only one left in the house. Yizeo sat in front of the desk and drew something with her head down. Her expression was focused. The sunlight shone in through the window and coated her eyes with a faint halo. At this moment, the doorbell rang in the air. Yizeo picked up a book and pressed the drawing on it. Then she walked out to open the door. The door was open, but there was no one outside. Yizeo frowned slightly. Could it be that her drawing had made her brain go crazy? Was she hearing things? Who is it? Is anyone there? Yizeo asked, but no one answered. Just as Yizeo was about to close the door, a figure jumped out from the corner.
Surprise.
Yizeo looked at the person in surprise.
Grandma Tsen.
Oh, Yezi. Old Mrs. Tsen jogged over, wanting to give Yizeo a warm hug. However, just as she was about to reach Yizeo, she accidentally slipped and was about to fall to the ground. Yizeo quickly held her up. Be careful. Yezi, you're really good. Old Mrs. Tsen took the opportunity to hug Yizeo. As expected of the granddaughter-in-law that she valued so much, Yizeo touched his nose out of habit. Usually the third place in the world. What third place in the world? Old Mrs. Tsen said seriously. It's obviously the first place in the world.
Numero uno.
Yizeo was a little embarrassed by old Mrs. Tsen's praise, so he pulled old Mrs. Tsen into the living room. Grandma Tsen, are you cold? Do you want to make a cup of milk tea for you? Although it was early spring, it had been cold for the past few days, so it was still a little cold outside. Yezi, you know how to make milk tea? Old Mrs. Tsen asked in surprise.
Yezuo noddet.
Yezi, you are really amazing. With such a powerful Yezi, her great-grandson would definitely be a little genius in the future. He was good-looking and smart. Her great-grandson would definitely love her to death. The more old Mrs. Tsen thought about it, the happier she became. It was as if she had already seen her lovely great-grandson. Yizhuo came to the kitchen to make milk tea for old Mrs. Tsen. Old Mrs. Tsen followed him to the kitchen. The two of them chatted and laughed. The atmosphere in the kitchen was very warm. Although there was a big difference in age between the old and the young, there were no obstacles in communicating. After a while, the kitchen was filled with the fragrance of milk tea. Yizhuo scooped out a cup of the prepared milk tea and handed it to old Mrs. Tsen. Please drink it slowly. Be careful not to burn it. Old Lady Tsen blew on it and carefully took a sip. A strong aroma of black tea instantly filled her entire mouth. There was also a faint milk fragrance and caramel smell. It was really delicious. Old Lady Tsen was born into a noble family. In all these years, what kind of beverage had she not drunk? However, this was the first time she had drunk a purely handmade milk tea. The taste was secondary. The thought was the most important. Such a beautiful and nimble Leaf was really letting that sand sculpture of her grandson off. After drinking the milk tea, old Madame Tsen continued. Leaf, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow was Sunday, so Yizhuo did not have anything important to do. He nodded slightly and said, I'm free. Old Madame Tsen grabbed Yizhuo's hand and said, Leaf, then you can come to my house as a guest tomorrow. You cured my head disease the last time, so my daughter-in-law and my eldest grandson want to personally thank you. It had been so long, and old Mrs. Tsen had always wanted to invite Yizeo to visit her house. Unfortunately, Yizeo had never been free. Yizeo smiled and said, Grandma Tsen, you have already thanked me many times. Last time you even brought so many gifts over. You really don't need to thank me anymore. Old Mrs. Tsen frowned and said, Yezi, do you dislike me? Why would I dislike you? Old Mrs. Tsen continued, Since you don't dislike me, why don't you come over to my house tomorrow to play? I didn't just want to thank you. Look, I've already familiarized myself with your house, but you haven't even been to my house once. Yezi, are we still friends? Of course, she didn't just want to thank Yizhua. She also wanted Sun Shaoqing to meet Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was so beautiful that old Madame Tsin did not believe that he would not be moved. Since old Madame Tsin had already said so, Yi Zhao could not refuse. Since that's the case, then I will respectfully comply. Where is your house? I will go there tomorrow morning. Hearing this, old Madame Tsin's eyes lit up. She was really too excited. The plan to finally lure her granddaughter-in-law back home had finally taken a step forward. She had finally taken a step forward. She was simply the #1 invincible good grandmother in the universe. Zhao, then we have an agreement. When the time comes, you are not allowed to stand me up. Don't worry, since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. Old Lady Tsin smiled and said, my family lives in #2 of Jinxiu Manor. Yezi, remember to come over early tomorrow. Remember to call me when you're almost there. Forget it, I'll call you. Yizhua knew about Jinxiu Manor. It was a famous wealthy district in Yunjing. It was appropriate to describe the houses there as being worth every inch of land. Living in such a place, old Mrs. Tsin was indeed worthy of being someone with a mine in her family. After staying in the Yi family for an afternoon and repeatedly confirming that Yizhua would come tomorrow as promised, old Mrs. Tsin reluctantly left the Yi family. Yizhua sent old Mrs. Tsin to the entrance of the community. The Tsin family's car was already waiting by the roadside. The driver was still Xiao Wang. After the Tsin old lady got into the car, the smile on her face did not diminish. She leaned against the back of the chair and said, Xiao Wang, have you been tired from driving recently? Xiao Wang was stunned, and a strange sense of familiarity arose. The Tsin old lady had taken the initiative to talk to him twice. Oh! The first time was to show off that she had a beautiful granddaughter-in-law. The second time was to show off that she was a good grandmother in China. It was unknown what she was trying to show off this time. It was really too difficult for him. Thank you for your concern, old Mrs. Tsin. I'm not tired. Old Mrs. Tsin continued. Have you found a girlfriend now? No, little Wang shook his head. Old Mrs. Tsin frowned. Last year you were a single dog. A year has already passed. Why are you still a single dog? Xiao Wang. It really pricked his heart. After a long while, Xiao Wang finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Old Mrs. Tsin, you're so fashionable that you even know about being a single dog. Old Mrs. Tsin was almost 90 years old this year. It was not easy for a 90-year-old old man to be able to say such a popular internet phrase like being a single dog. Xiao Wang recalled the last time when he told his grandmother that he was still a single dog, and his grandmother had slapped him without saying a word. Old Mrs. Tsin said with a proud face, That's right, I don't only know about single dogs, I also know about Singles Day. Every year on November 11th, it's a festival for single dogs like you. Originally, my eldest grandson also wanted to celebrate this festival, but now with the help of a good grandmother like me from China, he no longer needs to celebrate this festival. He had no choice who asked him to have such a good life, to have met such a good grandmother like me. If it weren't for me, he would probably be like you, a single dog until now. Little Wang. So it turned out that old Mrs. Tsin was here to torture the dog today. Old Mrs. Tsin continued. Little Wang, what do you think of my taste? Finally, I don't torture the dog anymore. Little Wang heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. It's pretty good. Although old Mrs. Tsin was very old, there was really nothing to say about her outfit. Even a young man like Little Wang couldn't compare to her. Old Mrs. Tsin said proudly, That's right. If I didn't have good taste, would I be able to lie to such a beautiful wife for my eldest grandson? Little Wang. After taking such a long detour in the end, he still could not escape the fate of being abused. At the same time, Xian Corporation. In the top floor office. The man was dressed in a plain-colored long robe with a prayer bead in one hand and was reading documents with the other. It was obviously a very simple action, but with every movement, He exuded a natural domineering aura that made it difficult to ignore. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The man raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of dark eyes.
Come in.
The person who came was none other than Li Qiandong. Li Qiandong was holding a stack of documents in his hand. Fifth brother, I need you to sign these. Put them here. Li Qiandong continued. By the way, fifth brother, do you know ZY technology? Notes and Xiaoqing twirled the Buddha beads with an indifferent expression. Li Qiandong said with a face full of surprise. Holy shit! Fifth brother, you actually don't know ZY. Let me tell you. This company is absolutely heaven-defying. They actually produced air-conditioned clothes. Do you know what an air-conditioned clothes is? It's the kind of clothes that can adjust the temperature. ZY company has only been registered for a few months, and they're already preparing to go public. Even the European and American markets are afraid of them. ZY Technology Company was an emerging industry, but its momentum was unexpectedly fierce. Every time a new product came out, no matter how high the unit price was, it would be snapped up. Among them, the appointment of the gold medal designer Z was even arranged until after the new year. With the current situation, it would not be long before ZY Company would become a giant in the business world. ZY Company's rise in the European and American markets had also given China technology a huge boost. After all, even country P, a big technological country, could not produce an air conditioner that could adjust the temperature. Who is the founder of ZY Company? When he said that, Sun Xiaoqing was also interested. To be able to invent a human chip that could adjust the temperature, it was enough to show how terrifying this person's strength was. Li Qiandong continued. ZY's top executive officer is Zhao Yang, but Zhao Yang doesn't have any shares. He's just a hired professional CEO. Up until now, ZY's real founder has never been seen in public. No one knows who he is or what his name is. Sun Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and continued. Isn't our company's product for the next quarter focused on environmental protection? We can replace the one-time heating pack with a reusable heating chip. Li Qiandong's eyes lit up. Fifth brother. Do you mean to cooperate with ZY Technology Company? Sun Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Li Qiandong said excitedly. That's great, fifth brother. I'll talk to the R&D department about this tomorrow. Once he cooperated with ZY Company, he might be able to meet the legendary founder. At that time, he would definitely want to see what the legendary founder looked like. Sun Xiaoqing was expressionless and his expression was indifferent. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, when old Mrs. Sun returned home, the first thing she told Zhou Xiang was that Yizhua was coming over as a guest. Oh, Xiang, my granddaughter-in-law is coming over to play tomorrow. Remember to be more enthusiastic. Hearing that, Zhou Xiang said excitedly. Really? The legendary leaf is finally coming. Zhou Xiang couldn't wait to see what kind of fairy-like appearance that leaf had. With medical skills and good looks, Zhou Xiang couldn't imagine what kind of person would be so perfect. You are the leaf. Old Lady Tsun rolled her eyes at Zhou Xiang and continued. Tomorrow my granddaughter-in-law is coming. You are not allowed to call her leaf. If you scare my granddaughter-in-law away, I won't let you off. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. No matter what, she's your old savior. I'll treat her well just based on this. Besides, do I look like a mean person to you? Old Mrs. Tsun continued. But don't be too enthusiastic. If you scare my granddaughter-in-law away, you'll lose more than you gain. Zhou Xiang quickly picked up her phone. I also want to invite Zhuozhua to come over tomorrow. She wanted to see who was more attractive when the two of them stood together. Could it be that there was someone more attractive than Yizhua in this world? Yizhua quickly replied. I'm sorry, Sister Zhou Xiang. I have an appointment tomorrow. An appointment? Zhou Xiang's face was full of disappointment. She frowned and said, Why would I have an appointment? Old Mrs. Tsun smiled and looked at Zhou Xiang. I think it's that Zhuozhua who doesn't dare to come, right? She must have been scared by my granddaughter-in-law. My granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful. It's normal that she doesn't dare to come. Who said that? Zhuozhuo is very beautiful, okay? Zhou Xiang continued. She really has a date. Who knows if she really has a date? Old Mrs. Tsin snorted lightly. Could it be that you are a worm in her stomach? In terms of eloquence, Zhou Xiang could never compare to old Mrs. Tsin. She could only say, words don't mean anything. When you see her next time, you'll know how beautiful she is. Old Mrs. Tsin snorted and continued. Just you wait. Tomorrow, I'll definitely make Xiaoqing fall in love with Yezi. The kind that she won't marry. Zhou Xiang smiled and said, Mom, let alone fall in love, it's not even certain whether Xiaoqing will stay at home obediently tomorrow. Old Mrs. Tsin smiled and said, Don't worry, he will definitely not run around tomorrow. Do you have a way? Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Zhou Xiang asked curiously, Can you tell me about it? Old Mrs. Tsin said mysteriously, There's no rush. You'll know tomorrow morning. The next morning, the family of 3 sat at the dining table to eat. Looking at the green vegetable leaves in Tsin Xiaoqing's bowl and a few dry bread slices, old Mrs. Tsin could not help but ask, Xiaoqing, do you really plan to be a vegetarian for the rest of your life? Yes. Tsin Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Don't you want to eat meat? Old Mrs. Tsin picked up a piece of meat and waved it in front of Tsin Xiaoqing. The meat is very fragrant. Do you want to eat it? If you want to eat it, I'll give it to you. Tsin Xiaoqing was unmoved. He even wanted to laugh. You're too childish. Old children, old children. This sentence was absolutely correct when applied to old Mrs. Tsin. Old Mrs. Tsin. She really wanted to scold him. You're the one who's childish, your whole family is childish. But when she thought about it, Tsin Xiaoqing's family included her. So old Mrs. Tsin forcibly held back. Putting away her chopsticks, old Mrs. Tsin continued. The miracle doctor who cured Grandma today will come to our house as a guest. Old Mrs. Tsin knew Tsin Xiaoqing's character. If she had directly said that your future wife would come to our house, Tsin Xiaoqing would definitely not obediently cooperate. But it was different to say it in another way. Moreover, she was not lying. Yizhuo was a godly doctor to begin with. Are you coming today? Tsin Xiaoqing raised his eyes slightly. Tsin Xiaoqing had always been very grateful to that godly doctor whom he had never met before. If it were not for him, old Mrs. Tsin would not have been able to recover at all. For the past 20 years, old Mrs. Tsin had been suffering from illness. It was also during this period of time that old Mrs. Tsin truly smiled. Other than gratitude, Tsin Xiaoqing was also very curious about the miracle doctor who cured old Mrs. Tsin. Oh. After all, old Mrs. Tsin's head disease had not been cured after so many years of treatment. In the hands of this miracle doctor, a prescription was enough to solve it. Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Why don't you not go out today? Stay at home and properly entertain the guests. No matter what, she is grandmother's savior. Of course. Tsin Xiaoqing nodded slightly. He cured your head disease. I will definitely thank him personally. Old Mrs. Tsin nodded with satisfaction. Although her eldest grandson was sometimes quite annoying and stubborn, his character was absolutely fine. When will he come? Tsin Xiaoqing continued to ask. Old Mrs. Tsin looked back at the clock hanging on the wall. He said he will come in the morning. He should be leaving now. Tsin Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Then I'll go upstairs first to explain to the secretary about today's work. I'll also hold a video conference. When the godly doctor arrives, you can ask someone to go upstairs and call me. Okay. Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Looking at Tsin Xiaoqing's back view as he went upstairs, Zhou Xiang gave old Mrs. Tsin a thumbs up. Mom, you're the best. Old Mrs. Tsin said proudly. That's true. Otherwise, how can you say that old ginger is still spicier? Yi family. Yi Zhao came back from running and went to the bathroom to take a shower. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhao walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and went to the wardrobe to pick out clothes. Like all girls, Yi Zhao always lacked a piece of clothing in his wardrobe. After choosing for a long time, Yi Zhao chose a plain white dress with a waist. He put on a long coat over it and paired it with a pair of Martin boots. It was an extremely cool outfit. After changing his clothes, Yizeo whistled at the mirror. How can I look so good? It was already past 9 o'clock in the morning when they left the Yi residence. When they got on the internet to book a ride, the driver in the front seat could not help but sneak a few glances at the rearview mirror. After being an online car-hailing driver for so long, this was the first time he had received an order to go to Mianxiu Manor. Who in Yunjing didn't know about Mianxiu Manor? This little girl was definitely a rich second generation. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the main entrance of Mianxiu Manor. Yizhua got out of the car and walked straight inside. Mianxiu Manor had entrance guards. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter, but Yizhua could tell at a glance that she wasn't an ordinary person. Dressed in a wine-red coat, she walked with an aura that made her open up the entire place. She was exceptionally domineering. She was unbearably cold. No one dared to stop her. The people living in Jinxiu Manor were all nobles. If she accidentally offended a noble, then she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. These security personnel were all very perceptive. Jinxiu Manor was indeed worthy of being a wealthy district. Along the way it was either a small bridge, flowing water, or all sorts of rare animals. Black swans, alpacas, peacocks, as well as all kinds of expensive luxury cars parked by the roadside. Yizhua came all the way to the Tsin family's manor and rang the doorbell. Soon a servant came to open the door. Hello, may I ask who you are? My surname is Yi. Yizhua's tone was indifferent. The servant quickly opened the door and said respectfully, Please come in quickly. Then, he said to the people beside him, Quickly inform the old lady and madam that Miracle Dr. Yi is here. The maid quickly ran in to inform old lady Tsin and Zhou Xiang. The maid who opened the door led Yizhua inside. As they walked, she said, Hello, divine Dr. Yi. I'm the Tsin family's housekeeper. You can call me Aunt Shang. Old lady has been thinking about you since early in the morning. I'm sure she'll be very happy to see you later. Aunt Shang had followed her from the capital. Her husband was a housekeeper in the Tsin family's old residence in the capital. Old lady Tsin had long treated her as a family member, so she told her everything. Aunt Shang knew that old lady Tsin treated Yizhua as her future daughter-in-law. Therefore, Aunt Shang was especially respectful to Yizhua. She did not give him any perfunctory treatment. It was the kind of respect that came from the bottom of her heart. At first, when she did not see Yizeo, Aunt Shang was still worried that old lady Tsin might have been deceived. Now when she saw Yizeo, all that was left in Aunt Shang's heart was amazement. It turned out that there really was such a person in the world. She was beautiful. Oh! And she also had such a temperament. At a glance, one would know that she was not some ordinary person. Not to mention the small Yunjing. Even the orthodox aristocratic young ladies in the 4 or 9 cities were not even 1/10 of her. In the past, Aunt Shang did not understand why old lady Tsin liked Yizhua so much. Now that she had met him, not to mention old lady Tsin, even she had also fallen in love with him. In the main hall, when she saw the maid run over and say that Miracle Dr. Yi had arrived, old lady Tsin stood up from the sofa in surprise. Where is he? Where is he? The ragdoll cat in her arms jumped to the ground in fright because of old lady Tsin's action. It meowed and meowed incessantly in grievance. Old lady Tsin did not care about Zhou Xiang's beloved cat and hurriedly walked out. Zhou Xiang came down from upstairs. When he saw his beloved cat meowing like this, his heart ached as he picked the cat up from the ground. Baby, what's wrong? Who bullied you? After saying that, Zhou Xiang turned to look at the servant beside him. Where's the old lady? Where did she go in such a hurry? The servant said, Miracle Dr. Yi has arrived. The old lady has gone to the door to fetch someone. Hearing that, Zhou Xiang was stunned. He could not care less about his beloved cat in his arms. He threw the cat aside and ran out in a hurry. The ragdoll cat that was thrown on the ground said, I'm too difficult. On the cherry blossom path in the manor, a tree was blooming with pink cherry blossoms. The spring breeze blew, and a shower of flowers arrived. Such a beautiful scene made people think of heaven on earth. Old lady Tsin had just walked into the garden when she saw Yizeo walking over. His figure was slender. He was wearing a long wine-red coat, and every step he took was graceful. It was hard not to notice him. Ordinary people standing in front of the gorgeous cherry blossoms would be overshadowed. But she was different. Not only was she not overshadowed, but her jade-like delicate face had actually snatched away some of the beauty of the cherry blossoms. This was the real thing. A person was more colorless than a flower, and a flower would also lose its color in front of a person. Separated by layers of cherry blossoms, old Mrs. Tsin was stunned for a moment before she ran in front of Yizeo. Yezi!
Grandma Tsen.
Yezi! Old Mrs. Tsin jogged over and held Yizeo's hand. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? So that I could pick you up at the door.
Jezu similet.
I know the way. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Old Mrs. Tsin asked curiously. By the way, how did you get in? Jinxiu Manor was different from other residential areas. The security here was very strict. Under normal circumstances, people outside could not enter at all. Usually, even when a delivery person came in, the security department had to make a phone call to check with the residents inside. Not only was old Mrs. Tsin curious, even Aunt Shang, who was following behind them, felt a little strange. Yizhua asked curiously, is it really difficult to come in? Aunt Shang smiled and answered, Old Mrs. Tsin, I reckon that those people saw Miss Ye's aloof temperament and knew at a glance that she was not an ordinary person, so they let her in. Right. That's the reason. Shuzhen, you're right. Old Mrs. Tsin had a proud look on her face. Her granddaughter-in-law was indeed amazing. She came in just by brushing her face. No one else could do it. The three of them had just walked out of the cherry blossom path. Zhou Xiang walked over quickly. When she saw Yizhua beside old Madame Tsin, Zhou Xiang was stunned. This was Yizhua? She didn't hallucinate, right? Yizhua was also a little surprised. Sister Zhou Xiang? Only when she heard Yizhua's voice did Zhou Xiang react. She didn't hallucinate. This was real. Zeo. Old Mrs. Tsin looked at the two of them in confusion. Xiang, do you know Yizi? Mom, who did you say she was? Yezi? Could it be that Yizeo is the Yezi that old Lady Tsin mentioned? Little miracle doctor? Granddaughter-in-law? Holy shit. It can't be. The world is so small. This time it was Zhou Xiang's turn to be confused. Old Lady Tsin continued. Let me introduce you to Yezi, the little miracle doctor who cured my head disease. Yezi, this is my daughter-in-law. So it really was. This world is too small. Zhou Xiang continued. Mom, Yezi is the burning I told you about. Old Mrs. Tsin widened her eyes in disbelief. Fate. Oh, fate. It was not like a family would not enter the same house. Yizhua was destined to be her granddaughter-in-law. Yizhua also felt that the world was quite small. Before coming back, she had never thought that Zhou Xiang and old Mrs. Tsin were a family. The three of them walked to the main hall as they talked. Old Mrs. Tsin ordered the servants to make tea and then said to Yizhua, Yezi, you take a seat first. Grandma has a delicious food for you. I'll go get it for you now. This delicious food was specially left for Yizhua by old Mrs. Tsin. It would be more sincere if she went to get it herself. Yizhua stood up and said, Grandma Tsin, you don't have to be so polite. No need to be so polite. We don't talk about such things between grandfather and grandson. Sit down quickly, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he instructed Zhou Xiang. Xiang, you sit here and accompany Yizi. Zhou Xiang nodded. I know. Old Mrs. Tsin turned around and walked to the backyard, while at the same time, she instructed the servants to call Tsin Shaoqing down. Meow. At this moment, a chubby ragdoll cat jumped onto Yizeo's body. Its round head rubbed against her body, meowing non-stop. Yizeo immediately hugged the cat in his arms and took a big gulp. It's so cute. Zhou Xiang said in surprise. Zeo, you like cats too?
Yezao notet. Ido.
And I like them very much. Unfortunately, she did not have time to raise a cat, nor did she have time to walk the cat. Otherwise, she really wanted to bring a cat to raise. Upstairs in the study, Sun Shaoqing was processing documents. Just then, the sound of a servant knocking on the door came from outside. Fifth Master Miracle Dr. Yi is here. The old lady asked me to call you down. Coming. Sun Shaoqing responded and finished the last document. He walked downstairs with the pen in his hand. Before he reached the first floor, he heard Zhou laughter. Then he heard a very clear voice. Sister Zhou, does it have a name? Yes, it's called Big Fatty. Sister Zhou? Sun Shaoqing was twirling the Buddhist beads. Since when did Zhou have a sister? Why didn't he know? Moreover, why did this voice sound a little familiar to him? Could it be that he had heard something wrong? Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly and could not help but speed up his footsteps. He arrived at the first floor. When he saw the figure sitting on the sofa with a fat cat in his arms, Sun Shaoqing was stunned again. Yizhuo was sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing with Zhou. From Sun Shaoqing's angle, he could see the side profile of the face that looked like a painting. The wine-red coat made his already fair skin look even fairer at this moment. This was Yizhuo? Didn't they say that the godly doctor was here? Why was it Yizhuo? Could it be? Sun Shaoqing's hand that was holding the Buddha bead paused. He felt that he must have been possessed. Not only did he dream about Yizhuo at night, he was even hallucinating now. He felt that he needed to find a godly doctor to check his pulse later. He needed to take some Chinese medicine. He needed to recuperate. Zhou turned around and saw Sun Shaoqing standing there. Shaoqing. Sun Shaoqing's expression did not change. His fingertips circled around the Buddha bead as he walked over calmly. Mom. It was not until he was in front of Yizhuo that Sun Shaoqing realized that he was not hallucinating. Sun Shaoqing pushed the Buddha beads in his hand forward. Zhou continued. Shaoqing, let me introduce you. This is Miracle Dr. Yi, who cured your grandmother's nipple disease.
Miracle Doctor Yi?
Sun Shaoqing's calm eyes showed obvious surprise. It was fleeting. He originally thought that the miracle doctor who cured the Xian old lady was an old man who was over 50 years old. After all, the culture of Chinese medicine was extensive and profound. It would be impossible to understand it without decades of research. Moreover, since ancient times, Chinese medicine had always been male. Therefore, before this, Sun Shaoqing had always thought that the legendary miracle doctor was a white-bearded old man. He did not expect that the other party was actually a teenage girl. What surprised Sun Shaoqing even more was that this little girl was actually Yizhuo. Yizhuo, who was only 19 years old, was not only a tech guru, a chess master, and an internet celebrity anchor. Now she even had the identity of a godly doctor. How many aspects of her that no one knew about? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't shocked. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would believe that a down-and-out fake daughter who had been kicked out would be so powerful? If the Mu family found out that they mistook the pearl for a fish's eye, they would probably regret it to death. Zhou continued. Zhuozhua, let me introduce you to my son, Sun Shaoqing. You call him. At this point, Zhou was stunned. Yizhuo called her sister Zhou, and she also treated Yizhuo as a younger sister. Then what should Yizhuo call Sun Shaoqing? There seemed to be something wrong with this seniority. For a moment, Zhou was in a bit of a dilemma. Yizhuo smiled slightly and looked at Sun Shaoqing. Hello, nephew.
Sun Shaoqing.
So he had an extra cheap aunt? After saying that, Yizhuo continued. Don't mind if I'm just joking. I don't mind, Sun Shaoqing said gently. Oh. Hearing that, Zhou eyes were filled with surprise. What did she just hear? She heard Sun Shaoqing not mind. As Sun Shaoqing's mother, no one knew Sun Shaoqing better than Zhou. Sun Shaoqing had been very strange since he was young. His face was cold, but his heart was colder. He did not like to be close to girls. He always put on a poker face to girls, and he had a history of scaring girls into crying before. When he was older, he became a vegetarian and started to believe in Buddha. He was clearly a young man in his 20s, but he was as serious as an old man. He did not expect that Sun Shaoqing would be so easy to talk to. Yi Zhao had taken advantage of him verbally, but he did not mind. There was hope. Very hope. Very hope. Zhou Xiang's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them before she continued. Zhao, you and Xiaoqing. Did the two of you know each other a long time ago?
Ye Zhao nodded.
Yes, Sister Zhou Xiang. I've known him for 2 to 3 months. Sun Xiaoqing was not the only one who was surprised that Yi Zhao was the godly doctor who had cured old Madame Tsen. Yi Zhao was also very surprised. So Sun Xiaoqing was the eldest grandson that old Madame Tsen had mentioned. One had to admit that fate was really a wonderful thing. Hearing that, Zhou Xiang's eyes were filled with excitement. So there was really a chance. Since there was a chance, then the issue of seniority could not be messed with. Zhou Xiang held Yi Zhao's hand and said, Zhao, you should still call me auntie in the future. I'm already so old, taking advantage of a little girl like you. Outsiders will laugh at me if they hear it. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Okay. If she kept calling Zhou Xiang sister, then Sun Xiaoqing would indeed be quite embarrassed. At this moment, old Mrs. Tsen walked over with the box in her arms. Yezi.
Grandma Tsen.
Old Mrs. Tsen carried the box and walked past Sun Xiaoqing. She directly walked to Yi Zhao's side and sat down. Yezi. Guess what's delicious in this box? After saying that, she was afraid that Yi Zhao wouldn't be able to guess, she added. There is a kind of fruit inside. The round fruit inside is white. Moreover, it is a kind of fruit that Imperial Consort Yang likes to eat the most. Sun Xiaoqing. If she could not guess it, then she would be a pig. Lychee. Yi Zhao blurted out. Yes. Yezi, you are really smart. You can even guess it. As expected of the granddaughter-in-law that she had taken a fancy to. She was just that smart. She was just that amazing. Zhou Xiang chimed in from the side. That's right. Who's smart if not scorching hot? Not only is scorching hot very smart, but she's also good-looking too. What does she mean by being extremely smart? She can topple a nation. Just look at scorching hot and you'll know. Even someone as narcissistic as Yizhua felt a little embarrassed after being praised by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law.
Tsen Xiaoqing.
Old Mrs. Tsen opened the box and revealed lychee with a tinge of green and red. Zhao. This is the lychee I specially saved for you. It's preserved with high-tech. Don't think that it's winter now, it's actually very fresh. Try one. Sun Xiaoqing's hand that was holding the Buddha bead paused. If he was not mistaken, this was the green lychee that old Mrs. Tsen had specially asked someone to buy from other places when she returned to the capital for the new year last year. Although lychees were not rare, lychees with green varieties were especially rare. Other lychees were sold by the caddy. Only the green lychees were sold by the number of lychees. At the previous auction, a single green lychee was sold for a sky-high price of 550,000 yuan. Someone once joked that this was not eating lychees but eating houses. Because the time was not right, the old lady Tsen treasured this box of lychees even more. Usually she did not even let him touch it, but she did not expect it to be so generous today. One had to know that this box had a total of 56 hanging greens. Yi Zhao picked up a lychee and gently peeled off the thin lychee skin with his little fingernail. Sizzle! The snow-white lychee meat was exposed from the thin green skin with a hint of red. The air immediately gave off a sweet smell of lychee. After taking a small bite, the juice instantly flowed in all directions. The sweet taste had a faint fragrance that ordinary lychees didn't have. It was very delicious. Grandma Tsen, is this a green lychee? Yizhua looked back at the old lady Tsen. The old lady Tsen nodded hurriedly. Yes, Tsenjua, you really have good taste. Legend has it that the lychee that Tang Xuanzong coaxed Imperial Consort Yang back then was a green lychee. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? Because of this poem, the later generations all said that Imperial Consort Yang ate a lychee with Imperial Consort Yang's smile. In fact, it was not. The lychee was only one of the poems in the 3 poems of the Huaqing Palace. It was not a type of lychee. As for the lychee, it was just a gimmick created by the later generations for the sake of marketing. It's very delicious.
Ye Zhao nodded.
If it's delicious, then you should eat more. But peeling lychees takes too much effort. We girls must take good care of our hands. After all, our hands are our second face. Let this kid peel it for us." As she said that, old Mrs. Tsin pushed the box of lychees in front of Tsin Shaoqing. Then, she ordered the servant to bring a new plate over. Oh! How could Yizhuo let Tsin Shaoqing peel lychees for her? She hurriedly said, "No need, Grandma. I can do it myself. Let him peel." Old Mrs. Tsin pressed down on Yizhuo's hand. What's the big deal about him peeling lychees with his rough skin and thick flesh? This brat was too insensible. Seeing Yizhuo here, he didn't even know how to show his hospitality. With his stiff appearance, if he didn't have a good grandmother like her in China, he probably wouldn't have found a wife for the rest of his life. Zhou Xiang immediately echoed, Right. Zhao, you mustn't be polite to this brat. How can we girls peel lychees with our own hands? We should let a man with thick skin do it. The thick-skinned Tsin Shaoqing. Biological mother? Biological grandmother? The servant quickly brought a clean plate. Tsin Shaoqing had no choice but to put the Buddha beads aside and accept his fate and pick up a lychee. It was like an emotionless peeling machine. Very quickly, a plate of crystal-clear lychees was peeled. Thanks to Yizhuo Lao, this was the first time Zhou Xiang had eaten lychees peeled by Tsin Shaoqing in his lifetime. Not to mention Zhou Xiang. It was even the first time for old lady Tsin. Tsin's eyes flashed with shrewdness. She knew that Tsin Shaoqing would definitely be charmed by Yizhuo. If Tsin Shaoqing had not taken a fancy to Yizhuo, with Tsin Shaoqing's character, how could he sit there and obediently peel the lychee? He would have left long ago. After peeling the lychee, Tsin Shaoqing got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Old Mrs. Tsin immediately followed him. When Tsin Shaoqing came out of the bathroom, he saw old Mrs. Tsin waiting for him at the door. "Grandma, what's the matter?" Old Mrs. Tsin nodded. Tsin Shaoqing leisurely stuck his hand in with a tissue. "Go ahead. What do you think of Yezi?" Old Mrs. Tsin asked. "Very good." Tsin Shaoqing nodded slightly. Old Mrs. Tsin's eyes lit up. "You admit that you like Yezi." "I just said that she's very good, but I didn't say that I like her." Tsin Shaoqing continued. "To tell you the truth, I've known her for a long time. It's just that I didn't know that she was the miracle doctor who cured you." A gossipy look immediately flashed across old Mrs. Tsin's eyes. "So the two of you have been secretly dating for a long time. We're just ordinary friends." Tsin Shaoqing's tone was indifferent. Old Mrs. Tsin said speechlessly, "Yezi is so outstanding, so beautiful, and she speaks beautifully. It's not embarrassing for you to like her. What's there to be afraid of admitting? If you like her, then go and chase her. If you can't get her, then your grandmother will help you. What are you afraid of? I only admire her. There's not the slightest bit of love between a man and a woman." Tsin Shaoqing took out a Buddhist bead from his pocket. "Grandmother, don't randomly pick a couple. You've already admitted that you admire her, and you still insist that you don't like her." Old Mrs. Tsin said angrily, "You're a sand sculpture. You're not worthy to be my eldest grandson. You're nothing." "Grandma, you've really misunderstood. Admiration was admiration. Liking was liking. The two seemed to be the same, but there was a big difference." Tsin Shaoqing had always been pure-hearted and abstinent. He had never had any other thoughts towards Yizhuo, except for those indescribable dreams. But they were just dreams. Dreams were subconscious and could not be controlled. Old Mrs. Tsin pulled Tsin Shaoqing to the door of the living room. She pointed at the big fat cat nestled in Yizhuo's arms and said, "Look, you're not even as fat as Big Fatty."
Tsin Shaoqing.
The cat was his biological son. Yizhuo was also his biological son. Only he was not. Old Mrs. Tsin continued. "Are you not convinced?"
No.
Old Mrs. Tsin rolled her eyes at him. "It's useless even if you're unconvinced. If you were really that amazing, the one nestled in Leaf's arms wouldn't be fat anymore. Even a cat knows to be attentive to the person they like. I don't even have an adjective to describe you now. You're nothing." After reprimanding Tsin Shaoqing, Old Mrs. Tsin returned to the main hall and continued chatting with Yi Zhao. Her granddaughter-in-law was still the best. Unlike that little rascal, her entire body was filled with disgust. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. "Oh, old madam, young Master Xian is here." Just as she finished speaking, a young man wearing a gray hoodie walked in from outside. Zhou Xiang immediately stood up. "Xian is here." It was none other than Zhou Xiang's nephew, Zhou Ziyan. "Auntie." Then Zhou Ziyang greeted old madam. "Hello, old madam." "Good. All good." Old Madam Tsin said with a smile. "Take a seat quickly." After saying that, old Madam Tsin grabbed Yi Zhao's hand and introduced him to Zhou Ziyang. "Ziyang, this is Yezi. Even though she's younger than you, she's not young at all. She's the one who cured my head disease." Su Zian was stunned. He did not expect the legendary godly doctor to be a little girl. Moreover, she was so beautiful. Zhou Zian had never been resistant to beautiful people. He quickly stood up and extended his hand to Yi Zhao.
Hello. Goody doktorje. I'm Zhou Ziyan.
Yi Zhao smiled faintly and touched Zhou Zian's hand with his fingertips. "Mr. Zhou, you're too polite. You can just call me by my name." Zhou Zian smiled and said, "Then you don't have to be polite with me. Just call me by my name." Yi Zhao was so beautiful. It would naturally be great if he could make friends with her. Sun Shaoqing was sitting beside him. Looking at the two people holding hands, his brows unconsciously knitted together. He had the urge to stomp on Zhou Zian's dog paw. Men and women should not be intimate. It was too indecent. "Zian, eat an apple." Sun Shaoqing used his hand that was holding the Buddha bead to pick up an apple and handed it to Zhou Zian. Zhou Zian immediately let go of Yi Zhao's hand and took the apple from Sun Shaoqing, feeling flattered. His eldest cousin was 10 years older than him. He was usually not smiling. In addition, Sun Shaoqing was always high profile and had such a strong aura around him, which caused Zhou Zian to be subconsciously afraid whenever he saw Sun Shaoqing. He did not expect his eldest cousin to take the initiative to give him an apple today. It was really too rare. Zhou Zian lowered his head and took a bite of the apple. "Gotcha. It was so sweet. This apple is not bad. Yezi, do you want one too?" Zhou Zian picked up an apple and handed it to Yizhua. "Thank you." Yizhua reached out to take the apple. Sun Shaoqing pursed his thin lips and the pressure around him was extremely low. "Achoo!" Zhou Zian suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. "Who's scolding me?" Old Mrs. Tsin's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a wicked smile. During lunch, old Mrs. Tsin called Sun Shaoqing to the side alone. "Brat, I'll ask you again. Do you really not like Yezi?" Sun Shaoqing nodded slightly. "Yes, no matter how many times you ask, this is my answer." He was an unmarried man. He only admired Yizhua. "Okay." Old Mrs. Tsin continued. "Then I won't set you and Yezi up. You don't like her anyway." Old Mrs. Tsin changed the topic. "Shaoqing, what do you think of Xian? Does he match Yezi quite well?" The old lady's eyes were full of calculation. "Isn't Sun Shaoqing stubborn? Then she will give some crisis to Sun Shaoqing to see. Let him worry for a while. Experience a cold one-time cool, chasing his wife crematorium taste. Otherwise, he'll never see his own heart." I have to say, Zhou Zian's timing is impeccable. Not only is she the best grandma in the universe, and the smartest grandma in the universe. Sun Shaoqing slightly frowned, fingertips around the Buddha beads. "Grandma, you are in a mess point Mandarin duck spectrum. Who says I'm messing with the music? What if the leaf also likes Ziyang? Ziyang is not bad. If nothing else, he is at least 10 years younger than you. Unlike you, in the old words, can be the father of leaves. No wonder you can't catch leaf." Old Mrs. Tsin became more and more excited as she spoke. Sun Shaoqing only felt a ball of anger in his heart, and couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. He didn't know why he was angry. In short, he was angry. He wanted to hit someone. "Suit yourself." After saying this, Sun Shaoqing turned around and left. Old Mrs. Tsin snorted lightly at Sun Shaoqing's back. Just you wait, kid. The car was about to flip over. Sun Shaoqing had just returned to the hall when he saw Yizhua and Zhou Ziyan standing together, talking and laughing. To be precise, there was Zhou Xiang between the two of them, but Sun Shaoqing had automatically blocked Zhou Xiang. Sun Shaoqing held the Buddha bead in his hand and walked casually to Zhou Ziyan's side. He said slowly, "Ziyan." "Oh." Zhou Ziyan immediately straightened his back. "I'm here. I heard from my aunt that you've been studying combat recently. Coincidentally, I studied it when I was young. Why don't we go upstairs and spar?" Zhou Xiang looked at Sun Shaoqing strangely. What was up with this child today? Why was he suddenly so enthusiastic towards Zhou Ziyan? Zhou Ziyan almost stuttered. I think it's better to forget it." Sparring with Sun Shaoqing? He did not want to die young yet. What was wrong with his eldest cousin today? Zhou Ziyan reflected on himself very seriously. Sun Shaoqing patted Zhou Ziyan's shoulder. "Don't be nervous. I'm just a dabbler and haven't learned much. I might not be a match for you at all." With that said, Zhou Ziyan relaxed a lot. He had been practicing combat for 3 years. Even if he couldn't beat Sun Shaoqing, he would still be beaten up. Who knows, Sun Shaoqing might even become his defeated opponent. Thus he followed Sun Shaoqing's footsteps. Zhou Xiang looked at the backs of the two people and asked with some doubt, "What happened to Shaoqing today?" Old Mrs. Tsin said with a serious face, "Maybe it's because the two cousins have a deep relationship." What happened? What else could it be? She was jealous. Old Mrs. Tsin covered her mouth and snickered. Zhou Xiang was even more confused. "Mom, what are you laughing at?" Old Mrs. Tsin immediately let go of her hand and said seriously, "I'm not laughing." After saying that, she stuck a lychee into a fork and handed it to Yizhua. "Yezi, eat more lychees. They're sweet." Zhou Xiang frowned slightly. He didn't know what old Lady Tsin was up to. Sun Shaoqing paid great attention to his health. Not only did he soak the lychee in a thermos cup, there was also a gym on the second floor of the side hall that was more than 100 square meters. The two of them came to the gym. Zhou Ziyan looked at the environment of the gym and sighed in his heart. His eldest cousin, a capitalist, was living quite disciplined. Catch! Sun Shaoqing threw over a pair of boxing gloves. Zhou Ziyan reached out to receive them and put on the boxing gloves. Standing in the middle of the room, the two of them gave each other a samurai salute before the fight began. Then Zhou Ziyan regretted it. He shouldn't have agreed to Sun Shaoqing's challenge. He shouldn't have secretly thought that he could win Sun Shaoqing. Zhou Ziyan only had one feeling now. Pain. All the bones in his body were in pain. He was going to fall apart. "I can't do it. I can't do it." Zhou Ziyan sat down on the ground and raised his hands. "I surrender. I surrender. The world is not dead yet. I won't surrender even if I die. A man should be a man, get up." Sun Shaoqing looked down at Zhou Ziyan. "Cousin, I really can't do it anymore." Zhou Ziyan was about to cry. If this continued, he really wouldn't be able to stand up. "Please spare me. Is that all you've got?" Sun Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhou Ziyan took off his gloves. "Cousin, it should be time to eat. Let's go downstairs." Sun Shaoqing raised his head to look at the clock hanging on the wall. His thin lips parted slightly. "Let's go." Zhou Ziyan felt as if he had been pardoned. He immediately got up from the ground and followed Sun Shaoqing's footsteps. When he saw the two of them coming over, Zhou Xiang smiled and said, "Have you guys finished sparring? It's almost time to eat. I was just about to send someone to call you guys." "Oh right, who won just now?" "Cousin is too amazing," Zhou Ziyan said. "How can my small arms and legs be a match for him?" Sun Shaoqing patted Zhou Ziyan's shoulder. "Ziyan is too young. If he practices for a few more decades, he might still have a chance to beat me." Zhou Ziyan. A few decades? During dinner, Granny Tsin deliberately arranged for Zhou Ziyan to sit next to Yi Zhao. There were 5 people at the table. Sun Shaoqing happened to sit opposite Zhou Ziyan. Granny Tsin said deliberately, "Ziyan, I remember that you are 21 years old this year, right?" Yes. Zhou Ziyan nodded. Granny Tsun smiled and said, "Have you found a girlfriend at school?" Zhou Ziyan shook his head. "I haven't met a suitable one." Old Mrs. Tsun continued, "I have a very good little girl here. Do you want me to?" Before old Mrs. Tsun could finish her sentence, Tsun Shaoqing stood up and picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and placed it into old Mrs. Tsun's bowl. "Grandma, this is your favorite Westlake vinegar fish. Please try it and see if it tastes good." Old Mrs. Tsun raised her eyelids and looked at Tsun Shaoqing. Little fellow. He was going to fight with her. Old Mrs. Tsun gave her face and took a bite. "It's all right." After saying that, old Mrs. Tsun picked up a chicken leg with her chopsticks and gave it to Yi Zhao. "Zhao Zhao, the taste of this tiger skin chicken claw is very good. Try it." "Oh right, there's also your favorite crayfish in a while." Zhou Ziyan smiled and continued, "So Yi Zi likes to eat crayfish too. I like it very much too."
Ye Zhao nodded.
"I'm a carnivore. As long as it's meat, I basically like to eat it." Actually, in his previous life, Yi Zhao did not have much appetite. After the age of 19, when he was hungry and thirsty, he would drink some nutrient solution. Under normal circumstances, he did not even need to eat once every 2 or 3 days. In this life, he had completely let himself go. Life was so long. If he did not eat and drink more delicious food, he would be letting himself down. Granny Sen said, "Yezi especially likes spicy food. Ziyan, can you eat spicy food?" "Oh, of course." Zhou Ziyan nodded. "Crayfish is of course the best spicy food." "Yes, Ziyan, you're absolutely right. It's a pity that some people are going to miss out on this earthly delicacy." As soon as she said that, Granny Tsun's gaze inadvertently swept past Tsun Shaoqing. One sentence had 2 meanings. Those who understood it would naturally understand it. Tsun Shaoqing lowered his head to eat the vegetables, his beautiful straight eyebrows slightly furrowed. Not long after, a servant came up with a steamed coconut crab. Looking at the red coconut crab, old Mrs. Tsun raised her head to look at Zhou Ziyan. "Ziyan, you boys." Before she could finish her sentence, Tsun Shaoqing stood up and brought the coconut crab to her. "Grandma, you girls need to take good care of your hands. I'll peel the crab for you." Hearing this, old Mrs. Tsun nodded in satisfaction. Yes, yes, yes. Boys have tough skin and thick flesh. You should be the one to do this kind of work." Tsun Shaoqing slowly separated the coconut crab and placed it on the plate. Old Mrs. Tsun picked up some crab meat and placed it into Yizhua's bowl. "Yezi, this coconut crab tastes like coconut. It tastes even better when dipped in the crab roe. Try it quickly." Yi Zhao did not stand on ceremony with old Mrs. Tsun. He picked up a piece of crab meat and dipped it in the crab roe. It was fresh, fragrant, and delicious. Even without vinegar, it was still exceptionally delicious. Before they finished the crab meat, Zhou Xiang picked up some spicy chicken for Yi Zhao. "Zhao Zhao, you like spicy food. This spicy chicken will definitely suit your appetite." Not only does Yezi like spicy food, she also likes sweet ones. Also, this osmanthus candy lotus root is not bad. Old Madame Tsun and Zhou Xiang were like competing to serve food to Yi Zhao. Not long after, Yi Zhao's bowl was filled with dishes. It was also because Yi Zhao had a good appetite. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to finish it. Old Madame Tsun liked to watch Yi Zhao eat. It was not pretentious at all. Unlike some socialite daughters, in order to maintain their figure, they would count the rice every time they ate. They would not eat anything high in calories or high in protein. Although they had lost weight, they looked like they were malnourished. Therefore, every time old Madame Tsun saw Yi Zhao eat, she would have a strong appetite. Her granddaughter-in-law was the best. She ate everything. It was easy to feed her. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Zhao said goodbye. "Ah? You're leaving so soon." Zhou Xiang held Yi Zhao's hand, her face full of reluctance. Even Big Fatty, who was in Yi Zhao's arms, meowed in dissatisfaction. Yi Zhao smiled and said, "Aunt Xiang, remember to visit my house with Grandma Tsun next time. It's getting late, I should go back." After saying that, Yi Zhao continued, "Oh right, Aunt Xiang, remember to bring Big Fatty with you." Meow, Big Fatty responded, as if in response to Yizeo's words. Yizeo hugged Big Fatty and sucked on his body. You're the cutest. Yes. Satisfied. Sin Shaoqing's gaze swept past Big Fatty, his gaze cold. Caught off guard by Sin Shaoqing's gaze, Big Fatty quickly crawled into Yizeo's embrace. F***CK. Was this the gaze that wanted to kill Meow? This moment Zhou Zian also said goodbye. Old Mrs. Tsun smiled and said, Then Zian, you can bring Yezi back with you. Zhou Zian nodded. Sure. It's my honor to be able to send Yezi home. He was worried that he wouldn't have the chance to be alone with Yizeo. Sin Shaoqing took out the car keys from his pocket. Zian isn't on the way. I have something to do at the company. Yizeo, you should come with me. Since Zian is not on the way, then let Yezi take your car. Old Mrs. Tsun continued. Yezi, this brat has a weird personality. If he bothers you on the road, you must not despise him. How can that be? Yizeo smiled slightly. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Sen. It's on the way. Sin Shaoqing's tone was slightly indifferent. Zhou Zian, who was beside him, if it wasn't on the way, he could take a detour. He was very willing to take a detour. Really? The old lady looked at the backs of Yizhua and Sin Shaoqing as they left, and her eyes were filled with smiles. Rascal! Fighting with her. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This wasn't the first time Yizhua had taken Sin Shaoqing's car. Unlike the 2 times in Beijing, this time Sin Shaoqing had personally driven the car. She sat in the passenger seat. Sin Shaoqing held the steering wheel with one hand and the prayer beads with the other. If you're bored, you can connect to the Bluetooth in the car and play music. Okay. Yizeo lowered his head and fastened his seat belt. Yizeo originally didn't want to play music. However, with just her and Sin Shaoqing in the car, the atmosphere was quite awkward. In order to divert her attention, she connected to the Bluetooth and turned on the music player. Soon, the faint sound of music flowed through the car. At the same time at the Song family home, the man was wearing a well-tailored handmade suit. He sat in front of the French window and stood tall. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of dark clouds. No one could have predicted that in the next second, he would be happy or angry. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Come in. The assistant in a suit pushed the door open and came in. He stood behind Song Shiyu and said respectfully, Boss, we have a lead on that matter. Speak. Song Shiyu subconsciously turned the ring on his index finger. The kidnapping case 12 years ago involved a total of 3 families. Which 3 families? The third daughter of the Zhao family in the east of the city, the eldest daughter of the Mei family in the west of the city, and the Mu family. At this point the assistant paused. I've already sent people to check. There are no scars on the arms of the third daughter of the Zhao family, and the first daughter of the Mei family. Song Shiyu was not surprised to receive this. What about the Mu family? The assistant hesitated for a moment before continuing. The situation of the Mu family's Miss Yi is special. We haven't checked it out yet. The man who was originally as gentle as jade suddenly turned into a wild beast. Trash. The pressure in the air dropped to the freezing point. The assistant immediately broke out in cold sweat, his entire body turning cold. He had been by Song Shiyu's side for more than 3 years, so he was very clear about his methods. He hurriedly added, But I can be sure that the real daughter of the Mu family does not have a scar on her arm. Song Shiyu narrowed his eyes. In other words, that little girl back then could not have been third Miss Zhao or first Miss Mei, much less Mu Yurong. Now the only possibility was Yizhua. Thinking of his previous 2 encounters with Yizhua, Song Shiyu's gaze darkened even more. She was indeed different from the other daughters of the socialites in Yunjing City. The information was encrypted. She was a completely different person from the trash in the rumors. She was mysterious and complicated. All right, you can go back to your work. Song Shiyu raised his hand. The assistant looked as if she had been pardoned and walked out with her head lowered. Oh. After the assistant left, Song Shiyu was the only person left in the huge room. The air was frighteningly quiet. The Song family lived on the mountainside. Coupled with Song Shiyu's joy and quietness, the air was even colder under the cover of dusk. Song Shiyu stood in front of the French window. There was no emotion in his eyes. In a trance, he went back to 12 years ago. In the cold basement, hunger, cold, and fear surrounded him. A little girl slowly sat down beside him. "Brother, are you hungry? I have candy here. You won't be hungry if you eat one." Thinking of this, Song Shiyu took out a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and peeled off the icing. Only when the sweet taste slowly spread on the tip of his tongue did the hostility in Song Shiyu's body dissipate a little. He turned around and walked to the backyard. Old Madame Song lived in the backyard. The old lady was not in good health. It was not yet dark, so she lay on the bed. "Grandma, Shiyu is here." Seeing Song Shiyu, old Madame Song's face was tinged with a smile. Song Shiyu picked up a pillow and placed it behind old Madame Song. "Grandma, are you feeling better?" Old Madame Song nodded. "Miss Ye's medical skills are pretty good. I'll invite her over to take a look at you," Song Shiyu continued. "Sure, I happen to like her too." As soon as she said that, old Madame Song seemed to have thought of something. "But tomorrow is Monday. Burning has to go to school. You can go to school tomorrow afternoon and wait for her." "Okay." Song Shiyu nodded slightly. The grandfather and grandson spoke a little more before Song Shiyu left. Looking at Song Shiyu's back, old Madame Song sighed. She was really afraid that after she left, Song Shiyu would be alone for the rest of his life. Today was Monday. In the morning, Yizhua finished breakfast and went to school. Just as he was about to reach school, a surprised voice came from behind. "Yizuo." Yizeo looked back slightly and saw Li Boyong. "What's the matter?" Li Boyong looked at Yizeo, whom he had not seen for several days, with a complicated expression on his face. What surprised Li Boyong the most was the coat Yizeo was wearing. That was the school uniform of the North Bridge? The school uniform of the North Bridge was blue and white, wide and fat. Many students were not willing to wear it, but on her body there was an unspeakable purity. It also corresponded to the saying that a beautiful person would still be beautiful even if she wore a sack. She just stood there, even if she didn't do anything. She had satisfied all the fantasies of a young boy, who had just opened his heart for his first love. Li Boyong was slightly stunned. Could it be that Yizhua was really a student of North Bridge High School? But didn't Qian Yu say that Yizhua was a delinquent who didn't even graduate from middle school? Or did Yizeo buy the school uniform online? Nowadays, many people in the society like to wear school uniforms to pretend to be students. Thinking of this, Li Boyong heaved a sigh of relief. Yizeo was so beautiful. She definitely wouldn't be able to enter North Bridge High School. She was just trying to satisfy her vanity. "Yizeo, my mom gave you such a high salary last time, but you didn't want to work at my house. Did you find a better job?" So what if she found a better job? No culture or no culture. Yizeo held his school bag with one hand and said calmly, "I want to go to school. I don't have time to work." Li Boyong didn't expose Yizeo and continued, "You're at North Bridge?"
Yizao nodded.
At this moment, Li Boyong was very impressed with Yizeo. Her inner world was too strong. Even when she was lying, she could still maintain her composure. Perhaps this was the difference between those who had read books and those who had not. A good student like him would never lie. Li Boyong continued, "The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Which university do you plan to enter?" He really wanted to see how long Yizeo could keep up the pretense. Yizeo said, "Beijing University." "Beijing University?" Li Boyong's eyes were filled with surprise. He thought to himself, this Yizeo was too good at bragging. Beijing University was even more famous than Key 985 Tsinghua University. It was ranked in the international rankings. Even he did not dare to say that he would be able to get into Beijing University. Yizeo had only bought a Beiqiao uniform online. Yet he dared to speak without thinking. He had really lied too much and even believed his own words. "I want to get into Tsinghua," Li Boyong continued. "I wish your dream come true." Yizeo took out his phone from his pocket. I'm going to be late soon, so I won't talk to you anymore. Yizeo was in a hurry to go to school. In Li Boyang's eyes, it was like running away in a hurry. Oh! He had to use 100 lies to cover up one lie. Was Yizeo feeling guilty? Although Yizeo lied and was quite vain, Li Boyang couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster every time he saw her. He couldn't control it. He knew that it was the performance of liking someone. Yizeo was so beautiful. It was normal for him to like Yizeo. Although Qian Lingyu had said that Yizeo wasn't good enough for him. But it shouldn't be a problem to date, right? Who didn't have a few girlfriends in college? Although Yizeo wasn't educated, he was beautiful. It was just dating, not marriage. He didn't lose out. When the college entrance exam results came out, he walked to Yizeo with the admission letter from Tsinghua University. Yizeo would definitely agree to it. Yizeo had just graduated from junior high school, but he was a university student from a well-known university. No matter how one looked at it, Yizeo was always high up. Only a fool would disagree. The more Li Boyang thought about it, the more excited he became. In the upcoming exam preparation time, he had to study hard. He would be admitted to Tsinghua University. Zeo. Just as he arrived at the school gate, he saw Lizzie and Zhao Pingting waiting for her. Lizzie, Pingting. Yizha jogged over. Zha. This is the burrito that my mother asked me to bring for you. And Lizzie handed Yizha an oil paper bag. Yizha reached out to take it. Help me thank Auntie. Zhao Pingting chewed on the burrito as she mumbled. Zha, quick, try it. Auntie's cooking is amazing. Yizha opened the oil paper bag and took a bite. The taste was really good. Although Lizzie's family had just had a big incident, she was still in a good state and was not affected by it. The three of them walked to the tree-lined path on the campus, forming a beautiful scenery. What the F***CK? Isn't that the class favorite of Class 7? Watch your words. She's also the new campus belle. Yes, Yizhua had just arrived at the school last semester, but he was already chosen as the campus belle. Hearing this, the girls at the side said enviously, "She's so beautiful and her figure is also good. Otherwise, how could she be the campus belle?" What campus belle? I think it's a joke about cheating. A sarcastic female voice sounded from the side. The few of them turned around and looked. They saw Lin Wu and Zheng Ro from Rocket Class 3. Standing between the two was the former school belle, Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong's expression was extremely ugly. She was clearly the school belle. She was the chess master. She was also the popular female streamer. But now, all the glory that should have belonged to her had been snatched away by Yizeo. What was even more unacceptable to Mu Yorong was that Yizeo had actually easily dealt with those top-notch relatives of the Yi family. She had originally wanted to use those top-notch relatives to cause trouble for Yizeo. She had not expected that not only was Yizeo living a good life, but it was those top-notch relatives who had all met with mishaps. Yi Shuang's family had fallen from grace. One of her 2 daughters had been imprisoned, while the other had been forced to withdraw from school. Yi Shuai had also been imprisoned for fraud. Yao Tsuifan could not bear the blow and suffered a stroke, causing her to be paralyzed and bedridden. If it was said that these people's successive accidents had nothing to do with Yizeo, Mu Yorong did not believe it at all. After all, these people only had problems one after another after finding trouble with Yizeo. But the Yizeo she knew was just trash. What on earth was going on? From the moment Yizeo started the live broadcast, Mu Yorong felt that things were slowly slipping out of her control. She was a reborn daughter, a favored child of the heavens, a phoenix roaming the 9 regions. She would not allow anyone to defeat her, especially since this person was Yizeo, who had died at her hands in her previous life. What right did Yizeo have? Mu Yorong's expression grew colder and colder. Lin Wuyue continued. The real campus belle should be us, Yorong. Not only is she beautiful, her academic results are also good. She's the number 1 among us girls. Other than that face of Yizeo, what else is there? Do you really think that a good-for-nothing can get first place in the entire school? Muyorong entered the top 5 of her age group this time. Other than Yizeo, she was the best among the girls. Who said that Gadi plagiarized? Our Gadi is both talented and beautiful. There's no need to plagiarize at all. A few students from class 7 happened to pass by, and immediately stood up for Yizeo when they heard that Lin Wuyue was actually framing Yizeo. The students from class 7 all trusted Yizeo very much. This was because the teachers of various subjects often invited Yizeo to come up to the stage to explain the questions. If she really plagiarized, would her lectures be more professional than the teachers? Not only was Yizeo professional, but he also had his own methods. There were many students in their class now, and they were all Yizeo's fans. Lin Wuyue's face was full of sarcasm. Not plagiarism? If you say it's not plagiarism, then it's not plagiarism. Only your ordinary class would deceive themselves and treat cheating trash as a treasure. There's no point in talking anymore. Then let's wait for the college entrance exam. Our God, you will definitely be able to maintain our current results and get first place. The college entrance exam was a mirror that reflected the demon. Good and bad would all be revealed under this mirror. Everyone in the college entrance exam was equal. No one had the chance to cheat. After saying this, the students of class 7 turned around and left. Facts speak louder than words. Oh! Lin Wuyue fiercely spat. What the hell? After saying this, she looked at Muyorong. Yorong, don't be angry. In our hearts, only you are the true campus belle. Yizeo can't even compare to one of your little fingers. When the results of the college entrance examination are out, let's see where their faces will go. Zheng Ro also echoed. Who does Yizeo think she is? She is like a grasshopper after autumn. How many more days can she jump around? Hearing this, Muyorong's expression turned a little better. She had been reborn. In her previous life, she had participated in the college entrance examination. With the system in hand, it was not a problem for her to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, although the system had not been upgraded yet. But a simple college entrance examination question was still not a problem for the system. After the college entrance examination, she would make everyone's eyes light up. The other students in the school had an attitude of wanting to watch and eat melons. If there were free melons, it would be a waste not to eat them. Whether or not it was plagiarism, they would know when the time came. In order to attract more people's attention, Muyorong even had the system set up a voting post in the school forum. The name of the post was very attractive. Former school belle vs current school belle. Who is the real school belle with both talent and looks? Muyorong. 1,826 votes. Yizhua. 789 votes. The most handsome person in the school. The poster is trying to stir up trouble. It was Ranran. Holy shit. I God, ye have less than 800 votes? If life was as it was at first sight. Vote for me, God, ye, no explanation. Passerby is 665. Muyorong has been in the top 5 of the grade for 2 years in a row. I choose Muyorong.
Belovetyaya. U also choose Muyorong.
There was someone below deliberately leading the tempo. Herherda. Yizhua can also be the school belle? Don't you know what she looked like at the beginning? A mouthful of salt soda can spray you to death. 23333. Yizhua had plastic surgery, right? Son, I am your father. Now that you say it, there is indeed something wrong. She wasn't this beautiful in the past. It seems that after a semester, she suddenly became beautiful. Once the cosmetic surgery comment came out, it completely changed the topic. Under Muyorong's control, not long after, the wonderful sound platform was also full of news articles about Yizeo's cosmetic surgery trending. For a time, photos of Yizeo's exaggerated makeup flew all over the place. Cosmetic surgery was something that could not be washed clean. Especially when Yizeo's childhood photos were destroyed by the system. Yizeo's account was instantly attacked by a group of spammers. The netizens who did not know the truth were also led away by the spammers. However, Yizeo's fans did not suspect Yizeo from the beginning to the end. Following that, Muyorong started to fire her brainiac character setting again. Drafts flew everywhere. I love Rong 20,000. So I'm not only a chess big shot, but also a super brainiac. Are you an idiot? Come and watch the voting post of Northbridge High School. Thus, a large group of people went to watch the school forum of Northbridge High School. For a time, Yizhuo was attacked for plastic surgery and plagiarism. He was badly criticized by the trolls. On the other hand, Mu Yorong only used public opinion to reap the benefits. She, who had already dropped to less than 5 million fans, rose to 6 million in a short while. Heaven toppling Earth Purple Gold Hammer 1225. Fans of the Satara family at this time, we have to believe in Yi Zi. I believe that Yi Zi will definitely use his strength to prove himself. That dog. Yes, believe in Yi Zi. Yizhuo was busy doing missions during class, so he did not realize that the internet was already in chaos. Beep. Just as he finished a task, he received an invitation to add him as a friend. ID Warn. Seeing that the number of friends had not reached the limit, Yi Zhao clicked agree. On the other side, in a laboratory. Agreed. Anyhulu really agreed. A middle-aged man wearing a radiation-proof isolation suit was so happy that he almost jumped up. At this moment, someone pushed the door open and came in. Doctor, what made you so happy? Dr. Warren could not hide his excitement. Nyo Hulu agreed to add me as a friend. Really? Dr. Warren nodded. Little Sue, do you think I should greet him now? Then we can discuss artificial intelligence. Dr. Warren was a technology fanatic. Oh. He had made great contributions to human scientific research. When he saw that Nyo Hulu YC was better than those foreigners on the international websites, he had long wanted to discuss his expertise with Nyo Hulu. However, Nyo Hulu was too mysterious. It was as if he had come from nowhere. He had never found an opportunity. He did not expect to have his account added today. When a big shot met a big shot who was even better than him, all that was left was excitement and excitement. Little Sue said, I heard that great god Nyo who only recognizes money and not people. Professor, you can give him a mission first and then talk about other things. Well, Little Sue, you're still thoughtful. Yizhuo felt that this Warren was quite interesting. After getting her to do a mission worth 700,000 yuan, she asked a lot of questions about future technology. For example, a spaceship that could travel at the speed of light, miniaturized development, a castle in the sky. Moreover, the questions he asked were all very professional. In the end, he even suggested adding WeChat. Yizhuo hesitated but did not agree. Because her WeChat was filled with family and friends, she did not want to expose her life to a third-dimensional stranger. On the other end of the screen, Dr. Warren frowned and said, Xiao Su. He did not agree. Xiao Su comforted him. Haste makes waste. Doctor, don't worry. This kind of thing has to be done slowly. Dr. Warren could only nod his head. He was already very satisfied to be able to add Nyo Hulu's account. Why was he still delusional about WeChat? Yizhuo had been online frequently for the past few days to do missions, and he had done several in an hour. There were more and more accounts with the prefix Nyo Hulu on the forum. Nyo Hulu, I am 123456. Dad is awesome. Nyo Hulu Changwa and UD. Dad, please leave some good genes for your son. Nyo Hulu Lu 800. F*CK. Dad just agreed to my friend request. Hurry up and add it. Nyo Hulu, I have a husky. I really added it. Thank you Lao 800. For a moment, countless accounts with the prefix Nyo Hulu added Yizhuo as a friend. And the additional messages were all, Daddy, I am your long-lost son. Yizhuo looked at the thousands of friend messages and slightly raised her eyebrows. When did she have so many sons? But it was a waste to give up such a cheap son. It was just that with so many sons coming at the same time, it was too troublesome to agree to each and every one of them by hand. Yizhao had a flash of inspiration and lowered his head to write a script. He immediately agreed in bulk. Just as he finished processing his friend's messages, the class bell rang. Yizhao put away his phone. F*CK. F*CK. These people are too good at causing trouble. And Lizzie held her phone and suddenly exclaimed, What's wrong? Yizhao looked back slightly. And Lizzie handed the phone to Yizhao. Zhao, take a look for yourself. Yi Zhao lowered his eyes slightly and saw the comments about her plastic surgery. And Lizzie was almost angered to death. They're the ones who had plastic surgery. Their entire family has plastic surgery. A bunch of lemon sprites who can't stand seeing other people's good looks. Yi Zhao took out his phone again and checked the IP address of the person who posted it. It was a very strange IP address. It was a high-tech intelligence system that was somewhat similar to the world she lived in. This system was similar to a plug-in. Hence it had another name, a plug-in system. Yizhuo was also one of the founders of this system. But because of this plug-in system, many people were unwilling to work hard. They relied on the system for everything, and their intelligence gradually shrank, turning into marionettes. The founders realized that something was wrong. In order to prevent humans from becoming the system's puppets, they joined forces to destroy the system. But now, how did the external system appear in this world? Yizhuo frowned slightly and traced the thread back to Mu Yorong. After all, this thread was aimed at her, and the direct beneficiary was Mu Yorong. Could it be that Mu Yorong is now the host of the cheat system? Yi Zhao closed the current page. He entered the URL and climbed over the wall into the database. He easily found all the information about Mu Yorong. Mu Yorong was the same age as her. Before the age of 16, she was an extremely ordinary person. But after the age of 17, Mu Yorong seemed to have changed. She cheated all the way, turning from a trash in primary school to a genius in college. She even became a grandmaster in chess. One had to know that before this, Mu Yorong did not even know how to play Go Bang, nor did she attend any training classes. After reading all this, Yizhuo was basically certain that Mu Yorong definitely had a cheat system. Since Mu Yorong wanted to play, then she would play with her properly. A cheat system, if played badly, would cause a backlash. Oh. It was also at this moment that Yizhuo suddenly understood why Mu Yorong had suddenly lost her luster during Miao Yin's 3rd anniversary party. Because she had won against Mu Yorong, the system was forced to demote. After demotion, a lot of benefits would be taken back. Not only would the benefits be taken back, but it would also reduce the host's original appearance. Yizhuo narrowed his eyes and deleted Mu Yorong's information. He was prepared to respond to the Miaoying platform's questioning about her cosmetic surgery. The best way to respond to cosmetic surgery was to find photos of her childhood. Yizhuo found the host's previous social media account, but the photos in the account had all been destroyed. Yi Zhao frowned slightly. It seemed that Mu Yorong had long been prepared. But she was not afraid. Would a tech guru be afraid of the delete button? As long as these photos had appeared on the internet, she was not afraid. Soon Yi Zhao repaired the recycling station and found a few childhood photos from it, which he uploaded to Miao Yin's account. Although the original owner's personality was a little strange when she grew up, it did not affect her looks when she was young. He had a pretty face, and his facial features were very exquisite. Let me introduce to the babies, this is the me when I was young. Who doesn't have a middle school past? Please forgive me and forget about me when I killed Matt. Then regarding the problem of cheating, just wait for the college entrance exam. Let me tell you, my first choice is Beijing University and I only filled out one choice and I'm that confident. Picture JPG. Picture JPG. Picture JPG. Purple Gold Hammer 1225. Yezi is so beautiful. Haha, actually, I also had the period of killing Matt. That dog. A fairy has been a fairy since childhood. It seems that killing Matt was really popular a few years ago. I love Yezi 1. Punchin Yezi. I love Yezi 77. Welcome to Capital University. Who are you? Apply to Beijing University. That's too arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting slapped in the face? Ayaya 1063. Only filling in one volunteer? This isn't confidence, this is conceit. This is floating. Gale Crossing 999. Beijing University's admission score for Yunjing is 690 points. Wait and see. After sending this statement, Yi Zhao exited the account. Mu Yorong had been paying attention to Yi Zhao's movements. Seeing her statement, Mu Yorong frowned slightly. Where did Yi Zhao get these photos? Weren't these photos destroyed by the system? System? What the hell is going on? The system was also a little flustered. In the 3 years it had been in this foreign world, this was the first time it had met such a powerful human. It could even repair the photos it destroyed with its own hands. Host, now is not the time to be anxious. We need to level up first. Only by leveling up can I have the authority to investigate more problems. How do I level up? The system sent over a web address. It then said, "This is an international technology website. Complete the mission according to my instructions first. Then, use your ability to attract the attention of the big shots on the website. There are 2 objectives for this mission. The first is Dr. Warren, and the second is Nyolu YC. Nyolu YC? Seeing this name, Mu Yorong frowned slightly and immediately thought of the leaves of Satara YC. Could it be that this Nyolu YC was also Yi Zhao? When she thought of this, Mu Yorong was stunned. Then she laughed softly, her eyes filled with sarcasm. She was a reborn daughter, yet she knew nothing about technology. Why was Yi Zhao? Technology was not like chess. As long as one was willing to spend effort to study chess, it was fine. Technology not only needed to be studied, it also needed talent. If Yi Zhao had this talent, he probably would not be called Yi Zhao. He should be called Dr. Yi Zhao, just like Dr. Warren. Thinking of this, Mu Yorong heaved a sigh of relief. Following the system's prompt, she began to register an account. Seeing that there were many people using Niu Hulu as the prefix on the website forum, Mu Yorong also used Nyo Hulu as the prefix. Nyo Hulu year. This way, not only could she gain the boss's favor, but she could also stand out from the crowd of Nyo Hulu's IDs. It was simply the best of both worlds. Mu Yorong also set up her profile picture as a close-up of a soft and beautiful hand, adding filters and beauty, allowing people to automatically imagine that the other party was a peerless beauty. The background information specifically indicated that she was 19 years old and single. Generally, men liked beautiful women. Although the system could not find out if Nyo Hulu YC was a man or a woman. But there were so many people on the forum who called him father, so Nyo Hulu YC was definitely a geek. For him to be able to reach the same position as Dr. Warren, it meant that he was not young. It was estimated that he was over 40 years old. Men of all ages loved beautiful women, especially on this technology website that lacked women. Mu Yorong had just asked the system to check, and this website only had 1/10 of women. And there were no women with outstanding results. Oh, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. She simply stood out from the crowd. Mu Yorong slightly curved her lips. She was waiting for the day when Dr. Warren and Nuhuru YC would come to look for her. After school at night, Yizhua and Lizi and Zhao Pingting walked out of the school gate together. Just as the 3 of them walked out of the gate, a man in a black suit walked over. The golden setting sun covered his face with a mysterious veil. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the extraordinary aura around him made it difficult to ignore him. Monsieur. The man walked straight to Yi Zhao's side and stopped. Yi Zhao looked up and saw a cold face reflected in her eyes. There seemed to be some hostility in her eyes. It was none other than Song Shiyu. Yi Zhao smiled slightly. Mr. Song. And Lizi and Zhao Pingting, who were beside Yi Zhao, were both stunned. This man was obviously not easy to get along with. The 2 of them subconsciously took a step back from Yi Zhao. Song Shiyu looked at Lizi and Zhao Pingting. Then his gaze fell on Yi Zhao. Miss Yi, may I have a word with you? Yi Zhao turned around to look at Lizi and Zhao Pingting, then nodded. The 2 of them came to the waiting area, and Song Shiyu explained the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Then I'll go with Mr. Song. However, there's something I want to say first. Go ahead. Yizhua continued. Grandma Song is already very old. I can only do my best. The rest can only be left to fate. That's only natural. Song Shiyu nodded slightly. Grandma is already old. As long as I can help her reduce the suffering of her illness, I'll be eternally grateful. After agreeing with Song Shiyu, Yizhua went to greet Enlisi and Zhao Pingting before getting into Song Shiyu's car. Mu Yurong stood not far away and watched everything. She knew that Yi Zhao would definitely attract Song Shiyu's attention. Just like that, Song Shiyu had already begun to make his move. Yi Zhao was definitely the same as her back then. Madly in love with Song Shiyu. This wolf in sheep's clothing. He began to dream of marrying into the Song family. In a few days' time, Yi Zhao would know that at this moment, she had already stepped into hell. The person that Song Shiyu had set his eyes on would not be able to escape. She would die a miserable death. Mu Yurong's heart was extremely happy when she saw Yi Zhao's miserable fate. At this moment, Song Shiyu suddenly turned around. That pair of eagle-like eyes stared fiercely at her. His eyes were filled with malice. Mu Yurong's face instantly turned pale. The fear from her previous life also followed, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, Mu Yurong felt as if she had returned to that cage filled with the stench of blood. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Mu Yurong's entire body was trembling. Fortunately, Song Shiyu quickly withdrew his gaze and boarded the black car. Seeing the black car disappear on the road ahead, Mu Yurong's face gradually regained its color, and she fled the place as if she was fleeing. The car sped along the road. The speed of the car was very fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive at the Song family's old residence. Old Madame Song was lying on her bed. Although the weather had gradually warmed up, old Madame Song was still covered with a thick blanket. Moreover, the room was still warm. Zha is here. Grandmother Song. Yizha walked over with a smile. Zha, I've troubled you to make a trip. Old Madame Song grabbed Yizha's hand. Should be, I take your pulse first. Okay. Old Madame Song nodded and looked at Yi Zhao carefully. Because school had just ended, Yi Zhao was still wearing the school uniform. The white school uniform made her thin and weak body look even thinner. Her hands were very soft, like a piece of warm jade, fair and delicate. People liked her more and more the more they looked at her. They just didn't know if she was fated to meet Song Shiyu. A moment later, Yi Zhao loosened his grip on old Madame Song's wrist, but his expression remained the same. Old Madame Song asked with a smile, Zhao, do I not have many days left? Yi Zhao tucked old Madame Song's hand back into the blanket. Grandma Song, your illness is not a big problem. Rest assured and take care of your body. When spring comes, you will be fine. Zhua, I know my own body. Saying this, old Madame Song sighed. People should leave when they're old. It's just a pity that I didn't get to see sure you get married. Song Shiyu had always been a worry for old Madame Song. This child had suffered a lot when he was young. Due to his childhood experiences, he was also very withdrawn and even a little violent. Yizhua patted old Madame Song's hand under the blanket. Grandma Song, you'll definitely see Mr. Song get married and have children. Oh, then I'll borrow your auspicious words. At this moment, a servant came to deliver the medicine to old Madame Song. Yizhua stood up and said, Can you show me the medicine? The servant looked at Song Shiyu. Song Shiyu nodded. Seeing Song Shiyu nod, the servant dared to pass the medicine to Yizhua. However, when she passed it to him, she lost her balance and spilled the soup on Yi Zhao's body. Yi Zhao caught the bowl, but he did not manage to keep the soup inside. The servant was so frightened that she panicked and immediately apologized. Miss Yi, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me wipe it off for you. Song Shiyu's face darkened. Hurry up and get a set of clean clothes for Miss Yi. Okay. The maid immediately ran out of the door. Yi Zhao patted his clothes. It's fine. It'll be dry in a while. It's uncomfortable to wear wet clothes. Let's change into another one. Old Madame Song continued. Sister Hong, take Zhao to the bathroom. Miss Yi, come with me. The female assistant who had been standing by old Madame Song's bed made a pleased gesture. It was indeed uncomfortable to be sticky, so Yi Zhao did not refuse. He followed Sister Hong to the washroom in the outer hall. Sister Hong continued. Miss Yi, please go in first. I'll stand guard outside for you. I'll call you when the clothes are delivered. Sorry to trouble you. Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Not long after, A servant came trotting over with a set of clean clothes. Sister Hong took the clothes and knocked on the door. Miss Yi, the clothes are here. Yizhua opened the door a little and a snow-white arm stretched out from inside. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Hong. A shallow bite mark was particularly eye-catching on the snow-white arm. Sister Hong narrowed her eyes and handed the bag to Yizhua. Yizhua took the bag and thanked her. Miss Yi, you're too kind, Sister Hong said as she winked at the servant beside her. The servant immediately understood and trotted out. Song Shiyu was waiting outside. The night covered his entire body and the expression on his face could not be seen. His voice was very cold. How is it? There is indeed a scar on Miss Ye's arm. A burn? Song Shiyu asked. The servant shook her head and tried hard to recall the shape of the scar. It doesn't look like a burn. It does look like it was bitten by something. A new injury? The servant continued to shake her head. It's not a new injury. It looks like it's been around for some time. It's just that Miss Ye's skin is white, so that scar looks very obvious. All right, go do your work, she added. I'll get the housekeeper to give you a raise. Thank you, boss. The servant was ecstatic. She had been in the Song family for so long, but this was the first time she had seen Song Shiyu take the initiative to give a raise. If other colleagues found out, they would definitely die of envy. Song Shiyu returned to old Madame Song's room. His expression was still very indifferent. Old Madame Song turned to look at Song Shiyu. Shiyu, tell me honestly, what kind of medicine are you up to? Song Shiyu was stunned. I don't understand what Grandma means by that. Why did you let little Zhang sprinkle the medicine on Searing Scorch all of a sudden? Old Madame Song continued. Your real intention should be to let Searing Scorch change his clothes, right? Grandma, you're worrying too much. You know very well whether it's worrying too much or not. Old Madame Song's gaze fell on the door. Shiyu, it's been so many years. Can't you just have a heart-to-heart with Grandma? Even though Song Shiyu was old Madame Song's grandson. But old Madame Song had never truly understood this grandson. Grandma, take good care of your body. Don't think too much. Song Shiyu walked over and helped old Madame Song tuck in the cup. Not long after, Yizhua changed into a new set of clothes and walked in from outside. The light green dress suited her skin very well. You look very beautiful in this dress. Old Madame Song complimented from the bottom of her heart. Yizhua raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be because you look good? Old Madame Song was tickled by her and laughed softly. Yizhua smiled and said, That's right, Grandma Song. You should smile more. Smiling more can increase the breathing function of your lungs and express healthy emotions. It will be of great help to your body. The smile on old Madame Song's face became even wider. All right. Then I'll listen to Yezi and smile more in the future. After chatting with old Madame Song for a while and writing a prescription, Yizeo said goodbye. Song Shiyu sent Yizeo off. After walking out of old Madame Song's courtyard, Yizeo took the initiative to say, Grandma Song has at most half a year's time. Mr. Song, you have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Song Shiyu did not show any special emotions on his face. Is there no other way? Yizhua shook his head. Grandma Song has already reached her age, and all the organs in her body have begun to gradually fail. However, the medicine I have prescribed can help Grandma Song reduce her pain. Doctors could only treat illnesses. Even if Yizhua was Hua Tuo, he could not prevent natural aging and death. Song Shiyu did not say anything else. Over the years he had grown accustomed to life and death. Even if old Madame Song were to go now, he would not be able to squeeze out even a single tear. Song Shiyu drove Yizhua to the entrance of the unit where the Yi family lived. Thank you, Mr. Song, for driving me back. Be careful on the road. Yizhua got out of the car and thanked him. I should be the one thanking you. Song Shiyu said slowly. Miss Yi, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name in the future. Yizhua nodded slightly. Then you don't have to be polite with me. Just call me by my name. It's too late now, so I won't ask you to go in for tea. I'll go back first. Okay, I should go back too. Song Shiyu got into the car and closed the door. The car that was supposed to be speeding on the highway stopped at a fork in the road not far from the Yi family's estate. Song Shiyu pulled down the red rope around his neck, and the hostility in his eyes dissipated bit by bit. "I've finally found you." "Found it. Finally found it." Song Shiyu didn't know how long he had been waiting for this day. In countless pitch-black nights, he had relied on the last bit of light in his heart to slowly survive. If it wasn't for that beam of light, he would have disappeared long ago. The carriage was very quiet. In a moment, Song Shiyu took out a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket. The familiar taste spread in his mouth. Song Shiyu curled the corners of his lips. For the first time he felt that being alive was not bad. At least it let him know once again that candy was sweet. Song Shiyu raised his eyes to look at the apartment building that Yi Zhao lived in. She had protected him when he was young. Oh, in the future it would be his turn to protect her. After a very, very long time, the black car finally disappeared under the night sky. Song Shiyu drove all the way to the Song family sanatorium. The sanatorium was located in a quiet suburb. There was no one within a few miles. There was a large forest in front of them. It was late at night, and only the street lamp in front of the sanatorium was lit up. The only sound in the air was the horrifying cry of an owl. It looked extremely eerie. It made one's scalp tingle. When they heard the sound of a car, a hunched-over old lady walked out. "Boss." It was a hoarse and unpleasant voice. It was as if a sharp blade had scraped past it. Song Shiyu nodded. "Aunt Zhao." Aunt Zhao handed Song Shiyu a pair of white gloves. Song Shiyu put on the gloves at an unhurried pace. Under the lights in the room, it could be clearly seen that Aunt Zhao had a hideous scar on her face, which was shocking to look at. Her hands were also full of scars, and her little finger and thumb were incomplete. The two of them walked to a bright room on the second floor one after another. There was nothing in the room. There was only a bed, a chair. The air was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face was curled up on the bed, looking around vigilantly. When her gaze met Song Shiyu's, she shrieked in fear and covered her head with the blanket. Her entire body was trembling. "Don't be afraid. You can recover after this injection." Song Shiyu picked up the needle beside him and squeezed out the excess air from the needle. His expression was very calm. "No, no, no." The scene in front of him overlapped with the memories in Song Shiyu's mind. In the pitch-black room, a young and beautiful woman held the needle and stood in front of a skinny youth. "If you're sick, you have to be treated. Be good. You'll be fine after this injection." The next second, the needle stabbed into his flesh crazily. "Why don't you die? You're dead. My son is the only heir of the Song family. D. The woman was like a madman who had lost control. However, the young man who was curled up in the corner did not say a word. His eyes were filled with forbearance. When you are not strong enough, you can only endure. Time will make you strong. Thinking of this, the ruthlessness in Song Shiyu's eyes that had finally disappeared became ruthless at this moment. He stabbed the needle into the middle-aged woman's arm. The medicine in the needle was injected into the blood vessels bit by bit. In a moment, Song Shiyu threw the empty needle into the trash can beside him. "Has she taken the medicine on time these past few days?" "I've fed her on time." Song Shiyu nodded slightly. "That's good." After saying that, Song Shiyu turned to look at the middle-aged woman. "By the way, there's something you still don't know. Song Xinyan is gone." The middle-aged woman sat on the bed with a blank expression. It was as if she didn't understand what she was saying. "Do you know how he went missing?" Song Shiyu answered his own question. "He was just like my mother. He was burned to death by the fire. When the firemen arrived, the door was covered in his bloody handprints." This point, the middle-aged woman finally broke down and burst into tears. Xinyan. What? My respected stepmother. Aren't you going to continue pretending to be crazy?" "That's right. This middle-aged woman was Song Shiyu's stepmother, Zheng Xiangyue. When Zheng Xiangyue was young, she was one of the most talented women in Yunjing. She was also very good-looking. No one knew. She seemed to be such a beautiful person, but her heart was rotten and extremely dark. She had a strange habit: sadism. In front of others, she was a good wife and stepmother. When it was late at night, she would show an ugly face. Song Shiyu was very afraid of the night at that time. The night covered all the ugly scenes. Aunt Zhao was also one of the victims. Aunt Zhao's broken finger and broken voice were all thanks to her. Song Shiyu, you will suffer retribution. Zhang Xiangyue roared angrily. You won't be able to see my retribution. However, your retribution has already arrived. Song Shiyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Although Song Xinyan has left, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely let you live out your old age in peace. I won't let you suffer. After saying that, Song Shiyu turned to look at Aunt Zhao and said gently, I'll go back first. Remember to take good care of her. Aunt Zhao nodded. Don't worry, I will. The pain that she had suffered back then, she would return it to this be asterisk to 100-fold or 1,000 times over. As Song Shiyu walked out, he took off his gloves. Behind him, Zhang Xiangyue's painful cries could be heard. The next morning, Yizhua woke up very early. After running, Yishu had already made breakfast. Zhuozhua, Mom didn't make porridge this morning. Can we have milk and oatmeal? Sure.
Yezuo nodded.
Oh. Yishu brought the fried dough sticks to the table and shouted, Yi-san, get up and eat. Yi Zhonghua went to make oatmeal. When the mother and daughter sat at the dining table and were ready to eat, Yi-san walked out of the bathroom yawning. I slept for 3 hours last night. I'm so tired. I still have to go to City C on a business trip the day after tomorrow. Yi-sun widened his panda eyes and began to dream. If only cash could fall from the sky and fall on me. Yi-zeo took a bite of the oatmeal. The crispy oatmeal blended with the mellow fragrance of milk and was very delicious. Yi-zeo's mood improved after eating such delicious food in the morning. He continued, Uncle, I have a way to help you realize your wish to get some cash from the sky. Really? Yi-sin's eyes lit up.
Yizao nodded.
You know, I never lie. Yi-sun was so excited that he didn't even eat breakfast. He looked at Yi-zeo with anticipation. What solution? His niece was very capable. Maybe she really had a solution. Yi-zeo took a bite of the fried dough stick and said unhurriedly, Actually, the solution is very simple. Hurry up and say it. Yi-sun couldn't wait. Just be a bastard in the wishing well, Yi-zeo said faintly. Don't tourists often throw money at the bastards in the wishing well?
Yi-san.
How could he forget? His niece was also a little expert at insulting people. Yishu was overjoyed. That's why. You have to be down to earth. Don't keep thinking about those nonsense. After saying that, Yishu continued, Right, Zeo, Mom has been a little busy these days. I have to go to Cydia next week. I'll probably stay there for about half a month. Can you stay at home alone? Because the restaurant's business was very good. Yishu interrupted her plan to open a branch in City A. A conservative estimate was that she would have to stay there for about half a month. No problem, Yizhua replied. Yi-san said, Sister, you can go to Cydia without worry. I'm still at home. I shouldn't be so busy next week.
Yishu nodded.
Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Yishu's business trip to City A. Yi-san and Yizhua sent Yishu to the airport. This was the first time Yishu had traveled so far for such a long time. Inside and outside, everything was fine and detailed. She told the two of them a lot of things. The plants at home need to be watered every 3 days, and that little turtle needs to be watered every day. Oh, and Yi-sun replied, I got it, sis. You've said these words no less than 30 times. Ever since he woke up in the morning, Yishu had been talking about these things. Yi-sun felt as if his ears were going to be calloused. Yishu rolled her eyes at him. I was just afraid that you guys would forget about it, right? Yi-sun smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if I've forgotten about it, I'll remember it. Time is almost up. Hurry up and go in. Seeing that time was indeed running out, Yishu reluctantly walked towards the boarding gate. Seeing Yishu's figure disappear into the surging crowd in front, Yi-san heaved a sigh of relief. Your mother is finally willing to leave. Uncle, what are we having for lunch? Yi-zao turned around and looked at Yi-san. Let's go eat spicy hot soup. Yi-san rubbed his hands, excitement flashing in his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten that Yishu had just told him not to bring Yizhua to eat junk food. Okay.
Yezuo notet.
Although spicy hot pot was a little unhealthy, there was nothing to say about its taste. After eating spicy hot pot, they went home. Yizao prepared to tidy up her room. All she could see in her room were electronics. The computer mainframe, the green circuit board, the PCBA, the diode. The scariest thing was that there were soldering tools. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe that this was a girl's room. After tidying up his room, Yizhua took the watering can and went to spray water on the plants in Yishu's room. Yishu was a very clean person. The room was also tidied up neatly. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on the quilt. Yizhua slowly sprayed water on the plants. Bah! He accidentally knocked the book on the table. Yizao picked up the book. It was a Chinese version of a famous foreign novel, Jane Eyre. Oh! The cover of the book had been worn white, and it looked like it had been there for many years. Yizao casually flipped through a few pages of the book, and a photo that was sandwiched in the book suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a photo that felt very old. There was a man and a woman in the photo. Yizao did not recognize the man, but the woman was obviously the young Yishu. In fact, the current Yishu did not look much different from the person in the photo. It was just that. At that time she looked much more immature than she did now. Her eyes were bright, and it could be seen from her eyes that she loved the man standing next to her terribly. The man was very tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His facial features were extremely handsome. Standing next to the woman, he looked like a man and a woman. Yizao narrowed his eyes slightly. If she guessed correctly, this man should be her cheap father, right? Don't say. He looked quite decent. No wonder he could trick the 19-year-old Yishu's unmarried daughter. Yizhua raised his eyebrows and put the photo back. On the other side, the Mu family. Mu Yorong completed 3 missions under the guidance of the system. Although 3 missions were not a lot, it still caused a stir on the International Science and Technology website. After all, Mu Yorong's account was still a newcomer, and she was also a woman. On this website, women were a rare species. During this period of time, there had been people taking the initiative to add Mu Yorong as a friend. Mu Yorong, who was in front of the screen, curled the corners of her lips. She knew that she would definitely become the most eye-catching existence. Now Nyo Hulu YC and Huan would definitely have noticed her. At that time, the 2 giants of the technology world would become her vassals. A woman's success was not only her career, it was also her personality and charm. At this moment, a system notification sounded in her mind. Warning! Li Qiandong's favorability towards you has decreased from 80% to 20%. Host, please immediately think of a way to increase your favorability. Hearing this, Mu Yorong frowned. What's going on? The system continued. Host, it's been a long time since you've shown your presence in front of Li Qiandong. Can you find Li Qiandong's whereabouts now? I'll try. Due to Mu Yorong's performance on the international website, the system had already leveled up by 2 levels. In a short while, the system found out Li Qiandong's itinerary. Looking at Li Qiandong's itinerary, Mu Yorong had a plan in her heart. In a short while, Mu Yorong was dressed neatly and walked out of the Mu residence. On the road where cars were coming and going, the green lights flickered, alternating with the yellow lights. At this moment, a little boy rushed out quickly. Beep! A piercing whistle sounded behind him. At this moment, a figure rushed out quickly and protected the little boy in front of him. The moment she held the little boy in her arms, a calculating light appeared in Mu Yorong's eyes. Bang! The 2 of them were knocked to the ground. The car door was opened and a man in a suit walked out of the car. Are you guys okay? This person was none other than Li Qiandong. I'm fine. Mu Yorong raised her head slightly. Miss Mu. Li Qiandong said in surprise. Mr. Li. Mu Yorong greeted Li Qiandong and pulled the child up from under her. Little friend, are you all right? The child was so frightened that his face turned pale. At this moment, a middle-aged woman rushed over from the crowd and hugged the child tightly in her arms. Dongdong, are you all right? You scared me to death. Yu turned to look at Mu Yorong. Miss, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my son's life would have been lost today. Thank you. Mu Yorong smiled and said, I'm fine, but as parents you really have to be careful. When you cross the road, you must take good care of the child. Didn't I just leave for a while? Feng Qianqian felt very wronged. Do you have to be like this? I'm your biological daughter. You actually hit me for some lousy medicine. What's the use of being so nice to that old woman? She still hasn't let you pass. Feng Qianqian took the college entrance exam this year. In order to help Feng Qianhua win her reputation, Feng Qianqian planned to enter Beijing University. Even if she couldn't get the best scholar in the city, she still had to get into the top 3 in the city. There wasn't much time left before the college entrance exam. At this crucial time she couldn't relax at all. Feng Qianhua went to the toilet for 10 to 20 minutes and didn't come back. Feng Qianqian was afraid that she would delay her studies, so she asked the maid at home to take a look. She didn't expect Feng Qianhua's reaction to be so big. Slap! Feng Qianhua raised her hand and slapped again. Mom! Feng Qianqian felt even more wronged. She looked up at Feng Qianhua and said loudly, You don't have the ability to marry into the Lin family, so you want to vent your anger on me? I'm your daughter. I'm not your punching bag. Feng Qianhua was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She pointed at the door and said, Go back to your room and think about it. Feng Xianxian covered her face with her hands and left the kitchen in tears. Feng Qianhua looked at Feng Xianxian's back. She sighed helplessly. Oh! Feng Xianxian was good at everything. But she was too inexperienced and easily impulsive. In a moment, Feng Qianhua poured out the health-preserving soup and put it in a special insulated bucket. She was ready to deliver the soup to old lady Lin. Just as she walked out of the door, Feng Qianhua turned back and came to the 3rd floor. She reached out and knocked on the door of Feng Xianxian's room. Through the door, she could hear Feng Qianxian's gasping. She was clearly inside, but she refused to open the door. Feng Qianhua frowned. There's a limit to a person's patience. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll get someone to knock it open. 3, 2. Just as she was about to count to 1, the door opened. Feng Qianqian looked very miserable now. Her eyes were swollen. Her face was also swollen. Feng Qianhua walked in, put the insulated box on the desk, and locked the door behind her. Qianqian, are you still blaming Mom? Feng Qianqian didn't say anything. How could she not be? Although Feng Qianhua was usually quite strict with her, it was the first time she slapped her face. She was a girl. Feng Qianhua did this without any consideration for her dignity. Feng Qianhua sighed. Xianxian, in this family, only the 2 of us are relatives, blood-related relatives. So apart from you, Mom doesn't have anyone else who can trust you. Feng Qianhua paused. Can you understand what Mom said? Isn't it just a bowl of medicine? Do you have to make me get slapped twice? Don't tell me that in your eyes, I'm less important than that old hag from the Lin family. Feng Xianxian continued. I can make that old hag smile from ear to ear with just 3 pairs of socks that cost 10 yuan. Does she care if you personally brewed this bowl of medicine? What's wrong with letting the maid take a look? Feng Qianqian just couldn't understand this logic. She thought that Feng Qianhua was making a mountain out of a molehill. Actually, there was no need for this. Feng Qianqian couldn't understand even more why Feng Qianhua had to personally brew the medicine for old Madame Lin every day for 10 years. Feng Qianhua looked at Feng Qianqian and said, Qianqian, Mother has a reason for doing this. One day, you will understand Mother's intentions. I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. Feng Qianhua sighed. But one day you will understand. All you need to know now is that Mother is doing this for your own good. It's all for the sake of your future. Only when mother successfully marries into the Lin family will you, as the granddaughter of the Lin family, have the chance to marry fifth Masterson. At the mention of fifth Masterson, the anger on Feng Xianxian's face disappeared a little. Feng Qianhua continued, Xianxian, you're too impulsive. Can't you think about why I hit you? Is there really no reason for me to hit you? Feng Xianxian was too young. There were many things that she could not tell her. Mother, are you hiding something from me? Feng Xianxian was not a fool. She immediately understood the meaning behind Feng Qianhua's words. Go figure it out yourself. Feng Qianhua stood up. I have to send the health soup to your Grandma Lin's place. I'll go too. Feng Xianxian stood up as well, but when she thought of the injury on her face, she sat down again. Her face was going to be disfigured soon. How could she face others? Yes, of course, of course. After repeatedly thanking him, the woman left with the child. Li Qiandong looked at this scene in surprise. You don't know each other? Mu Yurong shook her head slightly. Hearing this, Li Qiandong was even more shocked. Just now, he thought that the little boy was a relative of Mu Yurong. If he was not a relative, who would be able to save him? He did not expect that Mu Yurong did not know him at all. To be able to do this to a person she did not know, it could be seen from this that Mu Yurong was really a very kind person. He had not misjudged the person. A look of appreciation appeared in Li Qiandong's eyes. Miss Mu, are you all right? I'll send you to the hospital to have a look, right? Mu Yurong shook her head.
I'm fine.
How could I be so weak? Mr. Li, you don't have to feel burdened. I really don't have any problems at all. Oh, Li Qiandong continued. No matter what, you've been shocked today. Let me treat Miss Mu to a meal. Otherwise, I won't be able to live with my conscience. Mu Yurong naturally couldn't reject Li Qiandong's invitation. She half-heartedly agreed. It was also at this moment that the system's voice sounded in Mu Yurong's mind. Host, congratulations. Li Qiandong's favorability towards you has successfully increased to 85%. The corners of Mu Yurong's lips curled up. Nothing that she took a fancy to could escape from her grasp. Li Qiandong should be her stepping stone. At the same time, in the capital, at the Feng residence, in the kitchen, Feng Qianhua was making health-preserving soup for Old Lady Lin. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in the air. Qianhua, you're really good to Old Lady Lin. It's a pity that Old Lady Lin is Old Lady Lin and Lin Jincheng is Lin Jincheng. Why did you have to persist for so long for something that was impossible? In the end, it was all for naught. Feng Qianhua turned around and saw that it was Cheng Fengqin. Second sister-in-law doesn't have to worry about my matters. Cheng Fengqin smiled. I didn't want to worry about it, but who asked some people to eat and drink our family's money all these years? In this big family, the one who really held the power was Old Lady Feng. She distributed pocket money to the younger generation every month. Originally, the 4 daughters-in-law of the Feng family could receive 2 million pocket money each month. Because of the presence of Feng Qianhua and her daughter, she could only receive 1.2 million a month. It had been a whole 19 years. She ate from her mother's family, and she didn't know how to be grateful. The mother and daughter didn't know when they could get out of the Lin family. Feng Qianhua held back the anger in her heart and didn't say anything. Just wait. One day she would make everyone in the Feng family rush over to please her. Cheng Fengqin snorted coldly and left the kitchen. At this moment, Feng Qianxian came to the kitchen to get dessert. Qianxian, watch the fire for me. I'm going to the bathroom and we'll be back soon. You must watch it yourself, okay? When she said the last sentence, Feng Qianhua's expression became extremely serious. It was as if it was not a health tonic but a priceless treasure. Oh! Feng Xianxian nodded. Feng Qianhua was still a little worried. When she walked out of the door, she turned back and instructed, Xianxian, before I come back, you are not allowed to leave the kitchen. Remember to stay close to me. Feng Xianxian nodded impatiently. Feng Qianhua came outside. Breathing in the air outside, she felt a little more relaxed. She couldn't wait any longer. This year, she had to marry into the Lin family. This dragged on. she really wouldn't have a chance. Feng Qianhua went to the bathroom and made a call. 20 minutes later, she went to the kitchen again. However, Feng Qianxian was no longer in the kitchen. Instead, the maid had replaced Feng Qianxian. Feng Qianhua's expression turned cold. "Where's Xianxian?" The servant said. "Miss said that she went back to her room to read." Feng Qianhua frowned. "I'm fine as long as I'm here. You can go out first." "Oh right, call Xianxian over." The servant nodded and turned to leave the kitchen. Soon, Feng Xianxian arrived and said with some dissatisfaction, "Mom, why did you call me over? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I still want to read." Slap! Before Feng Xianxian could finish her sentence, Feng Qianhua gave her a hard slap. Everything happened too quickly. Feng Xianxian was stunned. Her face was burning with pain as she looked at Feng Qianhua in disbelief. "Mom, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong?" Feng Qianhua's expression was very ugly. "Who told you to leave? Didn't I tell you to stay here and look after the medicine?" It was all that old hag's fault. If it wasn't for brewing the medicine for that old hag, she wouldn't have been beaten by Feng Qianhua. Feng Xianxian bit her lip. Feng Qianhua continued, "Stay at home. I'll get someone to send the medicine over." After saying that, Feng Qianhua turned around and left. Not long after, they arrived at the Lin residence. Auntie Zhang came out to welcome her mother. "Isn't Xianxian not going to school today? Why didn't she come along?" Thinking about what had happened today, Feng Qianhua sighed. "That child is too insensible. What's going on?" Auntie Zhang frowned. Feng Qianhua shook her head. "There's no point in talking." The two of them walked along the way. At this moment, Lindsay walked out from inside. He walked past Feng Qianhua, but he didn't even greet her. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Feng Qianhua's eyes. Oh, she was going to marry into the Feng family and become Lindsay's mother. Lindsay was getting more and more outrageous. In the past, when he saw her, he would at least pretend, but now he didn't even pretend. After taking Lindsay far away, Feng Qianhua lowered her voice and said, "Did you pay attention to the thing I asked you to pay attention to last time?" Aunt Zhang raised her head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words into Feng Qianhua's ear. Hearing this, the corners of Feng Qianhua's mouth curled up. Good. This was really great. Didn't Lindsay turn the tables the last time? This time she wanted to see how Lindsay would turn the tables. She had to make old Mrs. Lin give up on Lindsay, this grandson of hers, completely. Only the child she gave birth to was worthy of being the Lin family's grandson. What was Lindsay? He was a bastard child born from a shameless woman. He should get the hell out of the Lin family. Little did he know. Lindsay, who was supposed to have walked out of the Lin family's door, suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Lindsay narrowed his eyes. He had always felt that Feng Qianhua was behind his last trip to Yunjing. Otherwise, it was impossible for old Lady Lin to find out the moment he arrived at Yunjing. In this family, Aunt Zhang was her insider. As for whether it was as he had guessed, he would soon be able to verify it. He had to prepare the bait and wait for the fish to take the bait. In the Lin Group's office, Lin Jincheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the traffic below the company. At this moment, his expression changed. He immediately walked to his desk, picked up the microphone and quickly made a call. Soon his secretary arrived. "Secretary Zhang." "Director Lin, is there something you need me for?" Lin Jincheng pressed his temples. "Secretary Zhang, I can't remember those things again. I've forgotten Azay's mother again." "Who is Azay's mother? What is Azay's mother's name?" The car accident 19 years ago not only took away one of Lin Jincheng's legs, it also took half of his life. He lay in the hospital bed for 10 years before he really woke up. Although he had woken up, there were serious sequelae. Because of the damage to the cerebellum, part of his memory was short. In addition, he had to endure the pain of phantom limbs that ordinary people could not bear. Before Lin Jincheng recovered his memory, old Mrs. Lin had been telling Lin Jincheng that Lindsay's biological mother had died. and she had been matchmaking Lin Jincheng and Feng Qianhua. Until February last year. Lin Jincheng suddenly found his memory. He remembered the person he loved the most in his heart. So Lin Jincheng ignored old Mrs. Lin's hindrance and dragged his sick body to Yunjing to look for Yishu. He personally took the child's hair for identification. He had wanted to reunite the family after the identification results came out. He did not expect fate to play a huge joke on Lin Jincheng. The child was not his. This was something Lin Jincheng had never expected. Lin Jincheng, who had finally recovered, was stimulated by this incident and his condition worsened. He started to stay in the hospital and take medicine. His memories were also intermittent. Sometimes he could remember. Sometimes he could not remember. Secretary Zhang poured a glass of water for Lin Jincheng. CEO Lin, don't worry. Take your time to think. I actually forgot Azay's mother. How could I forget her? Lin Jincheng pressed his temples. I've let Azay's mother down. I've let her down. He hadn't forgotten anything. He had only forgotten Lin Zay's mother. Why was it like this? Oh right, Chief Lin, there's also the diary. Secretary Zhang seemed to have suddenly remembered something. The diary in your safe. You asked me to remind you before that if you ever forget your wife again, you will remember it when you look at the diary.